And welcome everyone to coverage of the main event from right here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino in North Cyprus. Ali Najat joined by James Dempsey, as always, with an action-packed first day of 3 of coverage of this main event, which will bring us to an eventual champion. And the rub, of course, today, as we were talking about just before we came on air, James, is the fact that registration is actually still open.
Still open for 5 hours, Ali.
Yeah.
We got a lot of blood to spill on the carpet just yet, and players buying back in, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I love about that, though, is while, as you mentioned, there isn't necessarily much consequence when someone busts out, a lot of times you can see spin-up artistry. Guys who are coming in and saying, look, I want to play fast, I want to play aggressive, I want to try to spin up a big stack. If I can do that, then I'll relax and then, try to get things in order. If I can't do that, it's right back to the reg desk, and I can keep trying again.
Yeah, and obviously part of that is that the players registering aren't that short. They aren't spinning up. We're quite early in the tournament still. I believe it's 40 big blinds for a starting stack right now, so you buy in, you just kind of play normal poker.
Everything's easy and breezy. Taking a look right now as I pulled it up at the overall chip leader in the event. It is the man from the Russian Federation, is it not, James? The name that we're somewhat familiar with?
Actually, I think the different day ones obviously had a different chip leaders.
So Petrov is the guy that I had in mind,
Yeah.
Alexei, but he looks like he's actually got just a few thousand less than John 1.
And it's quite surprising with that. So the format of these day ones that Ali mentioning was day 1 A and B were 1 hour levels, day C was 40-minute levels, and day D was 25-minute levels. And so you would expect the biggest stacks to come from day A and B because they're playing more hands, but actually the leader came from day 1C, which is somewhat surprising to me. I mean, I didn't even see the day 1D leader on the board, which makes sense because they played far fewer hands. But I mean, it's a little wrinkle. Nothing too much. And a lot of big names up there. I noticed Dmitry Gromov as well. You're mentioning Russians in the mix. Obviously, always so many Russians.
Names that we, of course, had been mentioning throughout the course of the High Roller, which preceded this event. Fadi Nakul is the chip leader with a whopping 283 big blinds here at this feature. Georgi Alwal, second in chips. Robert Hydorn in third. Joseph Sabe, Sarkis Akopian, Ali Ildiz, Jihad Yahya, and Abdullah Akbarpur. In that order, with Akbarpur being the short stack. 36 big blinds, but as we mentioned, with the blinds at 1K 2,500, spin-up artistry could be upon us even at that sort of stack depth. Registration desk still ready to receive you if things don't work out. So then, cards in the air. Let's get the party started from here at the Marriott Crystal Cove, part of this tremendously successful series of tournaments every year that the folks at Marriott put on. Themed today, the Gangster series.
I'm going to make a deal with you.
Yeah, talk to me.
Just watching you bring us in there. I say watching, I mean listening.
Sure.
The names you did fantastically well with.
Well, to be fair, our producer, Vitas Milbutas.
I'll call Robert Hydorn's action. You take care of the rest. How does that sound?
Okay, sure. You can have that.
I think I can pronounce that one. I'm probably getting it wrong. It's probably Robert.
Hydorn not getting it wrong with 2 5s as he raises it up under the gun. But look at this. Yeah. Ace 4 offsuit. Just as I had mentioned, James, the prospects of guys maybe taking more aggressive approaches to the action here today with the registration still open on display immediately.
There's only one thing going on here.
How are you?
They put him on the TV, and he's saying, right, it's my responsibility to put on a show. Just going for it, hand 1.
Jack 10 suited would have been an otherwise pretty one to participate with. But into the muck it goes, and now Akbarpur, the short stack, ace king, a delight.
Yeah,
he's going to be ready to go.
Soon to be less poor.
For now, it's good. Raise.
Listen, 5s are still ahead here, and an ace is busy, James.
5s are long gone in this one, my friend.
Well, let's see. What sizing does he come with here?
Looks like he's gone 35K. Just leaving that semblance that maybe he folds. I don't think anyone ever expects him to fold off the stack depth, especially when we're at the point where you can re-enter. Yeah. Thinking, well, that didn't work. I thought it'd be funny to 3-bet the first hand on TV. The other one.
And while 3 bets can sometimes be out of line, James, 4 bets very seldom are. So this is meaningful in and of itself. Never mind the fact that it's coming off of a short stack, which makes it even more meaningful.
Whoa. What's going on here?
Oh my gosh.
Ali.
A call of the 4-bet, another 19,000 invested by Yehia, and a 5 on the flop as the pocket fives muck the set.
Hi, Dawn. I mean, he was never going to call the cold 4-bet. So we won't be too upset. But what is going on here? Aquaport can't love that board, but at the same time, he has 56,000 back. There's 81 in the middle. Re-entries are still on. You're ahead against some hands still.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just got to go with this. Yeah, hey, we're out sailing, aren't we?
Oh my gosh, he's asking for a count. Ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
This is not a bounty tournament, by the way, just in case you might be wondering, based on what we're observing. This would just be absurdly ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, we can't call this, surely. Yeah, maybe you could put your opponent occasionally on something like a king-queen here, but that's it. Rest of the time, we're goosed.
And the pot is only laying us about, call it 2.5 to 1.
Mm-hmm. He's got the 4 working. He's got the ace of diamonds working. He's come this far in the pot with a hand that, well, let's see, normally we should be folding to an undergun open. Good money after bad, perhaps. The theme here.
I think without the ace of diamonds in particular, this becomes a much easier decision.
Now, there may be, Ali, as is always the case here, we know, as I say, I like to say this place is the world's largest small poker room, that everyone kind of knows everyone here. And there may be all sorts of history between these two players that we're not privy to. Maybe Akbabur loves to needle your hair, showing him bluffs in cash games late at night.
Sure.
You just don't know. So maybe there are far more hands in there.
The one thing I know for sure is if you asked everybody at the table to put Yehia on a hand, ace 4 would be the absolute last one at this point that they would pick, perhaps.
Oh, he's genuinely pained on this one.
Yeah, this is not posturing. Obviously, it's difficult for us to understand exactly what's going on in Yehia's mind, but
yeah, there just has to be some.
It's authentic. I mean, the struggle is very real on his face.
It has to be previous between these two players. It's the only thing that makes sense.
It's fold.
Well, ultimately, the ace 4 does go into the muck, and good thing for Yehia that it did. As Akbarpur takes the first one down.
First hand almost gave me a heart attack. First hand. You have a strong heart, you can do it.
Well, if that's any indication, James,
Yeah, I play different.
of what we might have in store here, the
Sorry. No matter what, I don't know. If
MPO
I would go
acronym,
Yeah.
Merit Poker Optimal.
That was a very merit hand. Things a little different.
You already, you know,
Play
you
different
wanna see a
ranges.
flop. That's the difference.
Bets different sizes.
Did he show anything?
No,
All right, we're off and running. Main event, let's go.
nobody saw it.
Ali, they gave us a couple of days off. It's dangerous in these parts.
What'd you get up to?
Played poker for around about an hour. Not ideal in a tournament.
Well, played poker for an hour is probably a generous way to describe what you did.
You know?
Hey, I added some money to the pot.
You tried to knock out somebody in a bounty and then ended up the victim yourself.
Yeah. We went for it. You know, it's so fun in bounty tournaments, so Ali, as that happened. I played this. It was 20k starting stack, PLO bounty. If I lose this pot, I've now got 3,000 chips. And the whole table is drooling.
Of course. You're like
And as soon
a
as I put my chips in,
piece of filet mignon out
the
there.
entire world just collapses around me. And
Yeah.
I was sitting there relishing it. The hand took ages, and I was loving it, just the chaos that I created by my departure. And I had a shot to win the hand.
Well, the Copian's got a shot as well here. King Jack offsuit is a couple of overs to these 2 10s, which have 3-bet.
Wow. We are playing aggro to start the day. Coming in with the 3-bet with this hand, it can go both ways. And look at this. A Copian healing with King Jack offsuit. We're playing, Ali. We're fighting. I thought this might happen with the re-entries still available. We know these guys at Merit. They fight hard.
Not sure King Jack will be doing much fighting beyond this pre-flop 3-bet call on the 9-8-6 board, where the overpair and gut shot follows through to the tune of 56,000.
Bombs it.
Yeah, meaty.
Kind of fun. I mean, LOL, it's going to feel pretty good that 10s were the best hand pre-flop. Slight concern of that is every time you've got a hand like 10s, obviously you want your opponent to have 9s or 8s, something of that ilk, slightly worse. They will get there. But of course, you can knock out equity of all the overcards, which is what he accomplishes with that.
Yep.
Big C-bet. And you can get called by some worse as well, of course. 7s and 5s probably not going anywhere just yet.
Thank you very much.
Point above that flop.
We're seeing a lot of chips move.
Yeah. I too have been playing a little bit of poker, James. Today being the first day I've managed to get on the right schedule here, local time.
I've noticed.
I've been a bit of a night owl, burning it
You keep
at both ends.
Keep texting me at 4:30 in the morning going, what up?
Yeah, exactly. While you're dead asleep. Little 5-5 cash game over in the VIP area that is being frequented by a big group of Chinese nationals who have made their way down here for both casino gaming and also the poker, the Gangster series. We've been playing half no limit and half double board bomb pot PLO, and I must tell you, that game
It's fun.
is a very addictive substance.
Yeah. They had a double board bomb pot PLO tournament here tomorrow, I think, or today? I think tomorrow.
I might have to ask for the day off if that's the case.
Not happening.
I mean, James, you can have a little free roll maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure the free roll's worth it.
Pocket 4s and pocket 3s both in there for 5K apiece. Min raise open from Sabe.
Some normalcy. Oh no.
What was that?
Some normalcy.
Claims of normalcy as we see
Nakul
Nakul Jack 6 suited with the 3-bet to 11,500. And I got to tell you, for those of you that might be joining us for the first time watching coverage of a main event here at Merit, you really do have to make adjustments to your playing style when you're out here. You cannot assume that whatever's going on around you is consistent with what might be happening at all of the other poker rooms that you've ever played in your life, in all of the other tournaments. This is its own animal.
And I mean, obviously normally, this isn't a hand we're thrilled to. Oh, actually the 3-bet's tiny. Just at the size of the 3-bet as well. But yeah. Wouldn't
But
normally
still,
like having this hand in the big blind, but obviously we can see he's got a great hand in the big blind against this button 3-bet. Recognizing the wide ranges, of course, for the click raise, Yildiz, Sabed, the 2 with small pocket pairs continuing, and everyone's live.
Oh
As the 6 flops out with a 3, Ali.
Yildiz with bottom set here. Second pair for the pre-flop 3-better Nakul. Let's see how this one develops. 50,000 in the middle in a 4-way affair.
I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one. Nakul somehow got himself in a 4-way pot, but flopped a pretty good hand, especially for Jack 6.
And he's got a ton of chips as well, is worthy of note. 691,000 back when he bets this 13-5. He can afford to kind of be frisky.
And I like this actually going pretty small here because there are going to be some just nonsense hands that can't continue. Like, in theory, yeah, you can't continue with this king-queen with the queen of hearts. Okay, he doesn't, but given what I saw the last hand, I wasn't going to make too many assumptions. Sabe as well, look, gets rid of 4s. So this bet is quite nice in that we managed to clear the field out. As it happens, we cleared the field out for the man who's got a set.
Somewhat predictably, it
Yeah.
is folded back around to Yildiz.
And he's going to fill this pretty confident with this hand that he can get some action. It was a click
yeah.
3-bet from the button who decided to c-bet 4-way. It certainly looks like a hand that wants to play.
Yeah, Jacks Plus feels very much like it's
Right. It's
possibly out there.
when you see those super small 3-bets, like some players are just so weighted towards like aces and kings, Ollie, and some other players are a bit more creative with it, and they're just wrestling control of the pot, which is what Nakul did here. He took the Jack 6 suited he wanted to play, did it as a click 3-bet, gives him such a stronger perceived range without spending that much more, but he's got himself in a bit of trouble here as he calls the check raise.
And is now drawing dead after the 4 of spades rolls off.
Yeah, maybe trying to convince himself, hey, I need to see one more in case my man's got hearts, gives up. These are just tough spots when you do this, and of course, the opener there, Sabe, obviously forced to fold 4s on the flop. Now Tizi would have dealt the coldest of cold decks.
Oh,
How much?
and when you hear a man
Wow.
move all in.
Yildiz with the overbet jam. And this is something that might pique the interests of Nakul.
Well, because it looks a bit desperate. It looks like an attempt to deny equity to a
Right.
flush draw.
But it could be a flush for itself. It's like, does my opponent do this with a hand like King 10? I don't think so. Probably not. It's not a one-pair hand, is what I'm getting at. And there are even more draws out there now.
Yeah, I said deny equity to a flush draw.
Right.
More like deny equity with a flush draw. Would have been the better way to express the ideas here that are swirling in Nakul's head as he begins to question whether or not Jack 6 is possibly good.
Yeah, I mean, Jack 6 might even be, as crazy as this sounds, other than the equity against the draws, it might be a better hand to call with here than even, say, Jacks. Just the fact that we block 6s. Okay, just get
He
away
does
from
end up laying it down, but you
Wow.
can see he didn't love it.
This is spicy. Can they just calm down for a minute, Ollie? I'm trying to drink my coffee in here.
Oh, these boys aren't going to give you much of a chance to drink your coffee. You might end up spitting it out all over the booth before this orbit's done.
Possible. And then, I mean, I've got behind my coffee backed up whatever concoction this is
Well,
you've
this
had
is
brought
the
through to us.
half fresh carrot, half fresh apple juice, which...
So it's fully fresh is the point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen, you're not going to leave the Merit Poker Room dehydrated. That's for sure.
I'm not even hungry.
No, well, that's... you definitely, in particular, are not leaving hungry. As Yildiz feasting on that pot there, and some of the big stacks tokens. King 10 suited now. Yildiz back at it.
All right, some real hands. Akbarport. Lovely start to the day for him with that cold 4, but getting action in a quarter you wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, he re-raised on that occasion with Ace-King, this time with the Ace-Queen, 3-betting to 16,000.
Yeah, a little tickly. I think theoretically, Ali, we want to go a little larger here in these spots against a +1 opener, a full table when we're super deep. But he is one of the shallower stacks. And there's nothing wrong, of course, in doing this in the sense that you do keep a lot of other hands in. So as long as you're comfortable, perhaps getting away from certain boards, an enticing action, no bad thing, as it is. Yildiz with kind of exactly one of those kind of hands now that to a larger sizing, it'll be difficult, but to this sizing, he's going to feel very comfortable in taking a flop.
And he flops himself top pair up against a Broadway gut shot.
There's a card, Ali.
Yeah, I think you may be referring to a 10, which does not show up on the turn after both players check very quickly, and now Yildiz will be much more comfortable with top pair, but nevertheless checks once more. And might that induce Akbarpur? We have our answer. A quick check back from the Ace-Queen. Board pairs on the river.
Yeah, it's not a great card for Yildiz to see. Akbarpur potentially can play a jack this way, but King's still plenty of kit, and that's why he's going to bet. And Akpapor now, obviously, you can go two ways on the flop. He went the passive route to try and get the ace-queen high to showdown. Some players would maybe sort of bet here, try and donate equity to a hand, like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s.
But when we play the ace-queen this way, we recognize the temptation is very much present for the out-of-position player to just try to take one away on the river. We may need to keep them honest.
And especially when it's this kind of board, King-Jack really does fit their feeding range, having opened from +1. And it's just, there are a handful of hands we can beat, I guess. And like 9-10 suited, Queen-10, these kind of things. Maybe an ace-10 turns into a bluff.
In the end, the ace-queen does properly click fold.
Yep, lost them in.
Back-to-back pickups for Yildiz, a nice start.
Almost something a bit regular, are we? Well, actually, everything here is regular. It's just not normal.
Yeah, right. It's regular to this room.
We've seen some standard merit hands thus far. Guys are blasting. They're fighting. What we tune in for?
Yildiz, by the way, playing under the Turkish flag. 22,000 and change in career live earnings for him. His most recent result coming at the Merit Poker Retro Series in the main event, no less. 96th place. Picked up $5,400 for his efforts in that one.
Hello.
7-8 suited now for far and away one of the most accomplished players in the room, the German Robert Heidorn. $4.5 million in career live earnings. Has a seven-figure score under his belt. We're looking at a basically top 400 player on the all-time money list, James, and that's when you consider how many players play poker worldwide.
Showed weakness.
No shabby feet.
Yeah, he's someone we see.
Doesn't matter.
Often
I
here.
showed weakness. He did. I wanted to call him
We'll
with
see
a
that big cash,
It's
the
high.
$1 million plus
Just
coming
an
right
ace
here in Cyprus in the 40K trite event.
Yep.
for the hell of it. Yeah.
Which you'd have had a couple of eyes on.
I put him on King X. That's why when
Played
I,
some EPT
no, I put
events
him
as
on
well,
King X.
James, just
So
this
when I
past
saw the
October,
king, I just stopped.
as that tour paid a
you.
first ever visit to the Merit Poker Complex and
Yeah, you probably
enjoyed it
will.
so much that they've moved things around for next year, and the European Poker Tour will be returning to Merit Poker. And by all accounts, and I'm not sure how many people you had a chance to chat with after that one wrapped up. I'm sure you had many friends who came down to play and had
No, you're
kind
not
of been
small,
paying their
baby.
first visit to
Ah,
the property.
okay.
Everyone was thrilled
Okay.
with
So
just about every aspect of the operation.
The buffet.
Yeah, I knew you were going to go there
They
somehow.
got a lot of love.
You know, some people are actually evaluating this place for other,
Okay, well, for you, it would just
criteria.
be the spa. That's all you ever talk about.
well, it's the only place I ever find myself other than my room. Shout out to the spa, by the way. These Polynesian practitioners that they've imported in kind of en masse, they're
that the
some
right
of the
word?
strongest. I mean, they brought. Yeah, I didn't say involuntarily. I mean, come on. But I mean, truly, the strongest hands I've ever had laid on me here at Merit Poker in the spa. Fantastic. Top pair, top kicker. That's a strong one for Nakul. As the Queen Jack suited of Yildiz checks and faces follow through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's pretty grim looking flop. When you got Queen Jack suited, Ali, lots of good things can happen. The 7-3 deuce, none of your suit flop is not one of them.
No.
Doesn't feel fair.
You know, the funny thing is, in just about any other commentary gig that I've gotten, there's no shortage of them.
by luck.
I could very comfortably look out at that spot and say, you know, Yildiz surely be check folding momentarily.
Yeah, we
I
know
don't
it's-
do that here.
you can go on a segue knowing full well the hand's about
Right.
to finish.
No.
Here,
3-4.
it's
It's just one of those places where as soon as you think you know what someone's going to do, you're punished for the assumption.
King on the turn.
Wow.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah,
Three king.
you would have paid him.
So that's sometimes not playing a hand
Yeah,
saves
yeah.
you money. Sometimes, but not always.
Oh, well, ace jack. I'm going to raise this one up.
And our apologies in advance, being advised that Our graphics are temporarily unavailable.
It's fun. We saw Alawal's ace jack, so we get to play the hand as if we're him for now.
We think
Well, I saw
it's
an ace
for sure
jack.
an ace jack. I saw
an
it.
ace.
I saw it. But
We'll
you know,
go with ace jack. He's got ace jack. So let's see what it's like to jump into a day 2 merit event.
we're about to find out, aren't we?
Alawal against Yildiz. Calling. Well, he's got top pair. That's a good start.
Ace 5-3 board certainly feels like it's going to be favoring him. And based on body language, I would say that ace jack is very much an accurate reading of his cards.
That's it. Akopian
18?
peeling from the big, who's going to peel 18,000 more on the ace 5-3. There's a couple of diamonds out there, Ali. You can have hands. Any kind of hand that involves a gut shot draw here, any pair, lots of diamond combinations.
Yeah, the 4-5s, things like this.
That's an interesting card because he's going to have a lot of cards now that potentially have improved.
Yeah.
And like 6-4. But even hands like 3-4 have now got an open ender and a pair. This is the kind of spot where if you bet, you tend to want to go a little bit larger. You want to deny equity against all those kind of hands. There's plenty of the diamond draws have also picked up a straight draw now as well. So you really want to tax those. Obviously, you can be betting into 2 pair. But that's the risk we take in poker. You kind of make it harder for them to check raise you with 2 pair anyway, by going big. And a swift call. Now I feel like Ali on a lot of boards, depending on the body language and the tells we pick up on a player, we're going to look to check back, and it's actually not the worst. But I still think we just want to check it back, and that's what he does. Oh, it was in position.
Yeah, he was on the button.
Okay, I thought we were playing from the blind, perhaps. Okay. Even more reason. Actually, yeah, actually.
I mean, out of the big blind, though, he could have represented that sort of board texture much more credibly than he could have as a flat caller on the button. But in the end, 2 quick checks on the river, allowing Alawal to
It's weird.
show
I
the
knew,
ace jack.
I knew it open on the gun, but I saw Akopian sort of give the extravagant check sign on the flop where he threw his hand in the air. So that's why I was a little confused there. My apologies.
You're calling, yeah, you're not betting.
No, I'm not leaving. I knew he had a
Either way, kind of like the check. You allow your opponent to bluff potentially in that spot. You can have ace queen. They don't have ace 10 that might call you, but it's getting thinner for 2 streets. Of course, you're less concerned about the 5x's of the world against the button peel. It's easier now, Ali. They put the cards back up in the positions.
Raise.
The raise from Sabe with 6-4 suited has come at a very bad time as Akbarpur continues to basically hold the rich part of the deck. Ace king, ace queen, and now 2 kings out of the small blind. And on each occasion, mind you, James, he has been a re-raiser, and only on the occasion in which he held ace queen did it go to showdown. So might some people think that something's afoot and he's being a bit speedy? Hopefully not Alawal with king queen suited.
His ace queen didn't even go to showdown, right? He ended up folding the river. So no one's...
Oh, that's right.
No one's seen a hand
So
yet.
no one's seen a hand.
Yeah. And Alawal with pretty nice looking hand here and king queen suited in the big blind. And exactly what you've just mentioned, Ali. He's thinking, hang on a second. How many times are you going to 3-bet? King queen suited plays pretty well against a player who's capable of being light in the small blind.
Part of the lure of this hand is the fact that it blocks ace king, ace queen, 2 kings, and 2 queens. And oftentimes you'll see it used as a candidate in order to re-raise, but flat.
The natural 3-bit bluffs from the small blind, especially against the late position open, are going to be hands like king jack, offsuit, kind of hands that don't really want to peel from the small. So in that case, when you've got king queen, you're in beautiful shape, often dominating the bluffs. Sabe going to flick it in, take things 3-way against the 2 players. Ooh.
He obviously suspects that 6-4 suited is not going to be in the neighborhood of either of these 2 holdings and could flop clean.
Yeah, I mean, he was hoping it's exactly this kind of situation where Akbarpur is super strong, And he can just look to make a huge hand. As it is, Akbarpour gets a horrible looking flop for him. But he's just going to stab 20k into 50. He knows Alawal unlikely to have big ace-x combos. You think like the ace-king, probably just going to 4-bet pre-flop. Ace-queen unlikely just because the board contains both. And then Sabe can, of course, have some ace-x. But this just makes the hand easier to play for Akbarpour. And, of course, with the king of diamonds, perhaps looking at...
Every time. Every time.
every time, the order. Every time I got
Push
kings.
all in. Shouldn't call.
Still didn't show a hand, though, Ali.
call.
All right. Finish my coffee.
wish you
Now,
could
what have I got here?
No, I would.
I wish you...
Carrot.
Oh,
and-
okay. You're
My
talking
hand
about the
was,
fresh carrot and
orange.
apple juice.
Watch.
Of less note, by the way, than Akbarpour's
But
what he's got situation, which is
I don't think
a
it-
third straight occasion on which he's re-raised pre and has not shown down.
Against you.
Yeah, but he gave it the odd every time.
I would
Every
Yeah.
time I do it, an ace pops up.
yeah,
All right,
crazy.
I'm going in.
one of the best.
We await James's review of the fresh juice. He's gone back for another sip.
No, even though
Aye, aye.
and you push with an ace, there's an ace on the flop.
It's no wonder you haven't been sleeping. That'll perk you right up.
I can't slow play.
That is perhaps the most nutritious thing that you've ingested
Excuse me.
since you've arrived.
The ice cream is just fine.
Yeah. I forgot about the ice cream in the buffet.
I haven't. But you know how they used to have the 3 long tubs, but now they've got 6 semi-tubs, so 6 flavors.
Alcopian. Pocket nines. Sarkis with over $200,000 in career live earnings. Most recent recorded earnings came in Sochi
Here we go.
just this past November.
Hello, well, pretty honest in the
Yeah.
in the assessment of this situation.
Yeah.
I suppose I got a hand I'm supposed to raise with. Okay, flicking in for a raise. And a very small one, and that just 11k more. And Nakul with the same hand.
Well, not quite insofar as his is suited while Alawal's is offsuit, but Alawal beating him into the pot in terms of
Yeah.
3-betting in front of him.
But such a small 3-bet, Ali. Just 11k more. Normally, I think if you look Nakul here, you look down at Ace Queen, it's a great hand to have as a 4-bet bluff in that we've probably got the best hand, but if we get jammed on, we don't mind so much, so we can use it as a bluff. With Ace Queen suited to this small sizing, I think I just prefer coming along with a call.
He's good.
I was.
You don't mind so much going 3-way with this. You can keep in some Ace-Jack, Ace-10 type hands behind, but it looks like he's counting out the 4-bet. I can't blame him for this. This would be the standard line. You have to be sure, of course, when you do come out with a 4-bet here, that you're not going to get 5-bet light, which I don't think you can ever be sure in this room.
No. There's very little
Wow,
one can be
he's-
sure of here. The 4-bet to 40,000.
Clicky as well. Pretty small sizes. Obviously, when we're 4-betting, Ali, we can go smaller than when we 3-bet, of course, with... Whoa! Akopin just flicks in the call with the 2 nines. This is... We're at the rebuy stage, Ali. This is as simple as this. He's thinking, I'll call, flop a 9, win a huge pot. If I don't, I can split up my 85k or go to the cage. That's all that's going on here. Ace 4-5.
Well, the 2 nines are not going to be thrilled with this imagery.
And Nat Cool feels great about this ace-high board because he knows Alawal doesn't have ace-king. Alawal feels very good about this board, but is still worried that Nat Cool can have ace-king.
Yeah, sure.
And they're deep, those two. 122 was accumulated in the middle. Didn't quite catch the C, but just 40k. A little 130. He's so honest. Oh, wow, he's great, this guy. Again, I mean,
Guess this is the hand that's gonna send me home.
Well, to be fair, nothing sends you home when the registration desk is still ready to receive you for a rebuy.
but he feels it. He feels this is ace-kingy. I mean, he's got to play this flop. But giving that whole talk and then just flicking in the call, if I'm at Nakulas, I'm like, why is this guy being so honest? Why?
Yeah.
Like, he did a whole sigh and acting job before the flop even.
Well, you say
Before he
acting
3-bet.
job. As we
Right.
know, it's more genuine discomfort, I guess. I don't think he's Hollywooding or trapping. The ace-queen is a little bit adrift. But it's too much hand to ever find the muck, right? I mean, 200k pot right now. He's got 314 behind. Knuckle does have him covered.
I hope Knuckle goes kind of small here again. He's gone half pot.
Look at the speed with which the check call comes in. Knuckles got to be just putting him dead on a weaker ace at this point.
He's thinking he's got... That's a bad river.
Very bad river, but the quick check
but it's
from
not
Alawal, not maybe as alarming.
Yeah, I think you still got to go for it here. Just
the jack would have been the worst card, you mean?
Yeah, a jack would, of course, be slightly worse. 10's concerning. But I think he probably still thinks Alawal may have a hand even as strong as kings. Some sort of bizarre trap. Okay, it does check back. And we'll get a slow showdown.
Cool.
You took me for
The
an
hand will
ace
set
ten,
me
right?
home and everything.
Gonna chop it
and
up.
then the split drama.
Well, I'm not gonna be able to leave. That's why if you
Yeah.
push me all in, I'm gonna call with an
Yeah.
ace king versus ace queen. No, I mean, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Nowhere to go.
So Alawal shedding light on exactly what was going on in his mind, which is that which you alluded to, James.
I said, this is the hand's gonna send me home. I was about to go all in. When you see, my mistake. My feeling,
If you would have gone all in,
he would have thought about it a long time.
Yeah, he would have
He would
gone
have
to the
taken me for an ace king or
We're behind on Sing here, just watching all this. What is going
ace
on?
10. That's why I.
And he's a
when I
regular
saw the
here. He
10,
knows
I
what's
knew
going
he
on.
was gonna check. I knew. It's like, okay, thank you, 10. I don't know. I didn't take him for an ace king for some reason. Close. And no way ace jack, too, because he wouldn't raise with an ace jack. Not to an ace queen. You know? He is suited though.
5.
Joseph Sabe says 5,000 as Akopian with ace queen suited, 3 bets to 15,000 right behind him. Sabe, by the way, another one of the very accomplished players here at this featured table, James. 1.2 million roughly in career live earnings, over $500,000 his best cash. Lebanese national. Most recent recorded result came during the European Poker Tour right here in the $1,100 Eureka main event, which is an incredibly popular one.
Yeah, massive field usually in the Eureka.
Wouldn't he bet?
yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Fourth raise.
I was
Does end up letting it go.
That's why I took
Yeah, they're
the
good
I
ones.
said, you know what, George? For once, do the
raised.
opposite.
Against me, you did it.
No, I said just for once, do the opposite.
Producer
and see it.
Milbutas
You know what the hell?
stepping in to advise us that that Eureka main event is
I think bigger.
The
yeah.
I don't know. I was
biggest tournament
I mean,
ever
if I
held in
fold, yeah.
kind of
Cyprus.
stupid. You're right.
2,500 plus
My point.
With
entries
the legend, brother.
into that
What you are
one.
doing it with the maid hand you call?
I didn't think you for calling. That's why sometimes you don't think the person ahead of you calls or not.
Here we go. Locopian opening up. Just 3-bet the last hand, got that one through with ace queen suited. Now finds 2 10s and probably is looking like he's playing quite fast. We saw him cold call that 4-bet a moment ago with the 9s.
Another
Yield is-
10K over the top of the 6,500. Apologies, James. Forgive the evident developments here with 10s against aces. Note that Knuckle gets away from the king-queen.
Yeah. Product, obviously, Locopian opening off this kind of shallower stack. I may say shallower stack, it's still 40 blinds, but given he just cold called 40K before, I don't think
Hold on.
Yeah, he's going to jam.
that was likely.
And when you get snap called like that, ace-king is about as much as you can hope to be up against. But in this case, it's the dreaded bigger pocket pair.
As usual.
If I put all in, you call?
If I put all in, you call.
Yeah, I'm calling.
Akopian hunting a 10.
But it doesn't matter.
5-8-9 board. Could be some backdoor straight prospects.
I took you for an ace king, honestly. But when you
And no sooner do I mention them than they appear. The jack on the turn now giving Akopian an open ender. 10 would still work as well.
You saw that.
Instead, the board pairs on the river, and a gentle wrap of the felt will signify the departure of Sarkis Akopian.
I felt you would have do it. I don't know why.
Departure for now.
Yeah, it could be just a trip over to the re-entry desk. One doesn't know, but that upon which to be focused would be the surge of Ali Ildiz here early in this main event, barely an orbit in.
It's enough.
Yeah, great start for him. I'm going to see. Flop to set in a 3-bet pot. I get the aces. It's the 4-bet jam.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this is a place, James, where spin ups and spin downs come often
Instinct, yeah.
and in sort of epic manner. I think back during
Was
the
it
high
suited?
roller to Maxime Chilot,
Suited?
who had
Queen
a
suited?
massive stack, which just unraveled
Offsuit?
so quickly.
Yeah.
And here we are, perhaps
could
seeing the
gamble.
beginnings of a
Suited.
big
He's still re-entering.
ascent for
Suit is
Yildiz. Ace-9 offsuit under the gun. If he plays this one, it would have kind of let us know that he's playing the rush, so to speak. Does end up folding it, though. So not letting the spin-up get the better of his judgment pre-flop.
Be careful with the cards because high table. But I didn't see, but be careful.
And still stuff over the king, queen of hearts. I mean, they look so beautiful, you know. And then
There was one heart. No, I mean king queen of heart. On a small blind, you don't want to. No, you don't want to be out of position. So,
Still, I have to see a flop. I can't.
I mean, see a flop, yeah, but you cannot. I made it 16. You either re-raise to see where you're at. I don't know. It depends. It makes sense any move. Either re-raise or call.
Little strategy
Yeah.
talk.
I love it. We're getting the MPO.
Yeah. That we
Like
are.
there's all number of training sites and videos you can subscribe to. But right here, right now, we're getting a free look at the MPO strap.
Next level break? How come? We only play one level. Strange, right?
Vapor popping up, King 9 suited under the
Lunch,
gun.
maybe
I
quick
think I
food.
just saw King Queen hit them up, so things are changing here.
Yeah,
my
all of a
wife.
sudden.
The man who hasn't shown a hand yet, been in a lot of them, has had a hand every time, man.
For sure. Let me ask. Make sure. How long break?
Holly, I feel like this carrot and
How
apple juice
long
might
is
be
the
a
break for the next hand?
substitute for lunch.
15 minutes?
My hunger is dissipated.
It's for sure next hand, right?
How are you?
James, don't kid yourself.
No, I've heard them saying we're going to the first break after just 1 hour today, which means my lunch is coming 1 hour earlier. I had my running shoes on to sprint over to the buffet in case we were close to closing time, but
I'm busy.
He's
now
not
I'm going to
kidding,
hit
by the way.
mid-service.
Excuse me?
Like,
He's not kidding, guys.
I'll be
I parked my bike
Yeah,
outside.
you're big blind.
يا حبيبي
He's not
break منه ل 18 دقيقة. إذا
Welcome final table. Yeah.
my teacher say first, either raise or muck.
King 10 finding the muck.
لبنان فادي ثلاث الجريم جوز نوين من الأردن
Late position open here from the button.
يا
Sabe, Queen 8. Besides, that's enough.
حلو الأردن
Well, baby suited connector now for the growing stack of Ali Ildiz.
We have a little,
What have we here?
gander from the small blind. We're Akbarpur with a very nice looking ace-deuce in the big. And an even nicer looking ace-deuce suited on the king 4-5 two-spade board. These with a piece.
Nut flush draw, wheel draw up against bottom pair and the back door, which turns into an actual flush draw.
Yeah,
as Sabe also hits the queen.
Right, Sabe takes the lead in this pot on that card. But how's it going to feel when Yildiz leads and Akbarpur swiftly follows with chips? How'd you like your queen now? Well, seems like he loves it. Two draws on board.
Yeah.
He's not scared.
Turn action comes to a close very quickly as the backdoor diamonds show up for Yildiz.
Oh, he checks it. Sneaky, sneaky. Does Sabe ever try and turn this into a bluff thinking, hey, if someone's got a king here?
It doesn't feel like someone has a king as played, James, if we're honest.
Bro, I mean, they could. Akbarpur could have a king. Yildiz could have a king. Doesn't look like either of them have a diamond flush. Sabe, the most likely perhaps to have a diamond flush, having been the pre-flop raiser, not venturing a bet, then overcalling the turn. He looks most like diamonds. Here we go. He's going to turn that. I love this. I mean, it's not going to work, but I love it.
No, and I think I understand it is probably the better thing to suggest. And I think that he may be targeting a smaller, weaker queen.
Well, there's some of that
as well with this 43K bet.
A king jack, a king 10. If Yildiz has called one of those from the small blind, how's he going to enjoy calling this?
This is full pot plus, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's just repping flush here. You know, Akbarpur can certainly have some weak king X calling from the big blind. And of course, Yildiz with the bottom flush just calling. He's either miles ahead here or miles behind. No point opening the action back up again. And you can encourage perhaps Akbarpur to overcall with something very unlikely. But this is very well played by Yildiz, checking, allowing Sabe to make what looks like a really good bluff. If I'm in Sabe's shoes, I'm doing the same thing. I'm over bet bluffing.
You're good.
And he sees he got absolutely done there by Yildiz
Yeah,
checking.
he did. Yeah, he did. Because if Yildiz would have bet this one, I have to imagine he would have gone a little bit smaller just to try to attract a call.
Yildiz would have bet, it would have gone fold, and that'd be that.
No, not necessarily. Sabe is going to potentially call with the queen 8. One doesn't know. Suddenly, James, you seem to have forgotten where we are. Now, granted, Sabe doesn't necessarily qualify as along the lines of our typical MPO-based player, but...
That was a cool hand, again.
Yeah.
Every hand so far delivering. You mentioned earlier, Ali, that some of the strongest hands in the island were located in the spa, but some of our crew here have got pretty big hands.
Yeah, of course, James, referring to somebody that is a true mystery to those of you listening at home right now. Gatis
There we go.
of Share Hands, the production company that helps to deliver the Merit Poker streams, an actual MMA fighter who moonlights with us here and pops into the booth now and again to advise that the threat of physical violence towards us is always an option.
It's never far away.
No.
All right. Akbarpur limping in, wants to see a flop with his 9-10 offsuit. Alawal says he can. Just going to cost a little bit more.
Yeah, a little finger wag. As fold comes in quickly.
Notice Ali, the high denomination chips,
Yeah, of course.
or some of those blues. He's dressed in blue. Put a little white shirt underneath.
Are you
I'm
trying to
just-
peddle this theory again that coordinating your wardrobe with the high-value chips is somehow of any utility whatsoever?
I don't know. Blue and white. White. They both got big stacks. I mean,
I wish
tell
you
me
guys
I'm wrong.
could see the desperate shoulder shrug that James is delivering to me here in the booth.
Hi, Dawn. No blue or white. Hasn't won a pot. Black. Not a color of the chips. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Like, you've gone quiet, which is weird for you.
I've gone quiet because I don't want to indulge you in this notion.
The last guy wouldn't indulge me. We got rid of. So.
King Queen for Al-Hawal.
Yeah, Raising up from the small. I like this, going quite big. Oh, when we're this deep, obviously, Nat Cool's going to have far more hands that want to continue. You price it up. Idea is that you narrow their range down quite a bit. As it is, Nat Cool's still going to play with 10-8, but that's the worst I can imagine him carrying on with. And on A7 deuce board, otherwise may feel he's got the best hand here a lot, but with the king of clubs,
Yeah.
it's great enough to go blasting, because over multiple streets, we could make Nat Cool fold some good hands. Always nice if you're repping an ace and you've got king queen blocking the two biggest kickers, of course.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Prime candidate.
Only one card.
Just flush him, king of clubs. Could mean a lot of stuff.
Including I had nothing, by the way.
Ah,
For TV because
okay, I'm sorry.
they don't want to know your name and family history.
Can't even steal blind. The two biggest stacks are out there.
Dude, same. I'm getting the same hands over and over and over.
I love this. Like Paul say, how can I steal the blinds with these two here? I'm on the button, folds around to me, I look down at the two towers. LOL says I keep getting the same hand over and over. He's not lying, yeah, king queen again.
He's definitely established himself as the most honest gentleman at the table.
It's fun. I like these tournaments. There is a lot of camaraderie at the table. You find as
You mean there's
who joins the table and folds
No,
folds a
no,
pair.
no.
That's not allowed in these parts.
There was no break.
Maybe it's mistake.
Fold sixes.
Ah, okay.
But they put 47 minutes, and then they put 12.
But yeah,
Did you
I
see
was going
what
to say
I saw?
at the tables
I'm not
yesterday.
crazy, huh?
Straight away, you're in there. There's a lot of banter
They
between
changed
your
the
table mates.
The time to 47
Very
minutes. then
fun
they put it back,
environment
11
in the
minutes.
When you were out there
Marathons.
playing, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Camera check.
Well, I mean, when re-entry is still open, the stakes are, dare I say, lower, not in terms of the $3,300 buy-in, but the fact that getting stacked doesn't mean the end of the road. So there's a bit more of a relaxed atmosphere. As you see the ace 8-7, Hydorn taking the lead after defending the big. Sabe following through, trying to rep this ace.
Yeah, not a complete board that the pre-flop raiser gets to own because of the 7-8 portion, but an ace-high board nonetheless.
See a lot of representation, understandably, with
Yeah, and Hydor
spots
with
like this.
like a really thin hand here in the fact he's found a 7 and has the king of diamonds, but against that open from +1, this is the kind of hand that you see sometimes players taking as a check raise bluff, Ollie, with that king of diamonds, 7 being so weak. Of course, calling the far more standard line. But without a diamond, it would be pretty hard even to call one bet.
Now, Sabe has nothing here, but what he does have is position and an early open, which could have allowed him to barrel again and try to play this ace at the 3-street bluff, but instead he checks back, and now a 6 on the river, the kind of card that could leave Hydorn trying to represent.
Yeah, Hydorn may feel he wants to bluff this spot. May feel he's got enough to show down. That's what he's going to do with the 7. You can bluff there, try and make a hand like 10s, jacks, queens, fold. But with the missed diamond draw perhaps on board, thinking he's got enough bluffs to work with, doesn't need to turn the 7 into a bluff as well.
Good point. You hate, though, when you check and then you get shown, you know,
Right.
10s,
Yeah.
something like that, that
Or
you
like-
feel like maybe you would have been able to get off.
Yeah, maybe your opponent's open with 8-9 or something silly like that. Yeah.
Sure.
But I like that from Sabe, just shutting it down. One little stab on a 7-8 once you get called.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad news.
Oh, what the fuck?
حبيبي who cares? I live my life. One life to live. Enjoy it, right?
Yes, I agree.
Knuckle looking over at the blinds. Had a mischievous look on his face. The Jack 4. Fortunate not to have gotten out of line as Hydorn with ace 10 of clubs was all too ready.
And he pops. Somewhere between 3 and 4x. Seems pretty reasonable. Obviously, less jeopardy playing against the stack of with just 30 blinds behind.
هلا 74 بثلاث ساعات ما وصلوا مليون
Yeah.
9,000 to go.
So it's guaranteed.
It's okay. It's guaranteed. But whatever. If they didn't
They
reach,
put out of their
yeah,
pocket.
from there.
This frame with this Ali is going to be
They guarantee 1 point.
one hand
go-
affair that was somewhat
but if it
perplexing.
goes over,
The ace
they
4,
Over there.
first hand of the day,
But if
set the
not,
stall out, didn't go his way.
Sure.
But if he hadn't run into a big hand
But
behind,
still registration.
maybe he gets
is
the
there.
3-bet through,
Still you can join.
would have been buoyed with
Till
confidence.
5.
يعني
Few more
Bro, can
chips.
you change,
كمان 26 players.
All of the
They need-
possible outcomes
To break
swirling
even,
about.
They need 26 players.
I think there will be re-entries. 26 re-entries there will be.
Which is يعني
It is pretty remarkable in terms of format, James, to have re-entry still open for 5 full 1-hour levels on a day 2. Is it not? I mean, in terms of other tournaments, I don't think
They
it's
made
something
the
we see all that often.
60,000
Sometimes you'll see
registration fee,
start of day 2,
300.
you can come in and
Right.
register, but to get deeper into day 2,
A function of 1-hour levels, plenty of starting chips,
300
slow
per-
structure,
Registration.
and of course I believe they played 9 levels on day 1. So got to hear that a little bit earlier to day 2. An interesting little wrinkle today is they played just 9 hours again today because, as is always quite fun at Merit, the Mix Max is a tournament you can play in whilst playing the main event.
Right.
That final day resumes at 10 p.m. tonight, so therefore this day 2 of the main has to finish at like 9:45, give the players a few minutes to switch from one tournament to the other. It's kind of fun.
not so fun is getting 3-bet by the talents of the German Hydorn on the button, especially when he's got the better kit in ace-jack against this king-queen on an ace-6 deuce board. This king-queen is now looking very dusty, as Knuckle did call the 3-bet.
Yeah, Hydorn with that position, with a board that massively favors him in ace-6 deuce. Knuckle's going to have plenty of the suited high card combos that just don't get to continue on this kind of texture. Assuming Knuckle does check this over to him, Hydorn will be able to continue very wide for very little. Oh, here we go. MPO. Throw a spanner in the works.
You know,
And big bet as well.
25,000
Yeah.
into 46. But, you know, for me, it's a line that he's taking with a purpose. He's thinking to himself, Hydorn is targeting my late position raise, which looks weak to him, with a wider range of his own, which doesn't have to include an ace. I could have the ace. When you bet a board texture as dry as this, as we see him hit the king on the turn, you're just trying to clear out a whole lot of that riffraff that cannot go anywhere on that texture.
Exactly that, Ollie. He's got king queen. He thinks if I check this and I get bet into, I kind of have to call with king queen because I beat all the light 3-bets. But I don't really want to be check calling king queen. This board doesn't feel right. So if I just bet, although I'm bluffing with the best handle all the time, at least I make the hand easier. And of course, there are times where he's up against a hand like jacks or tens, where if he does bet and hit a king like this, he might think he's got the best hand now.
Really interesting development on the turn, by the way. Knuckle showing us that he is a thinking player very much as he checks in spite of improving to hit the king. Hydorn in turn checking because maybe he's a little bit thrown off by that lead into him on the flop. And now the 10 of hearts showing up on the end.
Yeah.
And a second check in front of him. I presume value is inbound.
That's the funny thing. Exactly that. Hydorn checked back the turn quite quickly because he's like, wait, what's going on here? A player like Hydorn wouldn't see that line as often, you know? I mean, he does play a lot here at Merit, but it's a peculiar line. It's thrown him off. So he thinks, you know, the best thing to do is just keep the variance a bit lower, check back, get a better sense of where I am. Perhaps elicit another bluff on the river if my opponent's bluffing, but also I can get value against an ace if that's what my opponent's working with. And here we go. River, somewhat completing. 10 of hearts. Isn't that cool? Checking Hydon going very, not very small, but third pot with that top pair, but quite key, the Jack of Hearts obviously blocking
How many spots will be paid?
quite a few of the check
I
raises.
don't know how many spots will be paid.
Nakul now in kind of no man's land.
They will
Is
know
my
after
opponent
the
turning a hand
registration
like
class.
9s or 8s into bluff is what he's thinking. Maybe a... Yeah, that's about it. I think 9s, 8s, or even jacks or queens. I think they'll be pretty content to check back. Nakul does get stubborn. Fun hand again, non-standard.
As is off the case here at Merit. Hydorn the beneficiary on this occasion. As we get a glimpse about the rest of the room, which is bustling here today. James, between the cash games, the 25-25 PLO cash game, by the way, looks like it may have gone overnight elsewhere in the room across the way, but this is all tournament action.
This is our next table, I guarantee. I gather, pardon me.
Yeah, careful with guarantees when it comes to anything here, but there it is.
Okay.
Next featured table.
I see one of the guys on this table that was in the PLO with me last night. I say last night, yesterday afternoon, between the hours of 3:02 and 4:03. That's how long I lasted in the tournament.
I feel like I caught a peek at Gurjan Yungyuren out there. Very popular local player.
Yeah, I saw Li Wei Sun as well on that table. We've
Yeah, covered him in the high roller.
covered him in the high roller. Nice to see him back in the mix. He was a fun player.
Little suited one gapper, not cool. Not deterred by having lost that pot to Hydorn. Opening once again,
You can always leave,
minimum.
but leave your mic. Leave your mic.
No takers thus far. And suited but not interested is the newer arrival of Zwo.
Yeah, exactly 100k chips, Ollie. I can only assume how that's come about.
I wouldn't go talking to him about it, James, if I were you.
How's your day gone so far? You doing well? Oh, you got about starting stack. That's nice.
Well, the thing that I hate the most is when I run into a player, you know, outside the tournament area, and I go, hey, how you doing, or whatever. And they look at you like, well, how do you think I'm doing? I'm walking around, and there's an event going on. I was in it, and now I'm not.
Yeah, the tournament clock's running, pal.
But no, but I'm not necessarily in the tournament room when I'm asking them,
Yeah,
you know?
of
So
course.
I don't know, did they play the event, did they not? So
Yeah.
it's better to err on the side of caution there.
So you just don't talk to anyone. Just big time them all.
Right, and then that's what you come across as.
Just tell them you're on the way to the
Instead.
buffet. You can't stop.
Dealers, please complete the empty roll.
Offsuit one gapper under the gun for Akbarpur. This is a bit of a different look from him, James. He's been very snug up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a lot of hands, but you're right. It's always been with very legitimate holdings. This is stepping out for him. But you know why, Ollie? Last hand before break.
Is that a thing?
It's that old maneuver. He's thinking, oh, people are just happy to go and break. Look, see? Gets it through.
Abdullah Akbarpur will take the last pot prior to this break. Just one level into play with 215 still remaining here on a combined day 2 here at the Merit Poker Crystal Cove. Fadi Nakul, 242 big blinds.
It's an absurd amount of big blinds, isn't it?
600K plus. These guys will be packing it up and heading elsewhere in the room as we will bring in a new feature table, and we will bring you back to the desk here inside Crystal Cove. Ali Najad alongside Jam Dempsey, just getting our feet wet, you know, little carrot apple juices or getting polished off here. You got the
Legit.
coffee working. It's still early. Obviously, love that you guys are joining us here for this coverage, which will go 9 levels here today. And then it'll take 2 more days beyond this one before we crown our eventual champion. Prize pool not determined as yet. But the story there, I would say, was the spin up for Ali Ildiz. For me, the most notable development during that frame.
Yeah, a mini spin of sorts. My takeaway is it's merit, expect the unexpected.
Sure.
There were so many hands we saw there where we're just warming up thinking, "Ah, this is a nothing part. Next thing you know, everything breaks out. So
Yeah, and on the topic of breaks, we will be taking one, which means you will be taking one as well, but don't go anywhere in just a few minutes' time. We'll come back and pick things up with the blinds ticking up here in this $3,300 main event from the Merit Gangster series. Stay close. Pocket 4s and Pocket 3s both in there for 5K apiece. Min raise open from Sabe.
some normalcy. Oh no,
What was that?
some normalcy.
Claims of normalcy as we
That
see
cool
that
looks-
cool Jack 6 suited with the 3-bet to 11,500. And I got to tell you, for those of you that might be joining us for the first time watching coverage of a main event here at Merit, you really do have to make adjustments to your playing style when you're out here. You cannot assume that whatever's going on around you is consistent with what might be happening at all of the other poker rooms that you've ever played in your life, in all of the other tournaments. This is its own animal.
And I mean, obviously normally, this isn't a hand we're thrilled to. Oh, actually the 3-bet's tiny. Just at the size of the 3-bet as well. But yeah, wouldn't
But
normally
still-
like having this hand in the big blind, but obviously we can see he's got a great hand in the big blind against this button 3-bet. Recognizing the wide ranges, of course, for the click raise, Yildiz, Sabed, the two with small pocket pairs continuing, and everyone's live.
Oh
As the 6
my.
flops out with a 3, Ali.
Yildiz with bottom set here. Second pair for the pre-flop 3-better Nakul. Let's see how this one develops. 50,000 in the middle in a 4-way affair.
I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one. Nakul somehow got himself in a full-way pot, but flopped a pretty good hand, especially for Jack 6.
And he's got a ton of chips as well, is worthy of note. 691,000 back when he bets this 13-5. He can afford to kind of be frisky.
And I like this actually going pretty small here because there are going to be some just nonsense hands that can't continue. Like, in theory, yeah, you can't continue with this king-queen with the queen of hearts. Okay, he doesn't, but given what I saw the last hand, I wasn't going to make too many assumptions. Sabe as well, look, gets rid of 4s. So this bet is quite nice in that we managed to clear the field out. As it happens, we cleared the field up for the man who's got set.
Somewhat predictably, It is folded back around to Yildiz.
And he's going to feel this pretty confident with this hand that he can get some action. It was a click
yeah.
3-bet from the button who decided to c-bet 4-way. It certainly looks like a hand that wants to play.
Yeah, Jacks Plus feels very much like it's
Right. It's
possibly out there.
when you see those super small 3-bets, like some players are just so weighted towards like aces and kings, Ollie, and some other players are a bit more creative with it, and they're just wrestling control of the pot, which is what Nakul did here. He took the Jack-6 suited he wanted to play, did it as a click 3-bet, gives him such a stronger perceived range without spending that much more, but he's got himself in a bit of trouble here as he calls the check raise.
And is now drawing dead after the 4 of spades rolls off.
Yeah, maybe trying to convince himself, hey, I need to see one more in case my man's got hearts, gives up. These are just tough spots when you do this, and of course, the opener there, Sabe, obviously forced to fold 4s on the flop. Now it's easy, he would have dealt the coldest of cold decks.
Oh,
How much?
and when you hear a man
Wow.
move all in.
Yildiz with the overbet jam. And this is something that might pique the interests of Nakul.
Well, because it looks a bit desperate. It looks like an attempt to deny equity to
Right.
a flush draw.
But it could be a flush for itself. It's like, does my opponent do this with a hand like King 10? I don't think so. Probably not. It's not a one-pair hand, is what I'm getting at. And there are even more draws out there now.
Yeah, I said deny equity to a flush draw.
Right.
More like deny equity with a flush draw. Would have been the better way to express the ideas here that are swirling in Nakul's head as he begins to question whether or not Jack-6 is possibly good.
Yeah, I mean, Jack-6 might even be, as crazy as this sounds, other than the equity against the draws, it might be a better hand to call with here than even, say, Jacks. Just the fact that we block 6s. Okay, just get
He
away
does
from
end
that.
up laying it down, but you
Wow.
can see he didn't love it.
This is spicy. Can they just calm down for a minute, Ollie? I'm trying to drink my coffee, and I'm going to perk you right up.
That is perhaps the most nutritious thing that you've ingested
Excuse me.
since you've arrived.
The ice cream is just fine.
Yeah. I forgot about the ice cream in the buffet.
I haven't. But you know how they used to have the 3 long tubs, but now they've got 6 semi-tubs, so 6 flavors.
Alcopian. Pocket nines. Sarkis with over $200,000 in career live earnings. Most recent recorded earnings came in Sochi
Here we go.
just this past November.
Hello, well, pretty honest in the
Yeah.
in the assessment of this situation.
Yeah.
I suppose I got a hand I'm supposed to raise with. Okay, flicking in for a raise. And a very small one, and that just 11k more. And Nakul with the same hand.
Well, not quite insofar as his is suited while Alawal's is offsuit, but Alawal beating him into the pot in terms of
Yeah.
3-betting in front of him.
But such a small 3-bet, Ollie. Just 11k more. Normally, I think if you look Nakul here, you look down at Ace Queen, it's a great hand to have as a 4-bet bluff in that we've probably got the best hand, but if we get jammed on, we don't mind so much, so we can use it as a bluff. With Ace Queen suited to this small sizing, I think I just prefer coming along with a call. You don't mind so much going 3-way with this. You can keep in some Ace Jack, Ace 10 type hands behind, but it looks like he's counting out the 4-bet. I can't blame him for this. This would be the standard line. You have to be sure, of course, when you do come out with a 4-bet here, that you're not going to get 5-bet light, which I don't think you can ever be sure in this room.
No. There's very little one can be sure of here. The 4-bet to 40,000.
Clicky as well. Pretty small sizes. Obviously, when we're 4-betting, Ali, we can go smaller than when we 3-bet, of course, with... Whoa! Akopian just flicks in the call with the 2 9s. This is... We're at a rebuy stage, Ali. This is as simple as this. He's thinking, I'll call, flop a 9, win a huge pot. If I don't, I can split up my 85k or go to the cage. That's all that's going on here. Ace 4 5.
Well, the 2 9s are not going to be thrilled with this imagery.
And Nakul feels great about this ace high board because he knows Alawal doesn't have ace king. Alawal feels very good about this board, but is still worried that Nakul can have ace king.
Yeah, sure.
And they're deep, those two. 122 was accumulated in the middle. Didn't quite catch the C, but just 40k. A little one for. He's so honest. Oh wow, he's great, this guy. Again, I mean,
Yes, this is the hand that's gonna send me home.
Well, to be fair, nothing sends you home when the registration desk is still ready to receive you for a rebuy.
but he feels it. He feels this is ace kingy. I mean, he's got to play this flop. But giving that whole talk and then just flicking in the call, if I'm at Nakula's, I'm like, why is this guy being so honest? Why?
Yeah.
Like, he did the whole sigh and acting job before the flop even.
Well, you say
Before he
acting
3-bet.
job. As we
Right.
know, it's more genuine discomfort, I guess. I don't think he's Hollywooding or trapping. The ace-queen is a little bit adrift. But it's too much hand to ever find the muck, right? I mean, 200K pot right now. He's got 314 behind. Knuckle does have him covered.
I hope Knuckle comes small here again. He's gone half pot.
Look at the speed with which the check call comes in. Knuckles got to be just putting him dead on a weaker ace at this point.
He's thinking he's got. That's a bad river.
Very bad river, but the quick check
But it's
from
not as-
Alawal, not maybe as alarming.
Yeah, I think you still got to go for it here. Just
The
'cause your
jack would have been the
opponent-
worst card, you mean?
Yeah, a jack would of course be slightly worse. 10's concerning, but I think he probably still thinks Alawal may have a hand even as strong as kings. Some sort of bizarre trap. Okay, he does check back, and we'll get a slow showdown.
Why? Sometimes you don't think the person ahead of you calls or not.
Here we go. Locopian opening up. Just 3-bet the last hand. Got that one through with ace-queen suited. Now finds 2 10s and probably is looking like he's playing quite fast. We saw him cold call that 4-bet a moment ago with the 9s.
Another
Yield is-
10K over the top of the 6,500. Apologies, James. Forgive the evident developments here with 10s against aces. Note that Knuckle gets away from the king-queen.
Yeah. Product, obviously, Locopian opening off this kind of shallower stack. I may say shallower stack, it's still 40 blinds, but given he just cold called 40k before, I don't think
Hold on.
Yeah, he's going to jam.
that was likely.
And when you get snap called like that, ace-king is about as much as you can hope to be up against. But in this case, it's the dreaded bigger pocket pair. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $3,300 main event from the Merit Gangster series. From where else but the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, as those shots appear to have been taken during slightly better weather than that which we've encountered here in late November and early December as seasons change, and so does our feature table. Welcome back to the broadcast desk. Ali Najat switching out James Dempsey for Andrew Headley, an upgrade, dare I say, as Andrew's fresh off of a little nap, got himself ready to go now for a couple of frames of play. And I don't know whether or not you caught that first hour, Andrew, but it was more of MPO, the acronym, Merit Poker Optimal. Expect the unexpected here inside these four walls.
MPO, as we saw earlier on in the warm-up event and in the high roller earlier in the week, definitely see some non-standard plays here. Ali, yeah, looking forward to it. Did get my little snooze, and obviously an upgrade on Dempsey. No offense, James. enjoy your time in the spa or whatever swanning around you're doing now. But yeah, always fun to commentate at Merit, and it's a test for us in the booth, some kind of
Sure.
non-standard creative poker.
Yeah, it causes us to have to put our thinking caps on in ways in which we wouldn't normally have to do. But if you think it's challenging for us here in the booth, those of you out there watching, imagine being at these tables where you bring forward all that you think that you've cobbled together in terms of poker knowledge and understanding where you're at in a hand, and throw it all out the window, in particular when the rebuy period is as protracted as this one. 5 full levels here on day 2, you can still rebuy, and I think that's part of why we're seeing what we're seeing out there.
I think that's a really good point, Ali, actually, yeah. Especially, you know, as we creep towards the end of late registration, players are still going to be willing to gamble, maybe, you know, take a spot that's a lot wider than they normally would, knowing that they can get back in the mix. Can be a challenge for some of the more established pros, I think, as well, in this field here in Merit. You know, lots of players, as you suggested, very difficult to get a read on what they're doing. Some definite non-standard plays. So I'm very excited to see how things develop as we come and creep towards the end of late reg.
Yeah, and we are creeping towards a first glimpse at our new feature table, which features a very popular local player. If you're wondering who I'm talking about, well, take a peek at the chip counts, and that screen there, the man in third out of this collection of 9 players, Gürgen Güngören. Gürcan, I think, is the way to pronounce that one. I'm not always positive out here. It can be a bit challenging. 89 big blinds in front of him. As you see his stack, 222,000. A big, broad array of fortunes here. Li Wei Sun, who we covered during the high roller, the biggest stack at this feature. 378,000 and change for him. Did the blind stay steady at
The same level.
No, it's 1,500, 2,500 now. We were at 1,000 and then 2,500. So the small blind creeping up, but the big blind staying flat as you see the big stack. There. 2-seat.
Yeah, Live with 150 bigs, Ali, a lot to work with, obviously in the early-ish, still kind of early going in the tournament. Oh, he's repping the old King's Casino.
It tells us that he does a little bit of traveling to play his poker, as the World Series of Poker Europe just came to a conclusion up in Rozvadov. Happened to be up there for that one, and I definitely need to be fair. The weather here in Cyprus, far better than what's going on the border of the Czech Republic and Germany right now. As first actions are undertaken here by the field, awaiting the graphics.
Here.
Hopefully we'll get those in momentarily. Here's Güngören. He's going to play this one.
A nice early test, fresh off my nap, Ali. No graphics.
Right, there you go.
We're gonna fly blind.
Into the deep end we push you. Güngören, by the way, who's in this pot, finished 6th in a warm-up event during the Carmen Series earlier this year, 41,500 for that effort.
I think we had an all-in there, Ali, that we maybe potentially missed in between. I think we have an open and perhaps a shove. The camera quickly moved on to the big blind. There we go. Losev, 3-bet shoving for 96K.
Oh, yeah. One of the shorter stacks at the table. Happy to do so with this ace-jack suited.
Very big shove, Ali. Definitely non-standard here to shove for 40 bigs.
And not Kukurova does lay it down. King-queen suited was a pretty one.
Yeah, definitely frustrating to have to give up a hand.
Sure.
As good as king-queen suited, but against a 40 big blind 3-bet jam. Gonna have to let that one go.
So Losev will start this new feature table off in a good way for his purposes, as he wants to avoid having to pay a visit to the re-entry desk. Nikolai playing under the Russian banner, just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings. His best live cash, 193K. Had some cashes here at Merit in the past, November of 2022. Vintage Series main event, finished 85th and 54th as he bettered that number during the main event at the Retro Series. That was in August of this year.
I love the creativity here, I must say, with the with the series titles, Opera Series, Gangster Series.
Yeah, it gives you an excuse to get dressed up, as all the staff and the dealers always do. And they look great, don't they?
They really do.
You know, it's one of those things where obviously it doesn't affect our EV as poker players. It doesn't affect, you know, but it just creates a nicer environment, you know?
100% agree. You know, I think we all get a bit desensitized to the sort of high roller environment and stuff.
Yeah,
of
the apathy.
very serious. As we see Losef here, 3-bet jams again, Ali.
Yeah, King Jack picking a good time to do it as Vyobodov with Jack 5 suited was a bit out of line. Back-to-back pickups then.
This would make a bit more sense. I think his chip count was perhaps wrong on the Ace-Jack of clubs jam, because it looked like a lot for 40 bigs, whereas there he was on for just a shade over 30. So perhaps that first reshove 25 bigs would have made a bit more sense. Nice start though for him on the feature. But to touch on what you were saying there, Ali, it's a fun atmosphere here, and you know, it's everyone gets involved, all the dealers, all the players, and it's refreshing, I would say, versus some of the sort of
you know, it's
very serious stuff.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. I think it breaks the ice a little bit. You just feel more at ease. You know, morale's high. It's it's a fun play. Now, morale, of course, for Dempsey, who lasted an hour in the bounty event, not quite as high, perhaps, as for some others. And I know you outlasted him. You got out there and tasted the local wares.
I did. I played the high roller, and that probably lasted for 3 hours.
There you go. That's triple the time that he lasted.
That makes me 3 times as good a player.
Of course. Which isn't saying much, by the way, Andrew. Just given what we know of James's current talents.
Loving this, Ali. Choosing violence, just getting him right off the bat.
On the topic of violence, an ace-7 offsuit under the gun +1, not what we might expect typically. Akai, the opener.
Yeah, this is very wide, Ali. Like, definitely out with, you know, normal poker theory. Typically going to choose something around about ace-10 off as your worst open here from +1. So we see Viborov calls with a queen-jack suited.
Yeah, now Alexeev in the big blind likes the price, so he will join the party with cards that don't rate to interfere. And that 5-6 offsuit is dusty on a king-jack-9 board, where Vyobodov with the gutter and the jacks is way out in front. And note Ahmed Akai did not give it really any thought whatsoever in terms of c-betting as the pre-flop opener. A check back from the in-position queen-jack, by the way, proceeding with caution and a very dry deuce rolling off on the turn. Now a second round of knuckles in front of him, and I would imagine that Vyobodov is going to feel a lot better about things, and that is evidenced by this barrel of 6,000.
Yeah, quite typical here, Ali, for Ake to just give this one up, I think. No interaction with the board at all. Really no backdoor potential. 5-6, not going to go for this board either. Nice little pickup for Viborov.
I'll say this about a willingness to open with ace-7 offsuit. If you can stay disciplined post-flop, obviously one can get behind liberal decision-making like that pre-flop more so. And I think a lot of times in terms of the best in the world, when we watch them play, we'll see them play hands that might be somewhat questionable from time to time pre-flop, but they're doing so because they can navigate waters post-flop oh so well. And I think if you have that in your arsenal, then maybe you have a bit more latitude in terms of pre-flop decision-making.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. You know, if you can be aware that this board really doesn't interact very well with your hand, and of course interacts very well there with the cutoffs range, for example, he's going to hit this king-jack-9 very often.
Sure, the Broadway combos.
Yeah, nice give up from McKay. This one a more reasonable open, Ali.
Yeah, suited. Opening once more.
You must put your
But I think people, if they're paying attention, will note that he opened under the gun +1 and then was a check folder on a king-jack-9 board. 2 8s would maybe be the most credible sort of hand that would play it in that manner, but ideas, nonetheless, to be mindful of.
Every second hand you go all in and nobody knows what you have. TV viewers would like to know it.
Cukurova here, Ali, with pretty much bottom of range but for a defend, but he does flick it in.
So the Jack 6 offsuit. We're going to try our luck here and come up empty on the King 3-4. 2 club board. Can't say the same for Akai, who has got himself the nut flush draw on ace high, way the best of it.
Yeah, interesting here. Jack 6 off, not typically a hand we're going to defend, but once we have actually a little potential there, Ali, on King 3-4 with 2 clubs, to consider something a little spicy, maybe a little check raise. You have that Jack of clubs and a 6 in your hand, where you know can develop some backdoor draws, but does just decide to give up against the c-bet of Akai.
Pretty easy one, if we're being fair. But yeah, backdoor aspirations could have been there. You'll see oftentimes that it isn't so much with the sense that we're going to make the hand that we make the call on the flop, but more so pick up that big equity turn and then try to take it away with a big check raise or maybe even a lead from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can get in looking like you might have needed one of those Andrew Headley catnaps before play got underway. To be fair, this is an early start. Players got underway at noon relative to the afternoon starts, which preceded this particular event. But if we're going to work our way through the biggest of the fields here in this Gangster series, we're going to have to play some poker. So these 8 p.m. starts and 5 p.m. starts aren't going to cut it. We'll be here forever.
They're gonna have to work for it, Ali.
Yeah.
Eventually, you gotta put some solid hours in.
Bernicus with a solid ace-jack suited flat caller, given that Gyungarin under the gun opened this ace-5 offsuit. Now king-queen of clubs, a hand which Cukurova already had to fold on one prior occasion where Losif jammed. Here he gets to participate, as does Akai from the big blind. So we've got a 4-way pot with plenty of interference. Jack 9 deuce, and it's top 2 for Akai and a problem for Bernicus.
Yeah, this could be big trouble, Ali. Do you see the very wide open once more? Gyungarin under the gun. Now this is what, from what you referenced a moment ago, being willing to give up. I mean, this is not going to get it done multi-way.
No.
Look at this, Bernicus deciding to snap fast play, Ali, against a pretty strong c-bet into the 4 players. And Akai is sitting there loving life here with top 2. Bernicus going to be put in the blender. Bernicus, excuse me. He's about to go in the blender, Ali. This is going to be tough.
I mean, he's blocking set of jacks, set of 9s. I'm not sure the set of deuces is a part of the... Well, maybe the flat calling range pre-flop to speculate with re-entry open, deep stacks out there. But would it play it fast? So as we see, Akai does flat as the ace-5 is forced to fold. 2 quick checks and now a very ugly river card for Jackson 9s as a 4-liner develops on board. And Bernicus doesn't try to turn his hand into a bluff. Andrew, and
very interesting hand. Yeah, gets away relatively unscathed in the end. Could easily have got stacked there if Akai decided to fast play the flop after the bet and raise. But yeah, interesting decision point, Ali, on the river. It's very difficult to beat many hands, right? Once it goes bet, raise, cold call, even a hand like Queen 10 potentially, Akai, but even that's optimistic for him to hold something like that. I think Bernicus possibly that Akai has the same hand. Maybe get a chop.
Yeah,
it's
possibly.
Tough to think of too many hands.
It is really tough to imagine the ace-jack being good.
It is, 100%.
In a spot such as that, when, it was a bet from the under-the-gun opener, a raise, and then a cold call from that big blind.
Yeah, very, very tricky spot to navigate for sure. Even then on the river, what are we going to get to fold? King-Jack, of course, would make a straight if it's in there. King-Queen probably folds flop. Pretty interesting hand. You don't see a spot like that too often. MPO, Ali, we're being tested already.
Yeah. So onwards we march. 7 offsuit, gonna limp in here. Gungarin says, let's run it. Blind versus blind. Limped pre. Less eventful than the preceding hand, as a queen in the window is always a nice look. Akai with second pair. Gungarin with an air ball. 2 quick checks.
It can go either way here on the turn, Ali. Check would be okay. You can induce some bluffs.
Sure.
You know, from the very bottom part of Gungarin's range, as we can see he did have. Of course, you can go ahead and bet for protection and value. Little stab gets it done for Akai.
Back-to-back pickups for Ahmet Akai. An unknown to us here. Nothing in terms of production notes or Hendon Mob entries. And you see just such a broad array of experience levels in terms of those who come out here to play at Merit. And that dynamic is what creates so many interesting situations. You've got guys who are, you know, tremendously successful. Robert Heidorn, who we saw just before you came into the booth, of Germany, you know, top 400 in poker's all-time money list, 4.5 million plus in earnings. And then you've got guys who are, you know, 10,000 in career live tournament earnings. Maybe they've just been playing for a few years. Maybe they've been playing for a really long time, just for the love of the game, haven't ever necessarily put a lot of thought into evolving or, you know, trying to get optimal. But it's a pleasant experience, and it's obviously fun for us here in the booth, and hopefully for those of you who are streaming us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, encourage you to give us a like if you're enjoying things. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure that you don't miss any of what happens here at Merit Poker. As Losev not missing an opportunity to raise it up with the Broadway suited connector, which is dominating Gungarin's Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah, already excited to watch Gungarin play. You know, he's taking a very wide open ace-5 off under the gun. This is a pretty wide peel out the small with Queen 10-0 against +1. So he's here to play, Ali.
Brunekis liked the price with the 4-5, doesn't like this flop, which is a very different sentiment for Losev. He loves it. Jack 7-7, a 6K c-bet, and that will earn him yet another pot, as he's got a clean sheet so far here in this frame at the feature.
I like that. A clean sheet.
Yeah.
3 from 3.
Yep. I didn't get any pearls in my welcome kit at this particular Gangster series. And I don't know whether or not you know, I know we're breaking you in as a first-timer here in the booth at Merit, but I wouldn't mind, you know, just as a modern man. Maybe I can get away with it.
I feel like you could pull it off, I'm not going to lie. She looks extremely classy, doesn't she? You'd have to say.
Oh yeah.
In reference to that, you did mention this is my first time at Merit. I had the horrifying experience of hearing Mr. David Lappin say that they were going to deflower me in the booth. Which was not music to my ears.
No.
As lovely a man as he is.
Yeah, yeah. Generally speaking, one does not want to have their botany removed. Prefer to keep that intact and choose our own path in terms of that. Ace-10 here for Alexeyev.
He is one of a kind, Mr. Lappin.
That he is. 6K open. Gets flatted by the hard 8 for Akai.
Another illustration here, Ali, of Gungarin here to play.
Yep. He's not afraid. That is for sure.
Would much prefer to see a squeeze here if we are going to play this hand. You know, we're going to be dominated a lot. If it comes ace high, could get in some tricky spots. Does decide to overcall.
And finds himself an 8 on the 8-5-5 board. That puts him in front. What an improbable development here. And Alexeyev looking at this texture and thinking to himself, there's a club out there, and neither of these guys are supposed to be in this neighborhood. Akai content to just release the pocket 4s. Gungarin, does he ask a question? No, just flats. And this could look like a little pocket pair to Alexeyev. Let's see how he elects to proceed now that he's been called and we're down to heads up with 35,000 plus in the middle. He's going to tell a tale.
Yeah, very interesting decision point on the turn. And look at this, Ali. Gungarin undeterred. Snap calls turn. Alexeyev here going down a path. We can see a third barrel probably gets it done, Ali, but he's gonna shut it down.
I thought maybe, just maybe, on the strength of a 10 and what looked like a hand that, if it was an 8, would have some issues calling a meaty bet.
Absolutely.
On the end, that he would get after it, but instead he looks over at Gyungaren and says, that's not a man that looks like he's in the mood to fold today.
It's a very modern day gangster apparel, I would have to say.
Yeah.
He's going to be very fun to watch. See, there we did reference it just a few moments ago. You do see some very non-standard hands here. Typically overcall in pre there with ace-8 off. Not something you see too much. But yeah, I was surprised to see the pre-flop aggressor there not take a little bit more time on the river at least. Did have hard blockers. Jack of spades turn. Blocks hand like 10 jack of clubs that could float. Blocks ace jack of clubs. And that 9 on the river, Ali, certainly going to put some low pairs and 8x in a really tough spot if he'd found the river bet. I'd like to see him take a bit more time in any case before shutting it down.
He's looking over at that modern day gangster. I gotta say, Gyungaren looks a little bit like a Guy Ritchie movie, some Manchester Muscle or something like that. You know, he's got the Adidas hoodie on. You know, if he's wearing some trainers, I could see him out there just representing the interests of some nefarious actors.
Manchester Muscle. Well, here we go, Ali. Ace-King for the muscle man himself.
Yeah, the G-man. And he's got Rakovic in a bad way.
We have seen Gyungaren just enter all pots he's played so far with a call. Here we go, Ali. Gyungaren 3 bets to 22k. Bernakis finds the queens behind on the button. Bernakis, here we go, all in. Pocket queens against the ace-king, Ali.
Classic flip. Writing was on the wall in this one. And for Bernakis, he's going to need to hold here to avoid a visit to the reg desk. And there's cooperative board texture. As producer Vita is saying, if Bernakis' queens were to fall here, this would be a 4th rebuy, and how dare he mention it, as we're going to hold him responsible for this ugly king of spades on the turn, downing the 2 queens, and paint shows up on the river, but not the type that Bernakis needed, as he does give a respectful fist bump over the Gyungaren. Understanding, of course, that were the hands exchanged, it would have been a very similar fate for Gyungaren there. Just 2 hands that play themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. 18 big blinds to start the hand there for Bernakis. Even facing a raise and 3-bet pocket queens far too strong. Unlucky, sir. Best of luck with number 5.
Oof.
Oof.
Is it a 4th bullet that he's buying, or a 5th? In any case, this has suddenly turned into a 10 or 15k event.
I can tell you from...
Well, producer Vita stepping in to remind us that he did win the deep stack event earlier.
It's all gravy
so,
then.
Yeah, it's a free roll of sorts, let's call it.
I was going to say, Ali, from my experience in the high roller, I could certainly see multiple bullets being done. Very, very aggressive fields, a lot of action. So
yeah.
I think if you're going to be in these events, got to be prepared, have some artillery in the background.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because you could be very tempted, as we see Alexei with the suited ace opening it to 6,000, to look at a schedule at Merit and think to yourself, oh, well, I don't know if I want to take the trip. It's the main is 3,300, the high roller is 5K. I need bigger action. Come on down, because don't be fooled by the notion that at that price point, you're not going to get yourself a big prize pool.
Absolutely.
You very much are, because people come in, and yes, it's a 3,300, but they're firing 3, 4, 5 bullets, as we're seeing. And that will inflate things rather quickly, and of course give you tremendous opportunities to play for a lot of chips early on. As we see the queen 7-3 rolling off, Gyungaren, the lone customer, has the dominant ace, if I can even call it that, with a 5 kicker.
Yeah, look at this, Ali. Gyungaren just in there, willing to be, you know, this another wide peel, but perhaps content to take it to the streets. And like this bet in position, you know, your opponent showing a little weakness.
Does that man there look streets averse to you, Andrew? I mean, you know, again,
He was molded by the streets.
this is
we
the
would say.
G-man.
The G-man. Well, what a start for the G-Man at this feature.
Yeah, came in third in chips and has worked his way northward.
To a larger point, also something to be said for if you get involved in 5-6 pots in a row and more importantly win them, people can look at you and, as you know, reference there, does that look like a guy that's going to be folding to me?
Right.
And it can get in people's heads, you know, they can think, right, I need to stay away from this guy. He might end up getting more walks, you know, people stepping out of his way. So it's very fascinating to see if you can continue to navigate.
Yeah, the power of your table image is something that can be leveraged very effectively.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry. I cannot change my
10-9 offsuit. Get an opening, and Vivarov's saying, I don't know about 3-betting this guy. Just with 6s here. I'm going to try to set mine. 1-6 is busy, and will be in the hands of Li Wei Sun. Not sure he wants to participate. TBD. And he will come along with the offsuit 1-gapper. What do you think, 6-4-4?
That would be the action flop, Ali. Yeah, pretty wide defend from some, but perhaps thinking to himself, him and Gungarin, both extremely deep. And if he hits a big flop, he'd win a big one.
Yep. One would imagine that's on his mind. Remember, Sun, very experienced. Finished 7th in the 25K, or finished 7th for 25K in the 5K high roller.
Look at this turn, Ali. The K6 has peeled off. 6 of spades on the turn. Viborov improving to a set.
How do they find them? Look at, even in the face of just a 5K bet, Sun wants nothing to do with this one.
Yeah, disciplined fold. Gungarin deciding to try and hit his gut shot. Potentially win a big one if it gets there, but of course bricks. Just going to check fold here to Viborov. Yeah.
Tidy pickup there. Artur Viborov efforting his bio. Just shy of $50,000 in career tournament earnings, playing under the Russian banner. Came down for the EPT main event. Finished 87th in that one, so he knows a thing or two about navigating big fields here at the Merit Complex. Queen 10 suited. No need to wonder what the G-Man's going to do.
Interesting decision here for Losev. I've seen him play very aggressively. It looks like a 3-bet to 20K. Certainly reasonable against someone who you think's getting a bit too out of line, Ali, pre.
Interestingly, it was Losev who, without having to get to showdown, did a lot of this re-raising pre-flop.
Ask for the tea.
And might he be under some suspicions? At that stack depth, he's able to look a lot more credible, of course. But this King-Jack offsuit isn't exactly choice cut.
Agreed.
Gungarin will stick around. And now Losev has bloated this one up to almost 50K pre-flop, has just 77 back, and has just king high. On a 10-8-3 board, Gungarin with top pair.
Yeah, potential trouble.
Yeah.
And donk shoves, I think, Ali.
Says, let's go, my friend.
The G-Man not to be messed with.
Yeah, you see Losev just lays it down. I wonder whether or not Losev would have found a C-bet there off of 77. into a 48-5 pot.
Yeah, quite interesting. There's a couple of ways you could go there. I believe he did have the Jack of Spades, so he does have 2 overs. Does have backdoor straight and flush draws. But of course, against someone like the G-Man, certainly potential he could check raise or check shove, put you in a bad spot.
And we're not making a meal of that. I mean, there are guys who you're heads up in position against, and you feel far more comfortable barreling against. And it isn't just because, you know, oh, this is an intimidating figure, but he's sticky. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be top pair.
Sure.
It could be anything, and he's just like, well, let's just see what you're going to do on the turn. That's street poker, as you put it, rather. I don't think you coined it, but
I think that was way before my time.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Perhaps closer to your time.
Yeah, I'm a bit longer in the tooth, my friend.
Not by much. I'm getting old.
Yeah. Lean in, my friend.
There's some very loose opens here pre-flop. MPO indeed activated. Ake with the ace-4-0 under the gun, Ali.
It's like aces. It's just missing a leg. 7 off. Finds the bin. Could it get through? Oh, another ace-7 for Chukurova. And he is going to defend. So an issue for Akai. Although with 3 aces busy, one would imagine that neither of these players are going to improve, and we'll be able to see if Akai is going to find a stab in position. Oh, but the 7-5 deuce board. Chukurova hitting top pair. Great board texture for him. Akai with the wheel draw. No club, though.
Yeah, a couple of ways you can go here, Ali. Typically, we are going to bet from under the gun. Have, of course, all of the over pairs. Going to deny some equity. Can potentially even get the occasional better hand, like an ace-9 to fold if our opponent isn't very sticky.
Sure.
Going to go for the small c-bet. Kukurova going nowhere here with top pair, top
Not
kicker.
only is he going nowhere, he is going to click it as 3 becomes 8. And it's interesting because when we get cute and we size in this manner, we retain a lot of the opposition's range.
Yeah.
And sometimes we can even embolden them to 3-bet over the top of us and give us an issue, although a deuce on the turn coming in club form is no issue whatsoever for Chukurova. He's got himself the nut flush draw to go with the 7, and without any hesitation, he barrels once more. Into 31,000 comes 10, and that feels very much like a man who wants a call.
Like this play a lot. You know, on this flush completer, we have all of the club combos from the big blind. We're going to defend all of our suited combos. And of course, when we don't have a flush yet, we're going to want to proceed with caution against the under the gun range. So a third pot seems pretty good. Look at this, Ali. Okay, with the double float. Quite surprised to see him continue here on that third club.
Yeah, lack of a club in hand, you would think, would have discouraged him, especially when he's unblocking some of that kind of flush draw kit that from time to time Chukurova would play in this way. Now Chukurova checking. I wonder if maybe, just maybe, Akai thinks the door is open to represent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mandatory bluff, even though we've got ourselves there, Ali, with a pretty dicey combo. Would prefer to have a club in our hand, I think, if we want to bluff. Very interesting, though. Look at this tiny sizing. Not entirely sure what we're targeting to fold here. Would need to be like a pure airball check raise flop and bet turn from Kukurova. Perhaps hand like a 5. Can't think of too many 5x, Ali, that will check raise flop and bet turn.
And I just don't think he's the man that would take that line. Forgive the kind of the profiling, but I don't read him for a guy that check raises and doesn't have ace-4 beat here. Now, obviously, we can take clubs out of his range once he checks the river.
I think so.
But when we bet just 11,000 into 51, one of 2 things happens in our opponent's minds. We feel as though we're being milked.
Yep.
Or we look up and go, hey, you're laying me a price that's just too good. I gotta look you up.
That's it. I mean, we're essentially repping a very thin value bet here with this sizing, or some kind of monster that's trying to induce some kind of spaz from the big. Doesn't seem to make too much sense, though, from UTG.
Wow!
He's got it through, Ali. Very interesting.
Did not expect that one whatsoever. And note Chukurova's unwillingness to barrel on what looked like a very innocent river card, Andrew, the 9 of hearts. Open the door to allow Akai to take the pot away from him. Had he bet 11,000 himself,
Sure.
far less likely to end up losing that one.
Yeah, I think once we check facing 11k, I think you just got to flick it in, Ali. Opponent's going to have too many hands that floated the flop. You know, like the wheel aces, like the ace threes, ace fours that we saw there. Even a hand like ace queen with the queen of clubs, something like this is going to call the check raise flop and is always going to call the turn on the flush completer with a flush draw of their own. Pretty surprised to see him fold to 11k, I must say, but okay, incredibly repped. The thin value that beat a 7. Nicely done.
Yeah, and I think now you understand why it is that he called the turn, because he sensed that if, for some reason, Jukurova rather, decided to pump the brakes, he was going to get after it.
Yeah. Very creative play.
I mean, look, you could see, you know, pocket 9s, 10s, just taking that kind of line and then suddenly feeling like they needed to go for value on the river. So I understand what Jukurova was thinking.
Sure.
When he laid it down, is that a 7 is obviously no good, but every now and again we got to conquer that discomfort. As you see, Gungarin looking to conquer all from under the gun. 10-8 suited, made it 6,000, but runs in to the ace-king, which 3 bets out of the big and ends this one promptly.
And the Manchester muscle finally finds a pre-flop fold
There it is.
to the 3-bet.
It's not a one-trick pony.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the dynamic build between these two. The fact that they're sitting right beside each other also. Both shown themselves to be very creative, very sticky. So we should probably see some confrontations from them as we go.
I mean, there'll be more than just one dynamic that emerges, if I had to guess here, although there will be some perhaps bigger suspects than others in terms of ingredients for those sorts of dynamics.
Could be round 1 of that potential dynamic.
4 or 5 suited, small blind limp. King 6 is somewhat of an idea, and the G-man knows it. As he hits the up button. $6K a man to the ace, Jack 9 board. One that Gungarin will be able to represent more credibly now, courtesy of that pre-flop raise. You see a very polite c-bet.
Yeah, this one's going to get it done without any resistance, Sally. Very aggressive from Gungarin. ISO in pre, as you said. Big range advantage on this board.
Fun player to watch, Andrew.
Absolutely.
You know, you kind of, as uncomfortable as he can make you if you're up against him in a pot, you like having him at your table because you know that he's going to create opportunity.
100%. It just feels like the type of player that's going to light the blue touch paper. We did see Lusov 3-bet a hand like King Jack off, which I'm willing to bet was because it's from the G-man, the active player.
Sure.
Probably not going to use that combo against a tighter type individual.
Yep.
And yeah, as you say, it starts to build up, ratchet up the pressure at the table. Action's going to be forthcoming with him on the table for sure. Pretty tight fold with King 7 suited there. Hijack.
Thanks.
Guess who? Jack 9 offsuit, picking on the big blind from the small. Give it off. 6-2 suited. Wants to play. 4 spades is a delightful one in the window, followed by another deuce and 4. This is a nice flop.
Look at the awareness there
Yeah.
from Gungarin. Very quite surprising not to see him just take a small stab flop alley.
Absolutely.
Get a hand like Queen High, King High with no connection. A King High probably won't fold, but you know, you could get some worse hands.
I'll tell you what.
Slightly better hands to fold, excuse me.
Just when you think that you know what to expect from the guy, he shows you a glimpse of something like that. And I want to, dare I say, that there's some player dependency on here. I think he's looking over at Vyborov and thinking this is young wizardry incarnate in position, and I don't want to tussle. You know? Yeah. Not that he's afraid of a fight. Sure. We know that's not the case. But I kind of like that he has that in his toolkit. Just Jack-9, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't really love, you know, this spot. I'm just going to get away. Now, granted, it's profitable to c-bet there. But he's thinking. He's unpredictable. He's predictably unpredictable, and that's what makes him dangerous.
Yeah, always good to see that a player has gear changes. He's going to be tricky. We can see from the first half an hour here, going to put people in tough spots. And like yet again here, just going to be very sticky, Ali. Calls in position. Ace-8-0 once more.
Dominating the 8-9 suited of Akai, by the way, which decided to open. Vyborov will set mine with a couple of nickels, and now Losev just 72,000. Obviously, we love the price. We hate the hand, though. 3-4 off. So he'll leave the boys three-way with 21-5 in the middle. It comes 10 Jack Queen. Hello, Queen High straight for Akai. Don't need to be worried about ace kings out there. As played. When you get flat called in a couple of spots too, you expect to get a customer.
Absolutely
on
here.
The flop.
Yeah, unblocking all of the pairs. You can be pretty confident here that you have close to the effective nuts. Blocking King 9, and as you said, Ali, if either player had Ace King, I believe we would have heard from them pre-flop with a 3-bet. And this is a good card, I guess, for Gungarin. Going to slow it down for him.
Yeah, conversely, it's a bad card for a guy who suddenly all of the king combos, which very much would be flat callers here, have made the king high straight, and he checks, and look at Gungarin seizing the initiative here. He's got the 8, obviously, expecting that the king would never play this way in front of him.
All of a sudden, Ali, what was a beautiful flop becomes an awful spot. And look at this, Gungarin makes his opponent fold the same hand, yet more streets moves.
I'll tell you what, Ahmed Akai didn't make a meal of that development whatsoever. He c-bet with what felt like the nuts, and then the 9 rolled off and he just check folded quietly.
I think I'd like the fold, honestly, in the long term. Of course, we can see that Gungarev had the 8, but he's going to have all of those King X, Ali, King 10, King Jack, King Queen, all in the range. Even just like a suited King 7 is going to be in there. Like the check fold from Akai. But yeah, Gungarin, our MVP thus far in this frame. You weren't wrong, Ali. You did predict he was going to be a fun one to watch.
I've watched this man here in this complex before.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah. Just a delight. It's not by accident that we picked this as our featured table.
Yeah, great to watch so far.
Jukurova, ace-3 suited. No patrons as yet. Queen 8 for Rakovic. Does defend, but does not improve, as Jukurova does connect. Checks back, though. And that does allow Rakovic to pick up a gut shot straight draw. Neither player with the diamond.
Yeah, it does open the door here, Ali. Typically, you'll see a smallish c-bet there from the EP player. Just deny some equity, get some value as well from your ace-3. Check through the river, gives Rakovic a chance to maybe have a stab at this. But Kukurova probably thinks that a lot of Rakovic's value, and bluffs to be fair, would start to bet the turn. some potential for a small stab alley, trying to get ace high to fold. Kukurova with a pretty disguised bluff catcher here. You know, reasonable to think that Rakovic's 10x are going to bet the turn.
Yeah.
Right? So kind of repping a 9, potentially even a 3 or pocket 4s, something like this of his own. Could bet. Certainly reasonable to think Rakovic could bet any 2-pair here for value against checks down to the river. We did see Kukurova give up the ace-7 in a similar type of spot.
Yeah, but as played here, I think it's a spot where we definitely need to keep our man honest. A
Yeah, you
10
have to
doesn't
call, I
feel
think.
like it would have played in this way. A flush doesn't feel like it would have played in this way. And sure enough, Kukurova this time decides, show me. And does so properly.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Ace-3 earns chips that had he c-bet on the flop, he would not have.
Absolutely.
So took the line that gave him max value in the end.
Yeah, if you're going to take these passive lines, you are going to get put in some uncomfortable river spots.
Sure.
But as you said, Ali, sometimes you just have to fight through the discomfort. Our hand looks like ace high. Got to find some lighter calls. Well played, sir.
I'm currently fighting through about 2-hour-old fish fingers.
How's it going?
From the buffet.
It looks very dry, Ali. It looks very dry.
Hence the fight. You know, it's a challenge, but one that I'm ready for.
You're also fighting through the discomfort.
Yes. Different type. King Jack suited now for Kukurova. Opens to 5,500. Ace-9 for Akai finds the muck. Little suited connector on the button for Losev. Obviously, he wants to get something going.
He looks itching to get in the mix,
Yeah.
Ali. You can see it in the body language.
I mean, we're just 2 levels into the 5 that are still open here on day 2 for a rebuy, but this was bad timing for Losev. As the ace-king emerges for Li Wei's son, we know what these hands like to do, no matter what position they're in, no matter what the action is in front of them. And that's get chips toward the middle. A 3-bet to 27,500 as the sun rises.
Yeah, pretty typical here, Ali. 11 big blind squeeze out of position. We are going to size up. And it's going to put, you know, Kukurova in a very tricky spot here. Of course, some potential for Sun to be light-ish. Although Losev on the button with sub 30 generally tends to make the big blind squeeze a little more credible that he's going to just call off the button. Or he would have to call off the button, excuse me, if he puts in 70k. Very tricky.
This is a lot of chips.
Yeah.
When we have just 130,000 back.
It really depends on our perceived image of Sun. We haven't seen too much out of him. He hasn't been too out of line. Nice fold, Kukurova. I think discretion, the better part of valor. Of course, Losev has to get out of the way.
So a nice little infusion of capital into the Li Wei Sun Fund. He's had capital infusion already, as we talked about that 7th place finish in the 5K high roller for 25,000, making this a profitable stop thus far, one would imagine. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's 11 bullets in this one.
Never quite know.
I'll tell you what, there's no shame in it. There could be some very talented players out there that have to pay their tuition here at Merit, coming to understand sort of the differences when it comes to playing out in these parts.
I've been there many times, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Many, many times.
Got a lot of diplomas?
Oof. Peppering the bedroom walls, unfortunately.
Snowmen for the G-Man. Raise incoming.
Wow, so unpredictable. Little 5x open.
Oh, I hadn't seen the sizing.
Yeah.
I thought you meant opening with 8s
Oh, no,
was
no,
unpredictable. Thought you were being sarcastic, but no, you're right. All of a sudden, he takes us to 13. That's pretty pricey for these deuces. Especially when he's just got 84 back. I wonder if Alexei thinks a good hand would be less likely to raise this much and would be tempted to move in.
Sure, this is the old MPO solver we were talking about. All of a sudden, just calling feels horrible, Ali. I agree with you.
Finds the fold. I thought maybe, just maybe, that 13 was going to work out to be brilliant because it's tempting to, yeah, maybe you even think it's a misclick.
I know, it's a strange one. He is a very tricky player.
Yeah, nothing down the middle.
Yeah, we haven't seen him open this size, and I mean, it could be a misclick, right? There's some very dark glasses. It could happen. Gungaren, star of the show so far.
Oh, yeah. Any show in which he's a cast member, he is going to be a star, that's for sure. Not a supporting actor. He's a lead.
Bu benim mi? Kim gönderdi? Çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ ol.
Down to Lozev in the hijack. Ace-9 of spades. Come in for the min.
My goodness, someone is hydrating in an alarmingly aggressive manner out there. He might have drank that through his mic. What was that? Jack-7 defense for Chukurova here.
Oh,
turns
wow.
into top pair, but look at this. A 2-spade board, 2 overs, and a short stack. One could see Lozev looking to get it all forward. Not into 15,000, but the fuse is lit. Just a 6K C-bet. Chukurova just gonna call. Holding on this Queen of Hearts turn. Deferring yet again. And once Chukurova check calls on this board texture, I think we get the sense that ace high isn't going to be a winner with some decent frequency. But with that equity, you see Lozev firing here once more, this time 25, which is close to full pot. And maybe leveraging that queen.
Yeah, interesting decision point on the turn for sure. I think Lozev probably thinks Kukurova's going to fast play hands like 2-pair, right? Like a 6-4, like a 7-4, 7-6 type holding. And once he just check calls, you know, we're always making assumptions, but it seems to be a little bit capped. And of course, to like 1-pair type hand. And when this Queen of Hearts rolls off, Lozev content to just go ahead and attack it with full pot. Half of his stack invested here on the turn, Ali. He's going to be bet calling if somehow Kukurova decides to be aggressive. Really in the cage here against this size-in.
Well, the thing is, there's just 29,000 back.
Yeah.
And Chukurova might be getting the sense that
Wow,
a call
he
here,
finds it.
which he does find, is going to come with the rest of it on request on the end. As the 8 puts a 4-liner on board. I don't think he's worried about 5x combos here as played. And there's 77,000 in the middle. And look at Lozev, does not hesitate to push the 29 in there and gets it through. Chukurova made a believer. And how about it? I'll tell you what, the speed with which he was willing to jam in there did make it seem like a pair of 7s wasn't going to be a winner.
I mean, it's very, very tough to beat any hand, I would venture, I guess, on the river, apart from these bricked flush draws. Hand like 9-10 that maybe decided to double barrel turn gets there. Any ace-5 suited or any 5x gets there. River. And of course, with the SPR, we're still going to bet for value with a hand like a set or something like this.
No doubt.
Even on the 4-liner when the big blind checks. Lozev getting something going, Ali. We saw by the body language, he's ready to get in the mix. Very nice hand.
That was first, well, not tournament life because the re-entry period is still open, but it was going to be a $3,300 reaching into the pocket if it didn't work out on that occasion as an ace-queen for Gyöngeren, who, by the way, has results. I mean, 279,000 plus in career tournament earnings. And again, he comes with the exotic sizing.
Wow.
21,000.
Certainly a challenge in the booth. 8x open. Not something you see every day.
The thing about it is, it can be so tempting when you see someone open to that sizing, like the G-Man, somebody who is active, has a broader range than average, to think, let me pounce upon that. But as you can see, he had Kit there, the ace-queen, and he's not a guy that wants to shy away from that type of hand. He'll spin with you if you want. So you can find yourself getting in a lot of trouble. He's a brain scrambler.
He is. I'm in the booth and I can see his hands, Ali, and my brain is still scrambled. So I completely agree. I would love to ask him what the thought process is behind the strat. Next time I'm on a break, I'm going to go try and find the G-Man. Dig a little deeper.
His secrets are not readily shared. Headley, I would caution against trying to tap into that vault.
I can speak modern-day gangster, Ali.
I feel like you can.
No,
You have credibility with the accent automatically. I mean, every mob movie is either, you know, the Gomorrah, the Italian mafia type movie, or it's British gangsters.
Or it has an untrustworthy Scottish gangster presence. Is that what you're saying?
I just don't trust men in skirts.
Oh.
Andrew, just in general. I know you want me to call it a kilt.
One day I'll make you wear one. With,
you know,
with the pearls.
If it's warm enough out. Are the pearls a real part of that, or would it just put me under suspicion?
No. I just added it in from the gangster apparel. The G-Man back in defending.
Against the 9-10 hijack open, neither player connecting on the King 6 Deuce rainbow board. Look at Sun just barreling. Nothing more than 10 high, and obviously relieved to see Gyöngeren lay it down, but this is a man comfortable with his craft here in Li Wei Sun. Evidence going beyond the borders of simply his accomplishments in the high roller earlier this week. As a glimpse at his Hendon mob would reveal.
Yeah, like his table presence, Ali, he looks very relaxed, very focused.
Oh, yeah. Playing under the Italian banner is Li Wei Sun, by the way. 417,000 plus in career live earnings. Does do a fair bit of play online. I think the online players also, Andrew, and I tend to think you would agree, as we see the Ace-King open here and pick up a couple of threes from Chukarova, technically sound players, because you get so many hands in, and you don't have anything to work with but the actual snapshot of your cards, the stack sizes. It just drives home the fundamentals.
100%. It's just this repetition over and over and over of ranges,
Yep.
stack depth. What am I going to open from EP with 30 bigs?
Yep.
What am I going to squeeze rip 25 bigs? Cut off versus button. All this stuff, when you play so much volume, normally the fundamentals are right on point. So
Note the discipline, by the way, from the small blind out of Gyöngeren with a couple of 8s here, which are still good on the devil's work on this flop. One that Chukarova could find himself being milked for
this
a
could
few
get
bets
really
on.
this could get really interesting, Ali. It's like typically this just isn't a thing. Lead in here 3-way from the small for pot as well.
Atypically, though, it very much is, as we can see.
This is these dicey spots that we talked about that we do often see here at Merit. I mean, and this is tricky. Radkovic, you know, we have all the aces, right? We have all the kings.
Yeah.
We have all the queens. Gyöngeren very unlikely to have any of them. But it's whether you think that Gungarin is the type of guy to be leveraged off a hand. I mean, it's normally face-up alley, right?
Wow,
It's a hand like 8s or 9s very often.
I thought he might peel just on the strength of 6 outs and also the ability to maybe just steal it. You know,
Absolutely.
you can flat flop, flat turn, and then jam river on innocent-looking boards. And you can't imagine that the 4th 6 is a part of G-Man's range. Maybe non-zero, but he does manage to get through. As no, Chukurova didn't even peel with the 2 3s. That was very surprising to me.
Yeah, super interesting to watch this man at work. Perhaps again, what we referenced, Ali, people, you know, Radkovic maybe just looks at him and thinks, I don't want to get tangled in a big one with him.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to get him to fold often enough, you know, if I call.
And you're not going to improve with a couple of 3s. You know, your hand is your hand, you know.
Oh, no,
you're talking about the ace-king.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about Chukurova. But yeah, I mean, both parties.
But same thing, yeah, same logic. Absolutely.
The ace-king, I think I almost prefer to the pocket 3s in that spot, just because of the upside during later streets and position, pre-flop opener. The 3s are playing a wicked guessing game, whereas the ace-king could try to bluff in a later spot. Nevertheless, onwards. Deuces for Alexeyev. Picking up the G-Man for the ride. He's got position on the button and 7-8 offsuit, which turns into a gut shot straight draw on a Jack 5-4 board. Under pair. Follows through.
Yeah, this open is a little out of line, Ali. You know, we have about 5 or 6 ranges still to get through with a hand as weak as deuces. And 2 of the most aggressive players at the table on your immediate left in Akai and Gungarin. And once again, the resident brain scrambler here in position. Not going to be folding, I don't think, Ali. Although I would never like to predict this man. He does let it go. Somewhat surprised to see it with a gut shot. And 2 potential live cards and position. Alexeyev going to be very relieved to get that one.
Sure, you know, flops that don't contain a deuce are typically not ones that we're interested in. So that follow through working out as we do change dealers and take a peek at the new blind level incoming, 1,500, 3,000, Li Wei Sun, your chip leader here, but Gungarin having worked northward from being 3rd in chips to being 2nd. 343,000, not a lot of runway between those two. And Chukurova company down toward the bottom of the pack as 6th through 9th are clustered, just 6 bigs separating them.
Yeah, very fun to watch, Ali, for us in the booth. Gungarin putting on a show for the first hour or so.
Oh, yeah.
I believe he started with 180k, 185k, so big chip up.
Show's not over.
Show is not over, that's for sure. And Li Wei Sun out front, very technically proficient, very nice table image.
Yeah.
Nice contrast in styles between those 2 up at the top.
Newcomer, by the way, 7th place stack, Eli Farah, coming in the much more comfortable seat to the left of the G-Man.
Yeah, you do not want to be on his right, that is for sure.
It is remarkable just how much of a different course you can end up charting in any given tournament just based on your seat draw at the tables in which you're seated. You can have the cuffs and the shackles placed upon you, whereas if you were seated on the other side of particularly active opponents, you could potentially be in a much more profitable circumstance.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that's, you know, part of the run good and run bad that people sometimes forget.
Yeah.
You know, or sometimes neglect to recognize.
Yeah.
They say, oh, absolutely crushed that tournament, but then they had position on 2 of the weaker players throughout days 3 and 4, for example, who are going to give you those easier chips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would not want to be on the out of position to Akai and Gorgoran.
You know, I play a lot of limit poker throughout the course of my life, and I remember there would be times where you're sitting in a cash game and, you know, the recreational player, the weaker player, is opening pots and just almost with reckless abandon, the player to the immediate left who's a pro will 3-bet over and over and over, just looking to deny everybody else an opportunity to take a seat
Sure.
at that table. you know, in any given pot. And you're just thinking to yourself, well, if I had drawn that, you know, somehow I was in that seat, I would be enjoying the same sort of fruits.
Absolutely. First look at Farah.
Queen 8 suited. He will not announce himself. And perhaps well served not to have done so as the hearts were smothered. Ace 3, Vyborov. Opens to 7.
Yeah, 60 bigs deep or so here, Ali. You can make a case for defend for sure. Sun deciding just to get out of the way. Tend to defend these sort of weak King X the shallower you get. Trying to sort of flop some equity. You can be dominated and put in some trouble there the deeper stacked you are. Sun decides to get out of the way.
Is that a cloak? I think it's, is it a scarf?
I'm not sure what that is.
Maybe it's a blanket. It has some intimidating attributes to it, though, you know what I mean? Like, emperors tend to wear garments in that manner. You know, not that I buried my nose in all the history books, but, you know, the imagery that I have been exposed to, that a throne accompanies that sort of garb more often than not.
The emperor's new clothes.
A goblet, maybe, would be a nice accessory for Vyborov at this point.
Can we get on to production and get someone to send one out to the feature?
I would imagine no.
It takes a certain amount of swag, I think, to pull off said cloak. I'm not sure what that is. I'm with you now. I'm intrigued.
Producer Vita coming in to spoil the party by saying anyone can have one. It's just the Merit Poker blanket. Keep you warm while you're out there. It's just really, yeah, he's admitting that he's been a party pooper. In
I like
situation.
Ali's story a lot better.
Wasn't mine way more fun?
I liked it, yeah. Woke up in the morning, looked in the mirror, said, I'm the Emperor of Merit. Looked in his cupboard, got one of his many fashionable cloaks.
Right.
And thought, today I'm wearing black.
Yeah, the one that he packed for the trip, by the way. As we see Ace King packing heat. Farah's first involvement comes in the form of the 3-bet and take it against the Queen 10.
Yeah, very disciplined laydown from Queen 10 of Hearts there. Farah just starting the hand with sub 30, Ali, so you don't really have the implied odds to continue. Good fold.
Just taking a peek here at Ali Farah's Hendon mob. Well, I've now got, of course, the Internet of Death that is just looking to make a fool of me. Be a bit of a challenge sometimes.
Where's that? Well, as the Ali solves the internet conundrum. Akai under the gun, King Queen.
I don't know that I'm solving it, Andrew. I'm just a passenger.
I think you can do it.
I don't.
I believe in you. Interesting here, a resident Emperor, Queen 9 of clubs from middle position. Gonna decide to turn this one into a 3-bet, Ali. This is very much, you talked about internet players and their ranges. This is the type of hand that we will choose to get after under the gun with. Try and get them to fold some dominating hands, like a King Queen off, an Ace 9 off. That's 3-bet with Queen 9 of clubs. Puts Sun in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, pocket sevens looked a lot better before this 3-bet, and you can see sort of some of the benefits of Vyborov choosing to get involved in this manner, despite the fact that he is dominated. Are you surprised to see him target Akai's under the gun open with this sort of kit?
Not necessarily. I think that, you know, a hand like King 9 suited is a hand that we use pretty much pure in this type of spot at the depth. It is a little wide, Queen 9 suited. Vyborov probably thinking, I've got position. He's already seen Akai open early position a bunch of times and, you know, not show aggression post. So perhaps thinking Akai is a little too wide from the early seats. And we can see it's pretty well timed, this far at least. Typically this will get through, but you never quite know with Akai.
Oh, expect the unexpected in general.
Absolutely. Hasn't given it up yet.
I know for myself in spots like this, I'm always fearful of the ace-king, ace-queen. I know that I'm blocking, but I just hate being out of position in an inflated pot.
Oh, he's found it,
How
Ali.
about this, though?
What a sniff out.
Akai 4-betting to 62,000, and the Emperor's feeling a little bit disrespected by his disciples.
This is proper street sort of poker that we referenced. Very fair play to Akai for sniffing this out. It's got a pretty large size though, Ali.
Yeah, this isn't the kind of size that's going to allow just any two to continue.
Very well played, Akai.
Yeah, people are well aware of that. I'll tell you what, that showed a little bit more moxie out of Akai than I think we had seen to this point. Granted, he did take the ace-4 to glory against Chukurova, but that there is I'm not going to get pushed around. Maybe you got a different idea about what's going on in this seat than I do.
Yeah, definitely. We had seen Akai get involved in a bunch of pots, but as you referenced, Ali was content to mostly small ball them and play small pots. But pouncing on that 3-bet, very nicely done.
Yeah, great way to describe it. It was indeed a pounce and a well-timed one, as you alluded to, as Gyungeren has come out from behind those shades.
Put them back on, Gyungeren. I like the mystery.
Well, producer Vita, by the way, is very familiar with Gyungeren, and he is as gentle a giant as they come, for sure. Big heart pounding in that chest as the ace-deuce suited under the gun. Pounds the felt with 6,500.
As lovely as that is to hear, Ali, it's kind of ruined my image of him, you know, gangstering it up.
Oh, don't get me wrong. He'll separate your upper and lower torso if you get out of line, Headley. You know, he'd be happy to snap your sternum in half. Feed it to you for breakfast.
And then say sorry to you afterwards.
Yeah,
like
it
like
had
a
to be
gentleman.
done. It had to be done, Andrew.
You needed to be punished. Fair enough.
I believe this is your your left leg that I've detached. You can have that back.
Too good.
And too much, says the field, as they all concede to that open. Eli Farah, by the way, the newcomer to the left of Gyungeren, picture to the right. 141,000 plus in career tournament earnings for the Lebanese national. Most recent result coming in July of 2022, right here at Merit during the Retro Series. And it was a main event finish of 8th place. Very deep run for him.
Yeah, some pedigree there.
Almost exclusively Merit Poker events on his resume. Lone outlier. Coming still at a Merit, but over in Montenegro. And then also EPT Prague back in 2016. Losev, ace-9 offsuit. Picking up Rakovic.
Yeah, you can go either way as Rakovic here. Could have elected a small 3-bet in position. Call also good.
The thing about the call is we all of a sudden create attractive prices for a wide variety of holdings in the big, and playing this one 3 ways as opposed to heads up is slightly trickier. Gyungeren does come along with the Queen-8 offsuit. So Losev's got company in a couple of spots in a 25K pot, and he's also got himself top pair up against second pair and a Broadway gut shot.
A little bit of something for everybody.
$12.5, half pot.
Yeah, pretty big size in Ali. Typically in these multi-way pots, we don't choose too many large bets, especially on this board. It's not particularly, you know, wet or dynamic as of yet. We do have top pair. Would have expected either a check or a smaller size. Rakovic going to be sticky.
Ljunggren just check, folding in the face of a bet and a call in front of him as we continue to see that the neurons are firing for the G-man. Correctly laying it down. Rakovic does not find the needed 10, nor the diamond, which would have kept him interested, and Losev still firing. And bringing this one to a close. So yet again, vast majority of the time, Losev enters a pot. He exits it with more chips.
Yeah, very solid aggression whenever he's been involved. Gurgarin once more. Nice
I gotta
grasp
say,
of the situation.
Vebanov returning to the table and then wrapping the blanket around significantly less regal configuration. I feel that now if we leave shirt exposed, there's something a little bit more swaggy about that. Once we wrap it, it's sort of shepherd chic, you know, a flock of livestock of some sort, you know, behind him in one of those weird big sticks with the rounded top.
Yeah, I got you. So one's Bo Peep and one's Boho Chic.
Yes. Yes,
Did
I
you
like
like
what
that?
you've done there.
Right. I wasn't aware, Ali, that when you wear a blanket to the table that you have to worry about the swag rating.
You don't need to worry about
need
it,
to worry,
but
right.
you know, I mean, I'm always on patrol out here for such things. I like what's in the negative space more than the positive. As we see 80% of a steel wheel present and accounted for here, the opener getting a flat caller by the smothered clubs of Alexeyev. By the way, this is a touch unexpected. I don't think this is a gear we've seen from Alexeyev, especially with kind of a leaner stack in the hijack, flatting with such hands and a lot of players left to act behind us.
I would agree completely, Ali. This is a little out of line, I would say, a bit too wide from the hijack. Do still have people behind. Don't close the action. Wants to get in the mix, as does Gungarin.
Fada likes the price. In he comes. Rakovic thinking, what have I started? Since he's got 3 callers in a 27K pot, and yet on the ace 10-3 board, he is far and away in front. Lack of a kicker, creating some restraint. Post flop. A round of checks, and how about that for a sopping wet turn? The 5 of clubs giving flush draws to both Rakovic and Alexeyev. Alexeyev also with the wheel draw, and yet Ljunggren deciding nobody's got an ace here, so I'm going to bet my 10.
We talked about him light in the blue touch paper, Ali, and creating action at the table. This lead all of a sudden creates an interesting decision for Alexeyev. Does decide just to overcall. Certainly some potential to semi-bluff there.
And all of that dashed as a 7 of hearts completes the front door flush. Ljunggren shuts it down, as does the rest of the field. And took a second, but Rakovic able to identify that the ace is still good, as he's on his back and hauling in a 57K pot.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely thrilled to take that one down.
That one could have been a bit more incendiary than it was.
For sure.
Ljunggren's choice to lead at the turn in particular is, I think, what served to extinguish what could have been a more flammable affair.
Yeah, I think Alexeyev, there is some potential for him to, you know, against not so much capped ranges, they're not, but against just bet and call, Rakovic just checking the flop allowed him to see that turn. Intent to try and realize equity. Little did he know a club would have seen him walk in. Nice pickup for Rakovic. Thought Alexeyev might take a little more time on this river. You know, our pair of threes never good, Ali, right, ever.
Right.
And check, check.
Neither of those
You'd
guys have
imagine
hearts.
one of them's going to bet a flush,
and
right?
you could very much
For
look like the
sure.
most likely candidate to have that
I think so.
kind of hand, as Rakovic improving upon his suited ace kit. Way up the line to ace king of diamonds. Alexeyev, a customer once more, this time way less out of line with pocket sixes. Flatting once more.
Yeah, pretty wide complete from Fyberov. Dominated a lot. It's going to get him in trouble, Ali.
Yeah, it sure is. On a king 4-4 board, he thinks he's got a nice hand. Little does he know he is crunched. Rakovic, who plays it as a check, by the way, allowing the sixes to get a free tug. And of course, one cannot blame Vyborov for barreling.
Yeah, this could get very expensive, dependent on the river card. Rakovic
Wow.
Yeah, this is
Alexeev
out of line.
overcalling with the sixes.
This is way out of line.
A real surprise. I must say, now backdoor clubs come in, much like the front door hearts of pot to go. Alexeev with perhaps the best opportunity to try to represent. I don't know whether or not Rakovic is ever going anywhere, let alone Vyborov, who's now got a queen kicker. Let's see if Rakovic will do his own bidding. You know, getting overcalled on that turn is a concern when the backdoor clubs show up here.
100%. I would not be betting as Rakovic.
No, and he doesn't, nor does Alexeev. A second opportunity potentially missed. Obviously, we have no idea what Vyborov and Rakovic would have done in the face of a bet from Alexeev. It would have to have been chunky, but Rakovic relieved to get a check back.
Yeah, if you are going to overcall these spots, Ali, I think you have to have a plan, right? When those clubs come in, for example, I mean, sixes I would never choose as a combo to overcall here.
Right.
But if you're going to get there, clearly on this river, your hand's no good. So a couple of missed opportunities for Alexeev. And Vyborov actually there gets a pretty great run out. Could have lost a lot more chips in that hand. Rakovic, of course, going to be disappointed there with the dominating king. Let's take down back-to-back pots, though. Some nice awareness for Rakovic that his range is going to want to check often on the boards in those two previous pots. Takes down two medium-sized ones. Sun picks up the Cowboys, Ali.
That he does, as the saddle was put on by Rakovic with these fours. And Sun is going to buck up to the tune of 19,000.
These guys are super deep. 110 bigs effective. Here we go, Ali. What is our resident G gonna do? Ace Queen.
You know, we've seen him show pre-flop discipline in spots where there are openers and three-betters in front of him. But this one, just too tempting. He's going to play it aggressively, and he's going to regret doing so, as he four-bets to 50,000. And I would imagine Sun is going to look to put even more forward as the decision becomes simple for the fours. Anyway, asking for a count.
This is very interesting. Don't mind the combo choice from Gungarin. Although typically against under the gun and +1, not going to see too many light 3-bets, right? But if we're going to choose a hand to 4-bet fold, would be one like this. I'm not sure if Sun may just call, Ali. We're very deep here to get it in. I know we have kings. Might be thinking we only get it in against one hand for 120 bigs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
it does play it as a flat.
I thought he would.
Just in case, but let's see what develops here. 113.5 in the middle and a queen high, all spade board. Overpair and the second nut flush draw for Sun. Top pair, top kicker for Gungarin, but once the 4-bet does get called, he too needs to be mindful of Sun's range.
Oh, he's gone huge, Ali.
almost full pot. 100,000 of his 275 deployed. And for Sun, do we just try to take it here and now, recognizing that the rest is likely to get in regardless? Or do we continue to just be conservative?
Very interesting, because Gungarin, he's just such a wild card. But when he bets this large, I'm inclined to agree with you, Ali. It looks as if he's almost committed himself to this pot. Hard to think of too many hands that are going to cold for 50k, then bet 100k and fold to aggressive action.
Look, we block ace-king. We've got the king of spades.
Yeah.
2 queens, maybe? Aces, maybe? It does feel like the ace-queen specifically is like bottom of range as played to this point.
It does. I would agree for sure. I mean, Sun here still pretty thrilled to have that king of spades. If we're unlucky and we've come up against aces, the ones that don't contain a spade, we're going to be doing okay. And of course, against a hand like this, ace-queen, dominant shape. I think you can go either way, Ali. I think call and just call off turn is also fine.
I don't think we expect the offsuit ace-queen
No.
combos to be part of this that often.
It's more the size and choice from Gungarin. It's just so, it's far too large on this monotone, in a 4-bet pot especially, right? We've called forward. We're representing a very narrow range like aces, kings, queens, ace-king. So you're going to do a lot of small betting on these boards. Gungarin absolutely lacing it. Here we go,
Oh,
Gali.
look at Sun, though.
Wow.
Finds the all-in.
And look at this. Wow,
Gungarin
snaps.
flicks it in. Always knew what he wanted to do. And bad news is delivered to ace-queen's doorstep. Ace of spades wouldn't work for Gungarin to take the lead. 10 on the turn. And can the G-man find a queen or an ace on the river? No, instead it's a king. And Li Wei's Sun has Gungarin covered, and beyond that,
I think aces.
he's got himself an absolutely massive stack here early on day 2 of the Gangster Series main.
That escalated very quickly, Ali. Probably the biggest pot of the tournament, safe to say. 220 bigs in the middle. Gungarin there with the first time he's made a mistake. Unfortunately for him, turned out to be a very expensive one.
We reach terminal velocity and the termination of all of the G-Man's chips. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Absolutely incredibly entertaining to watch.
Will he be ponying up another 3,300? Get himself back in there. I, for one, hope he does.
Let's go.
Me too, and very much enjoyed watching him here in this frame.
He will be missed.
Yeah, gonna
That's for
regret
sure.
that flop size in Ali. I think is the key part of the hand. Just committed himself.
Nice spot.
What a pot for Li Wei's Sun. 662k.
Bad.
It's positively giddy
I call it.
with excitement,
Hot.
as he should be. One of the chip leaders, Ali, likely with that stack.
Distinctly different sentiments swirling for Gungarin there. As those are the sort of violent clashes that we don't expect to see when those hands are delivered beyond these borders.
I think that's absolutely right. You touched on it earlier. Your prediction came completely true. We do see some massively inflated pots here. It's just so much unpredictability in the field, and Li Wei's Sun, the beneficiary, Ali. Look at that, 713k.
41% of the chips at this table right now, and what has to be one of the biggest stacks in the room at this point. Already shown aptitude earlier this week in the high roller. I would imagine he'll be paying us a visit deeper down the line, back at this feature.
Yeah, I mean, what a spot to be in. 100k start stack, not even at the end of late reg yet, and we've 7x'd our stack. Li Wei's Sun already in position to make himself a real threat, Ali. I would agree completely.
I wonder whether or not outside of the registration period being open, Gungarin takes that aggressive a line with that hand?
It's really difficult to say because he showed some, you know, admirable restraint in spots, finding checks, you know, finding some tight-ish laydowns when he needed to. But just, I mean, I think he just thought the pot had gotten too inflated. But yeah, the flop sizing was key there. You know, could have probably c-bet as small as 20k here, something like this. But once we bet 100, there's really not much to be done. Ali, he'd invested 150k, I think, of his remaining 300. Half his stack in the middle. Got the bad news.
Top two here for the big blind of Rakovic. Losev just bottom pair, no heart.
Change, please.
I believe Losev opened from the small blind. Can't believe he would limp call. An interesting strategy. Not something you see much. Deuce 4.
$11-5. A blaze. Rakovic going to play it as a flat. Jack on the turn is coordinated. Wow, look at Losev barreling one more time. And I wish you guys could see the look on Andrew Headley's face in here, as this is
I'm not
sure
about this one, Ali. I mean, we have seen from Losev when he gets in pots, there is only one gear. We have seen nothing but aggression from him. I mean, this open pre-flop, extremely wide. Flop bet, very wide. Turn bet, might even say kamikaze. And Rakovic now deciding to fast play Ali.
Stuffs it right in his face, 73 back, and not a chip more can the deuce 4 deposit into the middle.
Yeah, first real misstep from Losev there. Perhaps a little impatience, I'm not sure. Not really a hand class that we're going to want to play as a raise.
So the man playing under the Austrian banner, Adi Rakovic. That's a nation that's definitely given us some poker talent throughout the years. Over $500,000 in career live earnings. Managing to take that one down. He was plying his trade over in Rosvadov last month. Played a number of events. Finished second in one of them, by the way. The Mystery Bounty. That was good for $72,000, his biggest career score to date.
Yeah, been very impressive so far at this feature. You know, showing a lot of awareness, checking some top pairs and multi-way pots. Like how he holds himself. Kukarova found himself getting a little short, Ali. I think he had 180 to begin this feature.
Nevertheless, going to take about 10% of his remaining stack and open with Queen 10 suited, running into a dominant queen in the cutoff suited variety. Viborov 3-betting to 20,000. And a couple of jacks now for Losev, just what the doctor ordered, a bit bruised after the altercation with Rakovic.
Yeah, these are going in absolutely. 24 bigs, nothing to do but shove. We're going to be in a big flip, Ali.
Will these two hooks find more than one cheek? Can't imagine Kukarova is going to want to participate, and sure enough, his hand goes into the muck, and now back over to Viborov, who's going to do a little accounting.
Yeah, just going to make sure of the chip count. Once we've already invested 7 bigs, we're definitely going to call here for another 15 or so.
Getting it all in against a player behind him was not the script that he had in mind, but nevertheless, here he is, playing for 160K with 2 overcards. And Losev's remaining stack at risk. Far less so on the monotone 4-5-7 board, however. As he holds on for dear life. Now suddenly another spade on the turn, and might both players play a flush on board? No. 5 on the river, and that will complete a double up, and this is the high water mark since the onset of this frame for Losev.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice hold for him. I believe he started this feature, Ali, with 75K or so. So doubled up since arriving. Unfortunate there for Viberov. Not much you can do. Got to win some of these flips.
Conversely, by the way, for his opponent, or for Viberov rather, this is a low point for his stack. Bit of carnage having transpired. Certainly nothing as bloody as what we saw between Gyunguren and Li Wei's son, but nevertheless, collisions are beginning to take shape.
Blanket has slipped even further, Ali. Not sure what that means.
Oh, the blanket has done nothing compared to what the stack has. As Viberov is down to 69,000, 7 of which is back in there as he is fighting with King 8 suited. His club smothered by the man who just inflicted the big wound, Losif, a flat caller with Ace 7 suited. Exceed, big blind, Queen Jack, just 52,000 back.
Look at this.
He's looking for a spin. That's a roulette player there.
Finds the light jam, Ali, and he's picked a great spot for it.
Sure has.
Not typically a hand we would use, but we can see. Against King 8 and Ace 7, likely to get it done. Very nice timing.
Yeah, third best hand pre-flop. Choosing violence and doing so successfully. That's a man who really hasn't gotten much going on the afternoon.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see it. We'd seen him be quite passive in the post-flop sort of realm. Clearly deciding there, time to spin the wheel. Gets it through. Very well played. Timed it well.
Suited now for Lifara. 6,500, he says. Another ace-2 suited in Rakovic's hands. Comes along. Hello, ladies. As if Sun needs any more run good. Here he is, having earned most of that stack here at this feature table, courtesy of 2 kings, looking to do more of the same with a couple of queens. 3-bet inbound, sizing to be determined.
What a great spot, Ali, because we're going to be perceived to be quite out of line here, I think.
Sure.
From the button, right?
Yeah.
With this huge stack.
Oh, Chukarova. I'm sure wanted to play that one. You see a little bit of mustard on the muck. Disgusted not to be able to set mine with a couple of 6s.
If players do suspect larceny, there could be some potential there for him to have 4-bet ripped, but normally not with a hand like ace-2 suited. Of course, we see the in vogue play, the ace-5 suited. Would it be intriguing to see what he would have done? As it stands, they both get out of the way.
Yeah. And continuing to amass a stack that one would expect is going to work its way deeper and deeper into this one. Li Wei's son. I mean, granted, kings and queens. It's not as though he's out here just kind of
Yeah.
earning it, so to speak. No shame in it, of course, but there are more glamorous paths to accumulation than others. I'll take them any way they come.
Absolutely.
Ace-queen has been an expensive hand here at the feature, but under the gun, one would imagine, 98,000. Some of that's going to be flicked forward. Indeed it is. Fana opening once more. Suited, but a bit lacking, the 9-3. Finding the mug.
Yeah, typically you'll see these hands get defended most of the time, but Farah sort of in the 30 big blind realm. Okay, probably thinking implied odds, not so good.
Yeah. A quick peek back at the chip counts where Li Wei-sun has even more than he did after the exchange with Gyungeren, which left the G-Man in search of the rebuy desk. Level at 62,000 are the two shorties, and Chukarova and Vivarov, who lost an all-in against Nikolai Losev, which propelled Losev forward into 4th in chips. Akai and Alexeyev, I think, have been the least involved, perhaps. I know Alexeyev did work his way to a couple of rivers in 3-way pots there where he didn't represent the flushes, but overall, I think it's those two who have kind of been on the sidelines for the most part. Chukarova hasn't played a lot of pots either, just a few early on.
Yeah, he's been in some frustrating spots, Chukarova, where there's been raising a 3-bet in front of him. We've seen that a couple of times. Or suited Queen 10 with a raise and 4-bet behind. Not much he could do. Akai started out really aggressively, and then I think he did have Gorgaran on his immediate left, probably recognized he'd need to slow things down a little.
Yeah.
He's been a little card dead also since. Still plenty of chips to work with.
Can get pretty frustrating when poker turns into a spectator sport, especially when it's not that you've been card dead, but every time you've had a hand that you could have played, you see 2, 3, 4 bets in front of you, and you know the holding just shrivels. Into the bin go the 9s, into the bin goes the ace-jack suited, you know, and you're thinking, why me? Sometimes that'll keep you out of trouble, though. As we see Akai getting after it from the small with this jack-9, or did he limp?
Yeah, I think. Oh no, it looks like a raise.
Yeah.
6.5.
One chip in.
Put one chip.
You just put one chip in.
Put one chip, that's really cool.
Big blind arguing that it was a limp.
Door.
Floor called.
I think it's a call as well.
Door.
String
It's a
raise.
small blind and he put one chip. It's a call. Put one chip.
Blind at 303,000, he put 5k without saying nothing. It's just one big chip without saying nothing. This is the call.
Yes.
You need to take the chips and put it.
I did before, nobody won me.
Yeah, because I wasn't here.
Yeah. Police was
And I was not the big.
Okay, you get your call.
Check.
Okay, so it looks like the official ruling is that Akai is going to be held to a limp because he did not announce raise when putting the big chip in to complete from the small blind. That will allow Farah to check back and see a flop in position with 9 deuce offsuit. Dominated. As Akai does flop the gut shot straight draw.
Always interesting how the dynamic changes now, Ali, in this pot.
I will play it fair.
Both players now with straight draws. 2 ways is Akai's. 1 way is Farah's. And Jack high will be a winner at Showdown. It does feel a little bit like Fada's feeling a touch guilty over having called the string raise there, so he's playing this one passively. Although, one more street here. And he does just give up, so.
It does feel a little weak. Not to be too critical, but I think on this 5 turn, you know, no aggression shown from your opponent. Flop hand turn. Do you have a hand basically obviously going to have no showdown? Might have been time to start putting in a couple of small bets, but decides to give it up. Kai be happy to take that one down with the Jack high. As we have a new player, Ali.
In the black jumper. Efforting intel. Still working on that new player info, but first, a couple of 8s for Nikolai Losev. Raised to 16.
My friend.
Attia Sarakoglu is that new player.
Oh. I thought only together.
Look at
Note
this,
a
Ali.
flat from the small blind from an ace-king. This is unorthodox and something that could find Bibadov getting himself in a bit of trouble with ace-9 out of the big. Sure enough.
Very interesting.
Dominated, he joins the party. We almost never see a flat from ace-king pre-flop, and a king-high board. King 8-4, Losev with a set. This is going to be real trouble for Fada.
Yeah, this is good game, almost always. Barring some miraculous run out, and he's going to fast play it too, Ali. Made that 16K, excuse me, 22. Losev, show tunes going off in his head.
Oh my God, I mean, this is just the dream because you know 99% of the time this dry texture, a check raise from a flat caller, is a king.
Yeah. Yeah, the absolute dream. No reason to fast play. Just going to call, let our opponent do the betting for us.
Oh, yeah. 6 on the turn. Doesn't rate to be any concern, as we know that any King X combo can't have a heart draw. And Fada's all in. Leaves him all out. Drawing dead. Inconsequential river, as Losev suddenly will haul in 207,000 and find himself with well over $250,000 in chips. Guy that had 70 just moments ago.
Yeah, Losev finding the positive momentum. Unfortunate for Farah there. You know, I don't totally hate flat pre. Typically you will see people 3-bet there and look to get it in for a shade of over 30 bigs, but you do get to keep in some hands you dominate, like an ace-10 off type, king-queen off type holdings. On the king 8-4 though, never ever gonna get away from it. Losev with middle set, lands the killer blow.
That he does. How about it? I don't know that anything changes, you know, if the 3-bet comes in.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been a jam off of that stack depth, maybe.
No, I think Losev there, once the 3-bet comes in to say, you know...
Pre-flop I'm talking about,
yeah. I'm with you, like 7.5 bigs or so. If you're going to 3-bet there off 30, going to make it around 7.5 to 8 bigs. Losev going to have probably a decision whether to call or fold. I don't think he's going to jam for 35 bigs with pocket 8s, but probably peels.
Yeah, the question more was the jam, you know, from the ace-king.
Oh, if he just 3-bet shoves?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 8s would fold if he just 3-bet jams free.
Although that would feel a bit rich, greedy even.
Feels like a
with
lot
the
to
ace-king.
shove. Yeah.
But you know, we've seen, listen, we've seen some very big bets and sizings. And we haven't seen the last of them either. Chukarova, ace-jack, finally finds a spot. And will relieve Rakovic of king 10.
Yeah, he's had to be very patient. Picks a nice one there. Not much table talk, Ali, I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's not the most friendly of atmospheres for
Well,
midway through day 2.
You know, it's gotten a bit violent out there, I think. This is generally what we see from people that have been exposed to post-traumatic stress. You know, this is a platoon of guys that have seen the face of evil.
They have seen a lot, it would seem. Hopefully not just this week.
Right. And now seeing 2 10s is Ahmed Akai. Makes it 7 to go. And a new man, Sarakoglu. Ace-9 suited will come along. And maybe a squeeze candidate on the button.
Here it goes, Ali. You called it. In it goes.
52,000. Immediately shoved toward the middle. And I'm not sure this one gets through.
Never, ever. This one is not getting through. Akai here, I'm going to be more than happy to put this in, Ali, for 17. You know, Sarakoglu, pretty capped behind, not too many traps. Of course, we'll very occasionally find them. Pocket 10s here are going to be very content to run this one. Oh, no. Say it isn't so, Akai.
Pocket 10's just found the muck.
I gotta say, I'm shocked
and
to see
so
it.
does Ace-9 suited, not one but 2 better hands into the bin. And even Vibarov himself would be aghast at being told that that's what he just managed to get through. With just 52,000.
I'm gonna have to put that one in the merit poker solver. I don't think Pocket 10s ever hits the muck there. Super shocked to see it. What a get through, Ali. Free rolling now for Vibarov. Wow.
Credit to him for summoning the all-in as opposed to the flat, which, you know, obviously didn't feel available to him if he was choosing to play the hand, but neither did a fold with 2 10s.
Yeah, definite misstep. Of course, we are in the privileged position to see the cards, but 17 big blind squeeze shove. 10's doing more than well enough. You know, there's going to be the occasional 7s, 8s, 9s are in there. Of course, all the combos of ace, queen, ace, king, but there's going to be some suited ace-X like we saw. I'm shocked to see the 10s fold, I must say.
Pretty one for Vibarov on the heels of that pickup as he opens, but gets 3-bet by Losev's pocket 5s. And it's a healthy size 3-bet, by the way. Unclear what Li Wei Sun's reaction is going to be with ace-queen. Why did Losev go this big?
I feel like this could be a graphic error, potentially.
Is it? Or is it because Vibarov only has 66,000 behind?
Be. You're right, it could be. But why so large? 50K.
I mean, it does feel like you're inviting disaster to develop behind you.
Sure. I think you'll get the same information here, you know, if you make it sort of 25K. Doesn't really change the ranges too much behind, although we can see this might actually get ace-queen to occasionally fold, Ali, and there we go.
Does exactly what it needed to do in terms of getting rid of Li Wei Sun's dominant ace-queen.
And Losev perhaps stumbling upon a genius size in there. Getting Sun out the way.
And Vibarov does not want to spin with king-queen suited, and Losev has really been his nemesis.
Big hand.
Yeah, ace-queen.
Ace-queen?
I'm still marveling at the fact that Vibarov is still in this event right now.
Yeah, I mean, they do test us here in the booth. We actually alluded to it at the start of this segment. They're going to put us in some difficult spots to announce it, but yeah, I'm shocked to see the 10s fold. Vibarov free rolling though.
I think good fold.
Tough to be too critical there either. Once Losov makes it 50K, king-queen suited starts to shrivel significantly. Probably worried that he's up against a hand like ace-queen or ace-king with this really large size. A couple of wild moments.
And ones that genuinely encapsulate the concept that
we've been harping on to a point that I think some might be tempted to think we're, you know, overselling it.
Absolutely,
And yet, no, we're just not.
No, you explained it best. Expect the unexpected. We've certainly seen a lot of that.
And we've seen a lot of Losev getting involved in pots, and here he is with the flush draw as Alexeev defended from the big blind again. The man just can't seem to find a spot.
Yeah, I think at a deeper stack depth, we would continue here with all the backdoors and 2 overcards. But just with 63k behind Ali, just no real wiggle room or maneuverability. Have to let it go.
Not a stack that's deep enough to do any bullying at later streets. And boy, the frustration.
Yeah, you can see the frustration for sure. Alexeev and Kukarova there in your picture, both pretty frustrating first sort of hour and a half at the table. Having to fold lots of hands, not really able to get much going.
I'll tell you what, though, one could have identified Losev's plight for a time here at this table in a similar manner, and look where he finds himself now. So, you know, being patient and then also being opportunistic and not allowing sort of that doom to kind of take root, which, let's be very honest, not unlike sharks smelling a drop of blood in the water or wolves sensing fear and weakness, you can get targeted in ways that people wouldn't otherwise get after other opponents if you wear that badge of frustration too prominently upon your sleeve.
Agreed. One of the hardest things, I think, especially, you know, for players of less experience, not to cast too many aspersions, but it can be so frustrating. You know, you have this 90-minute spell where you feel you're being hammered on, you feel nothing's going to go your way, the body language drops. I completely agree with you, and people will go after it.
Yeah, I've often myself, in a cash game, granted not a tournament, but the facts remain, have looked over and been like, well, that guy can't win a pot. You know what I mean? It's almost as though even they've lost a sense of the value of their hands. They've just got this shroud of, I'm never going to be good here. And so you can really just take advantage and exploit. As we get a look at our next feature table here, is that Gromov there? What is that? Hang on. Hang on a second. No, that wasn't Gromov. Jakub Mikulak was the man there in the shag and the shades. How could I have conflated him with Gromov? That was producer Milputas not going to forgive me for that one, I would imagine. Yeah, that's he did point out they are truly at opposite ends of the aesthetic spectrum. Now we're starting to see a little bit of big stack behavior here from Li Wei-sun. Offsuit one gapper opens, and immediately Alexeev, at long last, finding a spot where he can get it in. And he'll be a little bit disappointed that Sun's not going to give him a spin there, as he's had the chips to do so with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 20, just a shade over 20 bigs. Jacks is one of those hands that kind of just wants to 3-bet jam. Wouldn't have hated to see a little try to induce Ali, right? Try and just a little 3-bet, try and induce a bit of action.
Just lay a price that Sun can't walk away from?
I would have that in my 3-bet call range, a hand as strong as Jacks. You know, it is cutoff versus button, so Sun going to be very wide, right? With all the chips in the cutoff, it's going to be a lot wider than normal.
Sure.
In any case, probably no action anyway with just the 9-7-0. Our Emperor looking a little deflated also. Always find it amazing in the booth. You can really see the body language. You must have seen it so much over the years.
Sure. Ace-Jack suited. Inflating. And we'll just pick up blind and Annie chips. Been a steady frame for Jakovic. For the most part, I like what I've seen out of that seat.
Yeah, been very impressed, actually. shown himself to be very technically gifted, I think. Lots of awareness post-flop. Won some nice ones.
Again, somewhat expected when we fly the Austrian banner. Nation that
Why are they always so good, Ali? There's got to be
is.
some... What is it? There's a secret sauce.
They're
some
engineers,
kind of
man, you know.
drinking the Kool-Aid.
Germans,
what do
Austria,
they do?
this is
They all
the Swiss, you know, these guys are just, they put the gears together and they...
What
they
happens
make it
though? Do
work.
they all get together on a weekend, go camping and just say, we're all going to be the best players in the world every week?
They all hail from
There's so many of them. They're just,
you know,
never
God
ending.
particle that made them predisposed toward greatness in
it's just
poker.
a never-ending stream of like elite Austrian
You know those
players.
YouTube channels where they'll like take the newest iPhone and then they'll take it apart?
Right.
We gotta find, you know, let's find one of these Austrian guys.
That's what I'm
and
trying
just,
to find, yeah.
And just run a vivisection, you know,
Yeah.
just let's see what's actually happening inside, as we can see what's happening here, and it's a trappy little flat
Don't hate
from
it.
Chukurova, who's managed to work Akai's Queen Jack into the middle,
Yeah,
as
look at
well as
this.
Viborov's King 4, which is a blocker to a king. For Losev, that's the card that the two queens don't want to see, along with an ace, of course. And this is a very lovely spot to be in. 60% equity in a four-way pot, all the way up to 28.5 already. 70 back for the two queens, and it comes 7, 9, 10. Losev could get in a little bit of trouble here, as could Akai.
See, typically here from under the gun, Ali, we're going to check, like, four-way pot, super dynamic board, but we've seen Losev just doesn't seem to have that gear in the arsenal, or doesn't like to choose the passive route. He goes ahead and bets, and this is going to work out beautifully. Kukarova continues to slow play. Wow.
I'm a bit surprised at his willingness to flat. At this point, it would seem that the jam would be the preferred course of action, and if we're beaten, we're beaten. But the chips were always destined to get in the middle in a spot like this, and they've done so, you know, in a nice manner to this point. But the flat now invites troublesome participation in the form of this open-ender behind.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Ali. I think the time to pull the trigger was now. Kukarova, though, he's going for the max value. Manages to get Akai in behind. Big turn coming.
Oh, and this is a perfect turn card for Chukurova. Losev might be thinking it's perfect as well, by the way, because if someone's not slow playing this King 10, plays quite well.
Yeah, part of the problem here, C-bet and multi-way, when we get two callers, we're still kind of guessing. He's just going to continue away, Ali, and there we go.
There's the jam, as finally Chukurova pulls the trigger. And note, by the way, that an extra 34.5 might be exactly the kind of price that Losev needs to take. 148 in the middle.
I don't think we can fold, Ali, really, for the price. Getting 4-1 more than.
The trouble is when a deuce rolls off and we've been flatted pre, flatted post,
Yeah.
and that card absolutely cannot be relevant to Chukurova's range, the King 10 starts to feel a bit dusty.
100%, yeah, it's very true. You're kind of hoping that a hand that like Jack 10 or Queen 10 has called one on the flop, looked for a clean turn, then decided to get it in. But that does seem optimistic, Ali. I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, we really have no bluffs as Kukarova, right? Is the main issue. And do we beat value? Might beat a few combos. Big moment here as we come up to the next break.
Will it be a break that could see Chukurova surging even further than the 148K that he's already slated to be hauling in here?
Wow, and he finds a nice fold, Ali.
And I'll tell you what, you know, a lot of this MPO stuff, again, on display. That fold, very sound. Maybe one that the math would argue with a little bit in terms of being laid between 4 and 5-1, but correctly into the bin went that King 10. Losev will end the frame with 238,000, well up from what he started it with. A nice surge for him, but the real one belonged to Lee Wei-sun. Over 200 big blinds in front of him, 712,000 and change as we bring you back into the broadcast booth. in just a moment. There we are, Ali Nejad alongside Andrew Headley. And well, my friend, that's one way to wake you up, as I know you were a little drowsy, didn't get a great night's sleep, but after a couple of hours of poker like that, no rest.
So much fun to try and dissect. Like, I feel like we have to duck and dive in the booth as much as they have to duck and dive on the felt.
Yeah.
Fantastic to watch. Gurgaran, he put on a show.
Sure.
Was pretty much note perfect for the first sort of hour, then did it overly inflate that big one. Sad to see him go. Huge pot for Sun, of course. Then other than that, we've seen Rakovic be very technically sound. I've enjoyed watching him play. Slow and steady. Been very much the team for him.
Yep.
And then the mid stacks and low stacks all hanging in there, trying to get something going.
Yeah, so a fun collection of players will be sent to the sidelines as we'll bring in a new feature table after this break, as coverage of the main event here at the Merit Gangster Series continues in just a moment. Stay close.
Quite fast. We saw him cold call that 4-bet a moment ago with the 9s.
Another 10K over the top of the 6,500. Apologies, James. Forgive the evident developments here with 10s against aces. Note that Nakul gets away from the king-queen.
Yeah. Product, obviously, opening off this kind of shallower stack. I may say shallower stack, it's still 40 blinds, but given he just cold called 40K before, I don't think...
Hold on.
Yeah, he's going to jam.
That was likely.
And when you get snap called like that, ace-king is about as much as you can hope to be up against. But in this case, it's the dreaded bigger pocket pair.
If I put all in, you call? If I put all in, you call? Yeah, I'm calling.
Kopian hunting a 10.
What doesn't matter?
5-8-9 board. Could be some backdoor straight prospects.
I took you for an ace-king, honestly. But
And no sooner do I mention them than they appear. The jack on the turn now, giving Akopian an open ender. 10 would still work as well. Instead, the board pairs on the river, and a gentle wrap of the felt will signify the departure of Sarkis Akopian.
I felt you would have do it. I don't know why.
Departure for now.
Yeah, and it could be just a trip over to the re-entry desk. One doesn't know, but...
Yeah.
my teacher say first, either raise or muck.
King 10 finding the muck.
لبنان. هادي ثلاث الجايين جورج نوين من الأردن.
Late position open here from the button. Sabit, queen 8. Besides, that's enough. Little baby suited connector now for the growing stack of Ali Ildiz. What have we here?
We have a little gander from the small blind. Akpapor with a very nice looking ace-deuce in the big. And an even nicer looking ace-deuce suited on the king 4-5 two-spade board. These with a piece.
Nut flush draw, wheel draw up against bottom pair, and the backdoor, which turns into an actual flush draw.
Yeah,
as Sabe also hits the queen.
Right, Sabe takes the lead in this pot on that card. But how's he going to feel when he these leads and Akpapor swiftly follows with chips? How'd you like your queen now? Well, seems like he loves it. Two draws on board.
Yeah.
He's not scared.
Turn action comes to a close very quickly as the backdoor diamonds show up for Yildiz.
Oh, he checks it. Sneaky, sneaky. Does Sabe ever try and turn this into a bluff thinking, hey, if someone's got a king here?
It doesn't feel like someone has a king as played, James, if we're honest.
Bro, I mean, they could. Akpapor could have a king. Yildiz could have a king. Doesn't look like either of them have a diamond flush. Sabe, the most likely perhaps, have a diamond flush, having been the pre-flop raiser, not venturing a bet, then overcalling the turn. He looks most like diamonds. Here we go. He's going to turn that. I love this. I mean, it's not going to work, but I love it.
No, and I think I understand it is probably the better thing to suggest. And I think that he may be targeting a smaller, weaker queen.
Well, there's some of that
as well with this 43K bet.
A king jack, a king 10. If Yildiz has called one of those from the small blind, how's he going to enjoy calling this?
This is full pot plus, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's just repping flush here. You know, Akpapor can certainly have some weak king X calling from the big blind. And of course, Yildiz with the bottom flush just calling. He's either miles ahead here or miles behind. No point opening the action back up again. And you can encourage perhaps Akpapor to overcall with something very unlikely. But this is very well played by Yildiz, checking, allowing Sabe to make what looks like a really good bluff. If I'm in Sabe's shoes, I'm doing the same thing. I'm over bet bluffing.
You're good.
And he sees he got absolutely done there by Yildiz
Yeah,
checking.
Yeah. Other tournaments, I don't think it's something we see all that often. Sometimes you'll see start of day 2, you can come in and register. But to get deeper into day 2.
A function of 1 hour levels, plenty of starting chips, slow structure. And of course, I believe they played 9 levels on day 1. So got to hear that a little bit earlier to day 2. An interesting little wrinkle today is they play just 9 hours again today because, as is always quite fun at Merit, the Mix Max is a tournament you can play in whilst playing the main event.
Right.
That final day resumes at 10 p.m. tonight. So therefore, this day 2 of the main has to finish at like 9:45, give the players a few minutes to switch from one tournament to the other. It's kind of fun.
Not so fun is getting 3-bet by the talents of the German Heidorn on the button, especially when he's got the better kit in ace-jack against this king-queen on an ace-6 deuce board. This king-queen is now looking very dusty, as Nakul did call the 3-bet.
Yeah, Heidorn with that position, with a board that massively favors him in ace-6 deuce. Nakul's going to have plenty of the suited high card combos that just don't get to continue on this kind of texture. Assuming Nakul does check this over to him, Heidorn will be able to continue very wide for very little. Oh, here we go. MPO. Throw a spanner in the works.
You know,
a big bet as well.
25,000.
Yeah.
Into 46. But, you know, for me, it's a line that he's taking with a purpose. He's thinking to himself, Heidorn is targeting my late position raise, which looks weak to him, with a wider range of his own, which doesn't have to include an ace. I could have the ace. When you bet a board texture as dry as this, as we see him hit the king on the turn, you're just trying to clear out a whole lot of that riffraff that cannot go anywhere on that texture.
Exactly that, Ollie. He's got king-queen. He thinks, if I check this and I get bet into, I kind of have to call with king-queen because I beat all the light 3-bets. But I don't really want to be check-calling king-queen. This board doesn't feel right. So if I just bet, although I'm bluffing with the best handle all the time, at least I make the hand easier. And of course, there are times where he's up against a hand like jacks or tens, where if he does bet and hit a king like this, he might think he's got the best hand now.
Really interesting development on the turn, by the way. Nakul showing us that he is a thinking player very much as he checks in spite of improving to hit the king. Heidorn, in turn, checking because maybe he's a little bit thrown off by that lead into him on the flop. And now the 10 of hearts showing up on the end.
Yeah.
And a second check in front of him. I presume value is inbound.
That's the funny thing. Exactly that. Hydon checked back the turn quite quickly because he's like, wait, what's going on here? A player like Hydon wouldn't see that line as often, you know? I mean, he does play a lot here at Merit, but it's a peculiar line. It's thrown him off. So he thinks, you know, the best thing to do is just keep the variance a bit lower, check back, get a better sense of where I am. Perhaps elicit another bluff on the river if my opponent's bluffing, but also I can get value against an ace if that's what my opponent's working with. And here we go. River, somewhat completing. 10 of hearts. Isn't that cool? Checking. Hydon going very, not very small, but third pot with that top pair, but quite key. The Jack of Hearts obviously blocking
How many spots will be paid?
quite a few of the check raises.
I don't know how many spots will be paid.
Nakul now in kind of no man's land.
They will
Is
know
my
after
opponent
the
turning a hand
registration
like
class.
9s or 8s into bluff is what he's thinking. Maybe yeah, that's about it. I think 9s, 8s, or even jacks or queens. I think they'll be pretty content to check back. Nakul does get stubborn. Fun hand again, non-standard.
Before shutting it down.
He's looking over at that modern day.
And a very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Casino, Spa, and most importantly, poker venue. I was going to say buffet, but I'll give it over to the poker for now. A beautiful shot of the town here, Gurner, just down the road from this fantastic establishment where we, of course, are bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of this, the Gangster Series main event. Myself, James Dempsey, alongside Andy Headley, who's just swanning in here at just the right moment, my friend. Oh,
excuse me. On air now. My timings were a little off, Demps, I must say. I ran down to the bar, get myself a little cup of tea. I thought a little leisurely stroll back up.
I see that. We got the
we made it.
English breakfast tea on the go just to
Absolutely.
take it through the
You know me
next
too
frame.
well.
But I mean, tea might not be the right drink because we've got a pretty chaotic next frame to do it, one imagines, with the re-entry closing at the end of these 2 hours, and so therefore the players buying in now, coming in fairly short, and of course plenty of short stacks in the field.
I feel like I need a stiff whiskey after that first frame. Myself and Ali covering the action. It was chaos, would be putting it mildly, James. Yeah, a lot of action, a lot of big pots, as we always expect to see here in Merit. Yeah, but as you referenced, is this last level now? One more level?
2 levels, I believe.
2 levels of re-entry left. So yeah, you'll see the short. He's looking to gamble it up. You know, potentially re-enter if they can't find the spin. Yeah, look forward to the action.
It will come
Gonna be good.
thick and fast, and we have a quite fun featured table ahead for you guys, including a previous main event winner here. So form definitely in the cards, but of course we're a long way away from that. We have to play through to just the late reg closing. Then we're going to play another few levels tonight. Bag up, come back tomorrow. The big day. They'll be moving into the money, getting through the bubble. The kind of tournament as a player you don't particularly necessarily enjoy, but for those of us in here, it's fun watching, seeing these players navigate that stage, get through the stress, and then of course play onto the final table. And of course later tonight we have the Mix Max final day taking place. One of the few little kinks here where things do things at Merit is we're gonna bag up at 9:45 players time so they can go and play their final day at 10 PM. They love it. Just you can be multi-tabling tournaments in Merit without overlapping, winning as much money as possible.
It's relentless, Demps.
And here is that new feature table. As of course the blinds creeping up ever so slowly, 1,500, 3,500. It is going away, leading the way with 114 bigs, 4 starting stacks, good for that. And then Tijit Tine Aksoy, a former champion here. In fact, that's a litany of great scores in these 5K events at Merit. And you see the shortest stack. I'm saying, you know, the blinds are getting up, but the shortest stack at our table is 54 bigs, Andy. There's plenty of play to be had here.
Yeah, no shorties here, Demps. 185k the shortest stack. 100k starting stack here at the Merit Poker main event of the Gangster series. So lots and lots of latitude and scope for some interesting post-flop stuff. Good for us in the booth.
Ready for some gangsters too. All right, I'm taking my early pan around the table. Not seeing too many players dressed in the color scheme of the chips.
Oh, you do? I forgot. Dempsey solver.
It was working in the first frame. Having a look around, there's not a lot. Oh, wait, kind of
this one?
Stretching it with a grey, sort of a bit like the white, bit like the blue chips. I don't know. It's a stretch. Salah's not stretching here with King, Queen of clubs. Very reasonable hand to kick off our action.
Now, I was given a lookalike Demps from the cameraman on my way back up. What do you reckon? Apparently, Samuel L. Jackson there on the button.
I think I got given the same one. There's a fraction of it. I've seen Superman here before. There is a fraction. There's a little hint. Let's get him the Kangol cap. And
Yeah,
then
we'll see how it goes.
that would sell it. Raise up. Karam in the big. Andy, but a slightly larger sizing.
Yeah, I think it does start to make this hand shrink up even more. It's already pretty much bottom of our defend range. It's going to flick it in though, even against that 2.6 Demps as you referenced.
Well, may regret this on a King 8-3 board. Salah flops all of it effectively on this broken board. And big C-bet as well. He's obviously looking to drive big pots.
Yeah, half pot. Snap gets it done.
Not the same. Oh, yeah. Completely different.
Was he questioning? Was the last level you guys played also? Is this where, I know Merit sometimes when we get to this stage of day 2, we kind of like repeat levels or just move the small blind. Is that what happened there? Was it?
It was 2,500 big blind.
Oh, it was 25. Okay, so we've gone up to.
Oh, in fact,
I was 2,500
no,
for me.
in fact, yeah, it was 3K. 3K big.
Was it 3K? Was
1,500 3K because there was.
Did they repeat the 1,500? Because I think I was doing 2.5K big. So you must have done 3 and 3.5 or 3.
I think 3.
Okay.
But we are at 3.5 now.
Yeah, I wondered if it.
Very good structure.
Yeah, I wonder if it went 1,500, 3,000, and 1,500, 300. Yeah, that must be what it is. Okay. Either way, it seemed like he was inquiring as, hang on, I think there was supposed to be 4,000 in the big blind, but
okay,
that might explain why the open to 9. It might not. I might have misunderstood the communication going on there.
So we see Michalak. Bottom range-ish open, 6-7 of hearts, +1. Salah.
Don't you worry about that. There's plenty more hands where you can get away with opening around
Oh,
these
I
parts. I feel you.
Salah calling +3 with the King Jack. Do go heads up.
With the betting lead, but the inferior hand for now. And remains the inferior hand on Ace King 9. The faintest with backdoor equity for him, but what's got to be a fairly scary board against the Peeler.
Yeah, interesting decision point. Does decide to just shut it down. Salah checks behind, improves to gut shots to a straight and a flush draw. Michalak with just 7 high. Feels like he's just going to fully wave the white flag on this one, Demps.
Makes a lot of sense. Always going to give it up. Manu had 4 caches in the Carmen series and 3 more during the EPT. He likes the waters around this little island of ours.
This is Michalak?
Yes.
Yeah. Michalak, I'm being corrected.
There we go.
There we go. Michalak.
The voice of God, aka Morbutas.
He really is, isn't he?
Keeping us tight. So usually I just let Ali do the pronunciations.
He's very good.
He's such a linguist.
I'm going to hand that to, I will give it to him. I have a hard enough time with the English language as it is, Demps, without these complex surnames. I speak pretty good brand of English for a Scotsman, wouldn't you say?
It's understandable.
Thanks,
which puts you in the upper echelons of your country.
I mean, getting that a lot recently, you know. People saying, "Oh, you don't sound Scottish."
Oh, you sound Scottish.
Thanks, mate.
Don't worry, you're not.
I'm loving that.
Of course, you're now living in Ireland, so that might be skewing things somewhat.
It may well be.
Cork twang.
Oh
Finding its way
no!
in.
If you think Scotland's hard to understand, come and visit me in Cork, my friend. You won't have a conversation for 3 weeks. You'll just be listening and nodding your head.
Just smile along as Hashim finds 2 8s. Good enough for him to come along. Yeah, some accent down there. Sorry. Ace Queen in the small.
Yeah, interesting decision point here. They're pretty deep. Call or 3-bet both options, Demps, I'd suggest.
Looks like he's gone for the latter. Popping up 28k. Applying pressure back on the opener. And I find these little spots here, like you say, you can raise here, you could flat here from the small.
Yeah.
So much dependent on your opponent, isn't it? And what tendencies you picked up on them already.
Yeah.
As these guys have obviously been playing together for 3 hours now. And perhaps referenced there by the fact that the 3-bet gets 2 8s to fold. Therefore, we want to kind of lean towards maybe some more 3-bets.
I would agree. Yeah, pretty tight fold, I think. We're like 80 bigs effective. Don't think we can fold there to a single 3-bet. We've got position, which of course is going to be important. More chance of realizing our equity down the streets. So little surprised to see 8s just give it up.
Everything changes when all the eyes are on you, you know?
But I'm with you, Demps. If our
I don't
opponent's
think
going to
he's
fold a
gonna
hand as
fold
strong
back.
as that, we can be pretty liberal with our hand selection.
Yeah.
It's not my first time, don't worry.
Yeah, we know the story.
I can see the Samuel L. now in the eyes.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised Kuba was always talkative.
Here we go.
Kuba. But he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
talk now, yeah.
I wonder, see, this time opening to 8,000 when before opening 9. So maybe it was just a...
He needs a break.
Oh, hello. Supermanium, 2 jacks in position against the opener. Fortunate, perhaps, that the opener is from +1 as he looks down at this premium.
Yeah, potential trouble, Demps. Counting out the 3-bet.
And a clicky 3-bet. One that wouldn't really expect many hands that have opened +1 to fold. So maybe widening his opponent's continue range.
Yeah, somewhat surprising. We're around about 60 bigs deep here. So like typically 3-bet sizes will be a bit larger at depth. Intriguing, Demps, you're right. Just a shade over 5 bigs. You're not going to get too many folds. And going to get the bad news because here comes the 4-ball. All of a sudden, these jacks, Demps, dicey.
Yeah, does the small 3-bet induce a lot of continues in the form of calls? So therefore, do we give the 4-bet maybe even a little bit more credit?
I think so.
In an unbalanced sense, if we just look at hands in vacuums, you probably want to call with a lot of other hands we might normally bluff with, is how I'd look at this. But
I'm with you 100%. I think people are going to be inclined just to take the price. Less of the marginal hands are going to bluff. 4-bet bluff, excuse me. All of a sudden, Demps, very inflated, 104k in the middle.
yeah, Salah with 1.7 times pop behind. As they head to the board that Subramanian wants to see some high cards on, or he could be in trouble. 8-4-3, not the parachute he's looking for. Salah continuing on an 8-high board, seems like the play from a man who's 4-bet from +1.
Yeah, this has been a feature of the kind of feature table so far. We have seen in these 4-bet pots, typically you're going to see a lot of very small sizings, right? We're going to have a condensed range representing the real strong value with this 4-bet. Really nothing to protect from Demps. I would have favored, personally, something in the sort of 20%, maybe 25% realm.
Right, lay out some rope.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to protect from. You want to keep your opponent in. All of a sudden, Jack's shrinking violently, I would suggest, in the mind of Subramaniam.
Spot.
Horrible spot now.
Trying to attribute the hands that beat him. Queens, kings, aces, but then all the ace-king combos perhaps, working out whether they always bet. Is there ever a chance his opponent's got tens?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it would be optimistic.
He's going to call. See at least one more card. Yeah, I should feel you. I feel like a little check there, get them to still jam hands like this.
Sure, I mean, like, Subramaniam...
If he's got sevens, maybe he just thinks he needs to protect against ace-king, ace-queen.
May even put a small bet out, right, just to protect his pocket pair.
Right.
And then we still get paid anyway. I mean, it's very hard to attribute a stone bluff here, right? Maybe comes down to who your opponent is. You referenced that. They've played together. But you really need this to just be an ace-queen, ace-king type combo that's just going crazy.
Yeah, obviously no flush draw materializing the turn, so those ace-king with backdoor draw chances, not a thing. As much as the flop bet feels like, oh, well, you know, he's still got 16 combos of ace-king. You feel good about life. Suddenly,
Hi, can I have a Turkish tea, please?
they're far fewer.
And right off the bat, critical moment for Subramaniam.
Wow, great fold from
Very
Subramaniam.
Nice. Finds it.
Manages to retain 110,000 chips that many would have gone broke with. Recognizing that the 4-bet to the small 3-bet sizing condenses the range somewhat. Aside from some balance in that, it just looked super strong. It looked like queens plus, it looked like ace-king.
Yeah, if you think your opponent's not going to find these sort of 4-bets with like a king-jack suited type hand could be something that could potentially 4-bet here at depth. It's so hard to attribute them to this player in game. You know, that's an assumption from me. Perhaps that is incorrect. Finds a nice turn fold depth, preserving the 110k. What a start to this frame for Sally, though. Picks up 120k or so there.
We pick up 2 from 2 for the man. Center shot. Just chilling now. Just under 100 blinds. And it'll take a step away from the table. It'll resettle. Quite like this feature table, he says. It's fun. Hashim. Going for a liberal one from +1.
Look at this.
Oh, hello.
Potentially a bit of steam here.
Subramaniam just wanting to get involved, wants to play pots. Flatting +2 with 10-8. Well, well, well. Little does Hashim know he's dominating his opponent.
Yeah, this is the very definition of dicey.
Soy looking down at the queen of clubs. Some other cards, good enough for a squeeze. Again, we join these guys in their 4th hour of play. They've got a feel of each other's ranges. We're flying somewhat blind, but I mean, the fact that Axel's got a queen in his hand, electing to 3-bet, could be quite a wide range if we're seeing the kind of Jack-10 opens, the 10-8
Oh my
pills.
goodness,
And look at
calls!
this. Maybe there is some steam.
It feels like steam, James.
Just laid down 2 jacks correctly, mind you.
Subramaniam potentially imploding.
Jack 9-4 flop. Open-ender for Subramaniam. Checks over to Axoy, who... Well, to break this down, ace-queen, not liking this board. King-queen, got some involvement.
Yeah.
He's got a queen-jack or queen-10. They're liking it. Queens, of course, loving life. Bets 30k. A swift call from the open ender. Desperately not want to see a queen.
Oh, a very interesting turn.
That is. Both players picking up a straight draw. We still don't know who has the best of it, though. Kind of it's a scary board, isn't it, for Axoy to fire into the range of Subramanian?
Absolutely. Axoy's value range hating this turn in general. Aces, kings, queens. None of them loving it. 7 on the river.
Subramanian via 2 streets. Improves to a pair, then to a straight, and an 8. Kind of a sneaky one.
I mean, Axoy would be very fair for him to think that his opponent never has an 8 in his hand here.
Right.
But apart from maybe pocket 8s, even that.
Tough for them pre-flop, and especially on this flop.
For sure.
As it is. He is up against an 8. Subramanian betting 65k. Getting it through. In what now? Most likely ace queen, but maybe a hand like queen 10.
Yep.
Either way. Recovery.
Perhaps de-steams him after the jacks running into aces early doors.
I feel like the first frame of the day, myself and Ali had a little blast in here. There were hands going off galore. Sounds like you two had a similar theme in the second frame. And this third frame, carrying on that vein of crazy action is, again, if you are just joining us, we still have this level and one more of entries. That may be leaning its way towards some spicier play than we normally see in a tournament.
Yeah, this table got a lot of potential based on the first few hands.
Yeah, players trying to build a stack. Or have another blast. Hey, it's only 3k, right?
Exactly.
Spin it in.
Exactly.
Over 500 players now in the field as Subramanian looks down at his favorite hand. Hashim, the opener, once again. This time, he's going to 3-bet him, having got squeezed. Oh, pardon me, does cool. I was going to say, I wonder if he, last hand he just called the open, got squeezed. Oh!
Wow, look at this.
Has actually got the same hand again.
Slightly different here, Demps, under the gun and +1.
Yeah, but with that last hand having gone on, I see this getting spicy.
Yeah, standard play would be to go for it again. He's reaching.
He is, and bear in mind, he 3-bet the small blind. Then 3-bet the low jack last hand. Now 3-betting, sorry, the cutoff last hand. Now 3-betting the hijack. 3-bets galore from that seat. This one justified, a little over 4x. And Subramanian, you've set up to get squeezed. Does that mean we continue as a cool and slow play / protect-ish? Or do we have a Springer trap?
I think we just call typically at this depth. Although Axoy, 236k to start the hand, around about 80 bigs still, Demps, little less. 70 bigs or so. Feels like a lot to potentially back raise and try and get it in. He does decide to call.
And how hard is this to read? A minute ago he did the same action with 10-8 offsuit. Now in here with 2 jacks as they head to their second flop in 2 hands. Another 8-high flop Subramanian with his 2 jacks. Is he thinking, this is all familiar?
Absolutely. A little bit of PTSD potentially brewing.
Of course, this time just facing a 3-bet, much wider range than the 4-bet he faced moments ago. And a very small C-bet, 15k. Axoy, I guess even with that size and keeping in some of the hands he beats still, those backdoor combos. As it is.
Yeah, not going to get too many folds, of course, when we choose this size. Perhaps look to clear out a couple of combos that would have some equity. And also, as James just referenced, keep in like an ace-10, a king-queen.
Wow. Check, check, turn. Subramanian must have been loving life at that point. Loving it even more. Jack River, and he goes for a little blocky sizing. 25k.
Yeah, quite like it. Our opponent not repping much strength to your post. Maybe induce some kind of funky action out of Axoy.
Right, Axoy could have a hand here like ace-jack that may kind of target this block.
Quite like this, Demps. Actually, going to know his hand's no longer good, almost ever.
Right. Thinking this is a hand like maybe sevens or
Yeah.
nines. That's taking a little stab.
He could go for this. Does think better of it.
I don't think he was far away.
Yeah. Subramaniam. MVP early doors at this table. This is going to be fun, Debs. You can feel it.
Yeah. I think these two are going to play 3 more pots.
لحد ما بعرف كارت هيداك ما بعرف
It's very easy to attribute hands to just being steamed, right? Like we saw the 10-8 hand. But I like that awareness on the river there, just to put the little blocky bet in, you know, like large parts of our range don't want to bet large here.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff.
I like it especially with jacks. I mean, obviously blocking the river jack. Set of 8s, maybe you go potentially a little bit bigger. Supermanium. He's got a jack this time. That's enough.
This is going to be fun. Love to see these wild cards at the table. Look at this, Demps, again.
Lovely spot for Axoy now to get out into suited broadways. Against Supermanium's under the gun open. Come along and won't object to any more customers. McCulloch, 2 7s. Beautiful hand to call within position. Bring an extra man to this heads-up party. Salah.
He's in there.
Yeah, looking at a couple of broadways. I don't want to miss out. You guys can't have all the fun. So we'll go 4-way. In this Gangster main event. A heart in the window. Followed by the 9 deuce behind. Subramaniam somehow with the best of it. That's the pre-flop raiser on this A-side board, but wary in a 4-way pot.
Mikolak with an interesting little combo here, Demps. Not out of the realms of possibility that you could start to bluff with this holding, target some of the better pairs.
Right.
Quite like it.
10s, jacks, these kind of things. Wouldn't like the action. Does have a diamond.
Yeah.
Case in point, Subramaniam can't enjoy this in a 4-way pot being bet into as the pre-flop raiser. Jack 9, no backdoors. We'll stick around. What is just a 9,000 chip bet? I guess this bet with the 2 7s, just looking to clear out hands. Like, well, I was going to say Queen Jack of Hearts, but Queen Jack of Spades, Queen Jack of Clubs.
What? Look at this!
Yeah, for just 9k, he wants to see the turn.
Wow, very interesting.
With those backdoors, kind of protection in the fact that it's a 3-way pot. I guess he thinks Mikolak's going to have to play pretty honest on the turns.
Yeah, Mikolak not even going to barrel with a hand as strong as maybe Ace-10 here if it's 3-way. Feels like these are the hands where you earn your keep, Demps. If you've managed to find it here with just 7s. Versus one player could see a barrel off. Shut this one down. Versus 2.
Incredibly, Subramaniam is likely to win this pot if it gets to this showdown, which it seems it is likely. Although perhaps Axoy has designs on this, kind of has this. It makes sense that he's got a hand the way it's called. He overcalled flop. He can have diamonds, but other than that,
yeah, could
certainly have an ace queen,
could
ace
have
jack.
a medium ace for sure. Gonna go for that little blocky bluff, the old value bluff.
Wow, just 20k into 68. Screams value.
Sizing certainly makes sense, Demps. Rep something like an ace-10, ace-8 suited.
I guess the question Supermanium's asking is, would he have checked those hands back after the pre-flop raisers checked this flop, or would he look to bet those in the four-way pot?
Seems reasonable to check them, right? Four-way, hand like ace-8 suited. Don't want to bet and face aggression.
Certainly does.
Really interesting hand.
And how many flush draws does he give his man? He says plenty. He wants to see it.
Oh no, he's not going to muck, is he?
Oh.
Oh.
I think he thought he was getting shown 2 jacks, perhaps. 2 queens.
Just for a moment. Thought he was going to misread Axoy's hand.
That's the only thing we're missing at this table thus far.
Absolutely wild opening. Subramaniam.
Subramaniam absolutely flying at this feature table on day 2 of this 3K main event.
Pretty insane 20-minute spell, Demps. If he had called off with the jacks against Salah, would have been pretty much close to felted.
Yeah.
As it is, he's now up to around about 400k, I believe.
Dancing.
Searching my brains for a good Samuel L. Jackson quote. I don't think I can do it. Don't think I can inflict it on our intrepid viewers.
Not too many are safe.
We need a bleep button.
Yeah. Hartman. Just going to get out of the trench for a moment, see what's going on. Seen all this action. Seen some wild action. The jack 9 off under the gun showing up there. The queen jack overcall. Like, what are you guys up to over here? I'll we'll go with jack 9 suited.
Yeah, we're certainly being tested in the booth today, Demps. No easy hand analysis spots.
Yeah, discussing with Ali earlier, it's so many times in the booth you kind of get a little lazy perhaps, look away from a hand knowing it's probably going to fizzle out. Next thing you know, 3 more bets go in.
7.5.
MPO is a thing, merit poker optimal. The own laws applied down here as Supermanium illustrating that, defending the 5 deuce off against an undergun open and flopping the faintest piece in the form of a gut shot draw and the deuce of spades working versus Hartman's flopped top pair.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to defend this one, Demps, it's about as good as it gets. Probably forced to continue here.
10k bet, very large C bet. Half pot, typically see smaller, but then again it is a board that the big blind PL gets to have some of around the 6-3 cards that the opener doesn't, and if the opener's trying to rep a jack or an overpair, then bigger sizings do make sense with those holdings. Oh, hello.
This is spicy.
Like a block bluff. Pretty small sizing. Doesn't expect to get anything real to fold. But does get to see a river against those hands and freezes the action somewhat.
Yeah, Subramaniam getting out of line, Demps. It's around about 40%. Don't think this is really a thing in theory. It's certainly not until under the gun. Hartman going nowhere.
Ooh. Spade is the ace.
If there's ever a river to go for Demps, it could potentially be the spade.
Some concern, of course, you know, up against a hand like ace king, ace 10, especially with a spade. May have stuck around, of course, ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah, they're all in there for sure.
The queens might not fold. As it is against this hand, you're right, it may be the one that you can beat, and he checks. Table's deuce 5. I wonder if he was going to go big on a non-ace of spade to spade.
Would make some more sense. I think under the gun covering that board a little too well in the long term. Hartman taking it down. So we have a little pause for breath, James, for action-packed first 30 minutes.
Take a moment.
Yeah, I think that's all we're going to get.
Let me send some air back here. Maybe a wee shower. Cool. Shower the table. Let's cool them down. I just want a minute. I haven't had a chance to discuss my lunch yet.
Go on then. What did we have?
Some lovely salmon.
Oh.
A little bit of pasta, as per usual.
Did you have a little look at the desserts, Dan?
I didn't today.
Discipline.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to call my bluff there. And I would have shown you the nuts, because I did not have a dessert. I went, you know what? I don't need it today.
No, I actually believed you today. You said it with the conviction of a man who has not just eaten a chocolate eclair.
I'm definitely going to have one later.
Balance.
What's going on here? Salah popping up with King A off. Hashim calling the button with Jack 7 of spades. Just as a cute little cat wanders past the commentary booth. I'm not joking. Little feline friend out there.
One of my favourite things about Merit. It's all the cats and dogs kicking around. Look at this, Demps.
Hartman. All of it from the big blind in this three-way pot on a board texture that kind of the cutoff and the button can certainly be all about. Always nice flopping straights as well, unblocking everything else.
Yeah, the button very likely, I would suggest, to connect with this board in particular. Hashim could have checked Demps. One of those boards, very coordinated. Want to have some checks with our top pairs. Doesn't find it, and he's going to get punished.
Yeah, that Jack 7
yeah, check
with the backdoor flush seems like kind of one of the prime ones to check back, but
absolutely.
Has decided to bet and unblocking everything, as I mentioned. Unsurprising to see Hartman bump this up, try and build a pot. These guys so deep, 200k behind. Start the flop.
And all of a sudden, Hashim in a very awkward situation, Demps. We're crushed by value, and even the semi-bluff's going to have a lot of equity. Potential main bluff Demps hand, maybe like a 10-9, 8-9, blocking two pairs, blocking sets.
Yeah, they make a lot of sense. And like King 9, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well folded, sir.
Wow. Hartman will be a bit sick to know that he didn't get any action from the top pair in that spot.
Yeah, great laydown from Hashim. Of course, all adds up in tournament poker. If he calls flop there, can find himself in a very inflated one, but finds the disciplined laydown. Well played.
But, excuse me.
Something just occurred to me. Supermanium's the only person wearing white, and the big chips have been heading his way.
Mate, honestly, it's time for you to release a course. It's time. I'm calling for it. Feature table apparel by James Dempsey.
I jumped in the mix yesterday, and I didn't check which chips were going to be
And you had
played.
the wrong T-shirt on.
I didn't do any. Like, I've been preaching.
Yeah.
I got in the mix, and what I did was punt it off. All I did was a bit blue. I'd have been fine. I have dark blue. It was dark blue. It was a navy blue. Was the high value chips, and I could have just.
Right, I'm going to make a pledge to you when I'm off to the win this winter. I'm going to scout it out. Although I'm sure the high value chips are pink. I'm not sure I can pull off the pink salmon shirt.
Oh, you can put it off. All right.
I think I'm a bit too shapely. That's for a younger, more svelte individual than myself.
Somewhat of a well-fed salmon.
All right, all right. I'm allowed to poke fun, but come on, feelings, James.
You're the sort of salmon that might struggle for the upstream swim.
Excuse me, I'm a very fast, very proficient swimmer. Thank you very much.
Haj.
You're mean.
2 jacks, just like his name. I mean, that's a tell, isn't it?
What happened?
Well, he's got 2 jacks, 2 J's
Oh,
in his
of
name.
course.
It just looks right.
You're one step ahead as always. Interesting decision for Wei here. Can certainly argue 3-bet or call.
Yeah, these two just looking to get involved in a table that's been pretty mad. But all the action has been down the other side of the table, where this man has been driving it, and once again, picking up a candidate. So, options, one presumes, on the button. It's like concern against a +1 open, but the +1, +3 cool. You can have them dominated like this. So,
yeah,
electing with the suited combo, take a flop, try and create some really nice situations for himself post. We know he's capable of using that position.
Yeah, I like call. You know, we're not closing the action, but we are going to have position short of the blinds finding a squeeze. Hand's going to play very well multi-way. Makes a lot of sense to flick and call. What a flop for Haj.
Wow, wow, wow. Top set versus the flush draw wrapped around that jack. Haj killing this board. I wonder if he finds a slide check.
Yeah.
He does, with particularly that combo. May see him better set of 3s, set of 4s, and then just knuckling the highest set available. Will Wei take the bait? Certainly looks like he's going to in this three-way pot. And again, kind of makes sense. Haj is going to have a lot of like ace-high combos that just don't want to do anything on this board, have to check fold. Wei can make them fold.
Yeah, makes sense. And I like the sizing. Get to do a lot of small stabbing here. You know, you can just fold out. Hand like King, Queen of Diamonds or something like this that doesn't really have much backdoor equity. Ace 10 of Diamonds, Ace 10 of Clubs.
Yeah.
Gonna get better hands to fold.
Just did that. He's not going to get this hand to fold.
Not getting this one out, Demps.
Now, Haj facing that tiny bet. Does he ever let the pot live at that size, or does he feel the need to start swelling it with 190 behind?
Yeah, certainly interesting.
I do.
Of course, we can see has Queen 10 of Hearts. Is going to have a bunch of sort of middling pairs. And some hands that don't have a lot of equity and are just trying to stab and pick it up. I feel like raise is probably the order of business at this depth, though, Demps. I'm with you.
No, not too much.
Yeah, I
want to
wondered,
start getting money in.
I wondered as well, though.
Not too much going on.
The
I would
benefits
say.
of calling, perhaps, is that when he
Very
calls,
strict
suddenly he
also
gets to
with
have
the
some of those
tax legislation and
ace
stuff.
high combos
Of
that
course.
can't face
So
the
I think a
second
lot of
barrel, but
people don't really play too
with
much
two
there.
hearts out there.
So it's just very publicly.
And we've
like,
seen Wei
continuous
over
and that's it,
the previous
basically.
streams that he's not a crazy out-of-line kind of guy,
No,
so
no,
maybe
not illegal, but,
he's seen that
yeah,
he tends to
very
have
high tax if
some
you,
sort of hand when he's playing. Maybe not putting him on complete bluffs, and therefore, obviously with the heart combos, we'll be inclined to continue for 30,000 chips more with an overcard to boot.
Yeah, if you think your opponent's going to be pretty honest, bet a lot of flush draws. Obviously, there is one remaining jack out there. If you think he's going to be centered around these kind of holdings, then raise makes the most sense.
Wei with some concern, I imagine, because obviously he can be behind better flush draws as well when you're holding the queen high draw here. And like ace deuce of hearts, ace 5 of hearts particularly.
Oh, my goodness me.
Makes the flush, whilst Haj makes the old 2 pair. Jacks and jacks.
Wow, what an interesting hand. Some of my favorite hands to dissect these. Once we check raise,
right?
You know, if we have a hand like Ace Jack of Diamonds or something like this, still going to be pretty wary when that third heart rolls off. Hand like Black Queens, Black Kings.
Oh yeah,
not going to be happy.
Queens, Kings, Aces that have played this way are going to hate to see that turn card. Everything completing.
Yeah, overall range feels like would want to check or bet small demps potentially.
Like a little block bet?
Yeah, I don't think we ever want to lump this.
Certainly not. I'd imagine just the temptation when you have
Very
all of it
nice.
is to do just that. Check it on over. Your opponent's just going to give up with so many hands on this turn, but give them the opportunity to perhaps bet with a hand like this.
Bitcoin ETF or not yet?
And just because you
that's why.
check here doesn't mean you can't get a healthy bet paid off on the river. You might not necessarily get all of it, but you don't always have to get full value. And if Wei has somehow made a speculative float here with, say, 8s with the 8 of hearts, stuff like that, might see it as a mandatory bluff.
Where it's licensed.
Here we go.
But,
bet into for the sum of 40k.
Haj trying not to jump out of his seat in glee. 40%.
Yeah, he's short of the decision point here. It's just
was the first big step.
if I call and I check, what hand is my opponent going to check back with on the river? Can I call and potentially lead? It's kind of a funky line. Do I ever just check jam here and hope they've got a flush that they don't fold?
All the coins?
What do I do if I check call and the river comes a heart? It's actually almost hard sometimes to play these super strong hands. You've got quads, you've got the board in lockdown, but this it's still not easy.
Yeah, our opponent's going to have so many flushes. I'm with you, James. Problem is, when we jam, are we ourselves just going to have a bigger flush a lot of the time? Hard to think of too many combos that we would want to shove here as a semi-bluff. I'm struggling to find any.
Well, what looks like a great card for Wei, because if he is up against a hand like a big jack, they haven't filled up. If he is against one of those big pairs, neither have they. So of course some concern he could be up against a better flush. Does Haj check it once more? He's checked every street so far. Check raise flop. Check call turn.
Feel as if you have to check.
Right.
Hard to imagine us bluffing with a lead here really ever.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm with you. A few hands we've got here that are weaker.
Well, look at this. You've
Oh,
called
the
it,
block!
Demps. The block is in the mix.
He's gone for the tiniest sort of size that he's hoping that Wei can't possibly just call with a flush, right? It looks like I have to go for the rest of it to that sizing.
Trying to rep a hand like aces or kings that's trying to just get to showdown potentially.
Right.
Maybe even a jack, Demps,
Ace
right?
jack, like you said, ace jack of diamonds kind of hand. Could be in here. This is a great hand.
This is an incredibly interesting hand. He sent it, Demps.
Yeah, the block worked. Ooh. Flush couldn't avoid asking for the rest of it to that size. Didn't think a monster hand would play that way.
Very nicely done from Haj.
Doesn't he look happy with himself?
That's not the point.
Winning a huge one. Any universe
I'm
there,
sure
Demps,
she
where we
will.
can just call? Sorry.
Still not the point.
Life is beautiful, huh?
No, it was a difficult hand for me.
It's tough.
110.5. Yeah, tough turn.
Tough spot.
Thank you.
How you solve it?
It took me time, didn't you see?
I mean, he's joking, but there is some truth in the
There
joke.
is,
We said it was
yeah.
quite a tough hand to play. And we saw he came out with a kind of line that neither of us had
Queen flush, yeah.
thought of up to that point, the weak lead on the river.
Very interesting. I'm thinking through in my mind, is there any way that Faye can just call in position here? Like, is a hand like pocket queens, for example, going to block and call a shove?
Right.
I'm not sure if it does.
It's weird though, because
So
it
like,
doesn't look like it's the ace flush or the king flush now.
It's
does
true.
it? So you're thinking, okay, this is only better flushes.
Yeah, and then when you lose.
Yeah, really interesting.
Fascinating hand.
Oh my god.
Way stung.
That's magic turn. Yeah.
The worst card in the deck, rolling off on the turn for him. All right, just need a moment. If we can shut it down to the dealer, just deal some boring ones for just a couple of hands.
I don't believe we've had one raise and take it, Demps, or anything that hasn't gone post.
We haven't had that, certainly, but we haven't had anything that hasn't seen me get excited. Just want to see a raise, a defend, a broken paired board.
Well, you're not going to get it. Multi-way coming once again.
And who's in the mix once again from the cutoff? But our man, the hero of the frame thus far, Subramaniam. Oh, Soy with the same hand in diamonds.
40 bigs deep.
McCulloch with great equity against all these shared cards and shared suit.
Wonder if he ever considers shoving pre there in the old solver world. 40 bigs. Wouldn't have been out with the realms. That's just complete.
Here we go. Spade, spade, flop for the opener. Hashim pairing. The other two with overs and a gut shot. Hashim decides to bet this when check 2. No. He's a bit shy. Last time he bet got check raised. Subramaniam, of course. He's got 2 cards in position and they've checked 2. He's found a bet.
Potentially another fun one developing. do you do now, Demps, as Hashim?
Wow.
Kind of forced to get out of the way, I think, against bet and call.
Right, there's not a lot of future equity in this hand, is it? It can't really improve, bar the 8.
Could already be dead.
Yeah. I think very disciplined exhibition of discretion. Just let that one go. Let these two fight it out. Mikulak, of course, can still have some really big hands as well as the opener. How does he know he's got the best of it here?
Yeah, prudent decision from Subramaniam, I think, to check the hearts specifically. Our opponent going to have a bunch of spades and clubs in their hand that wouldn't fold to a turn bet. Decides to give this one up, rolls his eyes.
Yeah.
Gets the news that...
The wry smile.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's thinking now, I think my opponent maybe had worse spades, the kind of the way that interaction went at the end. Like.
Just don't believe me, yeah?
I had a pleasure. I wouldn't believe you if I would have called the river.
Sorry?
I wouldn't believe you if I would have called the river after you.
I think you probably will end up calling the river.
Me too.
Certainly wouldn't have been the worst hand to pull the river with.
I'll catch you.
You bluffed that much?
No, I mean, I just had... I had
I'm joking,
two or three good hands, and he just had a better hand. I was trying to control the pot, which I did. But it's crazy how it's crazy how I didn't lose my stack to him.
This one?
No.
Okay. That was funny. Okay.
I believe
Just
referencing.
queen with
He's fold with 2 jacks. Saved 110k. He's gone on a spin since. Wait from +1, desperate to get involved. I haven't got the wrong side of that cold deck. And he is going to do so with King 3 suited from +1. Sat at +2, swiftly flicking in the jack turbo as Andy just shakes his head. Just buckle up again, my friend.
The merit poker solver is in full swing in this frame.
Here we go.
How much? 7.
You gotta love it, Thames. It's great to watch.
It's never boring.
Amazing.
Look, you can do well down here if you can ride out the variance.
This might go in Demps.
Right. We're looking at what?
Sub 40.
40 blinds in the small blind against what you can presume is some relatively light action.
Yeah.
Or could be light action.
I would jam here.
He
does send it. Like it a lot. I did reference it the previous hand with the Queen 10 of diamonds when he was in the big. Certainly a possibility, I think, especially at a table where when people call pre, I think they're very capped and we're seeing how wide they're being, right?
It's a good point, actually, because I was thinking we've seen some very liberal play post-flops. You might be thinking, well, I can get in here, make a big hand and get paid off. But the flip of that is actually they're just playing too many hands
So much dead money in there.
Although my hand's so good post-flop, I can actually just pick up so many blinds.
Yeah.
Which is what he's going to try and do here. I wonder if Subramaniam...
Oh, wow. Is he giving this some thought?
He is.
Don't think we can call for 40 Demps.
These two have been battling.
We know that Subramaniam is not afraid.
Right, but we can get shown 8s, 9s, 10s here, can't we? Maybe
yeah.
jacks. I think we'd assume the queens plus probably go for an induced sizing.
Yeah, I mean, this jam is normally 9s through jacks, as you said, ace queen off, potential king queen suited, king jack suited in there. When you plug all that in, we're really not doing very well at all against the Axoi squeeze range. I think we got to fold 7s. Don't think it's too much of a decision, Demps. Start to call with 9s and 10s, potentially. Even that, somewhat dicey. Yeah, gonna let it go. Even though he's played a lot of their pots, hasn't really actively inflated too many without a good hand.
Right,
Flop, I mean.
he seems to be very confident on where he is and things. It looks like from the outside playing too many hands, but if you're playing that hands and you've got a good bead on your opponents and stuff, then it's an exploit move where you just look to get involved because you fancy yourself post-flop. Not surprising because he's been very impressive thus far.
Yeah, this is fantastic table to watch. Really enjoying it here in early going.
to think we've still got another hour of serve play until late reg finishes, which is, of course, driving this action a little bit. Some of the players aware that they can bust out.
I mean,
here.
is it though? They all had 200k to start the table. You'd have
Yeah.
thought people would be contented.
You're still in the, I could try and get it to 400. I'm happy to take a flip now. Most times in a tournament, you see people with 2 times starting stack. They're actively trying to avoid flips.
I think, yeah.
Right. Strategy-wise, EV-wise. But here they're like, well, I can get to 400, and if not, I've still got 100. Maybe 3k lighter, but
very true.
What's 3k between friends? The buy-ins are ticking up. 523 entries thus far. Big-time prize pool for this big-time series. Sorry. One of those with less than 2 times stack, but a stellar record right here in merit. Winner of the
in Singapore, there's
5K main event in Western
like if you win
back in 2019, good for 300K.
Even if you win it,
Second in a high roller
outside
in the
country,
Western
you bring it in.
last year for over 100K.
There's no capital gain tax.
He likes it.
Gets looked up here, Demps, in the big ace-9 of Mikalak. Outflops him, queen 10-7.
17%, that's it.
It's a nice board to actually have something on, isn't it? Queen 10-7 against the big blind defend. They're going to have plenty of hands that do get to continue.
Yeah.
It's good for kids.
Of course, our range going to be very wide from the button. Chooses a shade over half. I like this. Very coordinated board. Lots of gut shots, lots of pairs, as you just referenced, that will be forced to continue. Mikalak a little too weak, just ace high.
Yeah, it's the kind of sizing that is slightly too big if you knew his opponent's hand, and that ace-9 can't continue because, as you referenced, plenty of other hands he gets to continue with. But obviously against range, I really like that as well. I'm with you. It's nice to just go that little bit bigger.
Yeah, like it a lot. Coordinated board. You can immediately make a hand like a 7 indifferent to continue. So with your bluffs, you can make a hand like 7-5 or something like that. One fold immediately can't be a bad thing. As it stands, nice pickup. You get called by a ton of worse hands. Nice size and choice from Axoy.
He had a super deep run in the main event this year as well, Axoy. I mean, 113th main event at the World Series.
Very good. That'd be day 6-ish. Close to it.
All I know is, Andrew, it's not day 3.
Have you been to day 6, Demps, in the main?
I mean, I've been in the room whilst day 6 is going on.
On the rail, supporting the boys.
I nearly got to the first break at day 4 once. That's as close as I've got.
Nirvana. I had my first ever cash. I got to slip a little thin brag in this year.
There we go.
End of day 4, but I felt like a kid again. You know, the excitement, and I was devastated to bust. I must say.
It's a buzzing event.
Because you know, like getting to the end of day 4, you're like, right, come on. And I was building momentum as well. Finally, summarily dismissed in back-to-back hands.
Well,
but you passed on the good fortune to your good friend and compatriot.
I did.
Dean Hutchinson, who went on to secure 5th, 6th?
6th, I believe.
Toby was 7th, I think. And then
yeah,
Dean, remember they went
shade under $2 million for Mr. Hutchison.
Yeah,
Supermanium once more, Demps. I mean, Hatch, pretty tight fold. Although we are very deep stacked. King Jack, not normally a hand that you want to play.
And well, this sizing as well. Just notice how big.
There we go, 12k.
The Supermanium's gone.
That would make sense. I thought Haj would have peeled. Probably peels Demps to a normal sizing.
Yeah, really big open. And wait, little as you know, he's ahead with 8 high. I don't think he's expecting that against this size.
Yeah, the old 3.5x open. Dominique-esque. How has he found it?
Not only has he found it, but he's got his man basically dead in that the card he wants to see most of the 6 would fill him up. And Wayne may look to attack this,
yeah,
right?
This is danger.
You don't get to have a 7 here as the guy nearly 4xing. I do. Let's take a turn.
Fortunately for Vey, finds the discretion and just calls Wouldn't have blamed them. And look at this. This is beautiful play from Subramaniam. Repping the give up.
Right, and Wade getting to the river with this hand. Probably, like, the 10's not the best card to see, neither was the jack, but
yeah,
how can we do anything but bluff if
Have
we get
to
to the
bluff.
river with 8 high?
It's gone massive as well, Demps. More than the pot.
Gets snapped off.
Subramaniam showing some chops, though.
Look at Wade's face.
Yeah, Vate is steamed.
Wasn't just Wade. It wasn't just Wade's face there. Mikulak as well, just like, okay, purse his lips.
Looks
Yep.
good on TV.
Sorry?
Looks good on TV.
Does it?
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, we can confirm it does look good on TV. Star of the show material thus far, James.
Yeah, you just can't take your eye off the table for any moment.
Yeah, brilliant.
600k pot.
This is the Merit Poker Gangster Series main event, guys, for those just joining.
There is a gangster. Right there. Subramanian.
He had
Brilliant.
76 offsuit.
He's doing it.
All week, though, Demps, the action's been like this, right? It's been pretty
I know.
sensational.
You're very lucky
to
not to call him.
I feel privileged
Yeah,
to be
you're-
in the booth covering it.
Your
for
first time covering
first
an event
time.
here.
And it must be a lot of fun to sweat on the rail. Very nice turn check there, though, right? People get greedy in that spot, Demps, right?
Just
Bet
a
the
huge
turn
raise,
too
yeah.
liberally. Juices the bluff. He's got a pretty invulnerable hand.
Mr. Misha.
Nice one to check.
You don't wanna
Finds
lose
it.
You're the star of this table. We're all fishing.
Even though he's playing very loose now.
Like, you know, when Garrett used to play in Hustler. You're the star and we're the fishes. You have to hold.
The billionaires.
We're not, unfortunately, millionaires.
I was doing his
I don't know
best.
about the rest.
Butter up. Michelak, you're the star, we're just the fishes. We're all here to watch you. Meanwhile, he's the one who found the double up with quad jacks and played it like a superstar.
It's like from where? From
Well, they always say, Demps, you got to make friends with the guy on your left,
originally is like
Butter up,
not
you're
too
just
nice
too
because
good. We're all just here to watch
you
you
have
play.
to kind of go to Switzerland or maybe go to a different place. But yeah, like 3.5. Like 3.5 hours or something like this from Zurich. Yeah,
This could be
it's
dicey,
like
Demps.
another
Way
flight
potentially
from,
steaming a
town
bit
close by
here.
to mine, but then you land in Paphos, and from Paphos to here is probably like 3.5 hours or so. It gets long. 4.5? Ah, okay. Yeah, they have nice connections. Like it's overall pretty nice. Like they have most of the flights like 3.5 hours to Berlin, to Zurich. It's good.
Just letting Hartman do our job there, selling the connectivity of this place. He suggested 3.5 hours from Paphos. It's not that far. It's around about 2.5. I've
So
had
you
to do
just
that
come here
connection
for
a
the
few times
weekend,
myself,
or
rather
do
than
you
Larnaca, a
actually
much
travel
closer
to
airport.
Poker
Yeah.
Stop?
And of course, Erjan, just 30 minutes away.
I just come here because a friend of mine.
Interesting decision now for Way. Potentially a little steamed. Did find the just
okay.
call pre. Gonna take one off here with a gut shot and the backdoor nut flush draw.
Atmosphere.
Axoy,
The hotel is
not
good.
enjoying that. Double call on the flop. Can't think his 10s are ever good now. Should mean we see a river.
So you always enjoy coming back for that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, interesting. That flop should in theory have favoured him slightly over the blinds. As it stands, 10's still good.
And it's half a way to bluff because
Yeah, it
Salah's
really
in the
is.
middle.
Yeah.
Salah, though, himself,
Okay, got it.
he's turned a little bit of showdown and wants to take it that far.
Yeah,
And
it's never going to be good, but tough to bluff for him. Also blocking the missed spades.
Axoy,
Loving life.
yeah.
The island is a very special place.
Little bit of run good there. These are the moments
I got
in
your
tournaments.
superpower descent, huh?
40,000 chips going
With
your way that you
tens.
thought were not coming back to you.
Yeah, like a 12 big blind pot.
Yeah,
It's not
beautiful.
significant. I mean, 40,000 chips. It's nearly half a starting stack, so we're talking like $1,300 worth of equity right there.
That's a big pot to pick up when you've probably thought you were never seeing those chips again. Interesting spot, Way and Salah there with kind of hand combos, Demps that don't really want to bluff for different reasons.
It's weird, isn't it? Because if it was against just Way, then I'm pretty sure Way finds a bet on the river. And
Definitely.
It's very hard for Axoy to call, but Salah gave the protection and rivered himself like the faintest bit that he's like, see if I can win this with my 4.
And Wei holding the king of spades in his hand, blocking some of those flush draws that could be behind him, so feels he can't bluff. And then of course, Salah with 2 spades of his own, also feeling like he blocks some of the flush draws and can't bluff nicely.
Yeah, I wonder
nice result for Aksoy.
Salah ever trying to... Do I ever think...
Little blocky river bet.
Like, just small blinds probably got a queen and...
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Bluff, but it's hard. Like you say, he had the 10 of spades, which is a key card. He doesn't want to be in his hand when bluffing. Michalak.
There's been a lot of interesting hands to dissect here in this frame.
Yeah, I actually covered Subramaniam here before, but I believe it was in a cash game, not in a tournament. It's my first time seeing him in a tournament format. At least I feel that's the case. As blinds are going up, but again, I reference, not really going up. 2,000, 3,500. We're just raising the small blind, keeping things low as we still look to build this prize pool. Registration open until the end of this level. As it is, that's how our feature table is set. Way with just over a starting stack. Things have not gone that man's direction. See running in to the quads of Haj, and a couple other little pots gone against him. Aksoy been involved in a lot. Again, not really been his day. Thus far, the day surely belongs to the man at the top, Subramaniam, who it looked like was going to lose nearly all his chips with jacks v aces against Elias Salah, but managed to save 110k back, kept himself on 160, and then it's gone on a bit of a heater since then. A combination of good play and run good has got him to the top of the counts.
It's really impressive. It's fantastic to watch. It's this kind of playing style that feels like it toes the line between genius and insanity, Demps. It really does feel that way, where things could go spectacularly well, but there's always the potential at any moment for things to bubble the other way. Great to watch, though, and so far, it's played great. Other than that 10-8 off pre-flop, which was a bit steamy. That seemed like steam.
There's been a couple that have been slightly on the liberal side I can get behind, but yeah, the 10-8.
The 10-8 was a bit steamy.
But hey, made a straight, so genius.
Yeah.
Karam. 2 kings.
No rest for us.
Has he just joined this table? Was he there before? Am I?
I think he might have been there, but just completely dealt out.
Just dead cards the whole way around.
Oh, Wave. Try and find some discretion, my friend. He is also very steamy.
Yeah, against the +1 open, though. Yeah. Nicely done, Wei. Like I said, I think Wei's been pretty decent and fairly solid in the tournaments we've seen him in thus far. You're recognizing that against the +1 open, King Jack no good, even though we saw him appear with King Jack a few moments ago. It was a much different situation against the late position open. Subramaniam even showing some restraint. Oh, yeah, right. I think Karam was there before. Yeah, just been dealt out.
Miracle.
Now he finally gets the hand, and everyone's like, "Oh, you've been really tight." He's like, "I haven't been tight. I've just not had any cards." There's a difference, guys. I do kind of miss the old days of poker where, you know, just the fact you got a bad card distribution meant you were tight. Everyone's fine. You can get away with it.
That's it.
Well, I folded for an hour so I can open under the gun with 7-3 suited.
Doesn't matter what you have anymore.
Right.
Use that image.
Had a tight image. Those are the days. Saw some truth to it. Can't believe you played back at me. I've not played a hand. Karam.
Finally pause for breath.
Yeah, that's what
it feels
the raise
like.
and take.
I know.
It finally happened. I show you Haja's muck that 2-4. Wait. Wants to play. Min opening Queen Jack. Getting a flat from Salah. 1 seat over. Suited King. Hashim on the button with a hand we know he likes. This kind of middling to high suited connectors. Beautiful spot to take it 3-way in position.
I thought you were
potentially
watching
more.
the stream. I wanted to see.
Of course, we're coming on a half-hour delay. Players referencing who's watching the stream, who isn't. They want to see certain hands. And if I was at this table, there'd be a lot of hands I want to see so far that haven't gone to showdown. But I'd like to know what players have had.
Been a roller coaster. Another multi-way pot developing. We've had so many 3 or 4 way pots.
Queen high, all about the opener. Yeah, if I was in this, I'd be Axel going, I want to know what he had when he peeled my 3-bet and bet me on the river with any 8 being a straight to find out it was indeed the 10-8 offsuit. And we've referenced a moment ago as way. Going to c-bet this rainbow board with a very strong top pair. Hoping to get action, and for the small bet, Hashim getting curious.
Hello.
Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draws, only the one overcard as well, of course. May think a 9 or jack. Could do him a service and a gin turn card in terms of turning his hand into a bluff. Picking up clubs, getting the knuckles from Way.
Look at this. Hashim here with good blockers to King Jack and Queen Jack.
Right.
Potentially try and leverage here. Get a hand like 8s through 10s. If it decided to c-bet, put it in a tough spot.
Right, and I was about to say, this is beautiful sizing for that mind, because he can still have a queen to this size, right? He's not making the mistake of repping a king, which is hard to do when you've called queen 5-3.
Sure.
But this certainly looks like it could be a queen, kind of like a small bet here to check back rivers. Kind of thing that would scare those pocket pairs you mentioned. The 6s through, well, even as far as 10s, I guess.
Potential big moment coming here for Way.
Oh, look at this.
Here it comes.
Hashim pulling chips once again.
Really looks like value damps.
It does, doesn't it? Now it does look like it's a king. It's like a hand like can't be King Jack of Hearts, but that kind of thing. King Jack of Diamonds. Maybe the Jack of Hearts may sway Way to calling. He's been bashed around a little bit.
Yeah, finds it.
No.
Sniffs it out.
Great call, because there weren't that many natural bluffs there.
No. Yeah, natural bluff going to need to be some kind of flow. Maybe a hand like ace-4.
Right, ace-4, ace-2 suited.
Something like this. Is a hand like a 5 going to turn itself into a bluff? Like an ace-5? Probably not. So like you say, Demps, other than those wheel aces and like a jack-9 of clubs, jack-10 suited, not too many bluffs. Well done, Way. Stops the rock.
Yeah, and if you're giving your opponent hands like, potentially having a hand like jack-9 suited, if you put that in the range, then all those king 10s, king jacks with a backdoor flush draw would be in there, so it's completely reasonable he could have a king.
Definitely.
But Way's seen enough. He's like, lads,
he was over it, to be honest.
I'm so over this.
Yeah.
If you've got this beat, have it. I'll have 30k left. I'll be all in next hand. Back over to the buy-in desk. Click the old Luxor on the phone on the walk over.
And we get
back in before you know it.
You think potentially an error there from IP to not just shove? Like, I think if we're going to bet this river, like you said, a queen now probably doesn't bet anymore. Sort of repping a king plus. King wants to bet big.
Maybe. I hear where you're at.
Yeah. I would be greedy there with a king against a pretty capped looking line. We'll never know.
We will not. Axoi doesn't want to miss out on the party. A suited 10-8 getting opened up from number 1. Hashim flatting again. This time, much more comfortable situation in the fact that the 2 4s are a bit easier to play post flop. Fit or fold for the most part.
Yeah.
Against the under the gun open. Hoping to go multi-way. Doesn't get that though. So suddenly now the 4s get a bit more difficult to play because we have to take 4s to showdown more often.
Gonna have to start bluffing with them sometimes, Damps.
Ooh, saucy. Well, ace, king, queen. Definitely the raiser's board. Although Hashim calling in the cutoff against undergun is going to have some of this himself, but...
Yeah, we can have some success here with some little stabs. You know, fold out these hands, 4s through 9s type holdings that may just fold to 1 bet. Right. Not much else going to fold, but gets it done.
And of course, if we turn a spade, can go blasting. Turn a jack, make the nuts.
Yeah.
Nice small bet, getting the job done.
I've really enjoyed covering this table. Lots to unpack.
Been manic.
Lots of hands I'd like to look back on.
Well, we're changing the deck. I hope it doesn't change the action, as it is still Subramaniam with a slender lead on this table as we're midway through day 2 of this Gangster Series main event. Day 2 of 4, we are covering this event from now until its completion on Sunday. Plenty of action plenty more storylines that will surely develop. But for now, it is Subramaniam, the man, giving us the excitement. It's hard to imagine that he can keep this going. Like, how are they going to give him enough hands to keep getting involved with?
I believe you'll find a way, Demps.
Yeah, I just said that and then realised you could get 10-8 offsuit and make it exciting.
A very impressive performance so far, we did say. It's a dicey style that he's implementing, but doing it beautifully thus far.
You will be famous again.
Yeah, again.
Yeah.
Harsh. Queen Jack suited on the gun. Again, you know, normally it's such a nice hand, and it is a nice hand, but at this table you're like, I do have to play that a little bit tighter in these spots because there is so much action so often behind.
Yeah.
Obviously, Queen Jack suited is still going to fall into that realm, but it's not quite as nice situations that make be a quote-unquote normal table.
Yeah, I hear you. Salah we've seen be pretty loose passive, to be fair to say.
Yeah.
Of course, very reasonable peel with eights.
Yeah, this one, I think anyone in the world's going to find just the peel here against under the gun. And it plays pretty well. Don't want to inflate the pot against that first position open. And once again, just like the last hand, the pair in position, getting it heads up. This time, trouble for Salah. He does have a gut shot to a straight flush draw, but Haj flopping massive once again in a spot where he may well get paid off again.
What is this flop, Demps?
And he finds the knuckles again. Salah more than happy to do some betting here with an overpair and a club. Is this the Haj trademark check raise on the flop with strength?
Yeah, really interesting. On these monotones, IP going to have a lot of suited combos. We're going to have a lot of hands. Lots of our range is going to want to play with caution here. I actually quite like this check call. You know, if we have an overpair with no club here, for example, never going to raise. As it stands, pretty good turn for Salah in terms of it should slow down the action, Demps.
Yeah, stares his man down. King of clubs, obviously not the best card for Haj to see. Only losing to one card, though, but checking in flow. Now the board runs out flush. Both beating the board, of course. Haj, I guess, with the queen and jack specifically, very hard to imagine your opponent value betting.
Yeah,
it's time check here, right?
Time to go for value, I think, for sure. Yeah, and I like this. This is a pretty
Micro
intelligent sizing, I think. Try and get our opponent to call and play the board, or just flick it in here with a mediocre club that won't bet on its own. And you might induce the occasional bluff raise here, Demps. Yeah, I think I like this. Haj playing very well.
Very nicely done. Great bet size, as you mentioned. Made no option for the eights.
Hey,
don't
want to go too large
You're
there.
again bottom of your range, huh? So, that's why. You are on the bottom.
He's 10.
Well, could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely.
Salah there with the overpair. Gut shot to straight flush.
Nice hand.
Now, he didn't hit straight flush, Andy, but I know on the other day, on your day off, you did hit a straight flush, didn't you?
I was about to reference it, my friend. I used all of my powers of skill and persuasion to the universe to call in the 7 of diamonds. Having a little dabble in the me and you. We were, you know, we thought we'll have a little sit down at a table game.
We popped down to the casino in the Royal.
A little bit.
You know, the monstrous casino. Found ourselves at an Ultimate Texas Hold'em table.
Did.
The kind of Hold'em we like because you don't really get bluffed too often. You get to see the run out every time.
I don't know, the way that we ran, it felt like we were getting bluffed off on the river. But yeah, we did make a straight flush.
There we go. And called it in. Called in the 7 of diamonds. In she popped.
I did.
$25 getting paid out of 50 to 1. Happy days.
Salah didn't believe enough. He had to call the 5 of clubs in.
Yeah.
At the table.
Verbalize
out loud.
Put it out to the universe.
Here comes our man. Another large open again, Demps.
Yeah. Interesting. Nearly 4xing now. And he's going to get a customer. When you've seen this the second time now, a large open, it kind of, I guess, is a little less confusing, if you like. The first time someone goes big, you're thinking, what does that mean? When they go big again, you're like, okay, maybe they're just making some sort of strategic adjustment.
Yeah, it's really interesting because as strong as our hand is, and of course it's very strong, We are around about 70 bigs deep, a shade under, and Supermanium very sticky. You know, you wouldn't be shocked, right, for him to call you here when you make this 3-bet.
But I guess to the 4x sizing, it almost halves our stack. Can we think about it as being like now just kind of like 35 bigs deep because of the oversized open?
Sure, almost like a straddle in many ways. Yeah, I hear you. You get to inflate this pot with a premium. Never quite know what Supermanium's going to do.
No. With the oversized open, I'd hope the adjustment is to not want to defend as much, but it's against Axoy, his man.
Yeah, does find a way to get away.
Yeah, nice. Some cool earlier with a 10-8 to squeeze, but as you mentioned, this one a bit of a different situation. Yeah, what a beautiful moment that was. 7 of diamonds rolls off. Andy starts giving it the volley.
It was good fun, wasn't it?
The oi-oi. They got to call a floor person over. Yeah, it's 50-1. Get the, where's that 1K chip? Get that out the rack.
Get me paid.
There we go.
I don't think I've ever seen a less enthralled group of dealers, though. There wasn't a lot of humor involved, James. There was from us.
Oh, yeah.
And there was from our table mate.
We were high spirits.
The dealer wasn't too bothered.
So considering you hit a 50-1 shot, how much did you win at this gambling session?
I saw it like...
Minus $200.
There we go.
You saw his card?
Yes, so.
Stay safe, kids. Table games.
Red, like, red picture card, I saw.
Let him see, maybe it's not.
We had fun.
Check it, you check Let him check.
Picture, but yeah, it wasn't red.
It's not red. No, that is red.
Yeah, maybe because of light. I just saw it was like picture card.
Of course, you went dabbling in the high
Sorry
roller.
about it,
I went dabbling in the PLO. We've lost to Ultimate Texas. It's not been a great trip
any of
with
you
cards
guys
in our
have
hands. A
made
lot
that
safer back here.
I mean, it's only, they only give us one bullet each, right? So it's, you know, it's hard to show our magnificent skill level demps on one bullet, right? That's the reason.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what I tell myself when I go to sleep at night.
We came with a bolt action rifle. These guys are running around with Uzis.
70.
Folding around to the small one, a rare occurrence. Didn't actually catch the hands that got mucked, but what's Superman seen here that he doesn't like the look of? What's Axoy seen he doesn't like the look of on the button?
We haven't had too many fold arounds to the blinds. Haj's gonna limp.
Yeah, especially at this big, small blind level, as it were. It kind of just encourages even more peels, doesn't it? Or fewer folds, I should say, not necessarily peels.
And Mikalak.
Here we go.
Gonna come with ISO. We can see it's not gonna work. Of course, when you're limped into, you're gonna want to ISO a lot of hands, both strong and weak. King 3, Mikalak decides it falls into that category and makes it 12K.
I wonder though, Haj has been building Mikalak up. Obviously shows him a lot of respect, saying, you know, you're the superstar here, we're just a fish. I wonder how much he's going to look to avoid his man here.
I don't think we can fold ace-3, that being said.
I agree with you, but
yeah.
I don't think he's enjoying this at all.
Yeah. Yeah, you're never enthralled. As we can see, he's dominant favorite, but out of position, gives up the bet and lead.
Jack 8 deuce. The Jack 8 being the relevant part of this board in terms of Haj's range. Sure.
Yeah.
Mikalak
she forgot.
would be thinking that is a dangerous looking board.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, small blind limp calls generally going to connect quite well, Demps. Inclined to agree with you. These small blind versus big blind encounters, of course, where the ranges are so wide, some of the more interesting hands tend to come from this. Mikalak going to go for the delay. Makes a lot of sense.
Rainbow board. Haj picking up a gut shot to the wheel. I guess probably this hand fits even more nicely into kind of check calls now, right? Because our opponent, if they have a delayed c-bet, well, we can pick that off. And we want to realize our equity with a gut shot draw here.
Yeah, for sure.
Going to want to play most of our eights, I assume still as a check. Maybe lead some jacks, check some. Well, he's going to go lead. Makes it easier.
Yeah.
Maybe this is exactly my point against this player in particular. He wants to make his life a little bit easier. Give up some equity in terms of not picking off bluffs, but a better percentage chance of winning the hand.
That would make some sense, Demps. It is difficult to get a better hand to fold, which is part of the problem with leading here.
Right.
But also, you might put a hand like a deuce under some pressure, right? If he's ISO'd a 9 deuce off, something like this.
Nice.
Potentially get something like that to fold. Maybe a turn 4. Something like this, if he has indeed ISO'd the weaker part of his range, like a king 4. So he did it with king 3. As it stands, Haj, very clean record here at this feature.
Really has.
I think he's won every hand he's played them, so close to it.
Certainly not lost anything significant. I don't think he's put chips in a post flop and lost anyway.
Yeah. Ali called that having a clean sheet earlier. I was loving that. I thought he was talking about football, sports betting for a second.
You thought he was referencing Brighton? Maybe.
Kept a clean sheet last night, didn't we,
Finally,
Debs?
keeping a clean sheet. We keep them in Europe, just not the Premier League. A very fortuitous clean sheet, it must be said, for Brighton last night. I mean, I'm not too biased to recognise that we got a little lucky to win that game 1-0.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sweat.
Thank you.
Of course, yeah, we've been hunting away at UTH and watching football for 2 days. Such is the tough life. They give you a merit.
Could I have an
It is.
atom,
Bouncing
please?
around from
Atom,
different location to watch the football. I even took Annie down to the kids club to try and find the Brighton game. Little did you know there was an arcade in here with all sorts of games going on, PlayStations. I thought we might miss you today. I thought that might be it. You might just be in there playing a bit of pinball.
I might go there on my break.
There we go. High stakes pinball action as Hashim's are going to open up to, pardon me, Jack 8. From +1, Subramaniam, next seat with 2 9s. Does he want to inflate this? If he knows the raises are going to be pretty wide, he might.
Yeah, we
tend to see this kind of hand proceed as a flat, but here we go.
And there you go, Dems. You've called it.
Again, a kind of clicky sizing. We saw him do this with jacks earlier. Got 4-bet, got in a horrible spot against aces. But again, that sizing that doesn't necessarily dissuade his opponents from coming along. He just wants to wrestle position. And here we go. Haj finding it on the button to this action. Once again, Subramaniam being dealt the inferior pair.
We did, of course, see him earlier in the broadcast get into trouble with one of these little clicks.
Yeah, and I wonder
Salah
if,
had the aces.
Again, with that in mind, obviously, Haj is more incentivized, I guess, to 4-bet with this kind of hand, just because otherwise Hashim's always going to come along and you don't really define Subramaniam.
Yeah, pretty mandatory, I would say. Don't have to go too large here in position.
40k kind of thing?
Yeah, maybe a shade bigger. 45 seems good to me. Does choose 45k.
There we go.
Subramaniam now, sort of one of these very awkward spots. We do have a nice hand. Does shrink up a bit against the cold 4 range. Probably a little too much hand though, Demps, to fold. They're very deep.
I think we can go out on a limb and say, like, Haj with 10s probably just calls. Jacks is where he starts mixing in 3-bets, or do you think he's always going to 4-bet 10s? You're putting a face.
Yeah, I think we don't want to have too many cold calls, but he did make it a size, to be fair, right? Which you just referenced 5 bigs, which you could. So I can get on board with it. Me, myself, I don't have too many hands that just cold call in general. But I could get on board with it against a small size.
Well, let's see what in mind how Subramaniam continues. Obviously,
I mean, I think we just have to call, right?
Right. Our opponent's just got ace-king a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe some ace-queen in there as well. Wants to go for a cold 4. If you start throwing that in there, then it's very hard to fold a 9s for now because we rate at the best hand. It just gets very difficult to play post-flop out of position, especially against Haj, who we've seen is very, very competent post-flop. Ace, 10, tray. Neither player thrilled to see that bullet out there in the middle.
Intrigued to see how Haj proceeds. A feature of the feature tables we've seen so far is people using C-bets, in my opinion, that are a bit too large in these 4-bet pots. You know, very condensed ranges. You can see some very small C-bet in here, in theory at least.
Right, because Haj shouldn't ever get met with a check raise on this kind of board,
exactly.
Right? He has the strongest aces. Well, Subramaniam can still have strong aces himself. He could even have ace-king himself.
Definitely can. I mean, our range should be something like Jacks plus, the very occasional hand like an ace-5 suited that decides to cold 4. Yeah, Haj finds a check. Don't mind it. Don't think you get over-bluffed in a spot like this. We can still have some traps of our own.
Is Superman now aware that basically
he knows his hand's no good?
Because if it was a bluff like a king, queen, king, jack kind of hand, surely they stab an ace-10 board.
Definitely. Yeah, these can be the spots where you really earn your corn, Supermanium, with the option there to try and start bluffing a hand like jacks, queens, or kings. Does decide to check, though. We'll probably just have to check fold this one now, Demps, unless we find some really, really impressively tricky turn bluff raise.
Oh, hang on. Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
Not sure about this
I
one.
was about to ask about betting with queens just because it's so hard to get called by something worse, but he's managed to do just that.
I mean, I would imagine this goes check, check.
I mean, Hodge can't be liking life now, right? This
No.
looks like he's up against a hand like ace-jack.
Yeah, there we go.
Ace-queen, perhaps, obviously blocks that. Static to C2 nines, pulling 167,000 chip pot.
Yeah,
Perhaps a rare misstep on the turn from Supermanium.
Yeah, liked your analysis a lot. I think our hand is never good on this turn. Very hard to give our opponent an inferior hand.
No, we are at merit.
We are at merit.
You never can rule anything out. Well, that was a rock. That was the immovable rock hitting the unstoppable force right there, and it was Hodge coming out on top, the two stars of the frame.
بعد ما شيكت قدامتين او قبل ما شيكت على الريفر بس شيكت اكيد رح تعرف ما هي يا قصين يا ريت
We're all going to.
Ah, yes, yes.
فيها
I
تكون
always want to
كمان.
grab the first one and
I
comes
know.
in.
Really? No, I should have gone 10 for value.
No, I mean, I think you were talking
No,
about
he's telling me that he knew I had queens. I asked him before I checked or after I checked the river. He said after. Kings, no? Kings.
Breaking the hand down. Whilst they do so, steam train pulling out the station.
I wonder if there's ever... He limps the 7-4 off. This is a new little wrinkle.
Now, if we're limping the 7-4 off, are we doing it to do something really funky to raises, or are we just limping it to see a flop?
Not going to lie to you, Damps, not sure what's going on here.
All right.
This is one of those where it's in the lap of the gods.
Here we go. Hartman recognizing, perhaps feeling the heat coming off his man. ISOing with the dominating hand. I have to say, I felt a lot of steam earlier in the steam room. I sat a little bit too close to the jet. Starts burning the old pins.
Say it isn't so.
Obviously, there were other people in there, so I had to put a brave face on and not move, but I was wincing.
I'd be worrying more about other body parts than the pins.
Well, the third pin, I'm going to say.
Right, that's enough of that. I apologise.
And Supermanium didn't throw good off the bad, it just relinquished having limped in with the 7-4 off. Got his steam out of the way.
It's very hard to tell because he looks very cool, calm and collected.
Really,
so
he's got great table presence.
Perhaps we are making an unfair,
Thank you.
unfair conclusion about the said steam.
What's that?
It's called atom. It's like a banana milk with crushed nuts, so it's very delicious. You should try it.
What is it?
Atom is like a banana milk
I hope
with
so.
like crushed nuts, I believe.
Two atoms
Something
to the
in that
booth.
I told you it's not
direction,
over.
but it's very good.
Believe me, you can feel it.
Yeah.
Even now,
when you won the turn, when you win the turn.
yeah, but even now it's not over. I feel like it's gonna continue. Winning won't make a difference.
Supermanium just does not want to fold a hand. Eventually releases 5-4 off from under the gun. Param, by our reckoning, has only been dealt into one hand.
One hand, yeah.
We haven't seen him fold anything marginal. We haven't seen him play anything marginal. He's only had kings. That's the way it goes sometimes. And it's kind of frustrating when you're at a table that is giving a lot of action to be in that way, because you know that if things go your way at this table, you could build a big stack. Of course, you could easily bust out as well, but you're willing to take that chance on a day two.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, here we go. Galak popping up 7-8 suited in the cutoff against a man on the button who himself appears to be a little steamy. Although the ship's somewhat righted, falling down with
Absolutely.
Queen Jack over a couple of streets. getting that one correct, but it's still just, this looks like BS.
Yep. Definitely going to be a bunch of 3-bet bluffs here. 45 bigs or so deep.
I like it. Gone 3x. They need to go bigger against the cutoff open, and especially when we're a bit shallower.
Yeah, this looks good. We collect with an interesting little combo here. We are going to want to defend some of our suited combinations against this. I think he will. Makes sense. 7-8 suited.
I miss the old days when you could just rifle this in.
You can rifle it now if you like.
Oh, I still can? Okay. Makes me feel better.
Yeah, I don't think you get to shove this one anymore, sadly.
2011 poker.
It was in there.
That's when we were playing real poker. Ace-4 deuce. Again, wait. Not liking the look of the flop.
And nice to have the king of clubs in hand.
Excuse me.
You can go either way here. Very small c-bet or check. Right, both valid.
Feels like a board. A pre-flop raiser wants to attack. Obviously,
Yeah.
heel can have a lot of these kind of hands in. Always want to deny equity.
Yeah, Mikolak not with enough to continue.
Shows it. I had it buys, but it still came with an ace. That's like, I've won the pot, but look how unlucky I am. That's what he's trying to say there.
Always comes.
Yeah, the heyday. 2005 through to 2012, when you could line anything up for a 6-bet jam.
Just do whatever you wanted. Last person, last aggressor wins.
Yeah.
Yes.
No one
You will
peels.
see
They
anyway,
just
you
click.
will see. He can't lie right now. He
Click,
cannot
click,
lie.
click, fold.
You don't see it much anymore. Even like 4-betting, it's kind of gone out of fashion. You know, you see it with some hands. It's certainly
just
not as much a thing as it used to be.
Generally, populations got more comfortable playing flops. They're happier
Yes.
to flat and play pans than they were. It used to be like, I don't really know how to play this post flop, so I'm just going to rip it in.
Sure.
Ramp up the variance.
Now Karam finally finding a playable one.
Here we go. It's a playable one, but it's not one you're high-fiving the dealer about, is it? On this table. But certainly can get peeled by worse. Just can be a very awkward multi-way. But again, I wonder how much respect he gets as the opener. Let's see if anyone makes a slightly tighter fold against a player who has only V-pipped now for the second time this frame. So far, everyone dealt dust. Is he just going to have the 2 raise and takes? No, here we go. Salah coming in with a cool ace-jack. Hashima 2 10s playing, what, 40 blinds in the small.
Yeah, another one of these spots.
Looks like he's
gone for a very strange, tiny click. Don't like this at all, especially with this hand combo.
Having said all that, this does actually put Karam in a pretty horrid spot.
It does.
Like, he's got this garbage hand he's open.
65%.
Oh.
Part of the problem, though, Demps, when you make it this small. Subramaniam.
I mean, this is the same size as a Subramaniam Open. Like, he wants to be in.
It was a raise, yeah? 8,000?
8.
And, oh, okay.
I mean, this would be ambitious in the extreme, not closing the action. He is reaching, Demps. The enigma of this table. Never quite know what's going to happen.
No.
Here he comes.
Yeah, he's not closing the action. I feel like maybe he's thinking he gets a lot of protection from Hashim click small 3-betting. It looks like a lot of strength. Now Karam's ace-10 offsuit. Okay, it's only 9k more.
I think we have to fold, yeah.
But this is grim. Like, what are we expecting to see? As we can see here, he's in awful shape. But it's about the shape you might expect. He just can't fold for the 9k more. I can't blame him.
I mean, all of a sudden, Hashim painting himself into a bit of a corner here on so many textures.
Yeah, the 3-bet size just not defining his opponent's ranges at all.
Definitely too small. And this is the problem, Demps. All of a sudden, big favorite not to win this pot.
Yeah.
How can we possibly c-bet here into the field? It looks like he's doing it.
Tiny again. Just 11,000.
This is an insane hand.
Karam, a gut shot, and the ace of hearts now. Feels like we're in.
We're definitely in.
Might be thinking he's up against a monstrous hand here, like a set queen,
Set
set kings, and can get the lot if he finds a jack.
I mean, this hand is tricky, tricky. The merit solver in full swing.
Salah with the same sort of decision on the button. Of course, would much prefer having a heart in his hand, but for 11k, closing the action into 90 odd. Deal me a 10, dealer.
Penny for the thoughts of Hashim.
Double flush draw appearing on board now. Hashim somehow still has the best hand despite getting called in 2 spots.
I mean, how can we barrel Demps? If he finds this, I might be going home. He reaches. 9K.
9k?
What is happening?
Wow.
10% turn.
9k. Has he really done this? Does he know his opponents have ace-10 ace-jack? This is the sickest sizing.
Such a confusing sizing that the graphics will not catch up.
Yeah. One of our poor crew backstage is going, it can't be 9. That must be a mistake from the dealer. It is 9,000. We're going to see 2 calls again.
Wow.
As they both go chasing Broadway. Hashim.
There's 110 in the deck, and it is the 10 of hearts.
Board pairing queen completes the backdoor club draw. I mean, does Karam feel like he, with a 10 of clubs, kind of wants to buff it? Can he have a queen that wants to bet here?
Both of these players, the problem here, with this tiny size pre, Karam and Salah both going to have a lot of queen X, I think. Nobody raised the flop.
And both have clubs, right? Neither of them.
Yeah, they both have a club in their hand. Anything could happen here.
Right, Salah with the more obvious one, holding the ace of clubs. But if Karam beats him to the punch with the bluff,
Salah could jam over a bet, which would be beyond sick.
I'm loving this from Karam, understanding the situation quite well.
Has to go for it.
I'm going for the quite small bet. But it's a small bet in a multi-way pot with multi-street betting. It is harder for him to be light.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to give him a bluff here. We can see
Hearts.
he's found that's about it.
Yeah. But is Hashim just going to get stubborn and say, I think you've got hearts?
This would be
He's got 2 chips in his hand ready to flick in. When they're in the hand, it's a lot easier to call.
When we try to analyze this one, I guess a king doesn't bet, right? We're not going to bet a king. We're scared of the queen behind.
It's a queen or clubs, and it
is a queen or clubs. Or, of course, the missed draw.
I'm surprised it is this smaller sizing, actually, really. It's called!
It's the call!
He's called!
Hashim somehow wins an absolutely massive pot.
Well, he came with a tiny 3-bet size, kept everyone's ranges super wide, and his tiny flop bet, tiny turn bet, kept these weak hands in to the point he then had enough of a hand to call. Bizarre hand.
I'm going to put it out there, Dems. That is the most nonsense hand we've witnessed this week, but I absolutely loved it. Hashim, take it out.
Like
You're a hero in my eyes. What a hand.
He engineered a situation where there were so many weak hands in there.
He won.
That he could beat some of them, and a small sizing.
It's true.
Do
you think we need to shove
On the
River
river,
as Karam? But there's still the nuts behind us potentially, nut flush.
You got it.
Nice hand, sir.
Yeah. So much in there.
I would rather, he's gone for the 38k, which is into, what, 135 or something.
You'd rather see just like 90k, 100k.
I just think
all
if
in.
we're trying to rep a flush, we're going to bet bigger.
What a wild hand.
I would like to see bigger.
How in the world did Hashim win that pot, more to the point? 4-way on the flop. Finds it, Demps, on the king, queen X.
Got 3 streets of value with his 10s.
10% turn. Unbelievable.
Do not go anywhere. Those of you tuned into us here for this day 2 of the Gangster series, where the players are acting like outlaws, certainly outriders in this one. I'm seeing some fun action. Axoy.
That hand was officially Gangster, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's the coolest hand we've seen thus far. In terms of how the winning hand has played it, how they've managed to generate multi-street, multi-way action. And get the underpair home.
I gotta hand it to Hashim. If I'm in that spot post, there's no way I win that pot.
No. You think you would have fallen into the camp of maybe just ripping free?
I would have jammed.
40 bigs. Just have a go. Axoy's picked up one caller in the shape of Salah, who has got none of this. Jack 10, 3 board, all black cards. Axoy with the black offsuit combo. He's going to check it on over to Salah, though. Plenty of hand that can continue. Maybe some good things happen if he catches his Jin cards.
Yeah, I like check here. No, we're not done with the hand. We could potentially check raise. We can definitely check call. We could still bluff later. And bet now, target some suited ace-x and some low to mid pairs. Get them out of the door. Does just that. Axoy more of a theoretical sort of style. Demps has been impressive in his own right.
Yeah.
Only 19 minutes and you will be away from the TV.
You're happier than me.
No, I'm not happy. I don't want it. I told you from the beginning.
I know.
There you go.
He's sad.
Just around 20 minutes left with this cast.
He's sad.
Could be a shame.
Why?
They're
He
lively.
likes being the star.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, fair to say, probably been the most enjoyable 2-hour spell. And there's been a lot to choose from this week, that is for sure. Interesting there, I think Hashim referencing he's not a fan of the feature table Demps. I think that's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
What do you think? There's some people who love it, some people who
really enjoy it, some people
shrink away a
thrive on
little.
it. Yeah, some people don't like it. It's definitely a mix. And I think the most interesting thing is perhaps how different players' styles react when they get on it. Some players will open up more and for the either just showing off, if it were, as it, you know, just getting in there, or also feeling like they're supposed to do more. Maybe they're not confident in the game, they feel like they're supposed to do more.
Okay.
And then some do the opposite, they just shrink up for the same reason. Maybe they're a bit, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do that, I'll just fold.
Yeah, might be worried about looking a bit silly, potentially, if friends are watching, worried about being critiqued.
Yeah, maybe a little, just play that little bit tighter. But it's interesting again with pokers, you never know how each person reacts to it. Some have just got the confidence just to play their own game. They're very happy in what they do.
Interesting spot here. Axoy has a potential 4-bet here, Demps, I would suggest.
Yeah, just
could call also.
This feels a little out of flow though.
Yeah.
Way. Let's have the 1-3-bet showed king's button to cut off.
Very
I'd
true.
actually like this as a spot to light 3-bet just because of the flow of the table. This doesn't feel if I'm sitting at the table like it's going to be light.
I may have landed on it, but I do hear you.
Yeah, I mean the combination, exactly that. You said he seems to be a very theoretical player, Axoy.
That's it. Try and fold out some sort of ace-jack, ace-queen, king-queen suited types.
That's a tiny 4-bet.
I don't mind it at the sort of stack depth.
Because we think Way's 3-bet hands are going to be hands that just don't really ever want to call 4-bet, right? Like
I think so.
King, queen off or something.
We can see this one's, of course, going to send it. Axoy, get the bad news.
Bad timing, huh?
For the fans.
For the fans, indeed.
Button good.
Yeah, don't hate it. Don't hate it from Axoy. We can get some better hands to fold for sure.
Yeah, great hand selection.
Bad timing.
Yeah, good hand selection. Bad timing.
I mean, if Wei has a hand like jacks or queens even, potentially, queen's a little more comfortable, of course. A hand like jacks in that spot, hand like ace-queen off, king-queen suited types, start to shrink. Unfortunate for Axoy. One of the funny little wrinkles here in Merit, I think, Demps, the sort of theory guys, it's much easier for me to get into the mind of what they might do.
Well, you said it straight away, Axel.
Yeah.
You said the last hand, kind of a theory guy. He's got a good combo here.
Yeah.
So 4-bet, he
Yeah,
went with that.
Thought he might go for it.
See, I'm a bit more MPO. I was like, I'm feeling the flow of the table,
Yeah.
just get in the groove of it. Like 3-bets not really being the order of the day at this table. There've been plenty of 3-bets.
This is it.
Which, when you're playing at the table, suddenly excuse you. So maybe I'm privy to information the players aren't. Thus come to that conclusion. This man doesn't need much invitation.
Another big open coming. Looks like.
12.5.
Yeah. 3.5 once again.
It's really interesting that you look at a player, you know, somebody like Dominic Nietzsche, he loves this 3.5x or limp style, and it's really tough to play against, you know, hands that you might consider to 3-bet, or, you know, all of a sudden you have to make it that much larger, and normally you have to have a tighter range. But Karam finds a call Demps in the small.
Yeah, I think he's seen enough. Doesn't want to take it to a flop.
Thought he might just send this combo if we're going to continue, but
Right.
finds a call.
And obviously with, what, 20 minutes left of the re-entry period, as it were, as well. 10-5 deuce, rolling off. But maybe he's more interested in, you know, if he sends it, he's gonna win a small pot or lose a big one. Maybe happy just to take this to the flop, figures he's got the best hand some of the time. And the Superman of him electing to check back the 10-5 deuce with a gut shot draw. We've shown him perhaps always c-bets. I wonder how this fits into Karam's head as he finally sees a check back. Although the queen, obviously one card that suits Karam, having flat from the small. You're going to see a lot of Broadway combos, and understand that, here we go. Going half pot.
Other very interesting hands. Subramaniam still with some equity. If he does call here, Karam going to be hating life.
So hard, though, isn't it, to continue with this gut shot?
It is.
With a flush draw on board. Against a range that certainly includes plenty of Queen X. Potentially even some super strong traps.
Yeah. Very intriguing. Got Subramaniam repping some kind of showdown value with this flop check. Maybe like a 5, something up to pocket 9s even. Yeah, Karam pounces, gets it through. Bluffing with the best hand, but understandable to do so. Nice hand. A lot to unpack, Demps, from this last couple of hours.
Crazy action. That's what you get here at Merit. Those of you watching, hope you're enjoying it. If you are really enjoying it, then why not give us a wee like?
Or a wee follow.
There we go. I was going to start with a like. If you're enjoying this particular stream, give us a like. I was building you up. I'm then going to beg for a subscribe as well. But if you don't want to subscribe, at least just give us a little like. That's not too much to ask for.
I don't think we even need to beg. Action's amazing.
Well, yeah.
Hey, listen, I'll put it out there. Action's amazing, fun to watch.
Yeah, if this doesn't sell it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're both privy to watching a lot of poker streams around the world at varying stakes. Different casinos, different types of players. I genuinely say this. These are the most fun ones. The
Definitely.
Merit stuff is great. So many deviations, so many characters, and we see so many of them stream after stream, tournament after tournament in this room.
I mean, I can think of 3 or 4 hands in this spell alone that you wouldn't normally see in tournament poker. As we see Haj here is dominated as a hand that, of course, is going to defend King 9 way with the Ace King once more. And this is trouble, Demps. Haj gonna lose some chips here.
Yeah. The one saving grace for him is that he's up against that EP Open, but certainly does look destined to lose some chips.
Yeah, short of a wet turn, generally gonna lose chips on the flop and normally the turn.
8K c-bet. Couple of blinds. A little larger than you might necessarily have to go here, but with 2 spades on the board,
yeah,
seems fine.
Yeah, I like it.
Defending against that big blind peel. Big blind's going to have just so many hands that do kick it into the mark. Called on street 1. Spade turn. Does complete that flop flush draw. Again, both players with plenty of hand, not to be too concerned about that just yet.
Yeah, these spots always interesting. I think as way, we're going to want to, if we bet, not to bet too large. Big blind going to have all of those flush combos, and we're going to check often. He does decide to do so. Makes a lot of sense.
Right, now it gets interesting for Haj, doesn't it? Whether he wants to bet here. Obviously, he has a lot of strong hands, like you mentioned. He has all the sort of 2-pair combos, the flushes.
Yeah.
But he's also going to have hands like Jack 10, Jack 9, maybe an Ace Jack, Ace 10 even. But our bluffs. I wonder if therefore he slips the king into a value mode as well. Or is this still just a nice bluff catch?
I think bet's good, I really do. I think like a little blocky sizing makes a lot of sense here.
It's gone 1/3 by the looks of it.
Yeah. Don't hate it. We can disincentivize our opponent from raising with a better hand, and we can see that that has worked. which is one of the nice parts of choosing this size. You can also get called by a worse hand that gets curious.
Really?
Any Queen X or the like to this size in.
I
So
think
Haj pretty happy to escape relatively unscathed.
Yeah, he kind of got snapped, and I feel like just the mannerism in which he turned the hand, was like, kind of like the king. Like, is it good? I don't know. Can certainly be up against the queen, but the speed lent itself to more top pair kind of holding.
Yeah, these are really interesting spots in poker where I think that Wei should consider at least raising on this river. But then again, he is up against, you know, so many flushes, so many 2 pairs, and a lot of blocky bluffs, right? Like you referenced. So call seems fair.
I've been very impressed by Haj. What you've
Yeah.
seen, obviously had some good hands.
Yeah, like how
even
he's
they're
playing.
losing that one, losing small. Had an 8th place finish in the warm-up here back in the summer during the Retro Series. A couple of the final tables in other events right here at Merit. Loves it, just like so many do.
Oh, this is a man who does love the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's loving the game. There's like the completely addicted to the game people who play every day. And then there's Superman him above that.
Again, choosing these really big size-ins.
Huge this time, even bigger.
It's so tough to continue for players.
It's surprising to me because he's someone in there with so many speculative hands. He strikes me the kind of guy who wants to play the pots and generate action.
I really do think it could be an aspect of the game that's somewhat unsolved, like to use this really large open sizing. Like, people just don't know what to do against it, Demps, right?
I wonder if it's in any way, because we are coming to the end of the rebuy period, and so therefore he's trying to shallow stacks out, so pots are bigger, both to encourage bigger action. I don't know, I'm trying to draw a parallel.
It's very difficult, and like even a spot like this now, for example, you know, Mikulak has a hand that would be a very standard defend, right, or even potential 3-bet occasionally. And now, I mean, you're facing just a shade under 5x Demps.
Yeah.
This hand just becomes so ugly. I mean, I could honestly just see fold here, and I think it would be fine. Like, what do you do? Like, all of a sudden, you're inflating the pot, you could be dominated.
Yeah, you're cool here. You're in a 10 big blind pot with a7 offsuit out of position.
Sure.
Against the mid-position open. Albeit against the man who's opening a lot of hands.
والله امبارح عملت خوش مساج
I like it's what you say. I feel like Mikulak's one of those guys, he knows what to do in all these spots pre-flop. If you face him in open, he knows exactly what he's doing with this hand, what frequency he's 3-betting, what he's doing on certain boards. As soon as you take him out the comfort zone with the big open, you referenced Dom Niche being the one kind of like trialing this somewhat. Bang. These top players suddenly are a little bit lost. They haven't studied it.
I wouldn't know what to do here, and I'm more than happy to say. And they look, I think he's going to throw away, and honestly, I don't hate it at all. Probably thinks he has an edge on the table, right? Probably thinks that he's going to have better spots to get involved.
Yeah.
And if people want to give him the money, he's going to wait for a better spot. Don't hate it.
All I'm taking from this is, next tournament I play,
5x.
I'm throwing in a whole bunch of 4x opens.
It's just one of those dicey strategies, of course. There's going to be problems.
Now, don't tell me bad side. I'm gonna go for it and see how I get on.
It's horrible to play against, though, right? He 5x's there. You're in the cutoff with Jack 9 suited.
Right.
Oh, can't call anymore. You're on the button with Queen 10 suited. He's 5x'd. Do you want to call? I don't know.
He wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready for that.
Question is, Demps, are people ever balanced? And do they do it with aces, right?
Right.
I don't know. Probably not. Very fascinating.
What they're needing. Mikulak, he wasn't ready for that. He doesn't know what to do. And he's like saying exactly what we are.
I mean, I'm in the booth and I don't know what to do there.
Perplexing.
Certainly hopeful that Subramaniam returns to the feature. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you, thank you.
I think we may see him over the next couple of days. Karam. Okay. Minimal amounts of V-pipping.
Yeah.
But is going to give this one a go. King 7 off from the hijack. Haj Just wants to check what's behind. And I wonder if he ever wants to kind of induce here with Karam opening off the starting stack with late registration closing into this level.
Yeah, I think 30 bigs deep, 3-bet call would certainly be fine. 25 or so, we're definitely going to do it against relatively late position. Also have the benefit, you have Mikulak behind, capable player. When you flat, don't really want to incentivize him to get involved. Although, like you said, Demps, Karam being very snug.
Yeah, it's the concerning thing.
Deciding just to call for that reason, I think.
We can see it's King 7 off, but I wouldn't think it's going to be anywhere near this light from what I've seen from Karam. Obviously got Ace 10 off the showdown where he kind of got forced into a bluff. Other than that, he's only played a couple of hands. Well, they do get a heads up. That's the good news for both. Haj in position with way the better hand. Queen for deuce board. Not looking too bad for him either.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an element of frustration here. King 7 off is too wide pre, in my opinion. Suited, you can get on board. Offsuit a little too wide, and this is not going to get it done.
Whenever he's just going to get blasted.
So tough to blast this one off, but you know, you never know.
So we can have one clear transaction only. Thank you.
I would actually be in the camp of just giving up your post. Don't have a lot working for us. No backdoors.
We're gonna go back to 10.
I hear you. Very hard to think of many hands that can fold even to a bet, right? Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, I can't think of anything, honestly. Maybe like an Ace 8 of hearts. You might get something like that out.
Second club on the turn. Karam does have the King of Clubs. If he's looking for a reason.
Yeah. Look at this. Fair play.
Binds are about to close. It's like, I'll fire off 3 street barrel bluff here. If it doesn't work, head to the cage, get a new stack.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, pocket 9's getting put in a pretty grim spot now, Demps.
Yeah, he knows that sizing as well. It's so likely. The 65k comes with it on the river. It has the 9 of clubs as well, which is actually, I guess, kind of a bad thing here, right?
Definitely.
You want your opponent in there with Ace 9 of clubs, King 9 of clubs, something like that.
You gotta hand it to Karam. I'm not a fan of the open, but he is following it through with the aggression.
I would hate it if I was in Hard seat.
Oh, I'm hating life here.
Seeing the frequency that Karam's played, and now wants to fire twice on this board. I honestly don't know what I would do in Haj's shoes. He's played flawlessly so far. And whatever he decides to do here, I will continue to say he's played flawlessly, even though we can see him getting bluffed, but it just makes sense. Nicely done, Karam.
Yeah, you gotta hand it to him.
Oh, I'm the...
Turned a very dusty holding into profit.
Ballsy.
It was.
A little look out and about, see what's going on as we have just 2 minutes left with these guys. See the tournament clock ticking down in the background. This is what will be coming up after the break.
Oh, you're gonna move table 19 over here.
As they get their instructions on where they'll be off to. Hopefully, none of them need to go after rebuy. In fact, one thing we haven't had this frame is elimination.
No elimination, you're right.
Which is, considering the amount of action we've had, really rather surprising.
See Hashim, Ace-8 off under the gun.
They all want to get the last bit of TV glory. They're like, the great Picasso's in the booth. I want him to call my action.
Hashim, who won our hand of the frame. Can't wait to watch that one back.
That was wild. If you are just joining us, you missed the doozy. He had Andy scratching his head.
I still don't know what happened, I'm not going to lie to you. Supermanium here. Gonna get sticky. Queen 10 suited under the gun 1. Very interesting spot here for Mikulak. I'd expect him to VPip this Demps. No, he's very, very comfortable with his ability post. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this. Gonna get to realize equity a good amount of the time on the button.
Yeah, these two guys have given enough action that they're due to get some action. I think that's certainly a hand that Mikulak's going to be comfortable playing.
What is happening? Oh, I thought he said all in. I was about to say it isn't so. And we're going 5-way demps in our closing hand. Love to see it.
There's a lot of connectivity between these hands. There aren't many boards where we're going to go miss, miss, miss. Not that I'm calling for blood, but I want to see some blood.
Might get some.
King 6-3. Mikulak, pair and flush draw. Hashim with the ace of diamonds, but actually the rest do miss. This is the one board, but look at this. Hashim gonna take a stab. He doesn't slow down if he's created action.
Again with these tiny bets though. Very interesting. Look at this.
But imagine
10%er.
Imagine if a diamond comes on the turn and he's got that ace of diamonds. What carnage we could still see. We'll get the rest out of the way because they have all absolutely bricked this board.
Interestingly enough, we are going to use a lot of very small sizes here multi-way. Be a little genius developing. If he finds a way to win this one, Demps. Wow.
It seems unlikely. He does not improve on this Queen of Clubs turn. He gets a little bash in the back of the seat just when he's thinking what to do. Whoa, he's picking up chips. Andy, what's going on?
I love him.
Another milky 10% bet.
The thing about this is Mikulak cannot raise this combo. He's just going to call. Think he's behind.
There are plenty of hands he can raise with. You're right. This one.
He's not raising this one.
He's just not one of them. Doesn't want to blast himself off with the equity. If he were to raise here and get 3-bet, it's disastrous.
Hashim, if you win this pot, my friend, I'm buying you a drink. That's for sure. Go.
Right. He's flicking 5K. That's not quite enough. Don't disrespect the man. He has bet 10%, not 9%. Come on now. 5 of clubs. The back door completes. Hashim finally does give up.
Yeah, Mikulak expecting to see a loser, you would say.
Yeah.
He'd be thrilled here.
He's probably thinking, is this the same sort of code again? Is he going to turn over 2 9s and I've just let him win? But actually, better news than that. It was just an ace high. Mikulak wins the last hand of what has been a truly incredible frame. As a reference though, even without losing a player. All right, blinds again at 2K, 4K. This table is moving back out to the floor. Alan Haj clearly had the best time at this table. Kind of got the best of a lot of the hands. Subramaniam, arguably the star of the show. A poor end to the frame, but still with, what, 2.8 starting stacks.
Yeah.
Everyone comfortable though, and Mikulak taking down the last pot and probably relishing to continue to play on this table where ranges are out the window and you must have your wits about you.
I think that is the best way that you could describe it. That was fun, is my way of describing it. I'm off on my short break now. Ali will be joining you back in the booth. That really was fantastic. Yeah, Haj, very technically strong, played great. We saw him get max value with the quads, played another couple of hands really nicely. And yeah, Mikulak and Haj, the most theoretically sound, I would suggest. Yeah. And Subramanian, Salah, Hashim, very interesting stuff for us to watch in the booth. Fantastic couple hours of poker, loved it.
Well, there we go. We are mixing things up, not just in the booth, but out on the table. So please do join us in a few short minutes when we'll get a fresh cast of characters for more of this MPO poker right here at Merit.
just enter all pots he's played so far with a call. Here we go, Ali. Gungarin, 3 bets to 22k. Bernakis finds the queens behind on the button. Bernakis, here we go, all in. Pocket queens against the ace-king, Ali.
Classic flip. Writing was on the wall in this one. And for Bernakis, he's going to need to hold here to avoid a visit to the reg desk. And there's cooperative board texture. As producer Vita is saying, if Bernakis' queens were to fall here, this would be a 4th rebuy, and how dare he mention it, as we're going to hold him responsible for this ugly king of spades on the turn, downing the 2 queens, and paint shows up on the river, but not the type that Bernakis needed, as he does give a respectful fist bump over the Gungarin. Understand.
To Lozev in the hijack. Ace-9 of spades. Come in for the min.
My goodness, someone is hydrating in an alarmingly aggressive manner out there. He might have drank that through his mic. What was that? Jack-7 defense for Chukurova here. Turns into top pair, but look at this. A 2-spade board, 2 overs, and a short stack. One could see Lozev looking to get it all forward. Not into 15,000, but the fuse is lit. Just a 6K C-bet. Chukurova just gonna call. Holding on this Queen of Hearts turn. Deferring yet again. And once Chukurova check calls on this board texture, I think we get the sense that ace high isn't going to be a winner with some decent frequency. But with that equity, you see Lozev firing here once more, this time 25, which is close to full pot. And maybe leveraging that queen.
Yeah, interesting decision point on the turn for sure. I think Lozev probably thinks Kukurova's going to fast play hands like 2 pair, right? Like a 6-4, like a 7-4, 7-6 type holding. And once he just check calls, you know, we're always making assumptions, but it seems to be a little bit capped. And of course, to like 1 pair type hand. And when this Queen of Hearts rolls off, Lozev content to just go ahead and attack it with full pot. Half of his stack invested here on the turn, Ali. He's going to be bet calling if somehow Kukurova decides to be aggressive, really in the cage here against this size-in.
Well, the thing is, there's just 29,000 back.
Yeah.
And Chukurova might be getting the sense that a call here, which he does find, is going to come with the rest of it on request on the end, as the 8 puts a 4-liner on board. I don't think he's worried about 5x combos here as played. And there's 77,000 in the middle, and look at Lozev does not hesitate to push the 29 in there and gets it through. Chukurova made a believer. And how about it?
On the boards in those 2 previous pots. Takes down 2 medium-sized ones. Sun picks up the Cowboys, Ali.
That he does, as the saddle was put on by Rakovic with these 4s. And Sun is going to buck up to the tune of 19,000.
These guys are super deep. 110 bigs effective. Here we go, Ali. What is our resident G gonna do? Ace Queen.
You know, we've seen him show pre-flop discipline in spots where there are openers and 3-betters in front of him. this one just too tempting. He's going to play it aggressively, and he's going to regret doing so as he 4-bets to 50,000. And I would imagine Sun is going to look to put even more forward as the decision becomes simple for the fours. Anyway, asking for a count.
This is very interesting. Don't mind the combo choice from Gungarin. Although typically against under the gun and +1, not going to see too many light 3-bets, right? But if we're going to choose a hand to 4-bet fold, would be one like this. I'm not sure if Sun may just call Ali. We're very deep here to get it in. I know we have kings. Might be thinking we only get it in against one hand for 120 bigs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
it does play it as a flat.
I thought he would.
Just in case, but let's see what develops here. 113.5 in the middle and a queen high, all spade board. Overpair and the second nut flush draw for Sun. Top pair, top kicker for Gungarin, but once the 4-bet does get called, he too needs to be mindful of Sun's range.
Oh, he's gone huge, Ali.
Almost full pot. 100,000 of his 275 deployed. And for Sun, do we just try to take it here and now, recognizing that the rest is likely to get in regardless? Or do we continue to just be conservative?
Very interesting, because Gungarin, he's just such a wild card. But when he bets this large, I'm inclined to agree with you, Ali. It looks as if he's almost committed himself to this pot. Hard to think of too many hands that are going to cold for 50k, then bet 100k and fold to aggressive action.
Look, we block ace-king. We've got the king of spades.
Yeah.
2 queens, maybe? Aces, maybe? It does feel like the ace-queen specifically is like bottom of range as played to this point.
It does. I would agree for sure. I mean, Sun here still pretty thrilled to have that king of spades. If we're unlucky and we've come up against aces, the ones that don't contain a spade, we're going to be doing okay. And of course, against a hand like this, ace-queen, dominant shape. I think you can go either way, Ali. I think call and just call off turn is also fine.
I don't think we expect the offsuit ace-queen
No.
combos to be part of this that often.
It's more the sizing choice from Gungarin. It's just so, it's far too large on this monotone, in a 4-bet pot especially, right? We've called forward. We're representing a very narrow range like aces, kings, queens, ace-king. So you're going to do a lot of small betting on these boards. Gungarin absolutely lacing it. Here we go,
Oh, look
Gali.
at Sun, though.
Wow.
Finds the all-in.
And look at this. Wow,
Gungarin
snaps.
flicks it in. Always knew what he wanted to do. And bad news is delivered to ace-queen's doorstep. Ace of spades wouldn't work for Gungarin to take the lead. 10 on the turn. And can the G-man find a queen or an ace on the river? No, instead it's a king. And Liwei Sun has Gungarin covered.
You know, showing a lot of awareness, checking some top pairs and multi-way pots. Like how he holds himself. Kukarova found himself getting a little short, Ali. I think he had 180 to begin this feature.
Nevertheless, going to take about 10% of his remaining stack and open with queen 10 suited, running into a dominant queen in the cutoff suited variety. Vivarov 3-betting to 20,000 and a couple of jacks now for Losov, just what the doctor ordered, a bit bruised after the altercation with Rakovic.
Yeah, these are going in absolutely. 24 bigs, nothing to do but shove. We're going to be in a big flip, Ali.
Will these 2 hooks find more than one cheek? Can't imagine Chukarova is going to want to participate, and sure enough, his hand goes into the muck, and now back over to Vivarov, who's going to do a little accounting.
Yeah, just going to make sure of the chip count. Once we've already invested 7 bigs, we're definitely going to call here for another 15 or so.
Getting it all in against a player behind him was not the script.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the main event, the final on the docket here in this Merit Gangster series from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel as the sun has set and the lights have come on in the studio as well. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey back in for Andrew Headley. We're going to give him a little bit of a breather, and he's going to need one from what I understand, James. That last frame, bizarre.
Bonkers. We took MPO to a new level.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just trying to explain to Ali a couple of hands. I didn't even know which hands to start with. There were so many crazy action hands.
Explain may not be the right verb based on experience in here. You know, the frame prior to you coming in had some questionable situations in it. Things that even by Merit standards were a little bit peculiar. But it all comes together to form what is a unique brand of very entertaining poker. One that you're not going to find outside these walls.
No, you certainly don't. It's just amazing. And again, part of it relates to the fact that so many of these players here, so many of the players in here know each other, they have experience playing against each other, so they all take these wild deviations that it's so fun for us tuning in for those 2-hour portions to see them play when we're not at all familiar with the backstory over the previous hours, days, weeks, months, even years between some of these guys.
I gotta say that in terms of the themes that we have here at the Merit Complex, Gangster and Western, you know, cowboys, shootouts. I mean, these feel very appropriate.
Retro's not far off either.
Yeah, this is old school poker. You're absolutely right about that. And can't wait to see more of it. Of course, those of you joining us on YouTube, we encourage you to click like, click subscribe. How can you possibly not want to watch what we have going on here? Now, is it going to necessarily be emblematic of what top tier players across the world are doing? No, but is it still within the realm of kind of top shelf poker in terms of being able to make the adjustments that you need to succeed here?
That's the thing. We have a smattering, and we saw it in the last frame, of some really good, fundamentally solid GTO style players playing their ranges just as you would expect the top players in the world to play. But then they're flummoxed with, well, now I'm going to open to 4.5x. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Even those players who we know based on their resumes are among those who absolutely are plying their trade at a very high and professional level. They can fall prey a little bit to the adjustments here at the Merit Complex. As you see, your new feature table with the blinds at 2 and 4,000. The leanest stack belongs to Issam Tanuri. 23 bigs. Fadi Barake not far off that pace. 230 big blinds, though, for Luo Shang up top. So many players have made their way over here. It seems like with each successive festival, to an increasing degree from China, one of those markets which is continuing to evolve and mature, and their players now venturing out post-COVID. Obviously, there were a lot of travel restrictions in place for a very long time, but now we're seeing them making their mark, and there she is.
Yeah. Well, I was pointing out a name to you there, Ali, that you might not be as familiar with. The man we just caught in frame there for a second, Govorov. Of course, you weren't here for it at the start of the series, but he won the warm-up. So he's coming in hot.
Making marks here.
Dashty, well, here's a look. Here's a gangstery look.
Yeah, the toothpick, the shades, the cap.
The cap. That guy's...
8.
I was about to say that guy fits in like some sort of London gangster story, but he's far too good looking for that. He needs to be missing some teeth and have just a really pale skin and be a bit angrier looking. He looks way too cool for that. I'm going to put him more in like young mafioso style.
Well, Tanuri, ace-jack, showing that he's the boss in this particular pot. Jams, takes it. Dashdeep does release the open.
So whilst we were watching crazy action, Ali, what were you sparring?
But no, just went over to Diamond and was actually talking about the docket for the next series. It's right around the corner.
It's so close.
January 14th through the 24th. We're going to have another edition of the Merit Western series, which is a nice follow-up to the Gangster series. And
these are the closest things I own to cowboy boots, Ali. You might put a spur on the back of them, and I realize for the viewers at home, they're not able to see the boots I'm holding up right now, but if you could see Ali's face, you'd be...
Well, first, the face that I'm making, James, has to do with just the logistics of holding up a boot during an audio broadcast and expecting that people are going to be able to appreciate this angle.
You could describe it. You're a wordsmith.
I mean, it's like a 3/4 suede moccasin with a stretch panel, which...
If I put some spurs on the back there, that'll be...
That's just something to help you slide them on, James. That's
Those boots were not made for walking, but these kings were made for raising, and unfortunately for Dashti, jacks are made
like this.
to lose money in a spot like this more often than not. He is 3-betting.
Yeah, that's pretty cruel as well, especially if this had happened a couple of hands beforehand, we'd still be in the rebuy period. We are now out of buy-ins. It is a straight freeze out from here. 566 players is the final number of entry as Sakir looks down at ace-queen. Oh, on the button. Tempting with this stack size. All comes down to perceived ranges of +1 and +3. Again, I mentioned just as we started this frame, we're not familiar with what's been going on at this table for the last 5 hours. These guys are. It will come down to that. This could be a 4-bet jam. It could be a fold. Entirely dependent on the previous action. Sakir's gone for the third option, Ali, which is the kind of the click 4-bet, potentially get away from it situation.
I'll tell you what, the interesting thing about this is it could present an opportunity for Dashti to escape, because a 5-bet from Govorov would be incredibly strong.
When the 5-bet comes out of the opening seat in this spot, it's so much strength because you do have to worry about the 3-bet and the 4-better. Sakir may get in a situation where he levels himself, where he cold 4-bets here and then has to call a 5-bet against Dashti, but doesn't have to against Govorov. Govorov, dreaming. Warm-up winner. Now here he is, back at his favorite table.
Wow, so there's the shove.
And you're right. How much? Dashti now, those jacks are shrunk right up.
Yeah. Let's see if he can find the necessary fold to avoid violence.
193. 194.
Not how he drew it up.
No.
Coming to the feature table, down at 2 jacks. Oh, he's gone for it.
Wow. I am shocked. Dashti.
Queens?
Not giving Govorov credit for Queens Plus, and he's going to regret that decision, at least for the time being, as he is covered. The rebuy period is over, and his hopes center around finding a black jack somewhere on this board. As it stands. Burn down. Tense moments here at the feature. 6, 8, 9.
Faintest of backdoors, are we?
Yeah.
Govorov in his familiar position. He likes sweating the all-ins like that. He won't like that turn card.
Not at all. As you can see, the open-ender materializing here for Dashti's jacks. Any 7 jack or queen would be disaster for the warm-up winner. And the 4 is clean.
Good luck, guys. Maybe he don't cover.
Wishing everyone good luck. He knows he's covered.
No cover.
I found.
That's close.
No.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you. How do you know?
Huge pickup for Govorov.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly where he left off on this feature table, Ali. Last time he was here, he was winning the final hand, becoming the warm-up champion. Put him back on the table, wins an all-in yet again. It's funny, isn't it, how we just see those themes develop through these series. They're not the longest series in terms of events. We cover 3 of them, but so often we see the same players being successful. Someone from the warm-up invariably gets to our final table.
And my guess is that everybody here at this feature table seated with him, given that news travels fast, knows that this is the man that won the warm-up event. And obviously a tremendous amount of respect is going to be given to him, I would imagine, as a result.
Yeah, you know the guy's capable.
Not only that, he's pumped up courtesy of absorbing Dashti's chips, not to mention some of the collateral damage from Takis. He donated 40,000 of his own with ace-queen there. He's got a great seat as well in terms of the chip leader being to his direct right. Doesn't need to worry about opening pots and then getting punished for doing so.
Yeah, now it's 100 blinds. Chill mode as we work our way down towards the end of the day. Still 4 levels to come. Tanuri, now let me tell you something about this
Raise.
guy, Ali. He's the one who knocked me out of the Omaha yesterday.
Well, to be fair, you only had 3,000 left in front of you, and it was a bounty tournament, James, so you kind of hung
What I should say is he like quadrupled up in the pot against everyone else, and all good things happened to him. And I hope he kicked on in the tournament. But Sam Tanuri, he was fun. We're sitting next to each other. We had a good chat.
10-9 suited.
He's enjoying himself.
Opens to 9,000. There's Luo Shuang.
I'm sorry, it's so...
King, queen. Defending. And being out-flopped, as this is a terrific board for the opener.
Yeah. The 9-3 deuce
11.
rainbow. Not often the opener from +2s hit it, but Tanuri has in this instance. Obviously, all the pocket pairs he's open with are going to like that board as well. He's going to have the best hand. All his ace highs still a lot of the time. See how much fun this guy is already?
See bet and take it. Oh, yeah. Looking dapper out there as well, should be said.
Oh, yeah.
This is a tough little table we've cobbled together.
Oh, yeah.
As a feature.
It just reminded me when I was looking at Govorov's stats is the fact that he won the warm-up. We also got the information that he'd won a 770 turbo here a couple nights beforehand. And his previous recorded cash on the Hendema was a victory. So by my reckoning, the last 3 tournament cashes he'd had were wins. That's a hell of a streak.
Scalding hot.
Now, he may have cashed another smaller event, I'm not sure about, but as far as we're aware, it's three tournament cashes in a row being wins, Govorov. When you're feeling that kind of heat.
Oh, yeah. That's results.
Yeah. Well, he does have to face off against the chip leader here. Shuang with 7-5 off. I like this, just going big, over 4xing. They're playing 100 big blinds deep, make it really hard for Govorov to continue with a lot of hands. Although, he may still want to do so with this one. Just about connected, suited.
Oh, he will hit the dance floor. It's 2 deep stacks. Working their way into a possible confrontation, sharing a 7, the 6-3 deuce board, a gutter versus a pair of 3s and backdoor hearts.
Now, this is not supposed to be where they both are.
No, you're right.
16k pre-flop, 17k pre-flop, but they're both living down here. And Shuang obviously going to check back this board with, going to check this board position with some frequency, but electing to c-bet pretty small here. I guess just thinking Govorov's going to have a lot of, like 10-8, for example, that just doesn't want to continue, and she sets the price to draw up that gut shot. Wow.
Which doesn't come in on the turn, but she picks up the double gutter and Govorov picks up the heart draw.
Here we go. This pot will certainly develop.
And it's the kind of card that could allow Shuang to barrel once more.
Yeah. It's weird because the cards down there that connect in any way with a pair probably do have something else going with them. Bar like the ace deuce, ace 3 kind of hands. But she's betting. I like it.
41,000.
Yeah, betting 2/3. This is pretty. This just like, if Govorov has ace 3 here, what are you supposed to do? It's horrible. You can't really continue. If he's got, I don't know how he had his other pairs that aren't connected, bar like this 3-7 of hearts. I guess he could have a hand like, say 3-7 of clubs, for example. Now he just has to go in the bin. But still, the pairs with gut shots are going to want to continue in position, and all of a sudden, we got 146k pot, pair of 3s, these 7 high, the 2 chip leaders. An ace on the end.
What an interesting one, because clearly some of that ace X business that might have just been trying to steamroll favors Shuang's range, I think, here.
Yeah, it does. I don't think massively, in the sense that I don't think we expect to go like barreling off with ace highs all that often, but certainly some ace X of hearts combos.
What, right? Maybe even some aces up. Ace 6.
Right, yeah. Ace 6, ace 9. Certainly be in there. Like I say, I think it's hard for Govorov to go up the river with ace deuce or ace 3 for that size. just because he may think he'd have been ahead, but there are so many scary cards on the river. She had 5-7. All those straight draws. This is actually quite hard for it to buffer because you really want your opponent to have these kind of hands you've got in your hand. You want them to be in there with 3-5 of hearts or 6-5, 3-5, all these kind of hands. But then again, you get to the river, you've only got 7 high, Ollie. That's only one path to victory. She's going to find it. And again, for all those reasons, this is a really awkward hand for Govorov to call with. He doesn't want to have the 7 of hearts. He wants her to have 7-10 of hearts, 7-5 of hearts, these kind of hands that would be more willing to barrel. 7-8. But he is thinking, what kind of hand could bet flop, bet turn, and bet river? Would she have barreled off with ace high on the turn? She may have bet it on the flop. Would she have followed up on the turn? Whoa. He makes the call.
Wow. And you could see a moment of apprehension as obviously when your opponent turns their hand face up, you tend to think there's something in there other than 7 high.
Wow.
And that is a statement right there. Coupled with the fact that Govorov won the warm-up, everyone knows it. Now they've watched him pick off 7 high with a pair of 3s, 4th pair on that board, and against the big chip stack of Shuang.
Look at them discussing it on the table. Did you see that?
Television.
A pair of 3s. Cool.
It was not very cool.
Above the rim.
Well, he's got a fan at the table, if nothing else. Yeah, I wonder how much that is. Govorov's just feeling too good. Like, you know, when you're winning all the time, you're sitting there, you come to the table, you get kings v jacks, suddenly you're like, I'm invincible. They're gonna have the bluff part of their range.
I think this is just one of those dialed in kind of things, you know. Obviously, he's in the zone.
Yeah, I think, you know, normally the pre-flop raiser gets to have that ace-x, and it's a good card for them, but I think in that betting the ace is kind of, doesn't make too much sense.
I mean, the ace-9, ace-6, I think
yeah, there are some hands, of course, always. Aces, for example.
Sure. Not to be overlooked. Kings, by the way, for Tanuri.
Here we go.
Takes us up to 11.
Doing his best to look disinterested. What are sunglasses? This end of the table.
It does get bright out there, to be fair.
I'm going to note something, Ali, that Shuang and Govorov, both wearing white, high-value chips of white. Just had to say it.
You didn't have to say it, James, but you chose to say it. And I, in turn, am going to choose not to indulge or acknowledge.
You got a bit of white on there as well.
Yeah.
I'm wearing white. We got the memo.
Right, but, you know, just...
Tanuri also. He knows the game. I told him yesterday. I said, make sure you wear white and blue.
Deeply nonsensical correlations that you're pursuing.
Yes. How many times does it have to come to fruition before you start putting some stock in it?
No, I think you got some confirmation bias working right now. Allow me to walk out of the booth into the room and point out a delightful number of players who I would imagine are color coordinating themselves to high denomination chips. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to have dust in front of them. James, how about that?
Can only work with what I can see.
I can barely work with what I can see. That being
all right.
you.
Farrick.
Ooh.
Getting the kings passed down one seat from his neighbor.
Cowboy-rich environment here.
Wow, how many cowboy jokes are you going to milk in January?
Oh, come up with a few. You know, I'm not going to prep them as much as Mr. Lappin as prepare yourself for an issue here. Selik with ace-king. We know what these hands like to do.
Yeah. We're pretty shallow here as well. Playing what, just under 30 effective. There's only one way this goes, and he's made it very committing 3-bet size. You can actually go smaller there because of the fact that you're playing only 30 effective, but with that sizing, he's making a statement. Guys, I'm not folding.
Yeah.
Barek's still rightly going to take a minute. He'll realise after he calls the 28, it's only 60 more. Looks like it's slightly fewer back there. It may actually be less than we thought. Either
100K
way.
jam. All very predictable. As the ace king is in dire straits, but is the covering stack.
Cowboys never seem to get hit by a bullet in the movies.
Well, you never know. No bullets on this board, though. 9-3 deuce.
Diamonds.
Backdoor wheel also. Obviously, it would be a bit ambitious, and those hopes are dashed by the queen as Celik is hunting an ace alone here. And instead, the running queens will complete a double for Barake, who's nodding his head in what seems to be some delight.
Yep, that's how you drew it up when you get the butchers. Dream scenario, someone rips it in. Get the double up, good start to his tenure at the feature table.
Well, producer Milbutas coming in to advise it's Celik, not Celik, which I should know better at this point. C in Turkish, signifying that sound. But more importantly, he has put a little note into the log.
I have it before
James, what have we in terms of payouts?
11.
We got a lot of money up top, Ali.
Maybe it's...
First prize
Inshallah.
in this event has been confirmed. $295,500. Bear in mind this is a 3K buy-in event, so nearly 100 times the buy-in. 71 players are going to get paid, min cash being 48.40. Of course, it's going to take us halfway through tomorrow, or at least early into tomorrow, until we reach the money and then the final table the day after. But it's nice to get those numbers going.
You know, when I hear 48.40, the first thing I think is how many people will still be in the red if they cash for 48.40 in a 3,300, where the rebuy period is as lengthy as it is here in this main event.
Tanuri, I believe, announced raise. It looks like he's throwing in 10K or 30K. What's going on here? Oh, it's 10K, but he's been 3-bet. Taken up to 34,000. And a swift call from Tanuri holding ace-9.
Now, not sure what Baraka has. There it is, ace-king.
Wow, very quick call from Tanuri with a hand that doesn't have much playability, and he doesn't have that much behind. Queen Jack 5 flop, not one Baraka is going to like the look of. Ali, a lot of the peels have hit. Of course, he does have overs and a gut shot still. But he does elect to check back, try and see if he can make a hand.
Board pairing 5 on the turn is of no consequence, and then the king on the river will be sweet relief for Barake, who fires a quick bet that gets snap called by Tanuri. He almost seemed irritated by the pre-flop 3-bet and then the milky river barrel there.
Oh, it's mine, thank you.
Yeah, it's snap called the 3-bet and then snap called the river bet on a board where...
I bet like an asshole.
We're pretty... What did he say?
Well, it's not fit for repeating, but if I'm not mistaken, Tanuri said I play like an a-hole.
That's what I thought I heard, okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to get you to repeat on the stream.
I'm not going to do that. I'm also not going to say that not doing that is the product of being a, quote, professional.
Oh, no, it's too easy a path to lead you down. You like it more when get you deep into a hole and you try and dig your way out. Dust somewhat settles for Shuang to pop up ace-king. Fresh off her failed 3-street bluff.
The deck does run rich right now. Kings, kings, 2 ace-kings.
Diaz thinks perhaps he smells weakness. Comes after the open with Queen 8 suited.
Well, it could also be just the smell of big stack activity. Of course, as we can see, this is more big hand activity. Will Schwung come with the 4-bet? There's our answer.
Oh yeah, this hand just always going to be a 4-bet.
Yeah, Diaz asking for a count, but one can't imagine that he's doing so with any intention of proceeding with this particular holding.
I have to say, I like her mannerism at the table, the way she kind of just flicked that bet in.
Oh yeah, we're looking at a true killer here. She won the ladies event at the EPT Cyprus.
All right.
She finished 41st in the EPT main, so
okay,
we got a player on our hands. Diaz no slouch either. He finished 5th at the 10K EPT Cyprus High Roller for a couple of hundred dimes. He will be finishing 2nd in a 2-horse race here.
Yeah, still pondering it. It got to the point where he was pondering for so long, I thought maybe, just maybe, we're going to see something way out of line.
Don't be silly.
Say don't be silly.
I know.
I've seen a lot of funky stuff today.
Oh, sure.
I'm not talking about in the spa. I've got some sort of figurine in action here. I like it when we get a little card protector.
Well, you know, over at the little
oh, I'm getting myself a turtle.
gift shop, they've got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle card protectors with the Merit Poker logo on the front. A lot of people have been putting those to work here during this festival. The first time I saw it, while I was out there playing a little cash, was in that game, and I thought it was like a custom made. I couldn't have imagined. And then, of course, as soon as I walked by and saw all of the different flavors on offer. We were struggling to come up with all the names of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, by the way, as we see Schwung, ace king to 2 jacks, raising again. And now Germany's Robert Heidorn, who is certainly part of the upper crust that's working its way through this field.
And interesting that he elects the flat with this ace-10. I mean, they're very deep. But a lot of times, if you are going to play this hand, it would slip into the 3-bet range. But I would have thought more often than not, maybe just fold against +1. He wants to get in the mix, see what's going on.
Jakir from the small blind with the suited connector will join the party. His 10 is dominated, and one of his 9s are in the muck. He's got some real issues for the time being as pocket jacks sitting pretty.
Spades are out there, Ollie.
Only one of them, though, as the window fails to furnish a second spade. Second king is up there, however, and that's actually a better board texture for Schwung's purposes than a lone king.
Yeah, coming out small. Quarter pot bet onto this board where she actually gets to put Heidorn into a tough spot with these ace highs and stuff. They just don't really get to continue with the player still behind, especially peeling from the small blind where they're a little richer towards the Broadway cards. You seriously don't remember all the names of the turtles?
I know they're all the famous artists. It's Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, and Raphael. The one that we couldn't get, though, was Leonardo, which is ironic because that's Da Vinci, a very popular. You know, who's Raphael? Raphael, who's a famous Raphael artist?
Raphael.
Just a one-name guy, like Ronaldo and
just like
Cher.
Ronaldo and Cher. I was going to make the point, actually, in my part of the world, they weren't the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They were Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. They had to take out the violence a little bit for consumption in the UK.
Heinous.
You're looking in disgust.
I mean, wow. I didn't realize your cartoons were so sterilized. Maybe that's why you have a more lawful society than we do. Our turtles were ninjas.
My favorite show.
Growing up?
No, still.
I don't think it's still in production, so you're really getting some value out of the replays there.
I had the turtle blimp
This
as a
one
kid.
is food?
Toys.
Food or is
That was a
it very
blimp.
Was that how they got around?
I don't know. At some point in one of them, they must have
Strong?
done.
Yeah, it's also strong. Also strong, this one.
If not, they just managed to build a blimp and sell it so that people like my parents had to buy it.
Yeah, there you go. Made some money off the Dempsey household. Is Jakir looking to make some money with Jack Ace suited from the button opens. Guvin will defend against the min. Looks up at an ace-king-4 board where he's got the queen of clubs working in conjunction with bottom pair, all of which is much mightier than Jack-8. But, you know, the ace and the king out there, we're the pre-flop raiser, we're in position, actions check to us. You can understand why a little proby bet here. Would make some sense.
Mm-hmm. Certainly does.
Not going to make any dollars, though.
I'm always going to have a lot of check folds on this kind of board. I'd say normally there's options for further barrels, but with Jack-8 of diamonds, it feels unlikely.
Oh, how about the perfect dream card on the turn for Guvin? He's got the queen of clubs working for a flush just in case, somehow.
Yeah, this is actually a card that sometimes as the big blind, we actually want to find a lead, but having the queen of clubs, there's no reason to. It's hard because Kakir's going to check back the king X. He's probably not going to bet an ace. He pretty does bet an ace still. He actually decided to bluff this. Really make it hard for a king to continue.
Unblocks all the bad news, though.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I can see it.
Well, you may not like it, but Guvin loves it. Trip fours, nut flush draw, facing a 17K second barrel.
Yeah, the thing is, he came out with a really small c-bet, right? So the queen high, the jack high gut shot draws are still in there. The hand's like 3-5 maybe, with the backdoor flush draw still in there. King X is still in there. Guvin just wasting no time coming out with the check raise. It's actually probably a 4 that we don't want to check raise, just because, as you say, Ali, we've got the queen of clubs. If our opponent's going to carry on barreling, it's good. If they've got flush, we're drawing live against them. We don't need to protect against anything.
Yeah.
That's Bilbul, no?
And the kicker doesn't even play. So, you know, if your opponent is somehow in there with a 4, it's not like
Yeah.
we're out kicking them. I'd like to see that played as a continue as a call.
Baraki.
Jakir doesn't agree. He gets busy right then and there. Did feel like a great hand to slow play another street.
Everyone wants me as a kid in northern France. We popped into a toy shop and there it was, wall-to-wall turtle stuff. When everything was sold out in the UK. France wasn't as popular. Convinced my dad it made sense to buy everything they had in the shop and bring it home.
Wow, what a pushover Pop was. Either that or you were tremendously influential.
I was a great salesman. That was a great moment. Vive la France.
Are you suggesting that your sales skills would have allowed you to somehow win with Jack-8 of diamonds? In that spot there?
That's a tough sell.
That is a tough sell.
That'd be like selling you and my ability to find reward flight availability.
No, listen, when it comes to air travel, Jameson. Tanuri taking flight with a7. King Queen suited for Malika. Asking for a count here.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, King Queen suited is obviously a hand you can play against a lot of open jams. He's going to find out it's 17 blinds and with the whole table behind. I mean, he's right in the sense that it's wide. We can see it's a7 offsuit. Unfortunately, actually behind that hand. Just doing a little stock take. What's behind? You have 200k left himself, but he does have the rest of the table behind to worry about. And even though he might be suspicious, this looks a bit steamy perhaps. Ah, here we go. Tanuri's brought out the Hulk. What does that mean? When you're all in, halfway through the all in, someone starts tanking, you put the Hulk up? What? And then put the Hulk away again. What is that?
Well, whatever it was enough to get Baraket to fold King Queen suited, by the way. which was in bad shape against Celik's ace-queen.
Yeah, different situation here for Celik. Obviously, a couple of seats further down with a stronger hand. And he himself very short anyway. This is a line that we have to draw, I believe. Putting Tenori through the ringer.
That he is.
Getting Max Sweat for this all-in. Shelley's gone past the point of thinking this, that I think is just a bit of posturing to... Is he actually considering folding this hand?
This would be remarkable if Tenori's ace-7 manages to get both king-queen suited and ace-queen into the muck.
Yeah,
in terms of big blinds, it's just 16, 17,
17 blinds. I mean, 17 blinds is a lot for an open jam, but I mean, ace-queen just does really well against a 17 blind opening jam range.
Obviously, we know that Celik is struggling because the decision is for his tournament life. Re-entry period closed.
Yeah,
maybe he thinks Tenori is tight.
Yeah, problem is the strongest hands of Tenori's stack size are going to still play as raise calls, the queens plus. So we're just only ever dominated by ace-king. If you think your opponent ever jams ace-jack, then this suddenly becomes a call. And he's folded it! Wow.
That's incredible.
Wow, wow, wow. The Tenori getting respect at this table.
He is, and he's getting a...
He's going to show the ace.
Orbit's worth of tokens? No, no, no.
Don't show.
I think you have ace-queen.
Hmm?
I think ace-queen.
Ace-queen?
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Ace-queen, I go in. I have ace-7.
No, by the way.
Oh, he's confessed.
Wow. I don't think anyone even believes him, by the way. James.
Correct.
But no, Barake was concerned about ace-queen. The thing was the ace-queen lurked behind him, not in front of him.
Was ace-high. I thought I have a jack. I swear to God. When you have ace-king, I put you 25. قسمت معي أصبلي. معي ace-9.
So Tenori
good hand,
misremembered his hand in that blind on blind battle, hence the snap call. He thought he had a jack, he's saying.
That would certainly explain things.
Don't care.
Now, for those that are wondering what we're referring to, there was a spot in which...
Queen, my friend. You are not enough rich.
Tenori got 3-bet pre, called, and then on the river, snap check called.
Yeah.
And it was just ace high on a king, queen, jack,
yeah, they're all out there.
5-5 board.
All the artists. Tenori getting away with one there.
That was pretty remarkable. Performing very well with that ace-7.
Kakea, queen, jack. He's going to pop one up. Celik getting a second go with this hand, Ali.
Much like you're getting a 7th go at pronouncing.
Wait, did I just see a
his
tray
surname.
of food or something go past the door
Everyone
there?
relax.
Ali, I was distracted for a second. Is that what happened? And Celik does get through. With the next hand, he has a laugh and joke. They gave me the same hand again. It's always a test, Ali.
The deck does taunt us at times. That we know.
It's all right for you.
What
Usually
did you
playing
fold with me?
mixed games with structured betting.
Really?
If you're curious, you just get to
You
look.
fold with me ace-queen? I swear I have ace-7. I swear. You're going to see it.
That's not what you want to hear.
Thank you. Wallah. You're going to see it, I swear. Ace of diamond, 7 of heart. Or like that.
Now he's sent us a7 off. They're thinking, oh, it's a7 suited at least.
Right.
He was great. Like I say, I sat with him yesterday in the PLO. He was my table mate.
Oh,
sat next to me, and just as soon as I sat down, we got a little rapport going. And he Had the whole table going with banter. Not all of them were appreciating it. There were sort of 3 Russians down there on the table who didn't really seem to want to join in his little jibes, but...
Well, that's a shame.
He's got all the chat, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Shuang popping up the button, ace-10. She's still the table chip leader. Govorov with an option. He's deuce in the small. He wants to go after this. He picked up a bluff already. And his kings hold against jacks. Here we go.
These two have already battled once before, with Shuang getting caught with her hand in the cookie jar, trying to 3-barrel, getting called by a pair of 3s. Here she is, getting 3-bet. She's got the dominant ace. Little does she know it, as the suited connector begrudgingly folds for Diaz.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice hand for her to have here. Obviously, she's going to be opening very wide in this seat with the chip lead. The small blind 3-betting range is still fairly wide because of that. Ace-10 dominates some of it, the King-10, kind of Queen-10, smaller ace-X combos like this. So she completes the 4x 3-bet, takes a flop in position, and sees a 10 in the window, which is juicy, followed by a deuce.
Bottom pair against middle pair, advantage Shuang, the opener, but Govorov with the betting lead.
Yeah, betting lead Ali, but this is a scary board to continue against. The kind of hands that raise call a 3-bet, going to be those that connect to this 2 Broadway flop. Albeit, sometimes we do just like bet the deuce there, set a price, in case we spike a miracle.
No spike, no miracle.
Yeah.
No betting either, as the 3 rolls off free of charge.
Shuang, yeah, checking back. Kind of makes sense. She's either in very good shape or she's behind. Little pot control.
Sure. Every now and again, some King-Jack.
Right.
Some Ace-Jack, though we block that.
Yeah, you do give a free card sometimes to those kind of hands, but I still think even a King-Jack might just continue on this flop, having 3-bet from the small blind. Try and
I was
make out.
referring to Shuang with the check back.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly she can have King-Jack, for sure. Now, check 2, second time of asking, seeing a club arrive. Confident enough to go for some value. And again, she can be up against the weaker 10 here. She can be up against maybe a hand like 9s or 8s, or even sometimes those small pocket pairs, like a hand like 4s, just doesn't really want to call out the small blind. Play it as a 3-bet. They could get sticky. The ace, king, ace, jack as well. Yeah.
Check fold there from Govorov, who, by the way, shows really solid awareness. You know, this is a guy who's got good vision on the field.
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
Oh, the ace-deuce just lacked future in a lot of ways.
I mean, you're all white. He knows what you're doing.
You're really going to go down with that ship, Captain. I'll tell you that. Tanuri, 20 bigs. He's ridden a bit of a roller coaster.
It's 20 more than he might have had, though.
Yeah.
Got away with one there.
Got through King, Queen, and Ace, Queen. Loshang still the chip leader. Robert Hydorn has been quiet thus far.
Yeah, I guess he moved the table, what, halfway through, half an hour in, and has just seen a bit of carnage around him.
Yeah.
Flat that ace-10, trying to take himself to a flop, managed that, but other than that, nothing much going for him. Obviously a player we're going to keep a really good eye on because he is a phenomenal talent. And a regular here in Merit. As I said earlier, I think we had him on the first feature table. Where, obviously you've had the joy of watching him at Triton events.
Oh yeah. As of you, where I lean on you for production role. I don't lean that hard, but no, I
was going to say, usually
I lean extra hard.
Usually I'm tugging at the lead to pull you back from the edge, to be honest. That's why I see the roll.
Which is strange, because then I don't know if it's a therapeutic thing. You come in here and then you just absolutely push us towards that edge.
Little Jekyll and Hyde going over here with your partner.
Very much so. Queen 10 taking on Ace 9, top pair against middle pair, and there's trouble afoot for Cuven, the opener. As Hydorn defended his big and checks.
Yeah, a ball we're going to bet some of the time. This is an auto bet. Looks like it's gone quite small, 7k, 1/3. I think we can go slightly larger on these kind of boards, but I can understand why with particularly this combo, he chooses a smaller sizing, holding both a 9 and the nut 9 and a club with it.
Betting a call. Nothing changing on the turn.
Yeah, now in a middly ground, because he's got that nut 9, could bet again here, get some protection against the king jacks, the king 10s, jack 10s, 10-8s, all these kind of hands. And of course, set his own price for showdown this way. Defending against club draws, all sorts of good things happen by betting here. And you're very unlikely to get check raised, given how deep these guys are. I say that, of course, Hydorn's going to have the ability to balance. Might find some creative bluffs.
I think I like it for the reason that, generally speaking, it earns a check on the river when dry, you know, cards peel off, such as this 3.
That's the goal here. We just set our price for showdown and get some defense.
Yeah.
Well played by both.
Queen is perfect.
A professional exchange.
Yeah, it's scary in Guven's shoes doing that to Hydorn, because he's a player that's capable of, say, if he had 5, 6 of clubs on the turn and turn the open-ended, turn a double clutch together,
Sure.
he's going to find the check raise bluff. So there is always downside to betting that, but I like it as a general rule. Bet small on the flop, keep the weaker 9s in, bet bigger again, tax all those draws. And if you are behind, well, you're going to lose a handful of blinds.
Earn yourself a river check as well, and you know, at a sizing that might be smaller than what you would have faced otherwise.
Feels like the calm has certainly befallen the poker room. I think with the re-entry period finishing, that's recognizing that jeopardy is behind every hand.
Well, yeah, I mean, the action during those first 5 frames where everybody knew another 3,300 would get them right back in is far different than I think what we're observing here with re-entry closed, and that's to be expected in any tournament.
Going back into it. Ace 10 suited.
Considerably better than the Ace 9 kid he was employing.
No good.
Dinner is not lying.
My little Doyle.
Feels some of these players are only not just playing this day too, but they have the Mixed Max final day kicking off this evening.
Wow, it's going to be a long night of play if you're involved in a double dip.
Right, and then potentially getting up again to resume battle tomorrow in this event. These married guys, though, they like the grind.
I like the grind, James.
Yeah, you're a bit sick.
Today was the first time that I actually woke up when the sun was up, I think. It was a bit of a struggle getting myself remedied from 34 days over in Europe and then 5 or 6 days back home in Vegas and then back over here.
Yeah,
my circadian rhythms have been deeply disrupted.
Yeah, I don't think you have one at this point.
No.
You've always been a bit of an outlier. Govorov, the boots.
On the topic of outliers, how about absolute top of range pre-flop for a guy that doesn't need that kind of kit in order to get his chips into the middle?
He's got a white t-shirt on underneath the white hoodie. Just needs to be mentioned.
See, needs is a generous verb to assign to this whole... I mean, you're peddling it hard enough for me to wonder whether or not there isn't some financial incentive. So are you getting paid per time you try to push this theory?
It's easy if you just indulge me and agree with me, then I don't have to try and win you over. Parakeet defending with Jack 4, all right.
Yeah, left brain activity. 10-9-5 is going to be an ambitious board.
Yeah.
Try to ride the victory for him as he checks it over to Govorov.
Another fun one. Govorov can certainly expect to get some action on this kind of texture against big blind peel. Of course, he gets to have some of it himself as the opener. And some of his misses are going to be King, Queen, King, Jack type hands. As Ace of Diamonds, always a bit nicer when you see these dual tone boards. It's gone very small, just desperate to elicit some action. Whoa. What's going on? We've got the out of position float. No pair, no draw, Ali. Here we go. I said things had calmed down for a minute. I take it all back.
Oh, and there's a wet card.
If you're floating with Jack 4 offsuit, no diamond, you're looking for that turn.
Yeah, but he's checked it. And I wonder what the idea is here. A bazooka for Govorov, and he does need to bet given the coordinated nature of that card and the fact that he holds the ace of diamonds for safety.
I don't. This may be one he wants to check back.
Really?
I mean, we got the ace of diamonds. He's going to bet. He did bet very small on the flops. It doesn't make sense. His opponent can have a lot of hands. I'm going to continue now. A lot of pair plus a diamond. It just does so poorly when it gets check raised. But like you say, he does get to call with the check raise with the ace of diamonds. So we go to the river.
And what a river it is. A 7 of clubs. Baraka makes the jack high straight. Checks it. I don't think Govorov's going to be thinking about value betting this, is he?
No, I don't think so. And he may be thinking about running like a huge bluff here because he's got ace of diamonds. But I think it's more what the reaction is going to be like when he sees his hand.
Wait for it. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, a double take, a furrowing of the brow, and then a nod from Baraka. And you can see Govorov's like,
One more time.
All right.
Tanuri. Well, well, well.
I mean, if only Baraka knew that he was up against aces, by the way. That beat was disgusting.
Tanuri's face. He wants to discuss it. He's like, come on, someone join me.
It is rather remarkable that not a soul has said a word.
I don't know whether it's that thing you see sometimes in a game. I don't think it is, but you know when someone does something egregiously bad and the rest of you just sort of like, don't mention it, they'll do it again. He obviously knows that was a way outlier.
I think if the aces had been shown,
right? Yeah,
there would have been a lot more conversation happening because it would have been that much more gross.
That certainly adds more to it.
We go from aces to queens. This time Celik, the recipient. Ooh, Govorov with another playable one.
Yeah, what are we opening with here? 23 blinds. It is from under the gun. And Govorov with options here. Going to flap. I think against a man who admits he just folded ace-queen, I might have head towards just a 3-bet fold with this kind of hand. But Diaz with the same hand, but a caller already in front. I like that. Discipline. Tanuri, well, he's short. He says, let's gamble. See if I can't flop a set in position here.
Yeah. Baraka with a couple of deuces probably going to have the same thing on his mind.
Here we go.
Sure enough. He makes the call and will be 4 ways to this flop. 40,000 in the middle. Ten, 8, 7. Bad end of a gutter, which would be no good if it came in for Tanuri. For pair for Celik, and then the good side of the gutter for Govorov.
Yeah, one of these flops for Celik. If you were a lot deeper, you start hating it because you realize lots of bad things can happen here over a couple of streets. But when you've only got 2 times pot left, I think you're just happy to bet this and get it in. You know, if everyone was playing 400k here, lots of scary things could happen. You might want to start checking this hand on the flop, but as it is, well, he's bets. Yeah, okay, 18 into 40, that's good. Sets up really easily with any size, to be honest, to get a jam on the turn.
Can I go to the toilet with this? No problem, or have to take it? Huh?
Wow.
Not expecting to get it through, but we'll take it.
Not a single soul wanting a piece. Not even the ace-jack.
When Shakir's betting that flop 4-way, ace-jack knows it's goosed in this spot, I think.
Oh.
Just always a strong hand there.
Just, you know, we have the ace, we have the gutter. Thought
Yeah.
perhaps. Though you have other players involved, and that's problematic as well.
Certainly is. You might not get paid if you hit the 9 anyway, despite the fact your opponent's that shallow. Just going to rip so many turns against you. Hard to get paid if you hit an ace and you're ahead. Here's your man, Ollie.
Well, he knows what to do with an ace-jack, at least when he's given the opportunity to open with it. Hydorn, holder of $4.5 million plus in career tournament earnings, top 400 worldwide.
بوبي بوبي تقعد محلي انت لا.
And Celik will be the lone customer with 4-5 offsuit. He chooses to defend.
9.
9? Okay.
So we'll head to the flop. Ten eight deuce. Nothing on the stove top.
I like that one. Yeah, a board that's somewhat the big blind. Hydorn checking back without a club kind of makes sense. And there's good cards like this that can come give him equity.
Celik with the flush draw, Hydorn with the open ender after a round of checks.
2 clubs.
Oh, sorry, just 2 clubs. Thought I saw a 9 of clubs out there. Celik really in dire straits. Now the ace shows up and connects with Hydorn.
Yeah, check this one down nicely. Hydorn now, of course, with a pretty clear value bet, having caught that ace. Kind of looks like he can have it. Rakes in a small one. Let's say, been quiet since he joined our table. If you are just joining us, this is, of course, day 2 of the Gangster Series main event, $3,300 buy-in. Re-entry period is complete, 566 entries, resulting in a first prize of $295,000. There'll be 71 paid. That is somewhat tomorrow's problem. We'll get close to the bubble tonight. As is always the case here in Merit, we tend to pop that bubble on day 3. Of course, slightly curtailed day 1, day 2, so that those players involved can also play the mix max.
What do you show? 2?
A
Yes.
a facet of the Merit events as Tonuri drags another one in.
I saw a 10.
You know, Tonuri is the kind of figure, James, that anybody who plays regularly in a smaller local card room is familiar with.
Yeah.
Kind of an elder statesman, comes in, done some things right in life, has some money, enjoys the game, and is kind of a social apex.
Oh, yeah.
Next time. Next time.
I liked it yesterday. He kind of got the table. He was trying to get something going when we were playing. Some chat going, and maybe the first time it doesn't land, the second time. But he passes enough, but eventually everyone's like, all right, let's indulge him.
Yeah.
Let's have some chat. And then he comes out with the good one-liners, and you see this. He's got the likes of Diaz smiling. Hydorn sat next to him. And Hydorn popping it up, getting the snap jam from Tonuri behind with the 2 kings.
Not sure how he'll feel about this
70, yeah.
king-queen.
Yeah, a little too little, Ollie. What is just short of a just
Come on, give me a spin.
Short of 18 blinds.
Kings.
Yes.
I'm one. I had kings. You never.
I love that. Claims kings, shows a king, mucks the other one. Keep them thinking. He's put off all the moves.
Well, don't forget he told him that he had A7 earlier.
Yeah.
I fooled one king.
King. Swear. King what?
I had king queen.
I swear.
King king.
King.
Okay. I believe in him.
Stupid. King.
I was dead. King queen.
Certainly was dead. The worst shape possible.
I try again.
I don't. Never shy. Next hand, raising up once more. And Tenori looking down at a pair once again. Electing to flick in the 9K off this shallow stack. Try and strike some gold.
Barake. 2 queens, 3-betting to 36,000. 10-9 suited would have been such a delightful one to play for 9K multi-ways. Instead, it's forced into the bin. Now back over to the party starter, Hydorn.
Yeah.
Why don't have kings now? Why don't have kings now?
Both he and Tenuri forced to fold.
Pocket deuce, pocket three.
Pocket three.
Yeah, pocket deuce, pocket three.
Pocket deuce? No, I show you.
Yeah, I'm joking.
I don't. Over 2.
Always you have this pair.
Happens.
For the television.
Yeah.
Special.
On purpose, huh?
He's not the kind of guy that's going to be too concerned about it.
Good for TV.
That much we know.
Viewers and players in the main event, new blind levels, small blind 2,000, big blind 5,000, with 5,000 big blind empty. 255 next hand in the main event.
I'm sorry. You know, so bad this table.
I don't. Trying for the 3rd time.
9 suited. Being employed on this occasion. Successfully, should be said. And as the dealers change, so do the blinds. 2 and 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante means 12,000 in orbit will be the cost of poker moving forward. Yoshwang continues to be the chip leader. Not far behind her, though, is Hydorn, who has been largely quiet. Isam Tanuri still on the short stack, which is thinning out courtesy of the increased blinds. Murat Shakir also suffering a similar plight. Celik in that 20 or so big blind territory himself. And then the big pop-up to the middling stacks of Baraka and Diaz. Kovarov has been fruitful thus far.
Yeah, there's a big difference there, and it's kind of Hydorn in a sense. When he opens from early, he's got Shakir, Celik, and Tanuri kind of behind all the kind of stacks that are going to jam. Everyone else over 50 bigs deep means there's a lot of playability here. A lot of hands that players are going to want to get involved in. But in the sense of getting jammed on Hydorn having the worst seat, but I think in actual sense of when he plays the big pots, he's got the best seat. He's got the tough players to his right, all of whom have chips. So he's going to like his spot right now. But probably does have to open that little bit tighter.
to Govorov. Jack-9 offsuit on the button. He knows what to do.
Your prize pool has been confirmed.
Yeah, raising up a bit larger than Min. Again, facet of the players that are behind him, Ali, and how deep they are. Just wants to make it a little harder for Heidorn to peel from the big. Diaz. Very playable one in the small. Could see him go either way with this one.
Bottom spot will take 48.40, and the winner will take 295,000.
45.
We wish you all the very best of luck.
And the way that he goes is indeed big from the small. 4 betting to 45,000. Heidorn will bin an ace, and that will do it.
Obviously, we're playing 50 big blinds deep, so theoretically, we want to 3-bet quite a lot larger, so we like the nearly 4x there. Obviously, the bit you can scale back slightly is the fact you're small blind versus button. Button's obviously got a very wide range. So he does nestle somewhere between the 3x and the 4x, leans closer to the 4x size in there, which I like. Makes it very hard for the button to continue. And that's what you want when you've got a very tough player on the button. You don't want to be
71.
Encouraging their marginals.
153.
You've got a kind of a murderer's row in terms of Schwang, Govorov, Diaz, and Heidorn.
Yeah.
Right there in succession. I mean,
yeah, that's what I mean. You've got
players
those,
got their hands full.
Those 4 very accomplished players in a row with big stacks, and then the shorter stacks all kind of in a row. It's a really interesting dynamic.
I suppose the story checks out somewhat.
Guven's just sitting there going, great. Got to raise into all these players behind me.
Yeah.
Just forced to play tight. But that's okay. That's part of tournament poker. Here's the man. Kind of not in that row. 3xing. Again, kind of like it. Adjustment. He's going to be playing tighter because of all those big stacks in late position. So if you're playing tighter, you get to raise a larger sizing because you are playing stronger hands. And look at that. Just gets Govorov to fold 6s. Case in point. A min raise for sure is getting action.
Yeah. That price doesn't get it done against the 2 6s, but this one does. And as these blinds continue to ascend, pickups such as that one are more and more important to keep your head above water.
Yeah, I like that was a really good adjustment from okay.
That Jack-4 that snapped off the aces of Govorov, by the way, that was something else.
It was just, we had a table here that was playing normally. Nothing too crazy. And then suddenly, someone got Jack-4 offsuit, decided to even defend the open.
Well, careful when you use the term normally.
Completely missed the flop.
I think it was.
Continue. And get there.
No, I have a...
That was something else. No.
Celik. Just over 20 blinds from +1. And try and get one through. Right at the bottom of his range. Look at the players involved when he has to open from +1. Hijack, cut off button. All killers. Speaking of. Okay, he is going to go for it. This was between hands, Ali, but for 22 big blinds in the starting stack of Celik, Heidorn says 10s are just too good not to protect / go with.
Sure.
Barricade with 3s. Not much you can do once the squeeze is cut. Oh, hang on. He is going to continue.
What was that you were saying about not much you can do? You can flat, apparently, for 27,000.
This is tough to realize because Celik just does jam quite a lot. Well, not quite a lot, but with some whoa, Chelik's calling as well. Okay. Things haven't calmed down at all, Ali. They just took an hour just to appreciate the fact they can't bet anymore. Now we're back to full-on carnage.
Ace-9 deuce, though. Not sure how much carnage we're going to have in this one. Freeze and King Jack both check over. to the pre-flop 3 better.
Right, Haidon's thinking Chelik's unlikely. Chelik's unlikely to be one that's going to be ahead here. If he's got jacks plus, he's jamming pre. If he's got ace king, ace queen, he's probably jamming. I don't think he's got an ace too often. The man he's worried about is Barricade peeling from the big blind, cold calling. That does look like it might be a hand like jacks, maybe an ace queen suited. Whoa, he just checks back and it's a 10. No concerns, throw them out the window. Life is good again for Haidon.
Easy game, and you can understand why he would be checking back 2 10s on an ace-high board. Barraca's call in particular, cold from that big blind, could contain some big aces that don't want to play as a 4-bet. Ace-queen in particular coming to mind. But this is just dream territory for him. 2 more checks in front of him, and maybe he begins to sense that the ace is not out there. But a gut shot straight draw is for Celik, so can't imagine that he's going to want to allow a free one to peel off. And sure enough, he does reach out and touch. 55 into.
Yeah, he's just unlucky here that actually he's run into these 2 hands because he's supposed to be getting some action. Barricade can't enjoy that ball at all in a 3-way pot.
Excuse me. They're ringing one.
You asked?
Yep.
Thank you.
It's just a weird hand, Ali. When I'd expect both those hands to fold pre-flop. They both continued.
Yeah.
Put Haidon in that horrible spot on the ace-9 deuce. As I say, he's worried about some ace-queens out there, worried about the bigger pairs calling from the big blind.
It's funny because I wonder how Haidon proceeds in the absence of a 10 on the turn.
I think just checks again.
Just get to showdown.
I think. Hope that no one's got jacks.
5, 4.
Yeah, every time I got comfortable, Ali, thinking things have calmed down. We see something a little wild.
I mean, shame on us for getting a little bit desensitized to it. You know, it's been a few visits now to Merit. We've grown familiar with some of the players and some of the different styles and approaches. I, for one, revel in the moments where somebody who is a professional plays for a living. We see them out there for the first time, and they haven't yet gotten the memo.
Right.
And you can just see the dizzying reaction that they often have to that which is swirling around.
Jack 4, huh? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Chakir, by the way, defended with 8-5 suited. Comes up empty here. Guven with a pair of 7s decided to check back, and now suddenly a very wet 4 of clubs on the turn. Chakir with the gut shot straight and flush draw.
Yeah, he can, with 70k behind, just set this up to jam river quite nicely.
Oh yeah, he could reach for chips.
You're not probably against too much strength there. It's slightly suspicious when Guven checks back a Jack 7 deuce board, a broken board, the pre-flop raiser against the shallow stack you'd expect to have a go at. But here we go. He is leading out with that combo draw. Leaving it nicely set up for just over pot behind. Not the best river card to see in terms of having a plausible jamming hand.
Sure.
He really wanted to obviously hit. I'll have a card below the jack. See there if he still finds it. It's weird because it kind of looks like a 7, but you don't expect too many 7s to have raised from +1. Might give your opponent a better flush draw than yourself, in which case, you know, bluffing feels great.
The trouble is that king, I think, falls more so into Guven's range as the pre-flop opener, and so abandon ship was the directive from Captain Chakir.
It's such a tough one, Ali, because yeah, you really do want to follow through, but that card is really
so bad.
Bad.
Although maybe on the turn, once our man calls, we remove some of the King X kit?
Yeah, we do, but it just doesn't make much sense for us to be jamming.
Right.
King. It's like we're supposed to be somewhat intimidated by that card.
We've seen some thin value pursuits, though, in spots where, you know, people do stop and ask themselves, well, if I can take the turn action to suggest that the king is no longer present as played,
if I've
maybe
got a big
I
jack,
can get it in, you know?
Yeah, if I've got a big jack, I'm still winning to far there. But then I think we're sliding more into the less than all-in bet sizings. And I guess it's a little harder when you've got that stack. How about having the biggest stack and the biggest hand?
Aces for Luo Shuang. Raises to 10,000, just the minimum. Would love to see somebody get out of line. Queen Jack suited, a candidate on the button perhaps for Barake?
Yep, certainly a hand. 10 or 15. It's nice to play when we're 60 big blinds deep against a +1 open in position. I don't think he likes the small chips. Chelik for 1 blind more. Jack 10 off. Obviously shrinks up somewhat against a button peel. You're going to be dominated by hands like this, but such a great price.
Yeah, 73,000 in his stack. He's already got the big blind and big blind ante out there. Another 5K to take a peek at this one, which is a disappointing look. King 7-3, failing to connect with him. Interactions for Barake in terms of the King of Hearts. And let's see, this is the man who had Jack 4 and was willing to peel.
Like this must feel like an open straight flush draw.
Not quite.
Going nowhere for 16K. 3 blinds is like a not insignificant C bet. Barake makes the pill, finds a piece on the turn. Gonna be bad news for him. Shuang unblocking, of course, a king. Likely to go for more. Obviously, you know, you don't want to be up against King Jack naturally. But other than that, things are looking good. Flush draws possible. I'd like to see it go quite big here. 69,000 in the middle. She does arrive at 43K. Maybe 2/3. This is the problem Barake has got himself in now, making this kind of light peel on the flop and just catching just about enough that he feels he wants to continue.
Now facing the bet of 43,000. He does just that, James, as another 86 slides into the middle. Shuang playing this pot to perfection. Somewhat coordinated river here. Though I'm not sure how much 10-8 and Queen 10 we're going to be giving Barake. Let alone any of the 2-pair combos that would contain a 9.
Yeah, it's just King Jack is the hand you're worried about in this seat. And of course, pocket 7s, maybe pocket 3s. Just to spread the pot. There's 155 in there. Our opponent has 230. I don't think we can go crazy and ask for all of it, but she certainly has some busted diamond combos, holding the ace of diamonds here. Make it a great spot to have a value bet.
80.
87 is the sizing, and man, that does feel.
Yeah, it's right in the.
It's in that sweet spot where Barake is like, it could be a discount bluff. It could be a milky value bet.
It just kind of looks like ace king. Raise some under the gun +1. Bet 3 streets on a king high board. Sure, there are some hands in here, maybe like ace queen of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds that potentially take this line. Although so often these days the nut flush draws like to just check flop having opened pretty early. So now you're thinking, is it just like ace queen with the ace of diamonds?
It is possible.
I mean, Barake's just got better hands. He's called here twice. He has the kings for starters. I don't think we need to call as wide as the third and second pair. I think if we had king queen, it's a much more plausible spot. Although, does unblock the diamonds. Certainly a factor. And He gets sticky.
And that stickiness comes with a price. As Mo Shuang shows the two aces and continues to amass chips here at this featured table, trying to set herself up for a deep run here in the main event of the Merit Poker Gangster Series.
It's a huge pot.
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting to bet 20 blinds, nearly 17 blinds on the river. Getting paid off. Huge pickup.
Indeed.
Sometimes you just have to see the cards.
Raise every hand.
You know that mantra, James, I mean, as innocuous as it can seem on the surface, is one that comes with both sleep-filled and sleepless nights.
Yeah. Yeah. I think usually even if you get shown the hand, you sleep better having called. At least you know.
No, but then if you bury yourself even further than you maybe already are at that point in a session, it is tough to get to bed that much lighter in the pocket.
I rarely leave a table curious, Ollie, I have to confess. I'm a little sticky at times.
Hi, Dorn. Dominant diamonds here.
Mm-hmm.
Guven with a very defendable king-queen suited. Can he come back at him here? It looks like he did. 3-bet to 30,000 and...
Yeah, this is... I'm not against this. I'd like to see him go slightly larger because we're out of position against, number one, a very good player, number two, someone who covers us when we're playing super deep. But I'm not against the 3-bet in terms of we're playing over 100 big blinds deep and we've got a really good hand.
Yeah.
Building a pot's kind of nice. It's got playability and it's suited. And once in a while it flops top 2.
I'm shocked that you knew it flopped top 2 because you were looking at me the entire time that the board came out, but somehow, eyes in the back of James Dempsey's head, and he is able to identify Guven as the beneficiary of the board.
My read on you, Ollie. I saw your eyes flicker. With
I had that Guven flop top 2 look on my face. 20K C-bet gets it done there. Hydor never really any need to consider continuing with the ace-7.
But yeah, I think a slightly larger 3-bet, just to dissuade hands like the ace-7 suited to be able to continue is ideal there. But he's in that tough seat, like I say, Guven. He's got a big stack and all the big stacks to his left. He doesn't get many hands to activate.
Can I give her $20 and she charges to me?
Tenuri, 13 blinds. He's going to limp in with the 5-3. I love this guy.
All the gears are available.
Oh, he declared all in. Pardon me. I saw the one chip go in. I thought we were just going speculating.
Of all the hands, I mean, it's still remarkable. A limp with 3-5 suited feels a little silly, and a jam with 3-5 suited also feels remarkable. And he shows the boys.
Well, there's nothing.
Look at Barake, by the way. He's got a front row seat to the hand as it gets flipped up in his face. Like that.
Me dominated.
I like Hydorn. Hydorn just sort of smiles. He loves all this sort of stuff. Regular here.
Fed up from the television, my friend. Everybody like to be a star. Nobody is a star. Only a fucking game. To charge my IQOS, I must give her $20, my friend. It's not much.
Now, is there a deposit on the power bank? Is that what the $20 is about? He's saying to charge?
Is that not the one of those e-cigarette things? I don't know.
No, it's just a power bank. It plugs in there.
I mean, Merit got power banks. You want a power bank? They bring you a power bank. You can't want for anything here.
That's truer words have never been spoken. Especially not loose action pre-flop, as we just got a look at. Guven, ace-3 suited, min-raise.
You get loose
Blur
action
the
post as
brow.
well if you want it.
Anybody have IQOS here, guys? You have one? Can I charge it with you, please? Just to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah,
I
well,
offer you
on it.
this.
E-cig.
No, I have to. No, I want to charge mine.
If you don't mind, okay? Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
It's funny. I mean, I wouldn't be able to resist making a joke if I was at this table with Tenori when he's ripping showing the 5-3. But, I mean, do you really need to charge it? I mean, chances are maybe you can go outside at the real thing in a minute. I don't know.
Hard 6 for Celik.
Maybe that's what we can do later, Ali. Go down into
Craps?
the bowels of the Royal and
7:30.
throw some bones. Actually, I'm not sure there's a table here. Have I seen a
I
table?
was just thinking.
فادي شو؟ بركة؟ منين انت؟
I haven't seen one. I reckon there might be one in one of those
باللعبة دي.
rooms on the
عم
mezzanine off to the
درزي
sides
أنت؟
that we probably can't afford to gamble in.
We definitely
مرتي
can't afford to
درزية
gamble
أنا.
in.
بتاع عبد الملك.
Well, Schwan can
حاضر
afford to
ف-
gamble, though. She's got Queen 10 suited in a
جبل
massive
نون
stack here.
Yeah, but
Questioning whether or not
لا،
66,000. If this was a bounty tournament, maybe she'd be interested.
Let's
بس
go there,
ما
huh?
بتحكي مثل قرايبنا.
Diaz in a much closer spot.
بجنن.
Now, closing the action
أنا
for
أعز
13
أصاحب
blinds.
اللي فادي جنبلات مع
But in his
الأوقات
mind, he's
وبعرفك
thinking,
أنا
this
شايفك
is the
بالليل.
guy who announced he folded
No?
ace-queen. How do I adjust my range with that information? Because against a normal hijack spot, you'd be more than willing to take this on.
60, 60.
Does he believe that the ace-queen was folded? Did he even pick up on the conversation?
Obviously, folding the ace-queen to a jam up front versus open jamming yourself. Different scenarios,
Of
but
course, but
nevertheless,
it lends itself to the idea that Celik thinks when you're jamming, you're supposed to have stronger hands than maybe you are. Like, people tend to think everyone else plays someone like them. So if he thinks you're supposed to open jam really tight, then he's probably open jamming a little bit tighter himself. Is at least how I approach these situations, and I think that's where Diaz rested on himself. It can be a dangerous trap to fall into, thinking everyone plays a hand this way because that's how you play it, or that's what the book says.
Sure.
Tenori, he's tough to read.
Ace 4 under the gun.
That 3-5 suited jam reminds me, though, of a saying that Tyler Patterson has, where he says, it's not every hand, it's any hand. It's so true. When you see guys kind of play crazy, and then they fold the next hand, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're opening the 7 deuce off from +3, what do you fold in the next hand? That kind of concept.
Well, this time the all-in comes from the pocket fours of Chakir. And he does not get any takers, and I think that'll be just fine by him in terms of preserving his hopes here in the main event, although he's going to need a spin at some point. Just not sure the pocket fours was really the one that he wanted to go dancing with.
So close.
Feels weird to say that as
No
he moves
5-3
all in,
like
but you know,
No
it's just not a
5-3.
hand that performs altogether that wonderfully against anybody willing to call when you have to see 5 cards.
I had to pay 3.
Yeah, very good.
Here we go again. Double the hand.
But only slightly more in terms of the jam, which we assume is going to be coming in, and there it is.
What's your favorite kind of jam, Ollie?
I want to see strawberry.
Here we go.
Oh, no. My favorite kind of jam is one that doesn't have an overpair behind it.
Yeah. Like
bludgeoning. Impending.
Oh, she raised?
She did, and offers a bit of protection to Chakir in the event that his 8s were actually good. Instead, as we can see, they're cooked, and I believe one 8 just found its way into the mug.
So now he's going to look down and squeeze an ace. Not much joy behind it. Shakir with a nice to meet you. He's about to stand up, putting out all the tricks, Ali.
He's smiling, but obviously...
He's still got the mic on. Save that one for the flop.
Good luck, my friend.
He's in dire need of assistance here in this 146,000 chip pot. Not there for the time being, the 10-7-3, but stranger things have happened.
A lot of hope.
Inshallah.
Might a straight be a possibility? No, and he lacks a heart in his hand, so backdoor flush, not going to be the one. He's got one out.
Stay.
As one of those eights was mucked pre.
See it open?
I'm sorry, my friend.
On the river.
I'm sorry.
Does bring Shakir's run to a close. Did he get his charger back on the way out?
He got his IQOS back, but I don't know how much charge you get on those things in the 3 minutes that Shakir was in there. What do you think Todori's thinking? He's like, this guy's charging my cigarette for me. He's gone jam, 2 hoes in a row. Like,
I have an ace. I didn't call.
At first I thought he was coming over saying, I'm sorry, my friend, just being polite. Like, I hate to see you go. But actually, he was just going to recollect his nicotine.
Yeah, I also thought what you thought. Meanwhile, no thought required for those 2 queens as Wo Shuang enters 7-figure stack territory. Over 30% of the chips in play here at this featured table as other big stacks do loom, but we've yet to see a big confrontation. Govorov and Shuang obviously did play one, but
how do you want me to call, my friend?
They're avoiding one another for the most part, are the big stacks. Could just be card distribution as well.
Shuhaida. Pass.
She continues to apply the pressure. I would say timing spot on, but we saw Baraka defend earlier with Jack 4 off. I think he'll be in here again. Looking to make something happen against these big stacks and their certainly perceived wider opening ranges. Wow.
7, 8, 9. Middle pair and the open ender for the pre-flop raiser. This Queen 4 was always ambitious, but here it feels a bit hopeless. And Barake not going to be doing any floating on this occasion.
Cove looks thrilled at this situation. I mean, he's got a big stack.
Try to eat food
Should
here.
be able to exploit
They come
people,
to me
having
like
a good
they're the
time.
police. No food, no food, no food. Yeah. Had a nice plate, you know, they took it. Yes. Beautiful plate.
I don't might be hungry, but you're never far from food here.
No, just in the other room. You've got a little buffet, but players are not allowed to bring the food into the tournament area and eat tableside.
Seems fair. That's kind of one of my pet peeves, I think. Actually,
Eating
that's
at the
also a
table?
pet peeve, but like it's kind of annoying when people are at the table. If people are attentive, but so often it just slows the game down, or they're eating something with their hands and you get grease on the cards.
That happens.
In here, where you've got food just a few meters away, there's no need to have food in the room, in my opinion.
Don't disagree. Ace-8 suited, by the way, for Diaz, a raise to 10,000. Barake dominating.
I know, when you're putting your 35-hour sessions in, you must have to eat by the table, otherwise you don't eat. I can't imagine you stepping away to eat.
No. I don't want to miss any hands against the bozos I'm playing against. Jack 5-5, 2 spades is the board here. Ace-10.
I heard the game doesn't run when you're not in town. But
best hand. Oh, it runs.
Diaz with the betting lead. Paired board, backdoor diamond, perhaps tipping this one into a bet for him. Okay. With about the weakest thing you could ever consider continuing with here.
Wait, you forget this is a man who had Jack 4.
I know, but this is a three-way pot,
Yeah, okay.
slightly different.
I hear you.
But you're right. Does continue. Finds a spade in the turn. Which is one of his good cards. He's hoping to see the slow DS down. And then he's going to have options on the river, whether he just wants to bluff this or whether he thinks he's got the best of it. Now, doesn't really need to bluff it.
No, it goes check, check rather quickly on both the turn and the river as Barake manages to hit the 10, which he didn't need. So you say it was beaten prior to that.
Diaz didn't seem too thrilled at getting shown the ace 10. I think it's fair enough hand to call with.
Mr. Isaac, we can sing for you. Mr. Isaac.
We got to whatever day this is of the series. My favorite game is up to now not played yet in the commentary booth, and that is Ali looking for a mosquito.
Look, I don't look for the mosquitoes in here, James. They look for me. So I've just hit the studio lights in an effort to flush them out.
Mr. Isaac.
One's buzzing around here, I'm telling you.
That's me.
No, you also are buzzing around here, that's for sure.
Here we go. Tanuri.
Ace-6 offsuit. That which has been nominated by Isam Tanuri.
He's zigging when they're zagging. Got everyone through.
To profitable effect, by the way, to this point.
Chikir's really thinking he should have played the ace queen now. He's seen enough by now.
Cool. Ace game. Correct? Correct?
That's correct.
You have ace?
Yeah. I mean, I would have called you with an ace. I didn't have one.
Thanks God. It is.
Right.
I don't see your airborne friend anywhere in here, are we?
I'm telling you. There is an aerial insect somewhere in this booth. One whose days are numbered, James, because once I'm on the case, I'm dogged in my determination.
Actually, I witness you with a very low kill rate, but still a high body count.
No.
With flies over lunch once before.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of claps. There were a lot of dead flies, but
yeah,
the ratio was somewhere around about 7%.
All right. They can't all be winners, James. Although ace-queen certainly rates to be a winner against queen-jack more often than not. Barake playing it as a flat, respecting the under-the-gun position, which suggests stronger kit than queen-jack offsuit. Neither player hitting this 8-5-3-2 club board. And with the betting lead and that mighty stack and position all coming together, might Govorov be able to barrel his way through this one?
Yeah, I like this from Barake, not necessarily having to three-bet this. Exactly what you said, Govorov opening up under the gun. He thinks he's got better than this. And also, he's been kind of quiet for the last 30 or 40 minutes. And he's opening to the chip leader in the big blind. Showing a bit of respect. He's actually C-bet pretty big here, 20K.
And an ace rolls off, which he might be thinking is his card here, James.
Yeah, Barake, of course, calling with the ace of clubs. I like it. And now has that dreamy scenario where he's got like the best hand he's ever supposed to have here, bar the sets. And Govorov with exactly the kind of hand that once you bet the flop without a club in your hand, unblocking those flush draws, is just going to continue. We know Govorov is super aggressive. How will he continue on the river is the question.
That it is.
And this is like, Barake's counting down. Is he going to potentially just rifle it in here? Is that what he's suggesting? I thought he was doing it kind of like a...
Posturing?
Well, more of a...
Oh,
wow,
he
yes.
is
He's
going to
come
get
for
in,
some
but
sort
not
click.
all of it. 81,000 leaves himself 50K back.
Yeah.
It's committing.
I think if we raise, we just want to jam. We want to deny flush draws equity. This doesn't accomplish that. But it's confusing. If Govorov was in here with a weaker ace, his mind would be spinning right now.
Yeah.
I thought at first he was doing the sort of the fake cool down, have a look how much I got back, pretend he's calling with his flush draw kind of maneuver.
But instead, it was the genuine article as Govorov with a bit of a disingenuous holding as an under-the-gun opener, that queen-jack offsuit, forced to fold, but not before passing additional chips to Barake, who really has been getting the better of the pots in which he's entered.
He's a hard one to read, Ali.
Heavy.
I like the play from Govorov, though. Once you bet the flop, really had to go quite big on the turn there. He tried it. It didn't work. Diaz, 50 blinds. Tiddler under the gun.
Wants none of it. And note the differences between Diaz's approach with pocket fives there. Great timing to fold. As Hydorn wakes up with a couple of aces, maybe his sixth sense was tingling. But was going to say Govorov's choice a hand to go. Queen Jack willing to open, Diaz pocket fives unwilling to do so. And by the way, Diaz has a little bit less pressure on him. Granted, Hydorn is directly to his left. But when you consider Luo Shuang and Govorov, they've got to compete with that murderer's row to their left. More so.
Certainly do. It's a good pick up, Ali. Barricade. Gonna put it in with Queen Jack off. Yeah, it's just not a hand that fares particularly well against +1, but he's a man who can make things happen post-flop, Ali.
And Govorov likes the price.
Oh yeah. 10-6, flop a straight. Let's go.
Well, a 9 was part of that straight ambition.
What a juicy flop for Hydorn. Deuce, deuce. Nobody's supposed to have that. The only way they're supposed to have it, Ali, is if they've got ace-deuce suited. And when you hold the aces that don't match the suits on board, no ace-deuce suited possible.
Good point.
I'm going to c-bet here, 11k. And maybe, I mean, Barrake's been so sticky. He's kind of unlucky that he doesn't have enough to call with. And just bet and takes.
Anytime the aces are dragon chips as opposed to losing big pots, they've done all right for us. Hydorn, by the way, in his natural environment out here, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's one of those who lives in both camps. GTO, MPO, he knows it all. A regular here. Fantastic results. As we already mentioned earlier today, a 7-figure score at Merit, albeit in a very different field, that being a Triton event. There's still a smattering of the Merit players who dabble in that when it comes to town.
The well-heeled. But what I appreciate about Hydorn is a willingness to play in a super high roller series such as Triton when it was here, and then come back and play a $3,300 buy-in main event and show aptitude in terms of the adjustments. Because the game he's playing out here, while still fundamentally sound, certainly has aspects to it that he would not be employing in something like a Triton Super High Roller Series event.
We'll come back to that in a moment, Ali, because it's kicking off.
Barake, pocket tens, made it 10,000 to go. Shuang with ace-7 suited has decided from the button to wag her finger at a man who has V-pipped his way up a bit.
Yeah,
and
he's playing the most hands at the table.
It could be just that and that alone, which has left Shuang predominantly choosing to take this line, though the ace suited is never bad.
Yeah. Well, we're nearly 50 big blinds deep now. Yeah, she thinks it's easier if she just 3-bets here, kind of gets it heads up if he wants to continue, but he keeps turning up with some non-premium hands, should we say. Obviously, they wouldn't have seen the last half an hour, but she may be aware of other hands that haven't been tabled at the table, but have been on stream. And they all saw the Jack-4. They all know he's out here fighting. Look at this. Diaz thinking long and hard about this with ace-6 offsuit. Oh, hello. Hello.
Has he found what he thinks is a green pasture?
He knows exactly what's going on here. He knows Shuang's going to be up to no good on the button here with great regularity.
My. A 4-bet to 77,000 from a hand, which I confess as I looked out at it, even though he was stalling, I never thought was going to be a participant. And yet, here we are, and this is the blender for Barake.
He finally gets a decent hand, and he has to pin it.
Yep.
And nice size from Diaz as well, because it leverages the fact that barricade's in the middle. He bet basically a third of his stack. It doesn't look like he's ever going to fold to barricade, so therefore he must have a good hand.
Certainly a hand that rates to be better than ace-7 suited, but...
Shuang just saving face here. Because she can make out she's got a good hand here. Oh, apart from the 7 flush. But she can make out like she's 3-bet with something decent here that doesn't want to play against a 4-bet. Like, she can have ace-queen here, or ace-jack suited. So you can save a little bit of face there, at least for half an hour. Wow, great stuff from Diaz. Ace-6 offsuit.
Incredible that he was able to get the 2 10s out. I mean, it all worked out perfectly for him. And obviously, Lo Shuang contributing.
Yeah, I mean, that's why. We see the sort of the ace-5 suited slip into that 4-bet range sometimes. Those kind of hands, ace-4 suited. In case you get peeled, still got decent equity. The ace-6 off is the worst ace. Can make no straights. Here's my hero, Tanuri. Like I say, apart from the fact he knocked me out yesterday, I'm going to forgive him.
One could make the argument, James, that you knocked yourself out. What was it, a double flush draw that you got ambitious with?
I went for it.
Massacred your stack?
I mean, the dealer could have put a club or a diamond on the river. It didn't have to be that way.
Yeah, I understand. But, you know, I don't think it's fair to hold Tanuri accountable. He merely finished off the faint pulse that you had remaining.
I mean, I had a good hand. And he finished me off. I actually thought I had a really good hand, and he turned over exactly the hand I didn't want to see. Had me in pretty bad shape.
They've always got the one you didn't want to see.
I got the king-eye flush draw, he's got the ace-eye flush draw, I got the wrap, he's got the 2-pair. It's all
By
bad.
the way, James, Shuang's timing was just a hand off, because look, Barake showing that he's absolutely out of line on some occasions, as this 9-6 suited, the opener.
And look at this, Diaz deciding to flat the small after Guven's peeled. I don't like this at all, unless the flop's going to come ace-king-jack. In which case, sign me up.
He's nutted, and he's probably going to be incredulous at the idea that nobody was willing to bet in a 4-way affair. He's out of position against 3 players. Now a 9 of hearts on the turn. He doesn't have a heart and doesn't want to allow anybody to get a free pull at a flush draw.
Right, and this might be a spot where sometimes you think, oh, I'll still check here, but I think we just want to bet big, because an ace of hearts is probably still going to check this turn, because, hey, I've got top pair, I've got nut flush draw. Queen or 10 of hearts, probably got something else with it already as well. So I think we just want to go ahead and bet, but he's going to check. In this sense, he's giving rope to someone to bluff, rather than thinking... Wow.
Oh, my goodness. And this, James, is obviously the argument in favor of Diaz having bet the turn. He allows this 3 to roll off.
Yeah.
Giving to Hydorn, but this is perfect in terms of the fact that he has the ace-high straight.
Yep, and it's a spot where Hydorn's going to think he can be beating plenty of value here when he faces a bet, and it's going to be quite a small bet by the looks of it as well. When everyone's checked, doesn't look as much strength out there. In fact, I wonder if Hydorn... Nah.
I was just thinking the same thing you were, though. If all of a sudden he were to raise...
Because Diaz is still the most likely to have the flush the way this is played out. And he did tank quite a long time on the small blind from the small before checking the turn. So if I'm in Hydorn's shoes, I'm thinking he still has a flush some of the time. And Hydorn himself can still have a flush some of the time. So I think he's wishing the bet was bigger than this. Oh, he is reaching. Oh, he is going to go for a little bit more. He is going for that additional value.
12 becomes 40, and we await Diaz's response as 9-6 and 7-7 will make the easy folds. He does not have a heart in his hand, and you see he just decided to flat.
And I don't think Hydorn's expecting to see Queen 10 there. There's some flushes, but again, maybe he's thinking, what flushes have called from the small blind? Wow. Like how low is he calling? What suited connectors? Does he have the nut flush? A kind of a weird hand. I'm not sure I can get on board with the Queen 10 off peel from the small, but it worked.
That it did.
Hydorn really unlucky that Diaz checked it the second time. Given that 3 and also went with that really small sizing. Hydon perhaps just trying to tax her. And like ace jack,
Nice
king
turn
jack.
Yeah. Let me get there. I want to see what you have. I know what they. I want to see what you have.
A post-mortem
Unlucky river.
between the boys.
Really? Not.
Ace 10 now for Given.
Yes. Well, if he's playing queen 10 off, I'd rather much rather see the 9-7 suited from the button. It's one player and queen 10 off versus two. Tanuri.
Yeah.
Making a stand.
6 deuce suited off of a fairly shallow stack, and he flops himself a pair of sixes, which is in front. On a king high board, couple of spades.
Yeah.
Working for Guven.
Guven bet really small here. Oh, yeah, 10k. But it's going to get
Oh
snap
my.
jammed. I mean, we flopped a pair off a shallow stack. We're going for it. And Guven may level himself into thinking he's up against a draw here, in which case he's in good shape.
Wouldn't that be something?
Of course, could be exactly this, a 6 or a king, just check jamming. He shows him the deuce of clubs.
It's my backhand.
That is definitely the one to show if you want to get people talking to themselves. Tanuri's the kind of guy that you want to invite to your home game. You know, he's got all the personality you could hope for.
Yeah, no game's right when he's
You
around.
must be rich. Like this, nobody can steal you.
Fresh meat to the blender, Ollie.
Mm-hmm.
Haddad bringing 300k over from one of our outer tables. We'll be with this only for a few minutes, though, as we're nearing the final break of the evening. Which means, Ali, I'm heading to a buffet shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know it's my favorite time of the day?
No, not this lady. I cannot beat her. Nobody can beat her.
Look at Tanuri just saying, this Shuang Open is daunting. Nobody can beat her, was what he muttered.
It's not wrong.
It's going to be tough to beat her when we've got King 5, as Hydorn does.
Yeah, but we'll peek at the flop. Suited king.
How many levels is today, you know?
You tell me?
I don't know.
You are the rock. How can I know?
I'm the rock.
No, you are young, you know. I don't know. Really, I don't know. I'm so tired.
3 more, my king. 3 more.
Gut shot, straight
3
draw,
more?
and the backdoor heart
3
draw
more
for
level?
this King 5, that which develops. But I can't mind
After
you.
this,
After this, 2 more.
are we going to stay here?
And he's in front with a pair of 4s. Shuang's still reaching James, and I'm not sure on this particular board texture with the King Queen. Granted, she's got that King of Clubs working. That betting into the 3-way field is the preferred course of action, although all those chips in front of her, along with her resume, suggest that maybe we defer to her navigation choices.
Yeah, and it makes it really hard to just get Hydon to basically fold all the ace highs. He can't continue when Baraka's behind to this bet, so there is some merit to it. And like you said, the King of Clubs being a key one that she can barrel off down the streets.
But she's been called in both spots now.
Yeah, I mean, Baraka, I guess, once we call a Queen 4, we don't really want to fold flopping a pair despite getting the overcall from Hydon. Shuang surely has to shut it down now. And Hydon may ever look to take this away, but it's tough when Baraka has come along from the big blind, and he himself gets to have some of that 8x, 8-6, 8-5 kind of hands. But I guess when we got King 5, we got to start bluffing.
Yes.
Otherwise, what are we doing in here?
Especially once that pre-flop aggressor and post-flop better decides to pump the brakes. Hydorn pouncing for 45,000.
And this is an adjustment he's making that he thinks Barricades perhaps going to peel the flop too wide, which, having what I've seen, I probably conclude as well. So nicely done. Turns the worst into the winner.
Mm-hmm.
He looks the business as well, doesn't he?
You know what's interesting, though? You say that, and yet he doesn't have a lot of the typical hallmarks of like a regular professional player. The hoodie, the sunglasses, the earbuds, maybe. He's just out there, neck's not covered up by some scarf or anything, no hat.
He's not intimidated.
Right, right.
He's confident.
I love this country. I used to go to Punta del Este.
Argentina.
Oh, nice. Uruguay.
Uruguay is nice. I like.
You been?
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Was 80s.
80s.
Which part? Montevideo?
Montevideo, Punta.
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 Couple of. Where are you from?
Argentina.
Ah.
Punta.
Girlfriend is from Argentina.
Really?
Some stories in there, Ali.
Yes.
Punta.
Discussing one of the popular destinations, in particular for poker players if you're ever in South America. Punta del Este, a beautiful part of Uruguay that has a casino. World Poker Tour event was held there once upon a time. As we see Govorov's pocket threes as company in the form of pocket fives.
No.
Tenuity able to find the fold with the queen jack. Ten, 7-4 as neither pair turns into a set.
You came all the way here from Argentina, or where did you live?
I was able to follow through and take it.
Yes.
But I'm coming back this end of the year to Argentina, and I also have a son in Uruguay.
Oh, you have a son in Uruguay, nice, okay.
To visit.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Well, there's a peek at what looks to be our next feature table. And who do we spy out here?
Hard, Ollie. It's a little dark there. Just get them underneath our lights.
Sure, my memory will be jogged once the grouping does make
Bring
its
your
way
fruit
over.
and you take it, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I worked every Party Poker Millions live event, bar the one that went to Del Este. It's the one I missed.
You definitely missed out.
I didn't miss the one in Nottingham. No, made it to that one. Sitting in a porta cabin in a car park. I was there for that, don't worry.
Govorov, Jack-9 offsuit, choosing to open here. James, this feels deeply ambitious.
Do you think this is we're nearly moving off the table, it's nearly break time, let's open up?
Oh, where we just kind of assume as a general rule of thumb that players are going to be less interested in getting involved in a big one? It could be. Haddad has the better of the two nines, which have been connected with.
A little optimistic for him putting from the small. I don't know how privy he is to what's been going on this table. Maybe out of tables, some of the players keeping an eye on the feature table. Coming in here, but look at this. Recognizing, probably got the best of it on this turn card without having checked through, but Celik, his bottom pair nullified somewhat by the pairing ace, but the diamond draw is live. Nice in third pot. You never feel great about an 8-high flush draw in a
Not only
multi-way
that,
pot.
but you never feel great about flush draws when there's a pair on board. In particular, when that pair is an ace, which could very well be present in a four-way affair, thus creating a full house.
Whoa, Govorov.
From time to time.
I'm surprised to see him overcall there. I suppose Celik with just 30k behind, you can exclude an ace would have been ripping.
2 flush draws on board.
Oh, Celik. He's got there in the worst way possible.
So strange. Forceful for him as he downs.
Haddad's got to be concerned, though, when 2 players call him on the turn, that he could be up against an ace, especially one of them being the pre-flop raiser who did check a multi-way pot on ace 9-4. He's gonna, Govrov's got to check some of that ace-x on the flop. Does he still think he's got the best bet? Wants to put out like a little block bet. Oh, he's put up more than a block bet. And this is now grim for Celik because he's backed into the boat. But this looks like he's up against an ace.
Especially a second barrel into 2 players behind.
Well, he can't fall for 30k, he says. Cool. Be very happy to see the news that it was thin value.
Wow, what a relief to be shown that hand and not something far better.
Haddad.
Credit to him, by the way, because that 4 didn't have to be a call, but maybe he needs to size up.
The fallout by the end of the day, it's 30. He has 30k left. His gazillions out there. It's, you got it. You got it.
Your table is going to be over there, all right? Please. Yeah?
S'il vous plaît, no, not happy.
Which one? It's going to be around the wall. I will direct you.
High card? High card. High card. Table. No high card.
No high card.
Table.
Table remains. Just gets relocated, Ali.
Just move and your table will.
Okay.
From out of the light into the darkness they go.
This last one.
I think they'll be all right with it.
Yeah. I'll be missing Tenuri, though. I'm just going to get a chair and sit behind his table and listen in for the rest of the evening. I mean, after I go to the buffet.
Do your commentating from back there?
I just sit in silence. He does enough talking for the both of us.
That's awkward. Govorov. King 5 of hearts.
He's opening up, Ali.
Dominated by Tenuri's King Queen. Suited in variety, by the way. He thought maybe at some point one of those would be a candidate for Tenuri to try to jam. And
he's got a few more chips now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's deeper, there's no doubt, but the blinds are going to be going up momentarily as the level break is right around the corner.
He's happy to take it to a flop, though. I like it. Keep some of this weaker in, and what a flop he's found, Ali.
Jack 5 deuce. He's got 2 overs and the club draw. Govorov did manage to connect with the 5, and as such, actually has the technical lead right now, but Tenuri is a jammer. Govorov needs to ask for a count.
Very hard for him to play this.
I don't know.
Sure, you can be up against flush draws, but those flush draws are going to have amazing equity against you anyway. As you can see, he's actually in about as good a shape he can be here, sharing the king. Tenuri's just going to have a jack some of the time as well. We saw him just check rip a pair before. Govorov suspicious. Would he do this with a jack? Would he not look to get a bit more action? It really is flip at best. Oh. Perhaps trying to get a read, Ali? Pull the chips, see if you get reaction.
Yeah.
I think you have to try a little bit more than that against Tenuri. He's seen it all.
Inbounds.
This is the man that was knocking around Uruguay in the 80s. Wow, here we go.
Yeah, the call has been made, and as Tenuri is about to find out, he's
nice
going
hand,
to need
my
to
friend.
improve, and a
Good
king
luck.
isn't going to cut it.
Good luck to me. Flush me. So easy.
The pre-tip.
Oh,
wait a
10.
minute. Broadway draw now. So many outs. 10, queen, club, and there is the club.
I love
and
you.
Tenuri
Excuse me.
is spared.
Can I tip you 100?
Everyone has walked away from the table, and Tanuri is still there asking for authorization to tip the dealer $100 in a tournament. You gotta love this man. No shortage of entertainment coming out of that seat right there as he doubles. Works his way to 34 bigs.
Govrov's fuming. He's lost his pot. The guy's trying to tip 100. He then has to return to the table to return his mic before going on break. All is going off around him.
Oh, what an incredible frame of play that was back here inside the broadcast booth at this Merit Gangster Series for the main event. Day 2 coverage working its way toward a close, just a couple of levels back with you, Ali and James. And Andrew shortly to be joining us. Theme for you of that frame there, does it have to be Tanuri?
Tanuri. He's my boy. As soon as I saw we had his table, I was excited. As I mentioned, briefly paired with him yesterday, and he's just a joy to watch.
Absolute character.
I wish everyone at a poker table was like Tanuri.
Yeah. He really, win, lose, or draw, he tends to have the right attitude. And obviously, we'll be sad to see him go, but we will have a collection of 9 new faces that are going to be coming our way on the backside of this break. Grab a snack, grab a drink, do what you got to do, and then come back and see us as we continue into the evening here. 2 levels of play left on day 2 of the Gangster Series main. See you in a few.
Gangster. What is your business, Mr. Shelby?
Import, export.
Poker player.
Gangsters.
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 Gangster, of course.
Gangster, always. Gangster. Gangster, for sure.
Queen 10. Take Queen off.
Queen 10.
Jack 10.
Queen 10.
7 deuce. I have no idea.
Queen 10. Queen 10. Queen 10.
Escobar. Al Capone.
Al Capone.
Al Capone.
There he stands alone.
Vita Corleone.
I want reliable people that aren't going to be carried away.
Pablo Escobar.
Yo soy Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria. Al Capone. Al Capone. Marlon Brando.
Making re-entry.
Rebuy. Rebuy.
He's firing on the turn.
Rientri.
Re-entry.
And you re-entry one more time. Hey, one more time. Re-entry.
I don't know.
I really don't know why they should do it like this. Make sure there's no more action.
To make people aware.
To make sure that everybody make all bets.
To get the attention of the players.
To wake up the player sleeping. To wake up the old guys like me. Just to make sure that everybody is watching.
Cadillac maybe?
Lincoln. Cadillac, I guess.
Old school car.
Rolls Royce.
4-wheel car, big cars.
Cadillac. A Volga. You a Buick or Cadillac.
+1. Not going to see too many light 3-bets, right? But if we're going to choose a hand to 4-bet fold, would be one like this. I'm not sure if Sun may just call Ali. We're very deep here to get it in. I know we have kings. Might be thinking we only get it in against one hand for 120 bigs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
yeah, it does play it as a flat.
I thought he would.
Just in case, but let's see what develops here. 113.5 in the middle and a queen high, all spade board, overpair and the second nut flush draw for Sun. Top pair, top kicker for Gyungaren, but once the 4-bet does get called, he too needs to be mindful of Sun's range.
Oh, he's gone huge, Ali.
Almost full pot. 100,000 of his 275 deployed. And for Sun, do we just try to take it here and now, recognizing that the rest is likely to get in regardless? Or do we continue to just be conservative?
Very interesting, because Gyungaren, he's just such a wild card. But when he bets this large, I'm inclined to agree with you, Ali. It looks as if he's almost committed himself to this pot. Hard to think of too many hands that are going to cold for 50k, then bet 100k and fold to aggressive action.
Look, we block ace-king. We've got the king of spades.
Yeah.
2 queens, maybe? Aces, maybe? It does feel like the ace-queen specifically is like bottom of ranges played to this point.
It does. I would agree for sure. I mean, Sun here still pretty thrilled to have that king of spades. If we're unlucky and we've come up against aces, the ones that don't contain a spade, we're going to be doing okay. And of course, against a hand like this, ace-queen, dominant shape. I think you can go either way, Ali. I think call and just call off turn is also fine.
I don't think we expect the offsuit ace-queen
No.
combos to be part of this that often.
It's more the size and choice from Gyungaren. It's just so, it's far too large on this monotone, in a 4-bet pot especially, right? We've called forward. We're representing a very narrow range like aces, kings, queens, ace-king. So you're going to do a lot of small betting on these boards. Gyungaren absolutely lacing it. Here we go,
Oh,
Gali.
look at Sun, though.
Wow.
Finds the all-in.
And look at this. Wow,
Gyungaren
snaps.
flicks it in. Always knew what he wanted to do. And bad news is delivered to ace-queen's doorstep. Ace of spades wouldn't work for Gyungaren to take the lead. 10 on the turn. And can the G-man find a queen or an ace on the river? No, instead it's a king. And Li Wei's Sun has Gyungaren covered, and beyond that, he's in player info. But first, a couple of eights for Nikolai Losev. Raised to 16.
My friend.
Atiya Sarakoglu is that new player.
Oh. I thought only together.
Look at
Note
this,
a
Ali.
flat from the small blind. Under the cover of darkness, we play on. With just a couple of levels left here at the Merit Gangster Series main event, live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort and Casino. Bring you back to the broadcast booth, Ali Najad, joined now by Andrew Headley to take us through the home stretch. Andrew, I know you mentioned you caught a little bit of the action toward the tail end, obviously driven in large part by Issam Tanuri, his personality and his willingness to kind of ruffle some feathers a little bit in a very jovial manner, it should be said. By the way, just want to zoom out a little bit to the overall event at present. We talked about the fact that the payouts are now available, considering that registration has come to a close. $295,500 is going to go to first place, and then you've got $217,000 and change for second, $133 for third. Those are 3 six-figure payouts in a $3,300 buy-in main event. Min cash is going to be worth $4,840, and that might not be enough to get people even in this one, because you know multiple bullets do get fired.
Absolutely, Ali. Yeah, just a shade short of 100 buy-ins for the win. As you mentioned, there's been lots of re-entries and stuff going on, and the sun might have set outside, but the action has not.
No
inside.
question.
I did catch a little bit of that level, as you said. Caught your man, is it Tanuri?
Tanuri.
Showing the deuce of clubs on the old check shove.
Oh, yeah.
And I know you were referencing just playing some action hands earlier.
Perhaps the most innocent of his transgressions throughout the course of that frame. Was going to touch on some of the big stacks that have developed. Obviously, we saw Luo Shuang. She's doing very well for herself out there, breached a 7-figure barrier, but we've got a couple of other really big stacks out there. As I'm looking at the updates online, Alexei Petrov, 1.33 million in front of him. Razvan Sabau, 1.2 million and change, a man coming from Romania. So these are some of the people to maybe begin to keep an eye on as we work our way toward the end of tonight, toward day 3, and then eventually day 4 and our champion. Who will be the storylines as we carry forward? Just about ready to get down to the feature table once more for our first, maybe our second look, as we do tease before we go to the break, who the collection of players are, and this is them officially. There is Petrov, 1.265, the official count right now, maybe lost a few just prior to the last update en route to our feature. On the other side, we have Cem Agur, 18 big blinds, 109,000 blinds at 3 and 6K. 6K big blind Annie, 15K in orbit. That is the price of poker as it stands. And I can't wait, Andrew, for the first time that you have to say the words Vasco Boinicau.
Vasco Boinicau.
Okay.
Look at that, easy. I might be Scottish,
you know
my
what?
friend.
It might be Boinyaku. I don't know.
I'll leave
I'm
that
sure
one.
producer Milbitas will shortly step into our ears to advise the appropriate pronunciation, but it is among the more difficult names that we've had
to give us the
work our way
correction.
through.
I will just touch on Gabdullin here, Ali, under the gun. He's been on the feature throughout. He went deep in the warm-up event and was evidence in the high roller, so a bunch of pedigree. And working with a shade under 100 bigs, Ali, clearly, very experienced. No, he's not had any huge scores as yet, but one of these players that's definitely knocking on the door in terms of breaking out.
I really enjoy watching guys who don't have the big scores going to those resumes to learn that and being surprised because we're so impressed by the way that they've played that if we had our eyes closed or we didn't know who it was that was in the cockpit, steering the ship, or flying the plane, we would think it's any number of professionals that we've commentated on throughout the years.
100%, and that's one of the things about especially modern poker. It's so accessible now. There's so many different players, different backgrounds, online, live, and sometimes you can be a little hoodwinked. You check the hand and mob. It's nice to have a guideline, but sometimes, as you say, Ali, there are players under the radar with a very impressive skill set. Gabdullin, one of them.
Almost more scared of going to Hendon and not finding a player's profile because that suggests that they're asking Hendon not to publish their results, oftentimes for tax implications, but maybe just to keep people off their scent, as Gabdullin has himself 3 cohorts here in a deuce 3-9-2 club board where the nut flush draw and a pair is that which develops for Kai Gorodziev.
Now that one was impressive, sir. Yeah, very interesting as this develops, working with 30 bigs behind. This is one of those boards, relatively friendly for a pair of 5s, but of course, you're not happy about this 4-way.
Thanks.
is some argument to make a very small bet here, potentially some equity denial, but you're not expecting Ali to get it through here too often.
You know, I like the small bet, help sift through the flour.
Yeah.
See what's what, create some clarity moving forward.
Yeah, we do see that Akpur has one jack, probably doesn't have two Ali. I think with stack depth, he likely would have gone all in pre here with a hand like jacks. And you can see this small bet has succeeded in thinning the field, but Kaigorodchev behind here with bottom pair and the nut flush draw, obviously going nowhere. Just a question of how he wants to play it. You can make an argument for both here, Ali.
Yeah, he's got 170 back, but that's still a good chunk of blinds. Off of which to operate in the event that you're unimproved in this one and fall to the fives at showdown. So he will play it as a flat for the time being, adding another 36,000 to the middle. A king rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Gabdulin here c-betting into this field of 4 already looks pretty strong. So, you know, likely going to have a stronger holding than fives that we can see he has. But, you know, if he has an overpair here, unlikely to be dissuaded if Kaigo had check raised. Now, interesting decision point now for Gabdulin. Does he try and target a hand, you know, like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, perhaps even like a hand like 9-10 suited and try and bluff it out? This king, in theory, better for him than the small blind. He's going to go for it, Ali, basically turning his hand into a bluff. And look at this. Big size in. 67k into 96. All of a sudden, Kaigorodchev in a pretty nasty situation. You know, if he calls here, Ali, going to be left with less than half pot. Around about 40% behind, but we have such a strong draw still.
I mean, surely a muck is not anything we could consider, is it?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we have a little too much hand. Not impossible that we can have the best hand, of course, unlikely. But it doesn't feel great, Ali, here to flick in 67k. I wonder if there's any universe where he considers turning this into a bluff and check shoving. You know, he is going to make the call.
Yeah, you sympathize with him not choosing to play it in that manner.
Yeah, it feels like you're just going to get called too often, you know, by a King X.
What you're not going to get is any improvement, though, on the river, as the investment does not pay off.
This is super interesting because Gabdulin, of course, thinks he does not have the best of it now, Ali. We can see that he has the best hand, but may think that he has to bluff. Potentially dislodge a hand like Queen 10 of clubs, for example, that would call flop and turn and then improve to a pair.
9x ever a part of this?
I think that most 9x unimproved likely fold turn. Yeah, I mean, I think Gabdulin here is sort of waving the white flag. He does beat a hand like Ace-Jack of clubs, like Ace-Deuce of clubs, that we can see. He's going to be absolutely delighted here to rake this one in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not going to call them his wildest dreams, in which he couldn't have foreseen a win at Showdown as played, but obviously dreamy outcomes nonetheless.
Yeah, we can beat a few hands like Ace-Jack of clubs, Ace-Queen of clubs if it didn't squeeze pre. A hand like Ace-Deuce of clubs, as we saw Kaigorodchev ended up having. But yeah, these are like the great feelings in poker where Gabdulin probably thinks he might be giving up on this pot. Gets 230k, not too shabby, pushed in this direction. Yeah, showing some chops there to c-bet multi-way, and then, you know, bomb pot, basically, or, excuse me, 3/4 pot on the turn. Pretty aware that that king hitting him more than it hits the small blind. Worked out for him in the end.
Tasiulik and Petrov laying down.
There's some challenging surnames here, Ali.
Yeah, Vaskaboynikau.
Very nice.
9-5 suited, goes to work.
Tell you a famous story from a football team in England. There was a guy with the surname Azpilicueta, which is like a Spanish surname. And the Chelsea supporters couldn't pronounce it, so they called him Dave from then on. That was his name. Cesar Azpilicueta was then Dave for the rest of his career.
I mean, that's a way to fight back against too many syllables.
We might have to do it here.
This really is perhaps the biggest minefield of surnames I've ever encountered, even by merit standards with a multinational field. It's challenging, as Simon was the only customer for the 9-5, which turns into a gut shot straight draw on the king high 2 spade board and is reaching for chips. The ace 10 does lack.
Yeah, this one goes into the muck
Yeah.
alley. We don't have any backdoors to work with. We are already against a raise from early position. Another one of these spots at merit. I love it. You've seen 9-5 of hearts +2. I mean, it's way out of line, you know, in traditional opening ranges. But not the case here.
No.
In the merit
You can
poker
hop
room.
right on in. It's tough out there, as you
It's really
experienced,
difficult.
to take maybe the body of knowledge that you've compiled throughout your years as a poker player and tournaments beyond these borders and then try to apply it within them.
Absolutely.
Not always effective.
Yeah, as a predominantly online player, historically, of course, I'll have certain parameters that I would imagine. It's always dangerous to assign this to other people and say, right, they probably operate within this sphere or this realm. And as you can see, people are stepping way outside those ropes, but it makes for a compelling viewing experience for us in the booth. Back at it again, +1 with the 4-5 suited.
Every now and again, we'll see gear changes that could be the product of observations that maybe the field has grown too passive. You know, maybe looking up at the blinds and recognizing that they're not of the stickier variety.
Sure.
The immediate reward for Oscar Boinicau is a flush draw on the ace-10-9 board, and for Tasvirak, who defended with this king-7, he lacks future.
I quite like this sizing. Pretty dynamic board. Chooses 2/3 pot. You know, if the big blind has middle pair here, even a hand like 10-6 suited can be dissuaded from continuing. Takes it down. He's here to play alley. Always, you can see right off the bat. Two very speculative hands from EP, both opened and both barreled on the flop.
He's also here to make us nervous, as that white and blue stack there doesn't appear structurally sound. You know, I'm no engineer, but a sneeze and suddenly we could really find a spewy collapse.
We were
of the
talking
spire.
about this, Ali, the other day. What's your go-to when building your chip tower? Like, is this a play from him to try and assert dominance? This very phallic one tower?
I don't ever compile enough chips to worry about
you
designs.
do. I saw you the other day.
I'm neat. I'm kind of tidy. You know, I just keep them in 20s.
Same.
And then build the Great Wall if I'm running good, or just go back to the cashier and buy more building materials.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot for Agpur. I actually really like this fold. You know, from under the gun open from Vaska Boinicau, and we're sitting with 16 blinds, but with 5 live ranges behind us, ace-10 off really starts to shrink.
The issue for me is more so the fact that the VPIP has clearly all of a sudden gone way up for him. You know, back-to-back-to-back opens.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. This table, they were all on this table before, right?
Right, they're together.
So it's a question of whether Vaska Boinicau has been extremely wide throughout. Like, we're not privy to the info. Maybe got a big double up and now is feeling himself. Petrov, though, out-flopping him.
Yeah, hits the side card, the 7, despite having a dominated king pre-flop. And this 7-4 deuce board doesn't rake to be the one that connects with the pre-flop opener under the gun, but stories are being told here to the tune of 10K.
Yeah, two extremely deep stacks. You know, typically at this depth, we're not going to start raising with just top pair. You know, if we were like sub 25 bigs or something like this against under the gun, we might consider starting to try and get our 7s in. But Petrov is going to raise. Going to go ahead and go for value and protection. Makes it 33K.
Obviously, one of the problems with the check raise with a hand such as this is the overpairs could very much make things uncomfortable for us, or the king jacks can present themselves as overpairs in the form of a 3-bet, and I think that could be what's on Vaska Boinicau's mind, but he will put it into the muck. I thought maybe without a club, he could have some ideas on blocking the flush draws.
Yeah, I think potentially more likely if he does have a club, he might just go ahead and float one here, call the check raise. you know, if we have a hand like queens or jacks, we're probably not going to look to 3-bet flop, but we could peel there in position with 2 overs and make things difficult for the big blind on certain runouts. But without a club there, not enough backdoor equity, just lets it go. Could be an interesting dynamic there, though, Ali, both sitting side by side, both with mountains of chips, 130 bigs and close to 200.
Mountains, generally speaking, once that re-entry period is closed in particular, tend to steer clear of one another.
And it's closed now, right, Reg? Finished?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 5 levels it was open. As this is level 8 of the 9 slated to be played today.
Yeah, Agpur here, a little bit out of line, Ali. Maybe a lack of patience. We saw him fold the ace-10, limping +1 with jack-10 off. Can file this one under dicey, 16 bigs. Not typically a hand you'd want to choose to limp with. But you can see the players behind kind of spooked by this. Could be thinking it could be a trap in the mix.
Off of a stack rather that shallow.
Yeah. He completes the first part of the puzzle, gets it heads up against the big blind.
The big blind which fails to connect with the ace-jack-7 board. Output, however, the strength of a pair of jacks.
Yeah, going to come with about half pot, and it's just going to be a quick fold. Basket Boynick out, nothing to work with. Certainly another non-standard play, but worked out.
Cem Akpur, beneficiary on that occasion. He tries to spin his way up. Just $2,390 in career tournament earnings. And you might be tempted to think it happened earlier this week. Maybe it's his first visit.
Yeah.
But all the way back in 2018, in a turbo bounty event right here at Merritt, was that cash a second place finish, mind you?
Yeah, so Agpur, a little bit of an enigma. Could potentially be a cash player. Maybe just getting in the mix here this week.
That happens.
Yeah, as we see Cheng opening +1. Beautiful looking jack-10 of hearts. Priestley here behind Ali. King-jack of diamonds. Going to make the call.
Offsuit connector, not going to lure Tashirek.
And Siman here is going to make a pretty wide complete. They are fairly deep. We do have low cards, likely to be very live. Still on the speculative side, but flicks it in.
Queen high flop, 2 spades, really. Lack of interaction for all but the big blind of Saman, which turns into a gut shot straight draw. Understandably, he checks it.
Yeah, Cheng has a hand, I think, that really benefits from just giving up here. You know, we don't want to have 2 hearts in our hand. We'd like our opponents to be holding something like King-Jack of hearts, right, that could just fold to a flop C-bet. Like this give up. Priestley could have decided to have a little stab in position.
Well, he certainly could decide to continue as Saman. Credit to him. Thinking no one's got a queen. 7x and 4x aren't supposed to be a part of the equation as played pre or post. So let me get after it to the tune of 13,000. Cheng is going to make the fold. But the king high flush draw now for Priestley.
Yeah, she's going nowhere.
Yeah, hops right on in.
Interesting to see what the river is here. Saman can still potentially rep some value hands. This makes it a bit harder to do so. 7 of spades completes the board. Priestley here at king high is good.
So the board is double paired. The spades come in. Ace highs feel like they could very well get sticky. And so you see Saman.
Yeah, Saman decides to give it up. Interesting one. He does arrive at the river alley with basically the worst hand he ever has. 5-3 off. Could have felt compelled there, you know, to put out a little bet. Doesn't need to be huge. You can maybe dislodge king high and diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds types. I hear you though.
It's such a specific combination there.
It's tough.
Feels a little bit to me like maybe the 8s.
H3 jacks could get sticky.
I don't know if the 10s and jacks wouldn't have been hurt from pre, but In any case, it's only upon being shown king high that we lament our decision.
Of course.
To check instead of bluff there, as Sinead Priestley of Thanet, England, taking that one down, $110,000 in career live tournament earnings for her. She was up in Rosvedov just a few weeks back.
Yeah, being a UK reg myself, first time I think I've seen Sinead, so interested to see how she approaches things. See Gabdulin, King 10 of spades. As I mentioned earlier, we've seen him go deep a few times this week already. Taz Jurek with the King Queen in the hijack. He's reaching, Ali.
36.
And the 3-bet comes in to 36,000. Petrov's ace-jack shrivels promptly. Interestingly enough, Petrov has been a spectator for the most part. I mean, granted, we're less than an orbit in, but, you know, oftentimes we question whether or not the big stack is the product of a high VPIP active sort of player, but it doesn't appear that way as yet. Meanwhile, back over to pre-flop openers King 10 suited, which is dominated and faced with a decision for an extra 23,000.
Yeah, intrigued to see how Gabdulin approaches this. You know, when our opponent 3-bets of sort of 50 bigs, wouldn't be the worst candidate to 4-bet bluff in the world. Decides to call, it's dominated.
Ace 6-4 board, not going to be either player's favorite here, as concerns about an ace-X are ever present in both King High's minds.
Yeah, typically we should see a very small c-bet size here in position. Tashirek, of course, aware, holding a king and a queen does block some of those Broadway combos that Gabdulin would continue with. Might weight him slightly more to ace-X, but he's going to come in with the small c-bet. Pretty much nothing for Gabdulin to continue with, Ali. No backdoors, scary board.
Yep.
Let's go.
And you know, it may seem too elementary to point out, but some praise for Tashirek for not freezing. A lot of times, especially if it's kind of an earlier position raised from a credible opponent, when we 3-bet and we get called and we don't have an ace, we think to ourselves, oh, there could be some ace-X in there. Granted, the king-queen performs well because it blocks ace-king and ace-queen. Granted, yeah. Ace-king, we usually would hear from in terms of a 4-bet pre-flop. Ace-queen specifically would be the one that might be there as a flat. Ace-jack doesn't always get interested at that price, but he finds the c-bet, recognizing that he's got some range advantage there and earns himself the pot. Already had the best hand, but you don't want to have to deal with turns and rivers there.
Absolutely. Continuing to execute the fundamentals, always important. Got to continue to find those c-bets with the betting lead.
Down to just 130 players total in this field.
Feels like it's gone pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's another thing I've noticed, the feature at Merit. People are in there to play. I haven't seen any slow bubbles or any, you know, slow bust outs.
They're not tanking. They're not looking around, trying to ladder up. Or, you know, very seldom do you see that sort of behavior here. 71 places will be paid, by the way. So we're still a good bit from the money.
Yeah, this is a dicey one, Ali, from Agpur. You know, we've seen that Vaska Boynikau be very aggressive. I think if we're going to play this King 10, might be better served just 3-bet shoving. You know, 16 bigs or so, 17 bigs, decides to call. And now Cheng going to pounce on it. Really like this, makes it 41K. You know, often here, Ali, this small blind peel, going to be dead money. Going to do very well against it with a hand like King Queen. Deciding just to bump it up, make it 41K and call the small blind jam. Very astute here from Cheng.
Yeah, prices himself in against 88K back for Agpur in the event that it came in.
And nice awareness there. Sometimes can be tempting in game just to click the call button, but he's aware that Agpur's range, barring, you know, aces, right, which would be the most obvious trap, is going to be full of hands that we crush.
You know
nicely done.
What's interesting about that one also, for me, Andrew, is it kind of informs us as to skill level for Cheng, because awareness of all of the other chip stacks at the table is, I think, one of the simplest ways that you can deduce somebody is a very experienced tournament player, because it's such a fundamental part of the game. And it can be very tedious, in particular, as we're here in the last couple of levels in the night. All day you've been keeping track of this. But when you're on form and when you're somebody who understands the importance of that and it's being demonstrated there, you know that you've set yourself a little bit apart. And for Cheng, I have to imagine this is a guy who, when I peer into his resume, I'm going to find some results somewhere along the way.
Yeah, intrigued to see. Yeah, absolutely. Also, just aware there that Vasca Boynikau has been opening loads. He's got the big chip stack. He's going to be wide from the cutoff. And then, of course, Agpur on the short stack. Unlikely to have too many traps. Yeah, beautifully done.
Producer Milbutas, by the way, in spite of the fact that we don't have a Hendon available for Zhao Sheng, advising that it's his second time here at Merit. His first was during the EPT, which was the last series held on property. So another one of these talented players.
Yeah, got some experience here at Merit.
Yeah.
As we see here, Saman peeling in the cutoff alley. This is very out of line. You know, +1 open from Gabdulin. Should be a pretty tight-ish opening range. Peeling ace deuce off here. We'll file this one under optimistic. Extremely wide. Gabdulin flopping the nut flush draw. Does decide on small c-bet. Quarter pot. Look at this alley. Out of line pre and certainly starting to get out of line post. Does decide to call in position.
How about this turn card that rolls off, by the way, is Saman might be thinking this is dreaminess. And yet, he is left to chop.
Yeah,
if he's lucky.
Like this check a lot from Gabdulin. You know, large parts of his range are not going to want to continue on an ace. Like hands like kings and queens, king jack, queen jack, they're all going to check. And also when we check here, we can induce some bluffs from some of the sort of low pairs. Keep in worse clubs. You can see here, Ali, if a club does roll off, going to be disastrous for Saman.
Who might think he's up against a jack that he could milk.
Yeah.
The 4 is particularly nice for the ace deuce, just in case ace queen, ace king were afoot for Gabdulin.
Absolutely.
Both players with 4s full of aces. Disappointing, of course, is the lack of a club on the river for Gabdulin.
Seems to be considering a lead. Wouldn't be a fan of it, Ali. We already checked turn to try and let our opponent bluff, right? If our opponent has a hand like queen 10 of spades that floated flop, something like this, king queen of spades, worse clubs, you allow them to bluff. I think this is a strategical mistake, but he is going to lead. You know, if you think about Saman's whole range, give him that opportunity to bluff, but they're just going to chop this one up.
Yeah, they are. This is where, if you're Saman, you realize you danced with the devil and got away with it. As you were out kicked and up against the nut flush draw. Managed to escape. All facts not lost on him. You see Gabdulin very zen-like.
Yeah, he was in a hand the other day and we were calling him Mr. Miyagi.
Oh,
he has that little beard.
Sure.
And he was in a pot against another gentleman. One was the Karate Kid, but Mr. Miyagi came out on top.
I like it. With the amount of downtime that we get between hands, obviously we get a bit, you know, mischievous, looking for nicknames, especially when you've got...
It's with love. It's all with love.
You know, the sort of minefield that I've touched on. Nicknames can serve us quite well, avoiding having to actually pronounce.
We need them with these surnames, I'm telling you. I think I've done a good job of Vasca Boynikau.
Yeah, that one you've nailed.
I've nailed it. I've got it.
That one took me a stop or two to really get my head around, but you must have 20 to 30% Eastern European lineage.
I do have a little bit.
I was going to say, there's something.
Hungarian grandmothers in there. There you go.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh. 12 became 36, and it's going to become more than that as Zhao Cheng on the button, a couple of aces, and I almost think we leveraged the button to look like we're up to no good a little bit, which, as we can see, Boynikau, 8-6 suited, was the real man up to no good. Simon's going to be in an awkward spot momentarily.
Yeah, this is tough. Certainly a spot that Cheng could consider some light cold fours. I think this is an example, Ali, of, you know, you said about skill level, just nudges it up to 75k. That strikes me as someone who's played a lot of poker. You know, he is in position, it doesn't need to make this too large. Has a relatively invulnerable holding, of course. I like the sizing a lot. You know, some players get a little greedy here, make it in the realm of 90 to 100k. You want to keep in the sort of lighter 3-bet bluffs, of which ace-queen offsuit is one of them. Relatively speaking, of course, it is a strong hand. You want to keep it in there against your cold four. He's counting down the artillery here. Dangerous waters, Ali.
I particularly take umbrage with the opener being allowed to start this fire and then walk away as the real arsonist with the 8-6 suited, because had that open not taken place, I'm facing a 3-bet, which I can more comfortably, you know, continue with.
Sure.
Instead, I'm facing the 4-bet. And now Simon in a world of hurt, but on a queen-free board.
Yeah, he doesn't know it. Probably one of the best flops for him.
Right. Provided that he doesn't get up to no good, as we saw him very capable of doing with the ace-deuce.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the size and choice here from Cheng. Of course, typically in these cold 4-bet and call spots, we see a lot of very small betting. This board, somewhat dry. You know, if you consider the range that Saman should have, right, calling the cold 4, he's going pretty big. Looks like he wants to make this a 2-street hand. About half pot. And this could work, Ali, of course, against 10s, jacks, queens, right? They're all going to want to continue.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Cheng, Saman with the ace-queen off, no club, sends it into the muck.
I think with the ace of clubs in there as well.
You can go smaller for sure.
It's not only smaller, maybe even get cute with a little check back from time to time. You know what I mean?
You love the
It
game.
does feel like a lot of hand.
It
And
does.
I don't
It
imagine
does.
that 10 jack, queen 10 are going to be in there.
I don't think they're in
You know
there
what I
too
mean? So you don't
often.
need to worry about giving a free draw to straight.
Şeyi deklar et burada.
Yeah, don't mind it with
Manita
specifically
istiyor.
club in hand.
Manita istiyorum.
I think if we are going to bet, right, we're targeting
Mikrofonlara
these sort of
deklar et.
jacks, queens.
Ha.
And we're not really too vulnerable against these holdings. I like a little smaller for sure. Maybe allow your opponent. There's always a non-zero chance that people do something crazy.
Right. The
If
thing
you
about
bet
opening
really
up
small.
the action, exactly, especially if you get cute with your sizing.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden somebody might just take a hand they were ready to muck and go, grab my cape and do something heroic, and
100%.
obviously regret it pretty quickly. But
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
nevertheless, Cheng able to collect another pot.
Yeah, Akpur now in this awkward 15 big blind realm. You could go either way here, Ali. Open shoving wouldn't be the worst play. 15 bigs is going to just come with open.
$13,000.
Abdulin here, ugly looking queen 4. Potentially just let this go against the short stack. No, not too many implied odds. But he may look to defend. From what we've seen of him in the previous streams, he is a defender. Does stick it in.
Tell you what, these blinds don't like to give up too easily.
Oh, wow.
This is bad for Akpur. He's got the ace of clubs and a Broadway gutter, but he's up against trips. 2 quick checks, dry turn.
Finds the discipline to check it back.
when the check back comes in that quick, I don't know about you, but I really, you know, whether or not there's any merit to reading into it, I just kind of feel like those ace highs are ever present.
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost always sort of some kind of showdown, right?
Right.
You know, a queen, of course, going to think about it a little more. A hand like tens even is going to think for a moment before deciding what to do.
Right.
So it is very typical that it's sort of weak showdown-ish hands.
I think the underpairs too will kind of just go to work to not allow something to happen on the turn that would be awkward.
For sure. Gabdelin, you know, he knows his queen's good. Somewhat scary 9 of clubs river. But, you know, against a bunch of the hands that continue from Akpur, still going to be more than good. And he only has 90% pot behind. A couple of ways you can play this, Ali. I mean, does your opponent have many flushes? Arguably not. You know, if he has a hand like ace-10 of clubs, something like this, king-8 of clubs, is he not going to bet and look to go with it at depth?
You know, if Akpur was deeper stacked,
yeah,
this could get interesting in terms of the relevance of both the ace of clubs and the 10 on this particular board, where you could represent a straight or a flush.
This would be absolutely heroic to jam here, because nobody has ever bluffed here in the history of the game.
No, just another 21,000 back, but I just think Gabdelin would flick it in at that price and say, show me.
Yeah, very likely. Even though I promise you he would be hating life.
Oh, it would be absolutely loathsome to hear the words all in cross the lips of the opposition in this spot.
No.
You know, he looked up
he's
at...
thinking about making the hero call. Gonna get the bad news, Ali. I thought he was gonna do it for a moment.
I'm shocked that he just flatted there. Consider just how much of the rest of his stack that 38,000 represented, Andrew, of all the outcomes.
Yeah, probably the least expected. I'm with you.
I mean,
calls off 65% of his remaining stack. Just ace high. I mean, there are hero calls, Ali, and then there are those calls. You know, having a 10 in his hand, not great either. Blocking a bluff like 10-7, something like this. It's hard to think of many pure bluffs for Gabdelin here whatsoever.
Yeah.
King 10 got there, King 9, if it was bluffing,
Psychologically speaking, and I don't want to be presumptuous as I'm trying to find a means by which to sort of sympathize with whatever the mindset was for Akpur in that spot. You get dwindled down, and you kind of, the resignation begins to creep in a little bit. And you look up at a pot that's already brewed to a size that you're not going to be able to enjoy maybe off of the remaining, you know, 59,000 that you have. And you're thinking, well,
maybe he's bluffing.
Maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Non-zero that I'm just getting stabbed at here by something dusty. But yeah, that felt like a bit of a futile effort.
Yeah, inclined to agree. Painful one for him now, down to 3.5 bigs.
I mean, if I had to decide what I thought was more likely to happen on the river there, given just two choices, the jam, which was deeply improbable, or the flat, I think I'd lean toward the jam being that which happens more often than a flat.
Me too.
That really was not what we expected.
Yeah, left to lick his wounds. Saman opens the ace-3 of clubs. Tasirek. The queen 7. With the defend.
Heads up. Once more, 33K in the middle, monotone ace-king tray board as it's top and bottom for Saman. Spoils.
Yeah, that will be the end of that.
Yeah, queen 7, black's future. Imagine for a moment, if you will, Andrew, that just based upon the way that Ashkan Bari and Songul Beken kind of come together to orchestrate these schedules here at any given Merit Series, have created the opportunity for you could end up bagging this day 2 and then have to park your bones in the mix max, you know, for another 6-7 hours of play into the wee morning.
Into the wee small hours. I have to say I'm very impressed by this. You know, I've been to Merit a couple of times. I've never taken a deep dive into looking into the schedule. This is one of the only tours I've seen where they really do seem to schedule it very well, so that the players can play every event, right?
Yeah.
If you want to, you could literally be in, as you say, a short day for this bag.
Yeah.
Into day 3 of this one bag, into day 2 of another bag. It's really amazing.
Not just every event, but it almost seems like every waking hour. Yes. You got the cash games and 2 events a day.
They know we love it.
You could stay up for a week straight if you really needed to.
Yeah,
Cheng.
it's great.
Ace-Jack suited. Min raise open. Gabdulin contemplates with artwork.
Yeah, a couple of options here, Ali. 3-bet would be fine. Call, of course, fine in position. Gabdulin going to put the heavy artillery to work.
Yeah, takes the line with the former as opposed to the latter, up to 41,000. And now Tashirek, ace-6 suited, might have been interested at 12K, but the price too inflated. As you see, Cheng a bit wary, looking over. And I confess that if a man such as Cheng parks as an unknown at my table, I look simply at the collared shirt and the frames, and I think a studied player. Just seems like a man who puts a lot of thought into any given spot.
Whoa, wow.
Wow.
I'm very surprised to see that.
I am too. Ace-Jack suited in particular. Maybe the offsuit variety works its way out of there with more ease, but suited.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold this one, of course, theoretically, but you never know, right? Perhaps he's looking around the table thinking, right, there are certain players that I think I have an edge against. You know, perhaps thinking out of position to Gabdulin, not really somewhere I want to be. Might be thinking that he's better served targeting other players at the table, but that's very tight fold. Surprised to see it. And you gave him the big build-up, Ali. You gave him the studied professor-like build-up.
I did.
You let us down.
You know what? Oh, by the way, the Ace-Jack of Diamonds has become a theme as it is passed over to Saman, who puts it to work. Higher hopes for an outcome. I suspect that Ace-Jack suited isn't 100% fold for Cheng. I think maybe in particular against Gabdulin, who he respects and maybe views as a guy who's made some deep runs here, you know, been at the feature, maybe he's observed his navigations and thinks, okay, this is a guy that I don't really want to play one out of position for 41,000 ahead against.
I'm with you, definitely. Perhaps looks around the table and thinks there are weaker targets. It's definitely part of the game.
Black sixes, defending the big blind, and holding on a 10-9-4 board. 60% of a royal? Is that how we describe this?
That's enough, isn't it?
10 of diamonds.
Certainly enough to get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid C-bet size from Saman. Of course, has the overpair advantage. Get to start leveraging pressure on some of the 4x. Nice hand.
Always so nice when you don't have to face sticky opposition. You know, there's those sessions where it feels like every C-bet you make, somebody's peeling, no help comes on the turn, you check back, they barrel into you, you muck, and it just repeats itself all session long. And you look around and everybody else's ace-kings and ace-queens tend to hit the flop and get paid 3 streets, and you're like, what? Why me?
Yeah, particularly on the feature here at Merit this week. We have seen a lot of action. Not many cheap pots to be won. You've got to be in there battling. Me and Demps were referencing it in one of the previous frames, Ali. I don't think I've ever seen a raise and take it here. Maybe once over across 4 days of coverage. People are in there battling, going to war. Love to see it. Makes for very compelling viewing for us.
And to be fair, I've seen some balanced defense. It's not just like only dust from the big blind will flat. We've seen some king-queen suiteds flat call, some suited aces, you know, hands that could be candidates for 3 bets. And so when balanced, obviously things become tricky as for Tashirek. The small blind will be heard from, and I don't need to explain to anybody out there why.
This is particular trouble, Ali, because it's cut off versus small blind. Could really be a dangerous spot for Tashirek if he doesn't tread carefully. Of course, he's perceived to be really wide here pre, and the small blind perceived to be fairly wide with 3 bets. This could be trouble.
33,000. Ace Queen. Just one of the most uncomfortable hands
Really is.
to be dealt in a tournament. Playing it for 3 bets. The benefit of having done so in position, and now interesting things afoot. 2-way straight draw for Tashirek and that Queen of Spades. Of course, we can see that the spades are covered.
Yeah,
And this is
becoming
really
very interesting.
Nasty board texture for aces in a 3-bet pot. And you can see Vasca Boinacao intimately familiar with the line to be pursued optimally.
Yeah, this
on
is
a board
this
such
is
as
a very,
this.
very astute check. I like it a lot. You know, aces, hands like aces, kings, even queens here, definitely don't want to inflate this pot. If we see bet and get raised, Ali, it's a complete disaster.
Right.
Really like this check from Vasca Boinacao.
And I can't imagine he minds the jack on the turn either, although in a 3-bet pot, Tashirek not obligated, mindful of that texture himself to bet a jack.
100%, yeah. Yeah, Tashirek for sure can still have hands like king jack, queen jack even. Even a hand like jack 8 suited if it peels would make a good check. But Vasca Boinacao, confident he has the best hands. I don't think we can fold ace queen here, Ali. Hand's too good. You know, we're still very live here, drawing to Broadway with some potential bluffing capabilities later in the hand.
I will say, though, once the board pairs, you know, it's a bit less attractive, given that the straight is non-nutted, and one of the paths to that straight includes hitting a king, which every now and again it's kings, not aces, that we're up against, and that would be a disastrous outcome.
Yeah, this is true.
3 of clubs is the Gobi Desert of rivers.
Yeah, Vasca, very interesting. Like, no, he knows he's good. He's sort of sensed where he is in this hand. He's gone large, Ali, targeting a hand like a 10. Might be a little too big. I think somewhat under bluffed to 3-bet pre here. Check flop and go large, large. You know, are we really going to do that, Ali, with a hand like ace-5 of hearts or something like this? Seems unlikely. We start weighting ourselves more towards value, I think, than bluffs. Yeah, Tashirek, nice laydown. Of course, have to, I think. That would be really putting on the cape. If he found a shove there, that would have been some TV. Speaking of river shoves, I just want to see the fanciness.
You know, it's funny, though. You mentioned it, and it was kind of on my mind. I didn't necessarily want to bring it up because it's so infrequent, but when a line is taken that begins to feel very weighted toward an overpair, and then you recognize the real blender that you can stick an overpair in particular when an innocent card like the 3 comes off, and it could just be that delayed, I have so much hand here, Jack 10 suited, for example, and I don't want to lose my customer, and in comes that big jam. And the aces are like, well, I've got aces, and what can I beat?
Absolutely. I mean, if he found a heroic shove there, aces would have been in a horrendous spot.
I mean, that's where you need to grab a sick bag.
And then re-engage your brain as Kaigo Rodchev finds it, Ali. 12 bigs, +1.
Surely this is it.
Yeah, this is going to be it, but you could raise call here also. I think I like this the most. You know, our hand's very strong. He's kind of gone somewhere in the middle, Ali. He's gone for the raise commit.
Yeah, 30 of his 70 pushed forward, so anybody that decides to become a 3-better here against this sizing, which is already pretty big at 5x, understands that it's going to be for a minimum of 70,000 that they play, barring anyone else's involvement.
Be hand. Oh no, Akbar only has 9k back, Ali.
Yeah,
Max
you'll
pain.
remember he paid off with the ace-10, left himself a nub, and has gone through the blinds.
This is max pain. Has 12k invested already. I think you have to call off Ali any too. Already got more than half your stack in. Gonna hope you're up against 2 overs. Oh, wow. The fold.
Oof. That's gross.
Yeah, painful.
Yeah.
Блин, я хотел шоу-даун.
Deeply unpleasant. The spot there.
I have to feel for him. Still in the mix, though. Stranger things have happened.
Червончик даже тебе не хочет отдать.
Just 9K, now the small blind, and
The flop was for me really bad.
boy, it does put a lot of pressure on us to spin multiple times, you know, relative to maybe the low water mark, which we could bounce back from had we defended the big blind there and won. But obviously we know 4 deuce offsuit is never performing well against anything. It's just, you know,
sometimes
you gotta
better
take a stand.
served, I think, to just not even look. In this particular spot where you have 12 of 20k in.
Interesting, yeah.
Don't want to talk yourself out of it.
Right.
To be fair, we could see he was in horrendous shape. So you never know. Might find the recovery. Like how Vasca Boynikau is approaching this. Very aggressive.
Good luck, Odin.
So Akpur 7-5 suited.
Here we go, Ali. He's in decent shape for the quadruple up here.
Yeah, exactly. 2 clean cards and multi-way is a good thing for him, although it puts more pressure on his hand, having to face off against 3 different holdings. Good news, though, the king nines are interfering with each other. And the ace high board with 2 hearts does give Akpur hope as he flops the flush draw. Both king nines should be out of there in the face of this follow-through from Simon.
Gonna be pretty thrilled with this situation. Likely gets protection here. Got some backdoors working for him also. Is there life in Akpur yet? 9 clean outs, Ali, for that unlikely quadruple.
Nice, flush draw.
We're not supposed to have favorites, but I think I'm rooting for it.
Sure. 42K pot.
Oh, more outs.
5s, and we add 5s and 7s to the aforementioned hearts as outs to keep Akpur alive. Here comes the river. It's red, but it's a diamond, and that'll do it. As the north face pulls an about face, steps away from the festivities.
Unfortunately, we did see that pretty large misstep with the ace-10 river call. Yeah. Unfortunate. Maybe leveled himself a little bit and unfortunately couldn't recover.
Well, has anyone seen Alexei Petrov? He's at the top of the chip counts, but he's just been fairly content to sit back and observe that which is unfolding before him here, namely a spin-up of sorts for Vasca Boynikau. Not that he was short stacked, but
okay, next time.
He is ascending. There is Petrov. Fold it around to him.
He's had enough of your insults,
yeah,
Ali, and he comes.
Yeah. No insults intended, just, you know, big stack not doing what we might anticipate typically. But here he is with king 9 in the hijack. And
here we go.
Getting 3-bet by the second in chips, man.
Yeah, nice hand selection. Ace-10 off. One of these hands, you know, against the chip leader who's, in theory, going to be pretty wide pre.
Thank you.
Can just play nice and simply as a 3-bet. Just takes it down. I've been impressed with him, Ali. He's like pushing the action, but showing awareness. Found a check with the aces on the Jack-10-9. Hasn't, you know, liberally c-bet every board when he's opened. Like his style. It's that.
Agree with you.
One tower continue. It looks even more unstable, Ali.
It really does. I think particular floors 40 through 50 where you don't want to buy real estate in this particular tower. You know, there's a building in San Francisco called Millennium Tower. My sister used to have a unit there. which is sinking and twisting. And this is a glass behemoth, you know, akin to like the Shard in London.
Okay.
Really high end. And I remember seeing a video on YouTube of someone who put a marble at one end of their hallway, let it go, and no, I think he rolled it up the hallway and then it rolled back to him. And that's when you know things are not great.
That plays some havoc with my anxiety.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in a large building that resembles the Titanic, going over up and down over the waves.
Yeah. Vasco Boinacau Construction, by the way, were the developers
Hang on
of
a
that
second.
particular property. I'm only kidding. As we do look up
What is going
at
on here, Ali?
Kagorotchev, King 5 offsuit, small blind, finger wag,
Wow.
a jam.
Jams over the limp. Gangster stuff here at the Gangster series. Sorry, I was somewhat shocked to see the King 5 offsuit selected.
You know, during the prior frame, James Dempsey
I have only ace
said
five.
something that his good buddy Tyler Patterson had said to him at one point. It isn't every hand, it's any hand.
Any hand will do.
Right? It's just, you never know when all of a sudden they're going to pop up. I used to refer to it as RBF, Random Berserk Factor.
Nice.
You know, just the incongruence that we see. You know, a guy will, as we saw, you know, with Tanuri, he'll jam 3-5 suited, and then the next hand will look down at ace-5 and think, not this one. And
timing is everything.
it doesn't have to add up, and it's in fact the awareness that that sort of behavior is afoot out here at Merit that makes these, you know, feature tables,
I love
final
it.
tables, and events so entertaining from a viewership standpoint. And by proxy, from a commentary standpoint for us in the booth, as Vasco Boinacau goes to work with a suited ace, gets flatted by Cheng's cutoff king-queen.
Yeah, another look at Priestley here. She's been pretty tight. She hasn't really been dealt much to deal with.
Yeah.
But like, I'd like to see her complete here. She does get in the mix. Good to see. She really has been mostly dealt out. Just intrigued to see how she would approach this spot. Certainly deep enough to take a peek from the small, which she does.
Diamonds are smothered, of course, by the pre-flop opener, unfortunately for her. But she does flop top pair on a very dry 9-6 deuce board. Straddling that deuce of diamonds is Vasco Boinacau, and maybe sensing that neither of these players should be in this territory, he will c-bet for 17,000, although to be fair, both of his opponents also might be sensing he's not supposed to be in this hood.
Yeah, pretty trivial check call, I think, for Priestley. Or a little too deep to start raising. Diamond here would be very interesting, but board pairs deuces, excuse me.
And that's just fine by Sinead. You see it go check, check, and note the speed with which Vasco Boinacau shut it down on the turn. I'm not necessarily a fan of the quick checkbacks here because they do tend to skew themselves to divorced, you know, holdings.
100%. You know, even if you had a hand like pocket eights or something like this, you're going to take a little time, right, to have a think.
Yeah.
When you snap check, it's just like waving the white flag.
Yeah, exactly right. Unless you're doing it balanced, you know, and you've got
People
some
never
huge
do,
hand.
though. They never
I
find
agree
it.
with you. I tend to agree with you. I don't ever feel like the snap check back there is with a huge hand.
Yeah.
Don't want to bluff.
Don't want to bluff.
Nice pickup
That's
for
what I told
Sinead.
him. You can't bluff. Not with you, like the hand.
I'm
can
with
be
you though,
bluffed,
Ali,
and I
agreed.
told you, have a good
I'm
shot.
never a big fan of like snap acting. We saw it with Agpur when he snap checked the queen, queen, jack with that ace 10, ended up leveling himself into the hero call. And you know, he snap checked the flop, and it does tend to be a sign of weakness in the long term. Vasco Boinacau here, relentlessly opening pre. King 10-0 here, +1. Certainly towards the bottom of an opening range, but more than enough when you are working with 800k.
King 10 offsuit, 12K, no takers, and
easy one.
Pot over to the man who's compiled over $3 million in career live tournament earnings. Best live cash in the neighborhood of $500,000, and it came not all that long ago in May at EPT Monte Carlo, where in a super high roller, 100K buy-in.
Wow.
He managed to pick up that almost $500,000. And I'll tell you what, when I'm sitting out in a $3,300 buy-in event, if I get wind of the fact that the guy in one of the seats at my table played a 100,000 euro buy-in event, I'm instantly wary of talent level.
Yeah, not too many players in the world are playing at that level of buy-in, Ali.
You're right. And he's got a number of those sorts of buy-ins on his resume. Dating back to 2019, he played a 100K euro buy-in over at the EPT Barcelona, 25K as well. 50K back in 2018. Plays the big stuff. And, you know, I also have, on kind of another angle on it, a lot of respect for somebody who is willing to come in and play at this buy-in
All
level.
levels,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
it's just, the game is the game. Sometimes I'm playing for huge, huge numbers, and sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw you referencing that earlier in relation to Robert Hydorn, who's, of course, an absolute beast.
Yeah.
And you were saying that he had won a Triton recently, and yet here he is still in the 3K,
Yep.
you know, treating it with the respect it
Yep.
deserves, grinding it out.
Here, brother.
I think all the best poker players at the end of the day have that intrinsic love for the game. You know, they just want to be in there.
Yeah. So, producer Milbutosh stepping in to advise that, and I'm not sure if this takes away or detracts in any way from Hydorn's, you know, the point that we're making here, willingness to play all the events, but he does live in Cyprus, so obviously never more than about an hour's drive from...
I will defend Hydorn's honor. He would have been here anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Unclear, but, you know, it is tough to argue with this being in your backyard.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Tashirek's front yard, he finds ace-3 suited.
Takes his interest from the small, and that's why.
Might we finally see activations for Alexei Petrov? Against a button open over here, he could very well get curious, as the baby suited aces are an idea of sorts for 3-bets.
Yeah, he's definitely in there. Just a question of whether he's going to 3-bet this one, Ali, or peel. Looks like aggressive action. 46K.
Yeah, it doesn't take a campaign manager to know we've got ourselves a candidate. 46,000.
Yeah, interesting spot now for Tashurek. I don't think we ever fold, but there is very occasionally going to be some 4-bet shoving here. Side discretion is the way. Makes the call in position. Hand's a little too good to fold pre. Here we go.
Hearts on the board. Not 3 of them, but 2 of them. Should be just fine by Tashirek. Nut flush draw. He'll be going nowhere, and this is really ugly texture for Petrov.
Yeah.
See if he just walks away from it or decides.
Yeah, again, one of these combos, Ali, that really, there's no shame in finding combos that are just going to wave the white flag. Ace-4 of spades, no board interaction. You know, a Broadway heavy board, our opponent's going to hit this a lot. Like, he can potentially be all over this. And, you know, we really just have no way to improve. And I like this a lot from Petrov. Essentially waving the white flag. And there's potential that you could still bluff later here. Get a hand like 7s or 9s to fold. You don't have to c-bet, you know, 100%.
Hello, 10 of hearts.
Hello, 10 of hearts.
So as it goes check, check. Now, Petrov drawing dead. Does pick up a Broadway gutter, which is more than we can say for his prospects on the flop, but just dire straits here for the man who inflated this one pre-flop. And given the passiveness from Petrov on the flop, you wonder whether or not he would get tempted, but does resist those temptations. And now for Tashirek, you certainly could consider checking back once more in the hopes of inducing.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's the type of spot, you know, Petrov's going to be running through his mind. What types of hands does Tashirek call a 3-bet and then check flop? You know, you could have some Jack X and the like in there. You know, some hands like Ace 10 suited, stuff like this. But yeah, Tashurek, I think I like bet Ali because a lot of the time here Petrov is either repping a complete give up that probably isn't going to bet, or maybe a hand like a jack himself, right? If he has a hand like ace jack of clubs that 3-bets pre, checks flop, you know, the board keeps getting wetter, he's going to check again, try and just make it a one street, maybe river blocky hand. If he has a hand like ace 10, something like this, they might call a small bet. Hand like 9s, 7s with a heart, they're all going to call a small bet. Nice give up. I like it a lot from Petrov, and nice pick up there.
Showing some discipline is the chip leader there, as his tokens are going to be tougher to earn. 1.2 million now after losing a small package. Short stack of Kai Garotsiev now is worth only 11 big blinds as the dealers change, and so do those blinds. 4 and 8,000 with an 8K big blind Annie, 20,000 in orbit. That'll be how much it costs to work your way through 8 hands here as we battle on day 2 of this $3,300 main event at the Merit Gangster Series.
Blinds creeping up, Ali, as we close in on the end of day 2.
And not all of those blind jumps are created equal in terms of a flat big blind, a little, you know, nudge of the small, and then sometimes you get a big hop. The deeper into the event that we go, I think that the more significant we're going to see those blinds being. I think in terms of structure, the intention is to allow people to play deep stack poker for a long period of time.
It seems fantastic to me on the surface.
Yeah, you get a lot of value as a player here, and I'm not just talking about in terms of structure, but you know, if you play a certain number of events, a certain number of hours, your hotel stay can be calm. You know, you don't ever have to reach for money, you know, to feed yourself while you're out here. There's 3 different services at the buffet.
Oh, it is amazing. The options are incredible.
Yeah,
really
free
are.
access to the spa and the gym, which, I mean, where can you get that these days?
Careful,
Don't have that in Scotland, Ali, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Not too often.
It's never really affected me as somebody who never spells gym with a G. Got a few friends named Jim, you know, but they don't have any treadmills. Ace Queen 4 here. Second pair for Gabdulin. Was the party starter out of the hijack.
Yeah, you can go both ways here. Small bet or check, both pretty reasonable. Yeah, let's go with that small bet. That's the point account, not enough interaction. We'll let this one go. Yeah, I think himself and Gabdulin both very technically proficient. Now that you mentioned the over 3 million in cashes for Vasca Boynica, very impressive.
Sure.
Going to be a threat, especially off the big stack.
No, he's savvy. That much we know for sure. And there's little things that kind of you observe as you work your way through a day 2 in an event such as this at a featured table that tend to inform you with respect to what sort of talent level you're observing. I mentioned kind of the keeping tabs on people's chip stacks, knowing exactly what's in the pot. You know, you see the exact half pot, exact 3/4 pot sort of sizings, and that's not by accident. Although it's a lot easier when you're working mouse in hand, you know, in the online streets where it's all pre-done for you.
It really is. I had big problems adjusting to this when I first started to play live.
Sure.
Especially in like big pressure moments and the sort of first few times I dipped into the live realm. It's a skill in and of itself. So we see Saman here peeling out the small with pocket 5s. Around about 40 bigs, the effective stack here. Cheng completes the big with the ace-6. Massive flop Ali for Gabdulin, top 2.
Demir, Gabdulin. Kings and 10s. Absolute chokehold on this pot.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate here that neither opponent really has anything to continue with. You know, when you get called by both blinds here, you can expect them to wrap around this board, at least in some capacity. Maybe 2 quick folds, you would imagine. Gabdolin continues this slow accumulation. Of course, every pot you rake, Ali, a good one.
I don't care if I'm accumulating slowly or quickly. As long as I'm accumulating, I'm all right with it. It's when you get set to dispense that things get uncomfortable. Extraction is just so much more fun.
As you touched on, Ali, but relatively short day today with that mix max to come later on. Tomorrow, I believe it becomes a much longer day, or it's not so bad.
Day 3 with the mix max in the books and no other
I don't
events
think there
other
are
than
anymore.
maybe some little turbo
yeah.
kind of, you know, for those that aren't in the main any longer, where it isn't like it's being staggered to start after the main wraps up. I do think the bulk of the work will be put in to get ourselves as close to a final table as possible.
Yeah. Interesting spot here as Petrov and Vaska likely to play another one together. Already saw Vaska 3-bet him once. Goes for it again, Ali. Shade under 6 bigs in position. Petrov this time, much stronger holding. Had the king-9 off last time. Don't think he'll be letting this one go at stack depth. You know, they're 100 bigs deep here. Have a suited ace. Drawn to the nuts. Can't imagine he's ever going to fold this one.
3 scoops required, though, to proceed. 45K.
Yeah, skilled opponent or not, gonna defend this one.
5-5 tray. As the ace high remains intact and checks. And Vaska has worked hard to kind of get himself up to the 750,000. And yet he is undaunted by squaring off against the chip leader here at the feature. You see him following through for 33.
Yeah, these can be very interesting spots. You know, Vaska here with a range advantage. Hard to imagine Petrov isn't going to 4-bet a hand like aces or kings. So already here, Vaska as well with the king and queen blocker in hand. Going to be aware here his opponent's going to have a bunch of ace high, a bunch of sort of mid pairs, Ali. Here we go, very interesting turn card. Jack of clubs.
Soaking for Petrov as he does pick up the nut flush draw. Credit to him for hanging out and not just conceding on the flop.
Yeah,
obviously the pair texture is helpful.
Yeah, I think we have to call one, and this is going to get really interesting. Of course, Vaska leveraging that big overpair advantage, leveraging position. Big barrel, Ali, 110K into 176, around about 2/3. Does have a nice blocker, like Queen of Diamonds here, pretty relevant. Petrov now with this pretty tough decision point. We know he's going to call, but you can't be thrilled about this, Ali. Pot getting very big. I don't think we can ever fold a hand as strong as this. And here you go. Calls the nut flush draw, and big river incoming. 400K in the middle.
And that is not the river that Petrov had in mind.
Oh, Vaska way too wide. Another quick river check. Somewhat surprising.
Had his mind made up, and what a delightful outcome for Petrov, who I'm not sure had a third call on his mind with ace-9. I mean, we'll never know for sure, but...
Yeah, I think he folds for sure against the third barrel.
I tend to agree with you. It looks so credible in that spot.
Absolutely. Little surprised to see Vaska check just quite so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, okay, I mean, our opponent, okay, they've called us twice. Still going to have some sticky hands in there that have to call flop and turn.
Sometimes it is like a courtesy reflection of the idea that the thought had been front-loaded on the turn in terms of if I get called here after I bet,
shutting it down.
I am going to shut it down, unimproved, of course, on the river. as he just didn't feel like he was going to be able to move that big stack of Petrov off of whatever it was that he was lurking with, and yet, as we could see, ultimately at Showdown, it did feel like the ace-9 could have been shown the exit there. But Vasco declining to usher the holding in that direction with a riverbed. So then, we march forward with Tashirek, king-queen suited and an open to 16, minimum.
Round to Priestley. Pretty little 9-6 of diamonds. Gonna defend.
Ooh, and flop itself a flush draw here. Jack of spades interacting. But Tashirek declining to follow through, and now he will draw dead against Priestley's 9-high flush.
Decide to check turn. Somewhat interesting. I think we're going to have quite a lot of semi-bluffs out of the big blind, Ali. You know, to go with some kind of smaller bets also. You know, we're going to bet, you know, a hand like Queen 9, Queen 10 with a diamond. I think we're going to have quite a few bluffs.
No one wants to bluff the lady.
Does decide just to check it through. Goes for river value. Fortunately for Priestley, no customer. Playing a very tight, aggressive game, you know. I'd like to see it. Whenever she's been involved, invariably has raked in the pot. Never a bad strategy.
And she hasn't been in there a whole lot, you know, just product of card distribution, lack of opportunity. There are certain phases in the tournament where it does feel as though patience is more rewarding than others. Obviously, big pay jumps at a final table when we're a middling stack, presence of big stacks, and then much shorter ones surrounding us. That was one of the ones that comes to mind, but during the more chisel-y portion of the program, when you've got a couple of big stacks that are driving action, tables such as this, Priestley sensing that she's just better served to wait, pick spots. You can really batten down.
100%, a lot to be said for just slowly ticking over. As this one is the spot, Ali, 9 bigs. This one's going in from the button. Ace-8, more than enough hand. Kaigorodchev sends the troops into battle.
Yep.
This is a close one here for Priestley. You know, facing the 9 big blinds jam, Ace-6, of course, figures to be in front of the range on the button. Never feels too great to send 70k in here with just Ace-6. Certainly ahead of his perceived shove range. Do you have Gabdul in behind you to consider?
You know, when you say ahead, it is how far ahead against the full range, and do I really want to play for 71,000? And it is okay, you know, to just decide that I want to find a better spot if we're Priestley. We're not obligated to take every thin edge and press it, because we know as a product of variance, eventually one of those spots that we take aren't going to work out.
And we have seen as well Kaigorodchev being pretty snug, Ali, right? It's not like he's been launching the chips in left, right, and center.
Right.
So that's his consideration as well. Yeah, I can get on board with fold. Do still have one active range behind us too. I think in the big blind we just side flick it in. From the small, seems reasonable enough.
So then, Kaigorodchev getting a rebate after having gone through the blinds.
This is pretty out of line. We've seen Vasco Boynikau trying to use his experience, Ali. This one's a little spicy. Queen 3 suited. If he thinks the table's playing too tight, gonna expand that opening range. Abdulin here with a very playable holding, 8-9 of clubs. Expect to see a call here.
Call 16.
Tasharek completes 8-4 of hearts.
Three players to the flop as the opener picks up both blinds for the ride, and it comes ace 7-4. Tasharek's pair of fours. Best hand. Of course, he doesn't know that as the story begins to be told by Vasca Boynikau.
Interesting here. Gabdulin does have a hand that wraps around that 7 of clubs nicely, but multi-way it starts to get a little murky here. Yeah, don't fault this fold whatsoever. Got to give that c-bet a little more credit than you would if you were heads up. Nice pickup there with just queen high.
Orada öyle mi? Ben az kızken.
He's ready to get after it, Ali. Queen 3 suited +1. Let's go.
I'll tell you something, between clearly all that one can absorb when you're out there playing super high rollers against a field that is largely comprised of the best to ever do it, and then also his body of experience specifically here at Merit, he's got the arsenal that's required to really make deep runs, you know, because a lot of times people are die hard, I guess, in terms of thinking this is the appropriate way to play any given spot. I don't care if I'm at Merit or not. This is what I'm going to do because it's right. But eventually, you have to come off of that stubbornness and recognize that adjustments need to be made. And we've witnessed those adjustments being made by Vasca Boynikau, who's doing things here that I can't imagine that he's going to be doing in those super high rollers in which he's cashed on so many occasions.
It's a very, very salient point. Yeah, I like it a lot. For sure, I think recognizing that, you know, the large chunks of this table, not being disrespectful, a lot of them are playing pretty tight. Nobody really, we haven't seen many 3-bets. We haven't seen much getting out of line. And he's content here to kind of push the boat out. Take it to the streets, take it post-flop. Thinks he's going to have an edge, and it's pretty tough to argue with that thus far.
Yeah.
Petrov does find a defendable ace-10.
And that, of course, is one of the stacks that Vasca Boynikau is going to be less inclined to tussle with here, just given the fact that it's one of the few that cover him.
Yeah, to the king, queen 9. This, of course, going to be c-bet a lot from early position. Pocket 5s with a spade. One of these interesting holdings, Ali, in theory world, where we can load up the barrels, as scary as it can be on such a connected board. But our opponent's going to have a lot of sort of one-pair hands, gut shot type holdings. Intrigued to see what happens here on a blank turn. We do kind of get one.
Wow, and blistering pace is the check on that turn, as Petrov makes the nuts on the river, courtesy of this jack. Really a hopeless pair of black 5s for pre-flop opener, and I'm not sure that Petrov gets even 1 second worth of consideration.
Yeah, interesting. Vasca Boynikau perhaps deciding that he's going to play a lot of pots, but he's going to keep pots small. Probably thinks that people aren't going to defend too wide. Maybe thinks he won't get floated or the like by too many holdings. Probably thinking he can do lots of little probing, pick up lots of small pots, rather than, you know, go for the big heroic treble offs. And that would make some sense, I think, in the field.
Sure. Largely blood-free exchange there between two stacks, which, given the right combination of holdings, which doesn't have to be nuts against second nuts, could very well give us some excitement. Now the boys are blind versus blind. Petrov gonna limp. A dominant 5, if I can describe it as that.
Vasca Boynikau going to keep the foot to the floor. Sides to ISO, the mid-suited connectors. Quick fold from Petrov.
I'll tell you what, that man there is really not afraid at all of any spot nor any one here at this table.
Certainly been the most active, Ali, for sure. Driving the action. We are in that interesting phase of the tournament where the bubble, although it's still quite a while away, does start to loom into the picture. Strikes me as the type of player, if he gets a very big stack, he could really run over a whole lot of players.
Ace-king suited now for Kaigarotsev. Needs to make something happen.
Yeah, we did see him last time just send half of the stack in with a similar spot, pocket jacks. See how he decides to approach this one, Ali, and he does send it. All in for 11.5 bigs. I'm sure he'd be happy to get called here, Ali.
Ooh, and might this ace-10 be a curious candidate?
Oh, he does call.
Yeah,
Wow.
flat out of the small blind.
Very quick call.
From Vasca Boynikau. By the way, not an insignificant quotient of his 620 and change that he is willing to spin with here, and he is dominated. I'm a touch surprised.
Me too. It's very cuspy, this one. Versus +1. Potentially the worst hand we call with, I would suggest. Ace 10-0.
9-3 deuce. Ace king. So far so good. Now wheel draws in both camps. 5 for a chop. 10 for a clean winner would be disastrous. And when I say these things, I don't expect them to come to fruition. And savagery, as the deck chooses violence, and in turn dispatches Kaigarotsev.
Yes, alone,
There's
alone.
few situations more deflating than one to come, and the dominant ace and the sidecar just connecting.
Sorry,
Vasca
Andrew.
Boynikau, who apologizes. Just to ensure that when he goes back to the parking lot, his car isn't keyed. You know, it is expensive to repaint one's automobile. And it's obviously expensive to go broke when the re-entry period is closed. Or maybe it's more affordable because you can't plunk another 3,300 in there. Depends on what perspective you're going to bring to the matter. As we get an updated look at the chip counts here. 729 now in front of Vasca Boynikau as he is creeping up on second.
A very cruel run out there
Like
for
the
Kaigarotsev.
you need to push, but you don't want.
Nothing
and
you can
he's
do.
thinking.
Was short, hung in there as long as he could. Victim of the 3 outer. So we're down to 110.
Another ace king.
I was praying for 5 to split.
This time for Petrov.
You can see Vasca Boynikau wants to VPIP Ali as often as possible. Take advantage of that position, especially on Petrov. Been very aggressive, really has. With 3-betting him, goes for it again, 50k. Look at this. Potential blood on the carpet here. Cheng cold finds 10s.
Boy, but raise and 3-bet in front of us. Granted, it is cutoff and button. It is Vasca Boynikau who has been very active. You know, Petrov could be doing big stack things, although I think he's been largely in line.
I mean, we have seen him really pushing the ball out, but we did see Chang fold a ace-jack of diamonds earlier to 1 3-bet.
Yeah, I think it's in the bin.
Yeah, I mean, of course this isn't the same, but very uncomfy.
Wow.
Look at this.
Far from in the bin.
I like to see it. I think our hand's far too strong to fold, Ali. You know, 50 bigs deep against an aggressive player in the cutoff and an aggressive 3-better. I like to see this, and wow, super intrigued to see what Petrov does now.
This is bold.
I think there is some argument for him to just cold 4 rip there, Ali. Somewhat make the decision less complicated. I know it's 50 bigs. Pocket 10s and jacks are the type of hands that don't mind to just send it. Like, do we really want to cold 4 fold with less than 50 bigs with a hand as strong as 10s? I would argue not. And this is going to be really nasty if Petrov sends it. Big moment here on the feature. Does have Vaskeboinik out sandwiched in between. Here we go, Ali, in it goes.
Yeah.
Cheng now in a somewhat gross spot. Gets 5-bet ripped on.
All of a sudden, what was a robust birthday balloon turns into a half-filled Mylar satchel.
Part of the problem here of not just cold 4 jamming. I know it feels like a lot, 50 bigs. But we're putting ourselves in a position here, Ali, where we're going to cold 4 and potentially fold 35% to 40% of our chips, right?
That, of course, is the downside to taking this line. It does feel a bit weak for Cheng to simply flat.
Yeah.
You know, you want to give yourself some equity denial. You don't necessarily want to tempt a 3-way affair.
Wow, and he does let it go. I think Ali cut off and button, you know, the 2 big stacks.
That was the issue, wasn't it?
I'm just all in, I think. Pre-flop, it may be a tad too many chips.
Boy, but that's so risky.
It's not that risky though, right? You're picking up there 11, 12 big blinds pre-flop here.
No, but in the event that you're up against, you know, the jacks plus,
sometimes happens, right?
Just accept your
I
fate.
think so. Well, if we have 40 bigs here and pocket 10s, it just goes all in pre. For sure. Cold 4 jam, 40 bigs. 10 bigs more, is the difference really that monumental?
Well, you know, it is a game of splitting hairs at certain times, you know.
A
guy raises to just a touch more pre-flop, and suddenly the chart changes, and we're not supposed to defend. There does.
Why you need all in with your ace queen?
Is it black and white or is it
know
gray?
what? I'm going to have a little look at
Ace
that
queen?
spot.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see what the theory world wants to do.
That's what you're here for, Professor Headley.
I'm willing to bet it's all in.
Ace 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Off of that depth.
What do you want to bet? A free drink at the
Look,
bar.
I'm with you. I'm not against you. I'm looking to kind of help support, I think, the choice made by Cheng there, as we tend to do, as it's so much easier from here in the booth.
Absolutely.
When the pressure's not mounted upon us.
Yeah, it feels almost like, you know, to cold 4 a hand there, like ace 8 suited is better, right? Blocking the ace X, blocking the ace king and the aces that could potentially 5-bet jam, whereas pocket 10s, it's just one of these really horrible ones where it's a really strong hand. But I can understand the fold also. Tough spot. Very tough.
I think he feels as though he didn't need to send all of the soldiers to the battlefront
to get it done
in case of emergency. The 4-bet at that size felt like it should have been adequate. Unfortunately for him, he ran into just one of those combos, which is the jacks plus and the ace kings of the world, which were willing to come back over the top of Cheng. Although I'm not even sure what the jacks would have done. You know, it's not a given. Meanwhile, we march forward here in a pot where Tashirek has flopped himself a king-high flush draw on a queen 5-3 board. Saman, with ace 3, has decided to fire.
Это последний уровень, да?
Wow, look at this for a turn card, Ali.
The 4 of spades, which gives Saman the nut flush redraw.
Wow.
He's up against the king-high flush, though. Got a wheel draw to go with the pair now, and all of that comes together to find him firing 25,000.
Very intriguing spot developing. Tashurek here with a decision. Likely just calls, Ali, I think. Allow your opponent to continue firing. I mean, do we really have enough bluffs here to check raise with the SPR? I would argue not. It does seem to be reaching. And Saman Ali with that ace of spades in hand.
I mean, this is very uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
But as you mentioned, that ace of spades.
He's going to
He's
send
gonna
it.
jam, yeah.
Semi-bluff. I think I like it. Very unfortunate to run into the second nuts.
Yeah. But the check raise in a spot such as this is certainly emblematic of real strength.
It is. Just like that. 550k Ali flicks out.
One to come, 7 of diamonds does not get it done, and deep wounds sustained by Saman, who will be left with vapors.
16.
You see him shaking his head.
Difficult to critique him there, Ali has played. You know, we
Yeah.
have that hard blocker to
Yeah.
the nut flush, have that blocker to the wheel. We block a set of threes, which is also a potential value hand. Hard to fault him for jamming. Unfortunately for him, runs into one of the flush combos. Tashirek, big double. Right, Ali, you owe me one free drink from the bar.
You know, the good news is that the drinks are free at the bar here, Headley, so I'll give you 2. How's
Thank
that?
you, buddy. I appreciate you.
No, but I was on your side. It was right there. Was it close? Was it as close as we thought or not? Not quite.
This is one of these. In theory land, pocket 10s just pure cold 4-bet shoves. I thought it would. Just one of those hands, 10s and jacks, just want to send them. You know, our hand's just too strong to cold 4-fold. But I do understand that for Chang, it's such an uncomfortable spot. Especially when the opener is the 1 to 5-bet shove.
Yeah.
His hand becomes real strong.
Ace-King's about the best case scenario. And let's face it, you know, sometimes I've been in those spots where I'm like, look, I really think he might have the Ace-King here. But if I call and I'm right, but I lose, and this is flawed logic, I admit.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a far leaner stack. You know, if I jam, he calls, and then I lose after we see 5, I'm showered.
Yeah.
If I flat, okay, remind me again, because I'm trying to go through the permutations here. He chose to 4-bet, he got shoved on, and he folded.
Correct.
If I call off and I'm wrong, I'm done. If I fold here, right, because I'm not performing all that well with 2 10s against Ace-King with 5 to come, the edge is rather lean. If I fold and I give myself this stack back, I can fight on. I can recover. But if I take this one spot, and I'm looking out at this table and I'm thinking, I don't necessarily need to do it here and now, and I just concede, knowing that I've got some equity, knowing that I'm giving away 35, 40% of my stack there, you know, I'm just trying to sympathize with the thought processes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can understand it. It's just one of these spots that just, by not 4-bet shoving ourselves pre and just taking the decision away, we've just made it very complicated for ourselves. But hey, still in the mixer and against, I think, the overall range of the original Razor's 5-bet jam seems reasonable to fold 10s.
Well, one way to avoid having to make difficult decisions is to just make one single decision. And for Saman, that is to move all in with pocket 3s off of the 53K after the failed semi-bluff with the ace of spades up against the king high flush.
Yeah, has decided it's time to gamble, Ali.
That he has.
Vasca priced in. He's facing the 7 big blind jam. Off to the races.
No.
2 overs for Vasca Boynicao, one of which finds the board. King, queen, 10. Top pair, open-ender, 3s. In dire straits, the 4 was in the neighborhood, but belongings being gathered, and with good reason. Saman wishes the remaining field good luck.
Okay.
As he will not be among those who find the money here, as he becomes the 106th place casualty good ways away from the money, and that's always demoralizing to put in a solid body of work across 2 days of play, only to be left on the outside looking in as the remains of his stack get absorbed by the man who has been very much soaking up chips left and right. Vaskabojnikov. 752,000 in front of him. Zhao Sheng decided to get out of there with 2 10s, 4-bet folding, leaving himself 33 bigs. Let's see.
Yeah, the 3 big stacks there, Ali, very much driving the action at this table. Vaskabojnikov,
Люблю, но немного.
Gabdulin,
Если
and
много, то
Petrov.
проиграешь когда-нибудь.
Round to Sinead Priestley, who we've seen play a very solid, tight, aggressive game. Invariably, when she's played a pot, she has won it. Wakes up with a nice holding here in the cutoff, ace-jack.
Raise 16.
Takes us upstairs.
Oh, wow.
Problems for Priestley. Ace king suited for Petrov. He will be heard from. And
Raise 66.
see the decibel level. This isn't a whisper. 66,000 in total. And with these ace jacks, we wonder, is the 3-bet the product of a big stack that is suspicious of our cutoff open range? Or is this real kit? As we can see, it's the latter.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. In general here, I think we do need to defend against this 3-bet. It does have a lot of chips. And as you just mentioned, we're pretty high up in our cutoff opening range. But Priestley, continuing that sort of tight, aggressive style, decides to get out of the way, and perfectly timed, Ali. She was crushed.
Yep.
Very nice awareness.
Nice pick up there for Petrov, although he wouldn't have minded action in that particular spot. We never do with ace-king, do we?
Especially there, you know, she's folding very high up her range, and she's timed it very well. I would find myself defending there, Ali, and getting stacked on the old ace high.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to say I like the defend. We don't like having to call the 66K pre-flop, but I think, again, when you consider it's a big stack in the big blind, we opened cutoff.
Yeah.
It just feels as though the ace-jack is going to perform better than average. Just one of those moments where we were cooked. So in the end, nice fold by Priestley.
Fairly long tank here. With the 5-6, Tashirek out of the way.
Call 8.
Petrov will limp. Bottom of range here for Vaskabojnikov. You know what that means.
It normally means raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really is relentless. Gotta make him a real threat in this tournament if he continues to chip up.
33.
Here he goes again, Ali.
33.
Yeah, for Petrov, the 9-5 offsuit, I don't think is going to be enough to have anything on its mind other than a fold, although you know that he recognizes the phenomenon of bottom of range raising
sure
out of the big, and so we can limp 3-bet, but not with holdings such as that.
Большой банк
I think just
проиграть
the
не может.
factor of
Большой
your
банк
seat
всегда
at the
выиграет.
table, out of position directly to Vaskabojnikov. We can proceed with caution when he is still in pots. 9-5, it's certainly not good enough. Let's call a raise.
Мне кажется, самое лучшее в турнире.
Strange of
Здесь
Petrov
через
with
большой банк
1.7
выигрывает.
million, Ali, and it feels like we haven't really seen him do too much.
No.
With a few inflated pots where in the 3-bet one where Vaskabojnikov barreled twice and gave up.
Yeah.
And there with Cheng called 4 in,
Yep.
around about 200K in there, just picks it up pre. Great place to be in, over 200 bigs. We call that chunks in Scotland.
Sure.
The boys got chunks.
Raise 16. Pass.
Queen Jack offsuit. Ascends, and then Vasca Boynikau.
Oh, did I say Cove? Excuse me.
It's all right. It's understandable. I know you're a fan of Russian ballet. One could see why you would conflate. I refer, of course, to Baryshnikov. There's a lot of Cove going on.
There's a lot of Coves.
And there's...
Oh my goodness, Ali.
Well, we've hit the blue button on the Shuffle Master here as an absolute Ice Age permafrost comes.
This is GG.
Raining down upon the newcomer, Tulip Berganov. No sooner does he take his seat than he gets delivered the coldest of spots. Thinks he's living the dream in terms of having an opener and a 3-better in front of his 2 kings, and instead it's going to quickly turn into a nightmare. But note that Vasca Boynikau might not get hasty. He could very well think to himself, a flat here and then make sure that I can get even more out of my man would be the optimal path, although Headley with 113 committed, 339 back.
Yeah, I believe Tulip Bergnikov is brand new to the table, right?
Yeah.
So that's something to consider.
Okay.
Of course here, if your opponent is someone that you know is just not going to get out of line here with a cold 4 and is likely value weighted, you may just ship it in there. Ali. You know, a lot of the time a cold 4 bet is going to come from an ace-X type hand. When we hold 2 aces in our hand, weights our opponent a lot more to the high pocket pairs, like the jacks, like the queens, like the kings. And Vasca Boynikau deciding on the other option, Ali, just to click it. Makes it 230 to go. I mean, I just don't see any way out of this, Ali. Even though the 5-bet is supposed to be either aces or a bluff a lot of the time, are we really going to get away with kings here?
Boy, this is so nasty.
40 bigs back.
Did you see that clip that circulated online recently? It was an online tournament. Okay. It was a streamer. And he had the kings, and he's going, this man's telling me he's got aces.
Giraffe ganger.
But there he is. And he's like, but we call and we lose with the kings. That's what men do. Obviously, for Tulip Berganov, this is a bit of the feeling that he's got right now.
This,
and he's going to
Ali.
flat
Just
a
calls.
5-bet. Maybe the ace shows up on the flop? No, a 6-high board, and there really isn't any path to an escape at this point.
I don't think so.
Let's see whether or not Vasca Boynikau gets naughty.
You can see some tiny bets here, Ali. Something like 10%.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a check.
In
but
these 5-bet pots, you could see a very small bet. There you go, he does find it.
You know, you've just got yourself crossed off of Santa's gift list. Or at least Tulip Berganov's. That's
There
for
we
sure,
go.
as the jam comes in and then the snap call.
Brutal, brutal cooler this, Ali. Tulip dead to one of the remaining kings, or potential running straight
Вот
chops.
и all-in по сколько тысяч?
Note, by the way, that if the king of clubs comes off, that Vasca Boynikau will still be drawing live with the ace of clubs. Instead, it's a 3. And hang on a second, because a 4 would spoil the party and leave these boys chopping. Is it there? No. A board pairing 5 on the end, and, you know, there's really nothing that Tulip Berganov could have done to escape his fate. When kings run into aces, the coroner's going to get a phone call.
Real men lose with kings,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
Shout out to Giraffe Ganger. Yeah, I mean, sometimes this, you know, tournament poker especially, abject cruelty, Ali.
Yeah.
Sometimes just happens, right? Cut off open, small blind 3-bet.
Yeah.
Kings and 50 bigs. You're not getting away.
No, it's good night and good luck.
Absolutely. GG, and next time, hopefully, you're on the right side of the cooler.
By the way, for those that are wondering what we're referring to, do yourselves a favor.
Very funny.
And Google this clip of Giraffe Ganger playing in an online tournament and picking up kings against aces
It's
in a
so
similar
good.
spot to that one. where he just lets us know what we're supposed to do with those kings, as Vasco Boinicau now dethrones Gabdulin as second in chips and begins to close in on Alexei Petrov. He really has been the dominant force at this table, in spite of the fact that Petrov has wielded the big stack, one of the biggest in the entire field, by the way, but has felt very much like a spectator, a passive participant, if you will, a passenger on the Vasco Boinicau Express.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, as that one rogue tower, Ali, one of the smaller ones, bites the dust.
It finally gave in, did it?
It was just a small one. I don't know how that big one is still defying
That's
gravity.
weird.
But yeah, undoubtedly the sort of star of this frame of the coverage. He's going to be a huge threat now, Ali. 150 bigs.
Oh, did the big one? There it is.
There we go. We've been warning him throughout.
The civil engineer, the insurance policy isn't going to cover.
I think he should get a penalty, honestly. Genuinely believe it. That thing was outrageous.
That was architectural blasphemy.
Finally punished for sloppy workmanship. Look at this, even the dealer's helping him out, slowing up the action. That's a penalty.
No, the dealer can't help out in this spot. You
she
have
is.
to own the shame of what you've done. I think the dealer's just trying to clear some space to do her thing here. You know.
Maybe not.
Maybe no, yeah.
Maybe we should summon some
no kings, please. No kings. No kings.
Search and rescue turtles. You know, the little figurines. Just make sure there's no casualties.
Dempsey's been telling me about these
Have you not seen them yet?
I haven't seen them yet.
Oh, they're over at the gift shop.
I think I'm going to buy one.
Be a worthy purchase. Unsure, by the way, price point.
Interesting there, Ali. We did say Sinead's had a very tight style, folding the Queen Jack of Diamonds under the gun. Pretty snug. You know, off 70 bigs, you would typically see it opened. But deciding to get out of the way, and she's timed it beautifully as Vasca still rebuilding that tower. Wow, look at this, another potential clash.
Yeah, he's going to give himself a chance to potentially add to that tower, as no sooner do we fill the void left behind by Tula Berganov than we present the newcomer Haydar with a bit of a difficult position.
I like this laydown.
Yeah, he doesn't make a meal of it.
I think this is very reasonable. Doesn't have a read on the table. We have an open from +1 and a cutoff 3-bet. No real read yet, Ali, on the table. I think I like it. Seems reasonable.
I'm with you.
You know, different story if you've been there all day and you know that Vasco Boinicau can be light, that Gabdulin can be light. Ace Queen off there against two sort of blind ranges, so to speak, with no info.
Yeah.
Not going to do too great.
You're really looking at things in a vacuum, and you prefer to have some context. I like, you know, the idea of just sitting back and getting our bearings, you know, spend an orbit, figuring out what's happening out here.
As that large tower finally bites the dust. To our eternal relief. He really has played great. Continuing to chip up. Another new player. Ali in the middle of the table, C5, I believe.
If you push all in, it would be difficult.
Efforting. Efforting some intel. It is Marian Cantea.
Just have this way about you, Ali, of making all the pronunciations effortless. Very
Well,
jealous.
listen, if you just feign confidence.
I've been feigning
even
confidence
though, I mean,
all my life.
I'm running a butcher shop out here phonetically. I'm absolutely certain of it. But Cantea,
Here we go.
Ace King, there's a warm welcome.
Yeah, very standard stuff here. 3-bet jamming, around about 18 bigs. Nothing else to be done with the offsuit combo.
Vasco Boinicau finally gets caught speeding. Creeping towards the end of play here on day 2, a day that really has been filled with some injustices for a select few players, and very fruitful developments for others, as tends to be the story.
It really has been another fantastic day of coverage.
Yeah.
Lots of exciting stuff. Looking forward to tomorrow, Ali.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable commentary as well.
Oh, I thought the same.
You know, I'd love to be humble about it, Andrew, but just the reality is that we stole the show. Vasco Boynikov, sure, he's done some things out there, but, you know, we're the story. You know, not Dempsey so much, but you and I.
Yeah, I think so too.
We kid, of course, as the real stars are those that we celebrate on the screen to the best of our ability, as we seek to defer to the table talk and the action as much as possible and allow you guys to experience what it's like to be a part of a Merit Poker main event. An experience unlike any other out there in poker, dare I say.
It really is. For anyone not being here yet, fantastic. I think that might be the last hand of the day, Ali.
Wow.
I did think I heard the dealer announce it.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Crept up a little quicker. I thought we had a couple of hands left, but that'll do it as we're going to draw the curtain on the day's play. And we're going to do so with Alexei Petrov maintaining his position as one of the biggest stacks in the room. Vasco Boynikov, though, really was the story, it must be said, as we bring you back inside the booth here at the Merit Crystal Cove. Ali and Andrew ready to just put a punctuation point on things, and I can't imagine you're going to disagree that it was Mikolai who was the man of not just the hour, but several hours.
Yeah, really ran over that table towards the end. Very impressive, opening lots of pots, also showing a lot of awareness post on when to shut it down, when to push the boat out. Really played well. And of course, the beneficiary being on the right side of that huge cooler. Always nice. It's basically a free 500,000 chips going into your stack. He's going to be a huge threat. 100 left or so now, inside 100, I believe.
Yeah.
He's going to be one to watch tomorrow as we go into day 3, Ali.
No shame in it. 71 players will be paid. We anticipate that the money bubble will be burst. Unclear exactly when tomorrow, which should be a long day of play, one in which we certainly hope that you'll come back and join us for right here on the Merit Poker YouTube stream. That's going to start at 12:30 p.m., I believe, just like it did today, if I'm not mistaken. And, of course, we certainly hope that you'll be right there with us. So then, on behalf of my broadcast partner James Dempsey and our producer Emil Butas, along with Andrew Headley, this is Ali Najad saying thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow from right here at the Merit Crystal Cove as we march our way toward a champion here at this Gangster Series in the main event. Good night, everyone.